Hey yo, wicked, wicked. Everybody take a second, hit them thumbs up button. What a shout. What's up, fools? Today is 1/17/2026. It is 10:04 p.m. Eastern Time. We're getting started a little bit late here. I had a lot of editing to do and a lot of shit. I haven't really had time to like prep or look at the news or look at what's going on or anything. Yeah, I was trying to get the panel from yesterday edited and up, and then had to make the thumbnail for it and everything. And so that's what I've spent pretty much all of my time doing. So we're gonna have a chill night. Just kind of go over some news, and then I think I wanted to watch. I believe ChudLogic and Pisco debated the Renee Good issue. No, I'm tired of watching everybody play Arc Raiders. If there's one thing you can criticize the woke left, is that they said they ruined the gaming industry. Wait, what? They said they ruined the gaming industry? Chill knife, like, yeah, I'm about to spoke up. The left said they ruined the gaming industry? I didn't know about that. Like, when I think of like some of the biggest gamer gators, and like the people who were part of the anti-SJW movement, all of like the biggest content creators were all fucking liberals. They were all liberals. Like the the Armored Skeptic, Shoe on Head, Short Fat Utaku, like all of them, they were all fucking liberals. Like I don't know what the I don't know what we're supposed to take from that, but yeah, you don't remember Gamergate. No, I do remember Gamergate. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. I don't know who you thought they were, but now Sargon of Akkad is like an odd one, because he called himself a liberal the entire time, but was more of a conservative for sure. I think he didn't know anything about politics at the time, so he just called himself a liberal because he probably grew up in a liberal household, or maybe like, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, like all of the biggest anti-SJW content creators in the React community, all of the Gamergate people, like this is all fucking liberals. Like I don't know. I don't know who you were watching, but I was watching all fucking liberals. Which I like. Part of it is it's weird. Like a lot of those people who call themselves liberals, kind of, is like Sargon. A lot of them just turned out to be conservative, and I don't know if they were conservative from the beginning, or if they felt like they were pushed out, or if they changed over time. Like ChudLogic is a good one. So supposedly ChudLogic had an argument with Pisco recently about the Renee Good shooting, and I think we're gonna watch that in a little bit. But when I first started watching him, he was a leftist. He was a fucking like leftist socialist, like soy fucking progressive kid. And he I felt the same way that he did. So like he talks about the fact that when he first started doing content creation, he had a lot of leftists in his community, and I understand this completely. I felt the same exact way. So I had a bunch of leftists in my community that I didn't really agree with all that much, and I thought that they were a little soy. But lots of times I would want to like criticize leftists. I would want to criticize people. I would want to go in on them. I would want to talk about how dumb they were. I would want to debate them, and I felt like afraid of it because I was afraid of my own community. I was afraid like they were gonna come back and cancel me. Hold on one second. Hey, you know I'm on stream right now? One second. Okay, sorry, my bad. Anyways, yeah, but like over time, ChudLogic became seemingly like agreeing with the right more and more, and like took very like incel-ish positions, and just I'm surprised that he's left-leaning. I don't even know if he's left-leaning anymore. Like I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know anything about ChudLogic, judging but by the Pisco debate, he seems right-wing. Manosphere, like yes, that does, yes, he seems as though he has moved in like a more like right-wing incelish sort of direction, and I've never watched him very much, so I don't know if his beliefs ever actually changed, or if he um I don't know if he changed, or if he like just always held beliefs like this, and I just didn't watch him enough to know. But he he always like said that he was a socialist and a leftist, and I know that there were a number of times when I first started watching him where I felt like yes, he was just kind of a soy leftist, but I have no idea. Sorry, this was just sitting on my screen for too long. I felt like I had to see what the fuck it was, but
well, we're learning that the Pentagon is testing a device that could be behind mysterious ailments that hit American spies, diplomats, and troops. The illness first emerged nearly 10 years ago. That's when US diplomats in Havana, Cuba reported vertigo, severe headaches, and other signs of trauma. Later cases of so-called Havana syndrome were reported worldwide. Sources say the device was purchased for millions of dollars in an undercover operation in the last days of the Biden administration. Senior national security reporter Zach Cohen joins us now from Washington. What more are you learning about this, Zach?
Yeah, it's interesting. Sources telling us that the Pentagon spent millions of dollars to purchase this device as part of an undercover operation conducted jointly with the Department of Homeland Security in the waning days of the Biden administration, and that U.S. officials have spent over a year now examining the device, studying it, and still have not definitively concluded whether or not it is linked to those mysterious health incidents. Over a dozen that we know of have been reported, but there is new evidence suggesting that it potentially was. And we're learning from our sources that the makeup of this device really is something that investigators have honed in on. They've found that the device produces what's known as pulsed radio waves. That's something U.S. officials and academics have long speculated to be the source, the cause of these symptoms that have been reported by U.S. spies, diplomats, and troops around the world, and some domestically. We're also learning that while not entirely Russian in origin, the device is comprised of various Russian components, which obviously raises significant concerns and questions about a country that the U.S. considers to be a foreign adversary potentially having some role in developing this device that is suspected of being used to target U.S. officials around the world. And we're also told a key part of this is that the device is relatively small and it can fit into a backpack. And that gets to one of the core questions that has been on the top of mind for U.S. officials is how can a device that cause so much damage, the damage that's been reported by these victims, but also be portable? It seems this device would check that box as well. So we're going to continue to push the U.S. government, the U.S. intelligence community, the Pentagon, and Department of Homeland Security for more clarity on this. You may remember that the CIA, their response to these victims has really shifted over time. Those victims feel largely that the Biden administration and to date the Trump administration has largely dismissed their reported symptoms, their calls for some sort of an answer as to an accountability as to what happened while they were serving their country. And a key concern here as well is if this device does prove to be viable, it could mean that it was potentially proliferated, meaning that there could be several foreign countries that have this capability and could potentially use it against U.S. Service members, U.S. diplomats abroad in a way that this device is suspected to have been used.
Important to follow up on and to, hopefully find out more for those victims. Zach, appreciate it. Thank you.
Joining us now is the editor for The Insider, Michael Weiss. And Michael, you've been reporting on Havana syndrome for quite a bit now. What's your reaction to this new reporting?
Well, first of all, it's a fantastic piece by CNN, and
I forget what this shit is. I remember like digging into it a while ago, and I can't remember what it was exactly. What is Havana syndrome again?
it sort of conforms to a lot of what we at The Insider had alleged 2 years ago in a collaboration with 60 Minutes. We found evidence suggesting that a unit of Russian military intelligence, the GRU, known as Unit 29155. Everybody in the world knows who they are because these are the guys responsible for poisoning Sergei and Yulia Skripal in Salisbury. They attempted a coup in Montenegro. All that they do, Jake, is kinetic operations, right? They kill people and they blow things up. We found evidence that this unit had not only worked on research, scientific research into directed energy weapons. We have the documents from their inboxes to prove it. But we were able to locate.
You get headaches, nausea, and loss of balance or something. Then like heart things, I think. Is it just in like a certain part of the country or something? Like what? Where is this happening?
Away from it.
There's still many questions. There's still many questions outstanding.
So this is from 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago, posted by CNN. New video analysis sheds light on Minneapolis ICE shooting.
Questions about what happened in the critical moments leading up to the killing of Renee Good during a confrontation with ICE officers last week. As additional videos of the shootings continue to surface, the New York Times is out with a very detailed new analysis, syncing up multiple videos from different angles, going frame by frame, and creating really the fullest video image picture of what transpired. Here's a portion of their analysis centering around the position of the officer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. People in embassies and shit have talked about this. That's right. I forgot about that.
In relation to Ms. Good's vehicle. This is from the New York Times.
The cell phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from it. Cut to this high angle and zoom in. We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming. We can also see at the same time he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way.
And I'm joined now by one of the reporters who worked on that video.
I need to see this again.
The cell phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from Jen.
So during the panel last night, that was one of the things that kind of bugged me was and I wasn't making arguments the whole night, so I was trying to, like, you know, stay unbiased and not argue anything. But for a long period of time during the panel, they were arguing over where her, like, wheels were turned and whether or not the officer could see her wheels turned. But Grid and Joe were saying, well, no, you can see from his camera that he's looking at her. And they kept saying, oh, so he can't see where the wheels are turned, like blah, blah, blah. They kept talking about whether or not you can see where the wheels are turned. But I kept thinking, bro, if he's looking at her, if he can see her, he can see her turning the wheel. Like, why isn't anybody saying this? He can see her turning the fucking wheel. So that why can't they just argue that he can see she's turning the wheel away from him to where she's not trying to, she's not trying to hit him.
Cut to this high angle and zoom in. We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming. We can also see at the same time he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins.
I thought they weren't saying his name. This is from everything that I've seen from CNN and every, like, other mainstream media outlet, I thought they weren't saying his name. I thought they were still saying, like, the ICE agent who shot Renee or something like that. But this is the first time they're playing a video of somebody who actually said Agent Ross in the video. So
as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not.
Tom, were you even there? Well, that was one. That's why, like, when he said that during the fucking panel where he was like, none of us were there, I was like, okay, I have to stop this show right now and make sure we all agree. We're not going to keep repeating this shit about whether or not we were there. Like, we have to stop the fucking show right now and make sure we all agree. None of us were there. Yeah, we're all still here to have a conversation about it. So we can't keep repeating this, like, well, you weren't there argument. Like, we need to just stop the fucking whole thing right now and just address this real quick. I don't want to hear this fucking shit again. You weren't there.
Appear to move out of the way.
I'm so confused. What's the point of this video?
Cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way.
Okay.
And I'm joined now by one of the reporters who worked on that video analysis from the New York Times, Devin Lum. Devin, so that video that you just saw, what is the significance to you in that?
Right, so what we're seeing in that video is the agent who eventually shoots Renee Good moving from his position near his own SUV in front of her vehicle as it's moving. So law enforcement agents are not instructed to do that. They're told the direct opposite because it places them in danger, like we see in this.
It also, I mean, what you're saying in the video is that she is turning the wheel almost like a three-point turn. Mm-hmm. She had backed up and now she's turning. Does it indicate in the video that she was? I mean, this is one of the questions. The president said that she ran over the officer. That's clearly didn't occur. Was she aiming for him? Was she trying to turn away?
Right, so we can see in the video, there's a split second where, the tires of her car are pointed towards the agent, but it's not because she's angling those tires at the agent. It's like you said, she's in the middle of completing a 3-point turn. So she was reversing with the wheel turned all the way to the left to flip the front of the car to the right, and was in the process of turning to the right. So if you play the video further, you can see those wheels are moving away from the agent.
There's also the question of, was the agent who killed Miss Good, was he actually hit? That we've seen his cell phone camera video. There seems to be, a jostling of the camera. Whether that's him, it smashing against the car, I'm not sure. Well, I want to show this other video that's part of your analysis.
This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see
We had some problem with that. Can we try to re-rack that and play that again? Because that's important.
I was about to say, dude, there's no way they're gonna move off of this. Like, they have to play that. They have to play that fucking clip. There's no fucking way they're about to just be like, oh, we're having some technical difficulties. So what did you think happened there? Like, no fucking shot. They have to play this.
this is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about when I say he planted his fucking feet and he leaned into the car. This is what I'm talking about. That, like, this is what I've been saying the whole time. This is like, this makes it clear as fucking day. He planted his feet and he leaned into the fucking car. What I've said the whole fucking time. Planted his feet, leaned into the car. That's like, bro. That is as obvious as it gets.
And his legs.
Right there. He's got his hand on the car. There's obviously a big gap between him and the fucking car. He could have moved, but he chose to lean into it so that he had a better shot. You can see. He's like, this is his fucking gun right here. That's his gun right there. Okay? So this little black spot, that's his hand. The little white thing is his hand. And that's his gun pointing at her fucking face. This is the edge of her car. This is like the headlight here. This is the grill. And so you can see, like, this is another car here, is another car here. But this right here is the hood of her car driving towards him. And you can tell that he decides to put his fucking hand on the car and lean towards it instead of just moving out of the way. He just could have taken one step to the right. One step to the right, dude. That's all he needed. One fucking step. Here, no car. Nothing there. Everything's good. But he's already pointing his fucking gun. He's already pointing his gun and planting his fucking feet, dude. He's already doing this. Then there, reaches out his hand. And now he's leaning. His arm is resting on the hood of the car, gun pointed at the windshield, hand still on the front of the car, and he's angled to the side with his feet out of the way so that she doesn't hit him. So far, he's taken one shot through the windshield. It looks like he lowered his gun and then picked it back up. Shoots again. And shoots again. Fucking insane, dude. Fucking insane.
The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot.
Tom, so it took CNN 8 extra days to make the same video montage demonstrating this than it took you, Hutch, Destiny, and every other streamer. Maybe, I don't know, blocking out what you said, so maybe Pim Todd is right about legacy media. Well, they're not even making the claim here. Like, they're just playing somebody else's video who's doing this. Obviously, there's been people on CNN who have said this already on some of their debate panels and shit like that. So this isn't the first time that they've said it, but they're just showing somebody else's analysis that just came out with this because there's more angles now. And so we have, I think, 5 different angles, which is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. We have 5 angles of what happened here. Normally, like a cop shooting, getting on camera is rare already. Like, it's already rare. But now, we got 5 different fucking angles of this, where some of them just have, like, backdoor cameras that caught it. Some of them have, you know, ring cams that caught it. Some of them were just people standing out there recording. Some of it was the actual cop recording. Like, this is insane. This is insane. We got that many fucking... Her wife was recording. We have so many angles of this one shooting, dude.
And that...
This is turned out really bad for MAGA, dude. Turned out really bad for MAGA that we ended up with so many angles to where initially, like, you know, they were able to use some plausible deniability here to run with some narratives. But now... that we have all of these angles, it is game over.
That there's 4 shots.
There's 3.
Three shots.
Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
So the second and the third shot, which I think we have a freeze frame maybe of or a re-racking of the second and the third shot. Mm-hmm. That's from a different angle than the first shot, and is it directly into the window?
So.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. You can see he lowers his fucking gun after the first shot.
The second and the third shot. Mm-hmm. That's from a different...
See, look how low his gun is here. It's right there.
Different angle than the first shot. And
oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. That's his belt.
Yeah,
boom.
Is it directly into the window?
It's fucking insane.
So, you know, we're not able to establish the direct path of each bullet that was shot, but what we can see in the video is by the time that he's firing his second and third shot, there's a clear and growing gap between where he's positioned and where Renee Good has been turning, right? So the first shot looks to be a little bit more directly, potentially through the windshield, but again, we can't establish that through the visuals at this moment. But at the moment of the first shot, he has his hand on the vehicle as it's turning. And
hasn't the damage been done in the narrative spun? So the people who believe that she was like trying to kill him, that she's a terrorist, like, sure, those people, they'll stick to their guns. But the majority of voters are independents. Okay, the majority of voters are people who aren't really like super pro-Trump or pro-Kamala. They don't care about Republican or Democrat. Like, these are people who are just listening, trying to find like the best politician for them, which is stupid, like, because most of the voting, like most of our legislation gets done through coalitions. So we have to have like enough Democrats in the House and the Senate in order to actually get legislation passed. Otherwise, like, you know, if everything's 50-50, nothing ever gets through. So we have to have like, you know, one side or the other with majorities so that stuff actually gets done. And when you just vote sometimes Republican, sometimes Democrat, like let's say you have 2 senators running in your in your state, and you vote one of them Republican and one of them Democrat, you're making it to where you're just not going to get anything done, dude. Like, nothing's going to happen, because even if that Republican agrees with a policy, you're only helping that one policy possibly get through. But if you voted Democrat both times, you would make it to where, like, that policy is more likely to get through, as well as many other things. So
pushing this direction.
Still justified, little buddy. Just stopped in to see the ignorance. It's pretty hilarious. Hold on. We're not talking about whether or not it's justified. We're talking about the fact that Donald Trump lied about this. Kristi Noem lied about this. All of the MAGA cucks running around repeating what they said lied about this. I don't know why you guys can't ever engage with the topic that's actually at hand. Running and say it's still justified. Nobody's talking about whether or not it's justified. We're talking about the fact that you guys are a bunch of lying pieces of shit, saying that she tried to hit him, saying that she was a terrorist, saying that he got hit by the car, saying, like, all of that shit. Bullshit. Complete fucking bullshit. He can reasonably believe these things. That's one thing. But whether or not that's what her intention was, whether or not like, we have evidence to those things, like, that is a completely different story. And you coming in to move the fucking goalposts is just, it's fucking beautiful, dude. It's fucking beautiful. It's what we'd expect. So appreciate you stopping by to do exactly what we'd expect you to do. Thank you. Thank you for being a caricature of yourself.
As pivoting away, right? And you can really see that pivoting motion when he fires the second and third shot, and that gap continues to grow as she drives past, and it becomes more of a firing toward the side.
I want to play another piece of your analysis
Oh, I'm not here to engage, one boy. I know. That's what I said. That's what I said. Were you not listening? That's what I said. I know.
shows. Well, let's play this next one.
It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently. On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his miss good. And here is his outstretched arm leaning toward her vehicle, which is barely visible behind the Tahoe. His phone, which is gripped in his left hand.
Hey, yo, 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's get some W's in chat, man. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you, sir. The guy doesn't exist. He doesn't exist, guys. He doesn't exist. It's true. Not wrong.
Flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle. There's an audible thud when it hits. The camera rotates up towards the sky. Again, while it appears the agent's getting knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle, which shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight, his torso and legs away from the vehicle.
So that knock in the agent's camera, which when you first hear it, it sounds like he's being hit. Yeah. That's actually the phone in his hand making impact with the car.
Yeah, it's really important to acknowledge that the video that came out last Friday from the perspective of the agent was not being recorded by a body camera. It was the cell phone that he was holding in his hand.
Right.
So during the panel last night, I saw a bunch of chats. I think they were coming from Grid's chat saying, but what about the body cam footage? Just look at the body cam footage. There is no body cam footage. There's no body cam footage. There's just him holding his cell phone. Hey, yo, Aaron M sound. Let's fucking go with another 5 gifted. Hey, yo. Let's get some W's in chat for Aaron. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, man. Anytime, gamer. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
So when we see some ruffling, some darkness, some shaking, it's not that he's being knocked back. It's that his hand, which is holding the camera, is being moved around by himself as well as the motion of the car. So when we hear a thud and the camera is flipping upward, pretend you're filming, holding a camera like this, and something is coming towards you and you want to put your hand on that thing in front of you. The camera is going to flip up, right? And so when it makes contact with the car, which is turning and driving, it's going to push back in this direction. So that's what we see when we see, you know, his face and the, you know, the shift from facing the car to upward. It's not him being knocked over. It's
his
the motion
hand is
of
on the
his
vehicle
camera.
and it moves toward his chest as
Yes.
the car is moving, and his legs are
yes. So
back.
he's positioned back, kind of leaning forward like this, but his legs are out of the path of the vehicle, and he's trained on Renee Good that entire time. If you watch the video, his shooting hand is remarkably stable throughout that entire portion, and you know, even after this contact with his hand, despite being on a slippery road and making contact with the vehicle, he's still on his feet. Right. You know, he's sliding a little bit, but he hasn't been knocked to the ground. He hasn't lost a grip on his camera, and he has not, you know, stopped aiming directly at Miss Good.
Devin Lowe.
But yeah, if at any point he was sliding to where he thought he was going to lose balance or fall over or something, he would have dropped the phone pretty quick to make sure that he was able to like use his hands to gather himself as he fell. Well, all right.
I see no one else seeking recognition. Do you have an amendment? I see no one else seeking recognition. Do you have an amendment, as I understand?
We the best.
I see no
Convict music.
I see no one.
Another one.
I see no one else seeking recognition. Do you have an amendment, as I understand? Oh, I'm sorry. The gentleman from California is recognized next to strike the last one.
Mr. Chairman, first I remind my colleague that there is a very well-established legal process to assure that our laws are not being abused, and that is being taken
Because you're bald? Who? Who's bald?
seriously by all of the advocacy groups for these illegal immigrants. But I want to address a more fundamental question. In an article last July, Axios published an article entitled, "There Needs to Be Blood. Democrats voters tell them to get shot in Trump resistance push." Well, that bloodlust has been turned against ICE officers enforcing the law over the past year.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. My guy.
A member of this House even doxed an ICE agent to a violent mob in Carpinteria, California, who then set upon him with rocks and sent him to the hospital. An assassination team of leftists launched a coordinated attack on an ICE facility, wounding an ICE agent and, ironically, killing.
Congress woman doxes ICE agent. I haven't heard anything about this. What literally pops up with the same fucking video. Based on reports from mid-2025 and early 2026, there have been accusations and concerns regarding members of Congress and other officials sharing information about U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, with a notable incident involving Representative Salud Carbajal, Democrat from California, in 2025. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, accused Representative Carbajal of doxing an ICE employee during a protest at a marijuana farm in California. ICE officials allege that during a confrontation, Carbajal shared the business card of a public affairs specialist with a crowd, which they described as a violent mob. Carbajal denied the allegations, calling them a blatant attempt by ICE to deflect from their aggressive behavior and to evade accountability. He stated he was on site to monitor federal operations as part of his duty. Wait, but that doesn't... Did he actually show everybody the person's business card? These accusations emerged during a period of increased conflict between federal immigration authorities and local officials, with reports of 700% to 1,300% increase in threats and assaults against ICE officers during that time. A New Jersey congresswoman was reported to have been charged with assaulting an ICE employee during a visit to a detention center. He said that that officer who they shared the business card of actually ended up getting assaulted. Huh, okay.
Killing an illegal migrant in their custody. Violent attacks on ICE agents have increased more than 1,300% in the last year. There has been a 3,200% increase in vehicular assaults against ICE officers. Doxing of ICE agents for the purpose of harassing them and their families has become a common practice among the left. I've spoken to many of them. They don't want to wear masks. They have to protect themselves and their families. And now we have the tragic death of Nicole Good, a leftist activist in Minneapolis. Now, the Democrats tell us not to believe our own eyes, but that takes a special kind of gullibility when so many video images exist. And what they clearly show is an ICE vehicle attempting to leave a near riot condition dominated by an increasingly violent mob. A left-wing activist pulls her car in front of the ICE vehicle, blocking its path. Uniformed ICE agents then issue a lawful order for her to exit her car. Instead of complying with this order, she shifts into reverse, tearing the agent's hand from the door, and then throws it into drive and hits the gas as the car is aimed directly at another officer, grazing him as he fires into the vehicle. Now, her apologists on the left say she was simply fleeing arrest. She didn't deserve to be shot. But that's not why she was shot. She was shot because an ICE officer had a split second to assess the lethal threat of a 2,000-pound vehicle a few feet away and accelerating toward him. As we watch these violent attacks on ICE officers and the performance of their duties, we have to ask ourselves...
My feature is broken. The thing that I pull up at the bottom normally to like pull up chats, and I can show you guys which one I'm reading at the time, at the bottom of the screen in big text. It's broken for some reason. Yesterday it was showing literally every single chat. Today it's not showing anything. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck to fix this.
What gives people like Nicole Good and the others in these violent mobs the idea that it's perfectly okay to attack ICE officers, obstruct the enforcement of federal laws, and place themselves in danger when they do so? Where do they get these ideas? Perhaps it's exactly the kind of rhetoric we've just heard from our Democratic colleagues. One just called our ICE officers goons. Another just called them an occupying force. Well, what do we...
Tom's in a constant state of troubleshooting. It's a new computer. All right? I have to reset everything. It's shit that, like, took me, you know, years to mold into a beautiful, perfect stream. The greatest stream that you've ever seen in your fucking life. Well, when you get a new computer, you gotta start from scratch, and maybe I have a little bit of experience with this, but I still gotta take some time to really perfect my craft, you know? So while I know I make it look easy over here, this shooting is troublesome. That's why they call it troubleshooting, as Nick Shirley says.
To make of that? An occupying force was entirely legitimate to take up arms against an occupying force, but that's exactly the opposite of what ICE actually is. ICE is not an occupying force. Rather, it is faithfully enforcing the laws as Congress has written them. But the Democrats have repeatedly suggested, including in this room today, that they're an occupying force, in the words of the former Democratic chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. How many Democrats in this House have called ICE murderers, Gestapo, Nazi stormtroopers? I've lost count. Most people see these statements as ravings of demagogues, and indeed they are. But there's a lunatic fringe in our society that hangs on their every word and acts on those words. Nicole Good lost her life listening to such drivel, taking it seriously, and then acting on it by actively obstructing federal law enforcement by blocking their path, refusing lawful orders, and ultimately accelerating her car toward other officers standing nearby. What her intentions were is irrelevant. What the officers saw and reacted to is quite clear. So for the sake of your own supporters, I appeal to my Democratic colleagues to weigh their words more carefully, consider the impact they're having on a gullible and unstable fringe in their base. And I'll repeat to them what I said the other day, Abraham Lincoln's words to the Democrats of his day. There is no grievance that is a fit object for redress by mob law. I again remind my Democratic colleagues that ICE is faithfully enforcing the laws that this Congress wrote. If you don't like them, you sit in the very institution with the power to change them. All you have to do is make your case to the American people that our borders should again be open to millions of migrants and we should change our laws.
Bruh, this is... Who the fuck wants open borders, bro? This is so insane, dude. Who the fuck wants this shit? Nobody wants that. Like, this is every fucking day, dude. Every day, every time, they just keep repeating shit. Just, oh, they want open borders. Who wants that?
Laws to accommodate this, but in a nation that exists by the rule of law, you cannot ignore those laws or vilify, attack, and even assault the very officials who are enforcing them. It's stunning that members of the House Judiciary Committee need to be reminded of this. I yield back.
Well said. The gentleman yields back. I think the gentlelady from North Carolina was next in the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just was reflecting a little bit on the 5th anniversary of January 6th and how history is being rewritten by this administration. I'm very proud that my senior senator, a Republican, has insisted on having the January.
For real, where did they even get the open border stuff from? I've never seen a Dem leader support that. Bro, I think, if I remember correctly, I think this is something that started with Trump. I think that he just started saying that, like, they wanted open borders because he was supposed to be so anti-immigration and, like, talking about, you know, they took our jobs and all that shit, that he had to have some narrative about the other side, right? And this is what populism is. It's always about, like, us versus them. Everything has to be, you can't just have a thing that you say, I think we can improve this thing by doing X, but you have to say the other side wants the exact opposite and actually something a billion times worse, and that, like, you have to have that other thing. So even like Bernie Sanders, when he does this shit, he'll talk about, he's not just talking about, yeah, I think we would be better off if we had free healthcare, but he turns around and says, the elites are trying to keep this from you, and the insurance companies are all doing socialism, and like he always has this, like, opposite, there's this thing that we want and we want to do this, but also those guys are the fucking bad guys. Let's get them.
January 6th plaque displayed, because even though we may not agree on politics all the time, we certainly agree on the truth. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I couldn't disagree more with the gentleman from California's characterization of the events that happened in Minnesota last week, and continue. But it does point to the fact that when we disagree about whether...
I've never heard that from him. You're saying you never heard that from Bernie Sanders? Which part? Also, populism being redefined. Wait, what do you mean populism being redefined? Like, populism... Populism is about, like, an us versus them mentality. That's what it is. It's what it is. So populism is a rhetorical style that billionaires do not want you to have healthcare. You've never heard him say that? I thought you were going to say the socialism part, because I can show you the socialism part. The other things, like, literally everybody's heard him say that. Like, that was like one of his most common. The billionaires are trying to keep it from you. A political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded by the established elite groups. It's a rhetorical style saying that I am doing what it is that you want, and yes, the elites or the establishment are, because it can be two separate groups, the establishment or the elites, but it can be the established elites as well. But it's the, you know, the elites or the establishment are the ones who won't let you have it. Right? They're the ones who don't care about you. I'm here as an outsider to make this happen for you. That's what populism is. I don't know. There's this pretty cool channel. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. It's called Terminally Online Media. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this channel, but it's pretty cool. They have one documentary on there right now. It's a great fucking documentary, like the greatest documentary I've ever seen in my life. And if you go watch this, one of the things that they talk about is populism towards the beginning. And it's got a great explanation. Cool channel called Terminally Online Media. It is. I think the guy who made it, his name is Tom. And yes, it's an acronym for Tom. Yes, it's a pretty good documentary, but they explain major conservative YouTube players onto their catalog of right-wing podcasts. They kept the older ideas of conservatism. While Trump was elected, Daily Wire hosts mostly opposed him as the best candidate, but still preferred him over any of the Democratic candidates. Just as the left was dividing over populist versus establishment leaders, the conservative movement was no different, and the Daily Wire definitely sat on the establishment side. Populism is founded on the idea that there is a group of elites that work against the needs of the people. For the left, this is mostly an economic issue. Businesses are using money in politics to make sure people can't get things like fair wages and free healthcare. While for the right, it's a social issue. Elites are brainwashing our kids with ideas about transgenderism and trying to overrun the country with immigrants. But both sides employ the same tactics. They need a bad guy who is at the root of all your problems. Now you just need a hero, a politician who isn't part of the establishment. The establishment is seen as a group of old career politicians who are gatekeeping all the power with bribes and blackmail because the elites are paying them. Now, one great man who doesn't cower to money or threats can arise to drain the swamp. He can point at all the mainstream media organizations and trusted institutions as people who are paid to help the establishment and report only the information given to them by the elites. So you can't trust or believe anything that they say. Now there's no one else you can trust but your hero. Populism isn't about who is right or wrong. It's about who is good and who is evil. And you have to pick a side. They'll employ rhetorical tricks that aren't lies, but don't really represent the truth. Conspiracy theories about big tech, big pharma, and big business make it easy to blame all the people's problems on the ones in charge. The hero never has to prove their theories. They just need you to question the authority. Anytime they're called out for being wrong, it's the elites trying to fight back by lying and slandering them. This is team sports. Are you going to help the good guys or the bad guys? You're oppressed. You're a victim. You could do so much more. But first, you need to stop those who are holding you down. Populism is about the people fighting back against the powerful to get what is rightfully owed to them and break the system that's oppressed them for so long in the process. So as the right wing becomes more and more populist, they also become more and more susceptible to more and more conspiracies that employ the same tactics of fear-mongering, illogical thinking, and victimhood. There you go. Populism to its core. I don't think that populism is inherently about conspiracy theories, but it tends to be very conspiratorial. So like when they talk about the fact that like because it is an us versus them thing, and it's about like, you know, we're gonna stop the elites, we're gonna stop the establishment, we're gonna fight back against them, and we have a leader who's gonna do it for us. He's an outsider, he's not part of the establishment, he's not part of the elites, and he's gonna come in and he's gonna do this for us and represent us. The idea is that like we're fighting the bad guys who won't let us have this. And so because you immediately like the idea is built on them being bad, being evil, wanting you to suffer, like there's so much that builds on top of that that ends up adding to this more and more. So like during Bernie Sanders didn't do this, but Bernie Sanders' movement did, because of the way that this is built. When Bernie Sanders lost to Hillary Clinton, there were tons of conspiracy theories about the fact that he was cheated. The DNC worked against him. The mainstream media was all making sure that he couldn't win, and they all lied about him, and they made up shit about him. Then in the next race in 2020, then they did the same thing when he lost to Pete Buttigieg in I think it was Ohio. They all started complaining about the Shadow app, saying that Pete Buttigieg owned part of the Shadow app and that he was working with them to change the numbers so that he would have more votes than Bernie Sanders, and that Bernie Sanders actually won in Ohio. But they all conspired to make it say like this is every fucking time, everywhere. Like anytime there's a populist movement, it always ends up kind of devolving into conspiracy theories. And to this day, I still have tons of people coming into my chat talking about the fact that Bernie Sanders was cheated out of 2 elections. So it is not uncommon. It is, I would say, it was probably the majority of the Bernie followers were people who felt as though he was cheated out of an election.
ICE, a gentleman from California's characterization of the events that happened in Minnesota last week, and continue. But it does point to the fact that when we disagree about whether ICE is faithfully enforcing or executing the laws of the United States as opposed to executing Americans, it's all the more important that this committee.
Oh, that was beautiful, dude. That was beautiful. Whether or not they're faithfully executing the law rather than executing Americans. Sheesh. Son. Oh, shit.
Engage in oversight and hearings so that we can clarify the facts, particularly when there's been this rush to judgment and everybody's engaging in confirmation bias. So I just disagree with so much that was just said. But again, if we were having a full and fair investigation, then we might be in a very different place. Look, the reason I sought to be recognized when our colleague from Wyoming was speaking was she repeatedly said that why would anyone oppose deportation of people who are committing fraud in the United States? And I think it's really important that we clarify that no one is opposing deportation of people who commit fraud, assuming they're actually convicted of committing fraud. That's already the law. Nobody's opposing that. What she critically left out, and what many of our colleagues have left out of their characterization here, is the word allegedly. Just because someone accuses you of a crime that is a deportable offense doesn't mean that you committed it. And in the atmosphere that we're currently in, where we're seeing false accusations being made on a daily basis, I think it's even more important that we're standing up for the Fifth Amendment and for due process to make sure that people are not being railroaded and unjustly accused and deported and imprisoned in
Will the gentlelady yield?
Of issues. No, I'm going to yield back to Ms. Rock.
Yield.
I'm sorry. Yes, to Ms. Jayapal.
I yield. You can yield to her. She can have the rest of my time, and you can.
You have to do it as the owner of the time. You have to.
Yes, it's fine.
Thank you. I just wanted to very quickly say, because Chairman Jordan is back in the chair, that we have worked very closely together on privacy issues with FISA. We've taken on our own leaderships on both sides, and I would just ask you, Mr. Chairman, to look at that video of ICE agents and Border Patrol battering down the door of a resident in Minneapolis without a warrant, because, as you well know, the Fourth Amendment protects us from search and seizure, illegal search and seizure, and this is an issue, I think, that we should be able to have the same privacy coalition take on, despite what the president is saying about these things. There are certain places where our values as members of the Judiciary Committee, and you've been very strong on this on privacy, have to come first, despite whatever rhetoric is going on. And I'll tell you, they can do that in Minnesota, they can do it in Ohio, they can do it in Washington, they can do it in any one of the states. And you might like who they're doing it to today, you may not like who they're doing it to tomorrow. And we have stuck together in making sure that we don't allow it to happen to just some people. Even in FISA, we've done that. And I think we need to do that in this case, and so I would ask you to work with me to make sure we take on the Fourth Amendment at this point in a very serious way, given what we just saw. And I yield back to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I appreciate the comments from the gentlelady from Washington, and I will take a look at that video. I apologize, I had a 10-minute meeting I had to go to.
I just have an inquiry of the chair.
Yep.
This is the second time that Ms. Jayapal's played a video. She played one last week, I think. I have no idea where these videos come from. I have no idea if they're verified. We have no background on them. And you solicited a response directly from the majority. And again, it looks like any other episode of Cops. I have no idea where this stuff is coming from or what the basis is of it. And I just was running if the committee could at least check these out ahead of time.
Fair enough.
Delete the profanity, too.
Yeah, well said. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Delete the profanity, too, guys. We don't want the full thing on the record. We only want the parts that don't offend us. Let's blur out the guns as well. Let's make sure there's no blood.
Wisconsin is recognized, and then we'll go to the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to read the bill itself, and it states that there's been allegations that you don't even have to have a conviction for these deportation orders. It specifically states that you do. It says right in the bill. I mean, you can read it yourself if anybody's interested in going to the actual language of what we're debating. Defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits. Any alien who has been convicted of or who admits having committed or who admits committing acts which constitute the essential elements of a variety of different types of fraud. That's subsection AJ, and then you look at BG, deportability, defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits. Any alien who has been convicted of or who admits having committed or who admits committing acts which constitute the essential elements of certain types of fraud. So I don't understand how in the world you're saying that we don't have to have a conviction or an admission of guilt. I also want to describe just some of the fraud that we're talking about here.
Do you wish to engage in a colloquy or no?
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Okay. Will you yield? I mean, you asked a question.
No, I have a few other things that I want to address here.
Me.
That's right. The time belongs to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
In May 2025, a Cuban national was sentenced to prison for his role in a scheme to defraud Medicare of more than $3.2 million through a sham durable medical equipment company. In February 2025, federal law enforcement officers arrested 5 illegal aliens who allegedly used information from skimmed electronic benefit transfer cards to clone counterfeit cards and steal funds that had been dispersed to low-income individuals by the state of California. In 2019, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Mississippi announced the prosecution of 119 illegal aliens for crimes including misusing Social Security numbers of American citizens. In June 2025, an ICE worksite enforcement operation in Nebraska uncovered approximately 70 illegal aliens who were using stolen Social Security numbers and identities to unlawfully obtain wages, health benefits, and employment authorization, which affected more than 100 victims. Medicare, SNAP, and Social Security, all programs that millions of Americans rely on for assistance, are being defrauded, leaving citizens unable to obtain necessary benefits while also contributing to runaway spending. Waste, fraud, and abuse within these programs symbolize nothing more than the blatant theft from the American people. If someone engages in this kind of fraud and they are convicted or they admit they committed these acts, they should be defrauded. That's all the bill does. All of the discussion about ICE is just a red herring and an attempt to deflect attention from what the majority is attempting to do, which is to protect the American citizen. That's who we're trying to protect. With that, I yield back to Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah.
She just said they should be defrauded? Yeah. That's what I was just about to say. They should be defrauded? What the fuck?
While also contributing to runaway spending. Waste, fraud, and abuse within these programs symbolize nothing more than the blatant theft from the American people. If someone engages in this kind of fraud and they are convicted or they admit they committed these acts, they should be defrauded. That's all the bill does. All of the discussion.
I think she meant defunded. I think that's what she meant, is defunded. Tom, why do you always focus so hard on people misspeaking? Well, for one, because it means they're stupid. When I misspeak, it's an accident. When they misspeak, it's because they're fucking retarded. Number one. Two, deported. Oh, okay, maybe she was saying deported. Okay. Two, I didn't know that she misspoke. I was trying to figure out what the fuck she's talking
About ICE is just a red herring and an attempt to deflect attention from what the majority is attempting to do, which is to protect the American citizen. That's who we're trying to protect.
All right, I got the thing working now. I got it working now. Hopefully, it also pops up automatically with the super chats and shit, because I've had some issues with that as well. But hopefully that'll work all by itself. Your mom? No, your mom. How about that?
With that, I yield back to Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is about time that this happened. So as someone who is right adjacent to the Twin Cities, my district is just 15 miles away. I've seen these stories for a long time, and this has been going on for years. And I would urge people to check out a blog called Powerline blog. They have been writing about this for years. This is not something that's new. And what is new? In the last year, we had a president who took this seriously, who said that this fraud cannot continue. And we cannot continue to have these people with long rap sheets that are just running around the Twin Cities of Minnesota. And by the way, it matters because just 15 miles away, sometimes they cross the border, and we've seen a police officer killed by someone from Minnesota.
We've seen people from Minnesota killed by police officers. So
after a high-speed chase. So we see these type of things, and it spills out around the rest of the country. But this is not new. This has been going on for a long time. And I would urge all of you that averted your eyes to what has been going on in Minneapolis and Minnesota generally. I would urge you to go back and look at what has just been a trail of fraud that has been going on for far longer than just the last year. I yield back.
So there's a Blue Cross video that instructed the Somalis in how to set up these companies. Okay? I would assume there's somebody who told them how to set up the companies. Yeah? Most everybody doesn't just, they're not born with the knowledge on how to set up companies like this. They normally have to be taught somewhere, so.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleagues from Wisconsin and Wyoming for returning to the actual subject matter of this markup. My Democrat colleagues seem to want to focus on vilifying an ICE agent who was seriously injured just a year ago by an illegal alien driving a vehicle, vilifying that ICE officer who defended himself by being assaulted by a lethal weapon.
Right now defies belief.
There's complete and utter chaos in Minneapolis. Donald Trump's threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy the military, and ICE just shot another person. But where we should start is with this address from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
My fellow Minnesotans, what's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply don't do justice to the level of chaos and disruption and trauma the federal government is raining down upon our communities. Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
With Walls talking about how they're pulling over people indiscriminately, citizens or not, and demanding to see their papers, also breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the
Bro, he speeds up his fucking videos so much. Like, every time, lots of times I have all of my videos set to like 1.15 to where they're already, that all videos will be a little bit faster than usual. And when I do it on Philip DeFranco's videos, it is like hard to understand what he's fucking saying because he ends up talking so much faster. But I think he probably has his shit at like 1.2. I think his editor does it. I think his editor makes it to where he's just always sped up. He always just sounds like he's on fucking crack.
street, shoving people into unmarked vans, and in short, waging what he called a campaign of organized brutality, or what Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey called an invasion. You know, with ICE agents throwing flashbangs and tear gas and protesters returning fire with fireworks and chunks of ice, there's really no other way to say it.
It's not rocket science to set up a company in the U.S. When we're talking about insurance companies, it kind of is. Like, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Minneapolis looks like a war zone. In fact, things are so heated that the mayor said that people are asking local police to stand by their neighbors and help fight.
Unless it's cubed ice. Well, actually, no. Sorry, I said that wrong. Fuck cubed ice. I hate it when lots of times when I'm trying to drink something out of a cup, but the cubed ice will build up as I'm like trying to get there. It'll build up right at my mouth, and then nothing's coming out, and I have to keep like sloshing everything, and then all of the drink ends up coming out on the sides because the ice is blocking it from actually coming out. And it comes out on the sides and ends up dripping all over me and getting my fucking shirt all wet and everything. And if you're drinking Kool-Aid or something like that, that is like, it's going to stain your shirt. You're going to be totally fucked. So if you use like crushed ice, I'm probably going to get like I'm going to get clipped by some MAGA people and say that I'm a terrorist because I just told people to crush ice. Fuck.
Fight back against the federal invasion, but he responded.
We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight.
Oh, my listening. Are you still here? You sent a super chat yesterday, and I responded to it like 10 minutes after you sent it. And I didn't know if you heard me, but you were asking for a link to the Discord, and it's in the description. Or you can just put !Discord in the chat.
Stop. That is not helpful.
Also, on the note of ICE shootings, the agency shot yet another person last night, the second in a week after Renee Good. And with that, you had Homeland Security saying that federal agents pulled over a Venezuelan illegal immigrant, but he drove away, crashed into a parked car, and then took off on foot. And they say that an ICE agent chased him down, got into a struggle with him on the ground, at which point two people ran out of a nearby apartment and attacked the agent with a snow shovel and a broom handle. And next, the first man allegedly got loose and began striking the agent with a shovel or a broomstick as well. And ICE claims that then, under assault from these three individuals, the agent fired a shot in self-defense, hitting the first man in the leg. And then all three individuals reportedly fleeing into a residence and refusing to come out, but they were eventually arrested. With both the agent and the man going into the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, and local police largely backing up this general story. So what you're seeing is, for those on the right, they're saying that the shooting there was justified. It shows the kind of danger that federal law enforcement face when they're trying to arrest criminals. But also at the same time, you're seeing those on the left saying this is yet another example of Trump's Gestapo provoking needless violence and chaos in a city that doesn't want them there to begin with. But also outside of just this specific situation, things look like they're about to escalate to a whole new fucking level, because today Donald Trump threatened to send the military into Minneapolis. Writing on Truth Social, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state.
many presidents before him have not instituted the Insurrection Act for things like this. I don't know. Okay, Google. How many presidents have used the Insurrection Act in the United States to stop protests?
According to Wikipedia, the act has been invoked by 15 presidents legally by one Army general in response to 30 incidents, latest of which was the 1992 Los Angeles riots.
Okay, so 15 presidents have used it. Bush did? Well, that would be the first Bush. That would be Bush Sr. Well, it said 15 have used the Insurrection Act. That doesn't mean it. Let's see. This is a list of invocations of the Insurrection Act of 1807. This act has been invoked by 15 presidents and illegally by one Army general in response to 30 incidents, the latest of which was the 1992 Los Angeles riot. Looting in the United States, Virginia Islands after Hurricane Hugo. How many times has a president used the Insurrection Act against a state's wishes? Well, that doesn't. Okay, that didn't answer my question. Let's see if AI can answer it. In the past 130 years, presidents have used the Insurrection Act against the wishes of state leaders on 5 occasions. While the act has been invoked approximately 30 times in total since the passage of 1807, most instances occurred either at the request of a state governor or during the 19th century. So, in the past 130 years, only 5 occasions has a president done this. On 5 occasions has a president done this. Woke up my go. Yeah, I fuck with people's Google shit all the time doing that. I went down this hole last week. Okay.
Now, for context here, the Insurrection Act has been invoked some 24 times in U.S. history, the most recent being 1992 when George H.W. Bush...
I knew that. I knew that. The stuff that he's talking about right now, I knew about that. Before he said it.
Used it during the LA riots.
Early today, I directed 3,000 members of the 7th Infantry and 1,500 Marines to stand by at El Toro Air Station, California. I have committed these troops to help restore order.
Though a very big thing in that case is that local authorities had also requested it. And this time, by contrast, local officials want nothing more than ICE to
get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
But Trump, in addition to threatening to invoke the act repeatedly since taking office, he reportedly considered it multiple times during his first term, such as during the killing of George Floyd and after the 2020 election. So now you've got people on edge asking each other, is he really about to do it this time, or is it a bluff? Right? And that, as a federal judge, actually just handed Trump some more time, declining for now to restrain ICE's activities in Minnesota. And specifically there you have her saying that she wants more evidence before ruling one way or the other, and she gave the federal government and the state of Minnesota until January 19th and January 22nd to respond respectively. Also, while we're talking about evidence gathering, we've got to talk about the updates in the Renee Good case. Right? Because as we've talked about before, the official investigation of her shooting is being led by the Trump FBI without the help of local authorities, and given what we know about the Trump DOJ, a lot of people just don't trust it. So now you have Renee Good's family hiring the same lawyers who represented the family of George Floyd, and They just announced that they're pursuing a civil investigation into her killing. But there, you've got the feds already getting out ahead of it, with the DHS claiming that the agent who shot her, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to his torso during the incident. So also to be clear here, you have experts saying that internal bleeding, that doesn't necessarily mean that he had significant blood loss, right? Technically, he could have just had something as simple as bruising. And for their part, federal officials haven't yet elaborated at all on how serious the injuries were, but the right, they immediately jumped on this as proof that Good ran him over. Or with Vice President J.D. Vance writing, while much of the left has lied about this case, it turns out ramming a law enforcement officer with a car.
Bro, Twitter has been fucking insane. Twitter has truly been insane. It has been wild. Getting on Twitter and listening to all of the people on there who just make up the most insane fucking shit you've ever seen in your life. Like, they'll literally play videos that, like, prove that the guy didn't get hit by the car, and then be like, here's a video proving that he got hit by the car. Take that, liberals. Like, what the fuck? Why the fuck is this? Why do you guys do this?
Causes injuries, who knew? Elon Musk also using the moment to claim that Good almost...
Bro, his coats are fabulous, dude. They are fab, alright? They're not as cool as the coats that are currently on the Foolery Show store. So if you guys go to our merch, you can find it at the top of the page on my main channel. And we've got some fabulous coats over here as well, okay? I was wearing one of them yesterday during the panel, but these coats are fucking sick. And you can't get much better than this. I mean, check this one out. Look at this. Nobody does treason better than me. All right, this is a nice hoodie. You can get it in a bunch of different colors. It's got Trump's face on the back of it, a little goofy cartoon of him on the back as well. And so you can get these on the store right now. These are very nice. This is the jacket that I was wearing yesterday. Very cool jacket. I really like this. With the mesh design on the sides, I did design all of these. So, yeah, I'll be in the fashion week in New York City soon enough with my stuff going down the runway. But then we also have a bunch of hats, and the hats are pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I like these hats. We got an Adidas hat. We got Under Armour hats. We got beanies. We got workout shirts. We got hoodies. We got sweatpants and sweatshirts. We got mugs. So go check out the store. It should also be at the bottom of the stream or right under the video as well. So you can click on that shit, and it definitely helps out the channel when people buy stuff from the store. But yes, even the hats, you can get these in a ton of different colors as well. So these are very cool, very, very cool. So our shit's also fabulous. Wanted to point out how fab it is.
Almost killed Ross. But all of this is, on the other side, you have many saying, at this point, the Trump administration has lost all credibility and nothing they say should be taken at face value. So for example, you have people like Brian Krasenstein outright accusing the feds of lying, pointing out that Ross was released from the hospital the same day that he was admitted.
This means that the maximum amount of time that Ross could have been at the hospital was 9 hours tops. The problem is that the minimum time that anybody would spend at the hospital if they actually had internal bleeding of organs in their torso would be 24 to 48 hours.
Right, and all of this is you have others saying that if nothing else, the Renee Good case, it demonstrates how important it is to document everything that's happening in Minnesota. Right, and that includes Tim Walz even alluding to further legal action against the federal government.
You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans. Not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
Right, well, obviously, you have the Trump administration cracking down harder and harder on Minnesota, and we're going to have our eyes on this, and we're going to be updating this. We should...
Bro, this is a fresh fucking fit, dude. He has some sick jackets, I'm not going to lie. I have always had lots of hoodies, lots of jackets. I really like jackets. I wear jackets year-round. I love my fucking jackets, but this is pretty slick, dude. This is pretty slick. I like this.
Should also quickly talk about, so you're aware of it, other different crackdowns. For things we're seeing like the Trump administration now suspending.
Shit. I thought we were going to talk about other different types of crack. Fuck. He never talks about crack on this show. What the fuck, dude?
Processing for all immigrant visas for people from 75 countries, with those including Somalia, Haiti, Iran, Russia, Brazil, Egypt, Nigeria, Thailand, and dozens of others, though this doesn't affect people seeking non-immigrant visas or temporary tourist or business visas. And with this, you had Trump's State Department claiming that they're doing this because these are countries whose migrants take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. And as that's playing out, they're going after Democratic lawmakers as well, with now 4 more members of Congress revealing that they're being investigated for that video last November where they reminded military service members that they don't have to obey unlawful orders.
Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now,
YouTube has banned my ability to send super chats, but the Tom Foolery shop has great prices. I was shocked. Yeah, we have lowered the prices on there. Initially, they made everything like so fucking expensive that for me to even make like $10 off of something was, everything had to be so fucking high. But we have made some adjustments to make everything as cheap as possible. So check it out. But also, if you actually did by chance ever lose the ability to send super chats, you can put !tips in the chat, and that's pinned at the top of chat as well, so you can donate there. That is the best way to donate to this channel because we get the money immediately instead of having to wait 2 months. Like with super chats, we have to normally wait 2 months to get that money. But also, I get a larger percentage of it. YouTube takes 1/3 out of every single super chat, whereas with tips, I get 100% of it. So normally, if you donate and we add to the goal, we do take 1/3 out of the super chats that are sent. Unless you're a member. If you're a member, we count the entire thing. But either way, it is much more beneficial if you send it through super chats, or sorry, through the tips link. Also, with that said, I just said, like, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I am e-begging right now, and I'm doing it. I'm going full shameless. Okay, I had 2 bills came through yesterday that are yearly bills that I did not expect. Getting ready to go to a fucking doctor's appointment, had to totally fucking cancel it. 2 fucking bills came through that are yearly bills for content shit that was related to like stuff that I pay for with like music and stuff like that. And just both at the same fucking time came through, hundreds of dollars just wiped out. I had to cancel my fucking doctor's appointment. Like literally getting ready to start the fucking appointment and then go to pay, and I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. We gotta reschedule this. Fuck. We gotta change that. so if you guys want to donate to the channel, please use the tips link pinned at the top of chat.
now, the threats to our Constitution.
Sorry, bro, I can't pay your bills. Well, then what the fuck are you doing here? Huh? What the fuck are you doing here, then? I mean, seriously.
Aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Or with those being Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, Chris DeLuzio, and Chrissy Houlihan, all of whom say they received inquiries from Trump's prosecutor for the District of Columbia, Janine Pierce.
Watching you try growing hair. What the fuck? What is with you guys? What is with you guys on this shit, dude? I don't get it. There's a lot of hair there. I have a lot of fucking hair. I don't get the joke. Where did this meme come from? Where did this, like, bald thing start?
Pirro requesting an interview with.
Is it that I'm so American that I'm like a fucking bald eagle? I actually like it. I like it. I like where you guys are going with this one. That's a good idea.
Them or their private counsel. This also coming after a 5th lawmaker, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, said pretty much the same thing.
We're gonna add a bald eagle to to the emotes for chat.
Thing earlier this week. And of course, late last year, all 6 lawmakers in the video also said that they had received an inquiry from the FBI's counterterrorism division. But very notably, both in the then and now, these lawmakers, all of whom served in the US military themselves, they've denounced the investigation as a sham attempt to threaten and intimidate Trump's political opponents. And then, this Trump administration overreach, it's happening to journalists as well, right? Because yesterday you had Trump's FBI searching the home of a Washington Post reporter who covers Trump and the federal government, right? And her name is Hannah Nathanson, and she describes herself as the federal government whisperer as she covers how the federal workforce has been overhauled. And you had the Post reporting that the FBI executed a search warrant at a Virginia home related to an investigation into a government contractor, saying that they seized her phone, Garmin watch, and both her personal computer and Washington Post issued laptop. And so then with this, you had tons of people and
That guy doesn't exist. Tip $20. Top 10 bald eagles I've watched for sure.
Based. Fucking based. Let's go. Did the audio come through for you guys? For some reason, it's not showing the audio on my side. I don't know why. But thank you. That guy doesn't exist. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking get it. Yeah.
experts noting that this is highly unusual, right? The federal government rarely conducts searches at reporters' homes, and there are regulations specifically designed to protect journalists in.
Get some fucking W's in chat, bitches. Get some fucking cheers in chat. That's $20. Let's go.
These cases. Though also, according to the Post, Nathanson has not actually been accused of any wrongdoing, and she is not actually the focus of the investigation. Instead, saying this is part of a probe into a system administrator who was accused of mishandling classified reports, some of which were found in his lunchbox and home. And according to reports, he searched for classified information he was not authorized to access about a nation only identified as Country 1. And this person has actually already been charged, and at the time of his arrest, he was apparently messaging Nathanson, and there was classified information in their chat. Right? And even though there is no law barring journalists from reporting classified information, you had FBI Director Kash Patel saying that the alleged leaker was endangering our war fighters and compromising America's national security. But then also Attorney General Pam Bondi further accusing Nathanson of reporting classified and illegally leaked information from a Pentagon contractor and adding, the Trump administration will not tolerate illegal leaks of classified information that, when reported, pose a grave risk to our nation's national security and brave men and women who are serving our country. And then actually the Post said that it also received a subpoena to hand over communications between the alleged leaker and other employees. And so with all this online, you have a ton of people pointing to a piece that Nathanson wrote last month where she revealed that she has over 1,000 sources within the government. Apparently, she reaches them via the encrypted messaging app Signal, and she first got in touch with some by posting on a Reddit page for government workers. And so then with this, she developed a secure sourcing system with lawyers at the Washington Post, putting all notes in an encrypted drive, never writing anyone's name down, and never going anywhere without her devices that are reporting information. And, overall, you have many seeing the FBI search on her as a direct threat to a free press. Or you have Post reporters saying that they're scared for their colleague and they're now scrambling to protect their sources, their reporting, their devices, trying to see if, they have to take new precautions. You also have the executive director of the Knight First Amendment Institute saying that these kinds of searches can deter and impede reporting that is vital to our democracy, saying the Justice Department should explain publicly why it believes this search was necessary and legally permissible, and adding searches of newsrooms and journalists are hallmarks of liberal regimes, and we must ensure that these practices are not normalized here. You also have the executive director of the Post and again email to staff saying that this extraordinary aggressive action is deeply concerning and raises profound questions and concerns around the constitutional protections for our work. Right? And with all this, you have tons of people noting that this is far from Trump's first shot at the press, that with the lawsuits and more, he is seeking to control the media and cater it to his favor. Saying this is the path, this has been the journey, noting, last year, Bondi reversed a Biden-era policy that restricted searches of reporters' phones and subpoenas against them. And so all of this, it's why it's going to be important to see where this case with Nathanson goes and if these policies are used in even more crackdowns. But this could very well be one of the first big dominoes here. And hey, with all of this, but especially the domestic stuff, right, the stuff that's happening in the United States, remember that none of this is happening in a bubble. Right? I mean, just one example. Amid all this, just today, as I was recording today's show, you had Trump boasting about what he claims to be all the things that he's accomplished and saying that, quote, when you think of it, we shouldn't have an election, in reference to the upcoming midterms. Midterms that he's not looking forward to, midterms that you have many saying he's essentially trying to rig the election, and midterms he's going into with his polling just in the toilet right now. On immigration, he's down 11 points for.
Yeah, dude, we shouldn't even have an election, bro. He's so popular and everybody's so happy with him that, like, why even bother, dude? Like, everybody has been so happy with Trump. Like, what's even the point? He's done such an excellent job. Like, you don't even need to bother. Just give it to him already. Just like with the Nobel Peace Prize, bro. Just like, he's obviously so fucking peaceful that, like, why even have the vote? Just fucking give it to the man already.
Foreign policy, 14 points. The economy, 16 points. Trade, tariffs, down 18 points. And of course, the thing that he's been trying to distract from continuously, 38 points down on Epstein. Though arguably the...
Dude, I need to go back into my bots. I know there's at least like 4 or 5 different conservatives back when I was doing the vertical streams that I bet that, like, the economy would be worse during the Trump presidency. Like, and they agreed to, like, put money on it. I need to go back and find out who the fuck those people were that I bet on this shit, because I can't remember it all. But I know I bet numerous people on this shit. I know I had numerous bets going.
The thing that's going to matter most going into an election is going to be immigration and the economy, and connected to the economy, affordability. We often see those 2-3 things being the biggest mover as far as getting people out to vote. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, who's got time to grocery shop? And even when I do have time, it feels like a chore that I didn't sign up for. But then I stumbled on today's sponsor, Hungry Root, the easiest way that I've found to eat healthy without overthinking it. Hungry Root's like a personal nutrition coach and grocery shopper in one. I tell them orders the best response to Franco in the Middle East, and also, are we out of the woods yet? Right, that's what's being asked as the protests that have shaken Iran for weeks now may be coming to an end. And
I'm working on my my thumbnail for the panel right now. Got trying to get this video uploaded real quick, so sorry if I'm a little quiet for a second, but I'm gonna try to finish this.
The horror that's unfolded there, it's only become more clear. Right, Iranian authorities, they've imposed a near total communications blackout of the entire country, but the information that has trickled out, it's painted a picture of a truly brutal crackdown. You've got a lot of witnesses reporting that the government forces have fired indiscriminately on unarmed protesters, and videos checked by news outlets appearing to back that up. The Washington Post, for example, verified clips that showed security forces firing directly into crowds of protesters in at least 6 different cities across the country. And then with all that, estimates of the total number killed reportedly range from under 2,000 to more than 12,000. With the US-based group Human Rights Activists in Iran, which has been one of the most widely cited sources, most recently putting that its confirmed overall death toll is 2,615, saying that 882 additional deaths remain under investigation. And then as far as those arrested, they're reporting that more than 18,000 people have been arrested. It's in a sign of just how massive the crackdown's been. Even the government has taken the unusual step of acknowledging the huge number of casualties. Though they emphasize the deaths of security services and otherwise try to cast the dead as victims of violent rioters rather than the state, and also accusing the United States and Israel of somehow being behind the protests. But also a big part of this is that you've seen Trump repeatedly threatening to intervene. And on Tuesday, you had Trump meeting with senior officials at the White House to discuss options, with CIA Director John Ratcliffe reportedly sharing information with Trump about the estimated death toll, and also showing the president videos of bodies in the streets and protesters being hanged in the past. And so then you had Trump saying in an interview airing that evening that the United States would take very strong action in Iran if they were to hang protesters.
And when they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
But then, despite that, on Wednesday morning, you had Iran's chief justice calling for speedy trials and executions of what he called rioters, and added, those elements who beheaded people in the streets or burned people alive must be tried and punished as quickly as possible. And adding, if we don't do it fast, it won't have the same impact. And so then with that, a protester by the name of Irfan Sultani, he's believed to have been the first Iranian protester sentenced to death since the current unrest began, and he was widely expected to be executed on Wednesday. Right, and that is, you also reportedly had a senior Iranian official telling countries hosting American military bases in the region that they would attack them in the event of a U.S. strike. And actually, that wouldn't be the first time, right? Iran actually launched missiles at a U.S. base just last summer after Trump ordered those strikes on its nuclear facilities. Though I'll say that strike was widely seen as just symbolic, with Iran giving a warning ahead of time, a U.S. Patriot air defense battery shooting down almost all of the incoming missiles, and most American personnel having been temporarily moved from the base anyways. And something that was notable here is that this time around, we saw the Pentagon taking very similar precautions, where some personnel at a key U.S. military base on Qatari soil were advised to evacuate. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, they ordered its personnel to temporarily stop going to many military bases on its territory. Plus, the Pentagon apparently placed long-range bombers in the United States on alert for potential secondary strikes. And coincidentally, Iran closes airspace without explanation, with one person described as a Western military official telling Reuters at the time, all the signals are that a U.S. attack is imminent. Although he added, that is also how this administration behaves to keep everyone on their toes. Unpredictability is part of the strategy. And also with that, even as, it seemed on one hand that the conflict was inevitable, there was more happening. Soleimani's family, they were told that the execution had been postponed. And you had the Iranian foreign minister going on Fox News and saying there was no plan to execute people for participating in the protests and saying,
hanging is out of the question.
Them also urging the United States to engage in diplomacy, saying it's much better than war. And then on the flip side, you had Trump telling reporters at the White House that he had received assurances from very important sources on the other side that Iran would not execute demonstrators, and added,
We've been told that the killing in Iran.
Well, thank you. Well, as long as Iran says that they're not going to do it, then thank goodness we're in the clear.
It's stopping. It's stopped. It's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that a good authority.
Awesome. Now with that, I'll say, when asked about whether
authority.
military action had been taken off the table, he said, we're going to watch it and see what the process is. But still, you had one senior U.S. military official telling the New York Times that Trump's comments served as an off-ramp. Right? And the Pentagon started preparing to stand down forces and allow troops to return to base. Iran also reopened its airspace, although some European airlines have reportedly continued avoiding it just as a precaution. Right? And you also had Iran's president saying that the government is trying to address some of the economic problems that led to the initial protests. And you even had the Iranian judiciary suddenly claiming that Soleimani had not been sentenced to death at all, and adding that he was convicted, and quote, the punishment according to the law will be imprisonment, as the death penalty does not exist for such charges. But of course, that's the guy from a government that's believed to have taken the lives of thousands of people this month and executed more than 1,500 last year alone. And now, even if it's true that people aren't being killed anymore, that doesn't mean that they're not being punished. Right? Iranian state media has reportedly kept announcing waves of arrests by authorities, and those being taken in being described as terrorists. Right? And there are signs that the crackdown may have done its job, with one foreign diplomat telling the Washington Post that the streets seem to be back to normal, and adding, I cannot believe that only a few days ago people were taking to the streets. This speaks to the severity of the crackdown by the regime. The fear factor has gained the upper hand over people's urge and desire for change. Though with that, he also said it is difficult to assess at this point whether the latest uprising was only a prelude to another big wave or the end of the story. And so we'll have to see what happens in Iran, but also with the United States and the rest of the international community. Right, an emergency UN Security Council meeting was scheduled today to discuss Iran at the request of the United States. Foreign ministers from the G7 said that they were ready to impose additional restrictive measures on Iran over its handling of the protests, likely referring to sanctions. Also, the EU looks set to impose new sanctions, and actually the United States has now done so, announcing them today and saying that they target the architects of the crackdown. But of course, one of the big questions is that it, or could we still see some sort of military action? And the answer is, who really knows? I mean, just think about this summer. You had Israel launching major strikes against Iran, and Trump posted on social media, we remain committed to a diplomatic solution on the Iran nuclear issue, saying my entire administration has been directed.
True, just like the diplomacy that they were talking about using with what was it, Ukraine and Russia. That was their diplomacy, where they sit them down and just badger Zelensky for hours. Is that the then they kept saying, but it's diplomacy, guys, it's just diplomacy, we're just doing diplomacy
to negotiate with Iran. But then, less than 10 days later, he himself authorized major strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including one using the United States' 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs that have never been used in combat before. Now, of course, there was a lot of crazy rhetoric in between all that, where he appeared much more open to military intervention, but what seems clear here is that Trump is very happy to change his mind at any time. And in the here and now, the lack of military action so far, that may be partly explainable by other factors than him being against the idea. Reportedly, both Israeli and Arab officials have urged him not to attack Iran right now, and the actual options available to him right now may have been limited because of the military buildup in the Caribbean, where the U.S. actually hasn't had an aircraft carrier near the Middle East since it got sent to support the campaign against Venezuela. If an attack on Iran, it spirals into a larger military conflict, there's no way of getting it back to the region quickly. Though, I will say very notably, the Pentagon's now reportedly moving the aircraft carrier that's been stationed in the South China Sea to the Middle East. And then something we should actually talk about, right? This discourse about Iran, it's evolved into conspiracy territory, with some using red string to tie what's happening there to another big piece of news, which is yesterday's massive Verizon outage. Some of you watching may have actually been impacted. According to Down Detector, at its peak, around 180,000 Verizon outages occurred at once. I knew I didn't have signal for most of the day, but the site said that it received a whopping 1.5 million reports over the course of the 7-hour outage. And as far as the most impacted locations, you had New York City, Atlanta, Houston, and many, many more areas across the country. And actually, as all this was going on, you had some users reporting outages with other carriers like T-Mobile and AT&T, though both of those companies said there weren't actually any issues on their end, and they claimed that any disruptions were likely from customers trying to contact those affected by Verizon's outage. How AT&T essentially tried to turn it into an advertising opportunity, saying, our network, solid. If you're experiencing issues, it's not us, it's the other guys. Some things are just out of our hands, but...
That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty funny. You ever worried about losing signal during a tragedy? Well, we didn't. Everybody else did.
If you're interested in giving us a try, and you even had non-cell carriers get into the mix with Krispy Kreme promising free donuts to people who lost service. So funny enough, with that, it was more likely that those not affected by the outage would see this and be able to take advantage of it. But, this was a very real issue. In some cities, they even had to send out emergency alerts to residents to direct them on what to do amid the outage in the event of an emergency. And that is, you had Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, saying that the agency is reviewing the issue and will take appropriate action. So as far as their part, you had Verizon acknowledging the outage and multiple posts apologizing for letting customers down and saying that teams were working nonstop to restore service. And what you saw is that by yesterday evening, the company announced that the issue had been resolved, though they didn't publicly say what the issue actually was. Instead, customers will be getting a $20 credit to make up for the outage, and you had Verizon saying, yesterday we did not meet the standard of excellence you expect and that we expect of ourselves, and adding you will receive a text message when the credit is available. Adding on average, this covers multiple days of service, and saying this credit isn't meant to make up for what happened. No credit really can, but it's a way of acknowledging your time and showing that this matters to us. But that said, if you go to their Twitter replies, you won't find many thank yous. Tons of people mad that the credit's not being applied automatically, saying that it should be a $20 credit per line at the very minimum. And also online, you had a ton of people turning this into kind of a conspiracy, where people here and there speculating without evidence, is this the result of Iran or other foreign interference? One of the loud voices echoing that was Laura Loomer, who tweeted, did Iran just conduct a massive cyber attack against US cellular network providers? So also, this is not a completely new lane for her. Back in 2024, when there was a different outage, she wrote, hearing that the Verizon outage is more than just an outage. Source tells me Verizon has been hacked on a national level and they don't want to disclose it publicly. Really until there's maybe an investigation connected from the FCC or somewhere, or until Verizon gives a clearer picture as to, what actually happened, there's going to be just this room for conspiracies to grow. With that, I'll say that ABC News reported that while law enforcement did look into the possibility of a cyber attack, right now the issue is believed to be the result of a server failure in New Jersey, which I would say wouldn't be the most surprising thing since New Jersey has a history of big embarrassing failures that weren't fixed until the damage was already done. That one was just for my Jersey people. But then, from that, the final thing that we're going to talk about today are these crazy updates to the Grok sexual deepfake scandal.
So, okay. Did you guys see, there was this trend that was happening for a while. I don't know why it was doing it, but there was a trend for a little bit on Twitter where a bunch of girls would post a picture of themselves. They would take a selfie and then at Grok and say, put me in a string bikini, or put me in a pink bikini, put me in a red bikini, put me in and they would always tell it to put them in a bikini. And it was all over the place. I saw this every single fucking time I got on Twitter. There was just a bunch of girls posting pictures of themselves telling Grok to put them in a bikini. And then I saw a bunch of people then getting mad about this, saying, at Grok, how do you know this is the person who is who's adding you? And Grok would sometimes respond and say, they posted the picture themselves. And they said, yeah, how do you know that that's not just some fat old 40-year-old man who's taking pictures of random girls and then asking you to edit them into sexual clothing and just telling you to take their clothes off and shit. Now, it seems as though it doesn't work anymore. It seems as though you can't do it. So I don't know if that's what I don't think that's what he's talking about right now, but it seems as though they turned it off to where you're not able to do that. Because I think before you could, Grok wouldn't put girls in underwear, bikinis. Initially, they just wouldn't do a lot of this shit. Hey Grok, put me in a bikini in this angle. So that's so that is also one of the things that would happen is they would say Grok, put me in a bikini. Grok would put them in a bikini. Then other people would reply underwear and say, Grok, use this same photo, but have them bent over, facing away from the camera, cleaning the floor. And then it would have their leg spread, and then they would say, Grok, make the bikini glass or make the bikini plastic, and so then it would be see-through, and it would just keep kind of escalating more and more. And for a lot of these, some guy at one point posted a picture of a dog that was kind of rolling its eyes, And Grok replied putting that dog in a bikini. So now everybody, every fucking time somebody posts a picture of themselves saying, Grok put me in a bikini, they all reply with the fucking dog rolling its eyes. I think that's what it was. It was something like that. It could be wrong. So yeah, Grok replied, image generation and editing are currently limited to verified premium subscribers. So I think that is the difference. I think is that if they have the blue check mark next to their name, that's how they feel like they know that that's actually the person. And so therefore they're willing to put them in a bikini because they have a blue check mark. But if they don't have a blue check mark and like, you know, it doesn't match their like profile picture, the face in the profile picture, then they're not willing to do it. I think that was like what I read about this, but it seems as though, because yeah, Grok replied and to this one said image generation and editing are currently limited to those with premium subscribers. So you have to have the blue check mark. Tom, it was undressing underage girl pictures. Yeah, I probably should not be scrolling Twitter on here. But yeah, so like we're getting shit like this, right? So like a girl would post this and then say, hey Grok, put me in a bikini from this angle. And Grok most of the time wouldn't do it. So yeah, this chick said, hey Grok, put me in a bikini, and Grok will put her in a bikini. But yes, it's been getting kind of ridiculous with whoa. Yep, I'm okay. So yeah, anyways, it's been getting kind of ridiculous with the shit that people have been doing. So I guess that's, yeah, at Grok remove.
As we talked about recently, tons of people have asked Elon Musk's AI Grok to undress photos of women and put them in bikinis or in other incredibly revealing clothing. You know, it's a controversy that's caught the attention of lawmakers around the world, and no one's really been impressed by the company's so-called attempts to solve it. Last week, apparently as a way to deter people, X announced that the image generation tools would be limited only to paying subscribers, with people then saying that X and Elon Musk are not fixing the problem, they're just monetizing it. So then you had UK regulators launching investigations, countries like the Philippines threatening to block access to it, and actually just
I don't think that's just monetizing it. Like if you went through the verification process and actually like got a blue check mark, you have to give them your name, your address, your ID, like all this different shit. So it has to like verify your face and that. So yeah, it's not just monetizing it. They're actually going through like a verification process.
Yesterday, California's Attorney General said that they would be investigating as well. And one of the big things with this, one of the big claims with this is that some of the images generated were of children. So with all this, yesterday you had X's safety account unveiling new updates for Grok, saying, we have implemented technological measures to prevent the Grok account from allowing the editing of images of real people and revealing clothing such as bikinis. This restriction applies to all users, including paid subscribers, though then they went on to say, we now geo-block the ability of all users to generate images of real people in bikinis, underwear, and similar attire via the Grok account and in Grok and X, and those jurisdictions where it's illegal, while then also restating the previous change only allowing paid subscribers to use Grok to edit images. So now you've got people responding by saying that people weren't asking to geo-block sexual deepfakes, they were asking to block them everywhere, with everyone. They're saying that you shouldn't still be able to create this material based on your global zip code, especially since right now it's not exactly clear where it'll be blocked. And there you had reporters at The Verge testing it out and saying,
well, it said based on where it's illegal. So a bunch of different states have put a bunch of different types of legislation in place limiting AI and what it can or can't do. And so they're saying that some states and some countries have made it to where it's illegal to do stuff like this. And so they've edited their geo system to make it to where it only applies to where it's illegal. That's
it's still easy to get Grok to edit photographs of real people into sexualized poses despite X's updated restrictions. And this is people saying it appears that these rules only exist when using Grok on the X app and that on the Grok standalone app, restrictions don't apply. But still, what you've seen is that some have applauded this step forward, with British regulators saying that this is a welcome development, though their investigation is still ongoing. And you've also had Elon Musk defending the tool yesterday, denying reports that deepfakes are still being made of anyone underage, and then saying, obviously, Grok does not spontaneously generate images. It does so only.
What the fuck do they think my tattoo is? What the fuck? Well, it looks like it still works, guys.
according to users' requests. When asked to generate images, it will refuse to produce anything illegal, as the operating principle for Grok is to obey the laws of any given country or state. But with that, adding, there may be times when adversarial hacking of Grok prompts does something unexpected. If that happens, we fix the bug immediately. But there, you've had people like California's Attorney General pushing back, arguing, this is very explicit. It's very visible. This isn't a bug in the system. This is a design in the system. So, with that, I really would love to know your thoughts, opinions, reactions, whether it's to this story, really anything we covered today. Let me know what you're thinking and why in those comments. Get involved in the conversation, especially because that is where your Thursday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. Well, of course, I'll probably see you right back here on the channel Friday or Monday. We've got even more right now, just a click away, whether it's the last Philip DeFranco show you might have missed last night or the brand new podcast Crashing Out with myself and Alex Perlman. Okay, love you faces. See you soon.
President Trump is now making
If 3 bullets are fired in 1 second, okay, it is highly
They're all
unlikely
analyzed.
That classified. No, okay, they might be analyzed for. No. Listen,
oh, so you can see they're analyzed.
No, I'm not conceding. No,
you can see they're analyzed.
What you seem to be claiming.
There was a panel that I was on a while ago, and I remember when I was having a conversation with people on a Prime Kai's panel. I was talking about the fact that like each bullet should have justification. Like in order to shoot each bullet, there ought to be like justification for each one, and that like you have to be like in danger at each moment that you fire a bullet. And I remember every single person on the panel was like, "Tom, that's fucking crazy, dude. Like that's insane. You can't do that." And I was like, "What? But you should. Like that's insane. Like." They're like, no, like at a point where like you think you're in danger, you just have to fucking unload a clip. And I remember like Prime Kai's, like everybody on the fucking panel was acting like I was insane for saying this. But this is the first time that I'm hearing other people being like, yeah, you have to justify each shot. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought, dude. I could have sworn that was the case, but everybody treated me like I was fucking nuts, and I couldn't find anything saying one way or the other, so I had no idea.
Is that the ICE officer was able to discern that the threat had meaningfully changed once the car was past him?
Yes.
And that's why he should have put firing?
Easily, yes.
Okay, that is an absolutely insane position.
Well, he does have an option.
What's he supposed to do?
He can do what he did.
That's insane that he's supposed to know that the threat is over once the car is past you. That's an insane position that, like, if your fear is that you're going to get hit by a car and the car can no longer hit you, the idea that you should no longer feel in danger when it can no longer hit you, that's insane. It's like saying, like, yeah, they were afraid that somebody was going to shoot them, like, but they put the gun away. Like, so you're saying that, like, once they don't have a gun in their hands anymore and they put it away, like, they should just think that they're not, that the person's not going to shoot them anymore? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that is exactly correct. Yeah, of course. Like, no duh. That's what they should fucking think.
And jump to the side and not shoot.
But just because there is an option, right, other than the
you
one
said he has no. You said he has no option.
No, wait.
He does have an option.
No. You might shoot them.
My final question. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Do you think it's objectively reasonable to use force, even if there's no good reason to think that it would have any effect to lower the threat?
Yeah, certainly.
I think that's cooked, and I rest my case.
So what's interesting about this to me, okay, I had a debate with ChudLogic a while ago, where it was kind of weird because we were like friendly at the time, but he came into this super like aggressive, like trying to make a fucking point, and he totally flopped on it. But we had an argument over the fact that I was saying I think it's wrong to hit people sometimes. Like I think it's wrong to hit somebody or like punch somebody or something like that if you're not in danger. But I don't care sometimes. Like if you go somewhere and you're like in somebody's face, like talking shit to them, like, you know, saying a bunch of fucked up shit to them, and you're like escalating the scenario and continuously provoking them, if they punch you in the fucking face, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't think that, like, to me, it's just not a big problem. I think it's wrong to do it. You'll probably get charged, and you probably should. But like, do I give a fuck? Not at all. Not at all. I sometimes I even think like, yeah, it's okay if you get punched in the fucking face. Like sometimes you just kind of deserve it. And the scenario that I gave is I said, okay, let's say you're in a restaurant with your wife and you're sitting and having dinner, and a guy comes in the front door and you're sitting all the way at the back, and the guy comes in the front door on the other side of the restaurant and is yelling at you and your wife, and he's calling your wife like a fat fucking whore and a fucking slut and a bitch and like a cunt and all of this shit. Like he's calling her every name in the book and just keeps going in. And you stand up and start walking towards this guy and you say you're going to kick his ass. And you keep walking towards him and he stands right there with his feet fucking planted, continuing to talk shit, continuing to talk about your wife, continuing to ruin your dinner, continuing to say this shit. And eventually you get to him. At that point, you gotta punch him in the face. Like, it is what it is. You gotta punch this motherfucker in the face. Like, if he stayed there the whole time, like, he can see you're coming towards him. You've given him fair warning. You've let him know. And he chooses to stay there anyways and keep talking shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, this guy just kind of deserves to get fucking knocked out. And that's the scenario that we argued about the entire time. And Chud the whole time was like, no, that's wrong. Like, you can never punch somebody over words. Like, you can't, you should never go and hit somebody over something like that. That's insane. Like, you're a maniac. You should be, like, his chat was all saying, like, yeah, oh, this guy needs to be taken off the streets. Like, he's a danger to society and blah, blah, blah. Right? The whole thing was about, you know, shit like that. I believe later somebody told me that he like justified Miskiff punching one of his friends after he was talking shit as well. But yeah, now even here, like, somehow justifying this officer shooting this person. Like, I can, as I said, like, when I first saw the video, my initial reaction was she is driving towards him. So, like, he does have, when was this? Like 3 years ago? I don't remember that. Oh yeah, you were definitely not around yet. This was maybe like 6 months before you came around. But yeah, anyways, my initial response was that I felt like she did drive towards the guy. He would have a reasonable fear for his life. There's no reason to believe that she was trying to kill him. For us, you know, post hoc watching the video and analyzing it. But for him, in the moment, I could understand why he might fear for his life and use lethal force. At least for the first shot, not the second two. There was no way that I could justify the second two. Like, that's insane. But once we see the other angles, that totally changes. Like, the very first angle, sure. Like, there's a way that I could understand to an extent the fear for his life, you know, from the first angle. Once we've seen every other angle, that, like, game over. That argument is off the table. There's no fucking way. He put himself in that scenario. He chose to plant his feet. He chose to stand in front of the car. He chose to stay there. He chose not to move with the car. And he did get out of the way of the car to where he wasn't going to get hit, but stayed close enough to where he could continue shooting. He wasn't there because he like, you know, because he just, he wasn't up against the car because she was trying to hit him or because she was coming anywhere close to him. He was up against the car because he wanted to get a good shot. That's why he was there. That's it. Like, end of fucking story. He stayed there and stayed in the fucking way of the car because he wanted to shoot her from there. That's it. That's like, it is blatantly clear now from every fucking angle. He chose to be there in the way of the fucking car.
Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
Yo! Oh my god, he's aura farming already. That's unbelievable.
No,
Look at this.
I'm sick, bro. How you doing? Wait a second. I gotta show people your beautiful mug. 1 second.
Dude.
What?
It's been a minute, dude.
It's been, how long has it been since we talked?
Years, probably. I'm a fascist now. I don't know if you heard. I think so.
What the I thought you were like a communist.
Well, that's it. Let's just say I've had a political awakening. I don't know if you've heard of a guy called Nick Fuentes, if you're familiar with his work.
I dabble. I dabble. I've got
to say, listen, I want to be up front. I was going to make jokes about you getting deported, but I felt that was a bit much. So, I think we'll leave that at the door. Okay.
Do you understand that we have Trump as the president now? That, like, I'm Hispanic and that could be taken as racially insensitive?
That's why he was going to say
that's what I do. I do racially insensitive.
Yeah, that's why he would say it. Yes, that's kind of the point. No duh. Well done, Pisco. You figured it out. Wow.
You're racist.
But I said I'm not going to do it. I said I'm not going to do it, bro.
Yeah, he said he's not going to make the joke. So it's okay. He's not going to make the joke. He's just telling you that he was going to make the joke and what the joke was, but he's not going to do it. So you're good.
Being nice.
Typical British person. Say they're not going to do it, but you bringing it up means you're kind of doing it. What's up, man? Listen,
yeah, exactly.
Wow,
it's been a minute. Again. It's been a minute. I'm glad to talk to you. What's been going on?
I'm glad to talk to you too. I'm glad to talk to you too. Okay, yeah. Right? Because I need to get something straight.
Yeah.
Did you Stardust last night?
No. What are you saying? What are you saying? Why are you saying this? Is this what you do
conceptually,
now?
Conceptually.
No.
What do you think I used to do, bro? You never watched my content, clearly. No, come on. What's going on with Stardust, bro? Tell me.
She calls into my. I'm doing something with Wig TV. You know him?
I turned into that for a little bit and listened to what it was she was saying. I was very confused by everything. It like from everything that I listened to, it seemed, and I like, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I got very little context for this. I'm just telling you, like, from the little bit that I saw, what it came across as. But it looked at almost like she was just like trauma dumping and just like talking about a bunch of her problems with people, and then but she would kind of finish everything by saying like, I'm not holding you responsible for this, like, I don't know if like you have any relation to these people, or if I don't know if you know anything about this, so maybe it doesn't matter, like. But it felt as though like every time she would start off like a story about like something that happened, that she was telling him like, you're allowing these sorts of people into your community, and you're allowing like a very toxic community to exist within your space. But then it felt like it ended with a like, but yeah, maybe not, like, I don't know what I'm talking about, like, you could have nothing to do with this. It's like, wait, what isn't that like the whole point? So like the whole point is just like, it had nothing to do with Pisco, though. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't like. I thought the argument was starting off with her. Like, I thought she was explaining things to say, like, this is your community. This is what you're allowing. This is what you're like. This is part of your. But then it seemed to end with something that was more like, yeah. But yeah, like, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Like, I'm not blaming you or anything. Like, wait, what? What are we talking about then? Like, what's happening? Like, she needed the floor? Dude, I'm telling you, if you didn't see it, like, I don't know how to explain it, because I didn't see a lot of it. We can just pull up a little bit so you guys can see what it is that Chud's talking about here, but
in legal analysis, if an officer takes 1.6 seconds to stop firing in ideal conditions, how is the number of bullets over the course of the 0.6 seconds?
Nice.
Yes. Okay. All right. So let me just preface this and say that that I want to preface this conversation to say that what I'm about to talk to you about, I'm not sure you're even aware about. It's not an indictment of your character or even your community's character specifically, but it is about somebody that I was known that it may be a prominent member of your community. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Okay.
Okay.
And then also, let me just also preface one thing. Over the years, I have been online. I have taken every type of abuse and rolled with the punches because I just,
This is 100% true, dude. This is 100% true. Like, the amount of, like, harassment of Star has been just fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, I remember there was a couple of times that I turned on Queeman's stream, and it was like 4, 5, 6 days in a row, every single day. All he was doing was just sitting there calling her fat and ugly and Indian and like racist shit. Like, that's it. That's all it was. It was not like that. He didn't have a problem with her. He would say she was boring. That was his problem with her. She's boring. Like, and that was it. And he would just sit there just day after day after day after day, just throwing just the lowest blows possible for absolutely no reason. Like, just cause he didn't like her content. It's so fucking, and that was like Queeman's entire issue with me as well, is he would just be like, oh yeah, I think he's boring. Bro, motherfucker, you sat there in my fucking chat for like a year every single day coming and watching my content. But all of a sudden, I call him out. He all of a sudden has a problem with me, thinks I'm fucking boring out of nowhere, and then decides to like relentlessly go after me because he thinks I'm fucking boring. It's so it's obvious that he just gets butthurt by people and then decides to go after them. And then he makes up the lamest fucking excuse of all times. Oh, I just think they're boring. You decide to spend this much fucking time just going after a single person day after day after day after day and watching their content on your show? You decide to spend your whole show just watching them because you think they're boring? What? Yeah, I do agree. Like, she put up with some of the wildest bullshit. And then even her fucking boyfriend Beckett was, holy shit, dude. Like, the guy was a spineless fucking loser. Like, he really was. He was a fucking coward. Like, I've never met somebody so fucking cowardly in my entire life. Like, truly, I've never met somebody who was such a fucking coward. But are they still dating? No. So he ended up going and like becoming friends with Queeman and all the people who were like harassing her while they were harassing her. And he would like go on their shows and like talk to them. He would like placate them all the time, and like they would flood into his chat and tell him to do shit, and he would do it. And he started like changing his content pretty radically to align with Queeman and all of them, and starts like doing it was, holy shit, dude. It was insane. Like, this is your fucking girlfriend who is getting harassed by these fucking bullies, and you go and befriend them and start like trying to clout chase. Oh, it was so fucking disgusting. He was such a fucking coward, dude. It was spineless fucking shit. Really was. Fucking spineless. I dealt with him like 2 or 3 different times, and he if you guys don't know who this guy is, there's a fucking great clip of this. Okay, so he had been like talking shit about me, doing a bunch of reviews of me, like endlessly, just like going in on me, doing the Tom 10 thing, right? And then when I finally like talked to him about it, this is what he fucking comes up with, dude. This is what he fucking comes up with. All right, listen to this. Listen to this fucking shit.
Let's talk about what led up to it. Tom, do you understand why I got so fucked off with you during the drama? Because we've never talked about it. I mean, do you understand why I got really fucking angry at you? did piss me off. Do you understand why you pissed me off?
What? No, I have absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea. I don't understand.
Because you had me on, and then afterwards, my arguments got strawmanned by Mantis on your stream. And you sat there and let her call me soy. Let her call me soy. Let her call me soy. 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 Soy.
But again, I do think that it's like Wick adding, another like point to be like, I won't talk to this person. I think it's fine, but just fucking say it. I do think it was like kind of came off soy. I think that's like what a lot of people are saying. I don't think it's that.
I'm gonna be real with you, Rezzy. I'm gonna be real with you, Rezzy. That night I watched you and Beckett, and I hate to say it, but everybody came off soy in that conversation.
Oh, 100%.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
No,
Thanks
that's
for
my
that for
brand.
saying it about your boyfriend as well.
So apparently, he was so upset with me and so mad at me because I allowed Mantis to come on and strawman him and call him soy. But a little while later, I go back and check to see what the fuck he was even talking about. Because it became a meme. It became a meme. People all, every fucking day are like, Mantis, don't be calling Beckett soy, all right? If you're gonna go on stream, don't call him soy. Or she would come on here and she would call somebody soy, and I'd be like, man, I cannot sit here and allow you to call this person soy, okay? I cannot sit here and allow you to do this, all right? It's too far. But then I go back and check, and it turns out Stardust was the one who fucking said it. It was his girlfriend who said it. This guy is mad at me because I allowed Mantis to call him soy. Turns out it's I allowed his own fucking girlfriend to call him soy. It wasn't even Mantis who did it. So it was fucking hilarious, dude. It was too funny. And there's there's other shit as well where I've wanted to go make a short out of this for a while, and I just haven't taken the time to do it, but I plan on doing it. But I'll do it eventually. It feels weird doing shit like a year later, but it's or 2 years later. But there's a point where he comes on and he's like, Tom, you said that you were a linguist on this one panel. And I was like, I didn't say that. And he's like, well, you gave the implication that that was the case. And I was like, but nobody there thought that that was the case. Nobody in the chat thought that I called myself a linguist. Nobody thought I said any of that shit. It's over a year later that all of a sudden Queeman brought it up, and then you guys think that I said this, but it wasn't a problem at the time. And he's like, okay, one way or the other, you said something in a way that made it to where people felt as though that's what you were communicating. And I was like, sure. And I was like, and I'm willing to say, fair enough. Some people who don't know about my content, don't watch me, were able to take what I said in a very different light than the way that I meant it. People who watch me, they obviously knew what I meant. People who didn't watch me didn't know what I meant. So I'm happy to say that I shouldn't have said it that way. And he's like, okay, cool. And I was like, all right, but you know that there's a bunch of people who are saying that I stole somebody else's content. And I forget the term. What is it when you steal somebody's books or their writing or plagiarize? There's a bunch of people running around saying that you proved that I plagiarized somebody. And he's like, well, I never claimed that you plagiarized them. And I was like, I understand, but you did imply that. And everybody is now running around saying that you proved that I plagiarized somebody. And he goes, that's not my problem. I didn't say that. And I was like, but that's the implication that everybody's getting from your words. He goes, that's not my fucking problem. I didn't say it, so that's not my problem. What? Dude, you just said that if people get an implication from what I say, that I have to own that. I have to take the L. I have to admit that it's my fault if they're getting that implication from what I say, that I have to fucking own it. So I owned it. I'm asking you to do the same thing. He's like, no, fuck that. I didn't say that shit. What the fuck, man? This is so insane. It's literally back to back. We're not talking about on different days. We're not talking about different streams. We're talking about right back to back. Okay, I had admitted this. Now I want you to take the L on the fucking plagiarism thing. No. It's so fucking wild, dude. So fucking wild. He used to be like one of my orbiters, so he was around for a good bit, and we had some good fun, but he became a complete fucking coward, so sad. Sad. Some people, they lose their balls. They get clipped. They get neutered. Right here.
At Wick, did you see someone had recorded your VC and Chud played it live on stream? Wick said, yes, I did. We'll be banning anyone involved in either the recording or distributing of it.
Tom Foolery, right now, as we speak, is going over my chat logs on his stream.
Lies! Right? Brianna Wu, obviously that's not your main concern.
Discord chat on your stream.
All altruistically. I put on my cape, came to the rescue, came flying in. I hate covering drama. You know how much I hate covering drama.
And knighted up, right? Yeah. I'm annoyed a little bit. I'll be honest with you, Tom. I'm annoyed at you. Not the same way I'm annoyed at Sunday, but I'm annoyed at you too. You saw that I was like, hey, I don't like this, having be out there in public, and you made it more public.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rough.
That's what it is. So, you know.
Fucking great, then. Tom had orbiters? Yeah, back when I used to like people. Like, I'll admit, like, I'm still very much like a people person. Like, I'm very much a people person. I like people. I just don't like when they talk or when they breathe, when they look at me, when they're around me, when they, like, tried to engage with me or be friends with me or anything like that. I don't like that shit. So, I'm still the same person, still the same guy, still very much a people person, and all that shit. Just, you know, I've changed in a couple of ways since then.
Ever heard of him? He
I'm familiar with Wick. Yeah,
you're familiar with his works. He does this thing where he brings in like D-tier celebrities like me to come in and have like I don't know, some kind of struggle session, and everyone comes in and says stuff, and she was among the many call
or have an opposite opinion. Well, no, all of those people had different opinions from me. Like, that's why they became orbiters, because we would end up having a lot of arguments. They would hop on stream a lot. We would have a lot of conversations. We would have a lot of debates. Like, my head mod at the time was a fucking socialist and radical feminist. Like, we disagreed on everything, and we were very close. So obviously the people who have different opinions from me are the people that I ended up spending the most time with. But those the ones that are spineless fucking losers and liars, or when they don't play Arc Raiders with you. I mean, that is kind of a line that every person has to draw at some point in their life. All right, I'll be right back.
Callers who called in and said that someone was like racist towards her, and I thought that was fucked up, and she reported him to the police.
Okay, I got to be honest with you, man. I think you got goy walked a bit there, to be honest with you.
What the fuck does that mean, goy walked? That sounds like a groiper term.
Well, I don't know if it's a groiper term. I saw it on Twitter and thought it was funny. I don't know if Stardust is Jewish, actually, but I think you were too kind of subservient to her. You know?
What do you mean subservient?
Also, she's Indian, so
what am I supposed
to?
You
know, you're kind of bowing down to her.
I've been like, yeah, it was racist. Like, what do you want me to say? It was racist. Bowing down. Like, I'm gonna look like an asshole if I'm like, it didn't hurt your feelings and it's not racist. It was racist. And so, what did you want me to do? What did you want me to do?
My old colleague, I've got much to teach you. It seems.
What did you want me to know?
We'll start with the law today.
Wait. Let's role play. Let's role play. Let's role play. So I'm gonna be Stardust. Ready?
Go on.
Pisco. Well, I was this person is like your best friend, and he called me, you know, a slur for.
Don't care.
Really? You would do that?
Well, I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I'm a very big believer in excessive force. So, you know, I would be
clearly
I'll be on top of that. Yeah.
No, but Stardust was like complaining about some person who attacked her. If I say that, you know what they say, right? Do you know what they say?
What?
What do they say? They say that I cultivate a community of snarkers. They say this.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know about your little call with Queeman where he told you to be more chippy. So I'm wondering if that has impacted.
Don't say that. Well, listen, Chud is saying my call with Queeman. It was a call in my Discord that was illegally recorded against my rules. All right, but it wasn't like anything beyond that. Queeman is Queeman like your friend?
Well, you tell me, dude. You've spoken to him more recently on a voice call, apparently. So you tell me, bro.
Well, you're both British. I'm told that Queeman comes from your community. That's what people tell me.
He does, but I've had to cast him out because he's unfortunately
a Hassan
been too
fan?
attacking of some colleagues of mine. He's a Hassan fan. He's gone after all the commentary guys, and they don't like me anymore. So I'm kind of basically.
Who are the commentary guys? This is Nicholas Diorio.
Like Nick Diorio, Willie Mack show.
I learned who Nick Diorio was.
Ski.
He blocked me. I've never spoken to this man in my life. Nick Diorio.
Oh, he does that. He does that. Yeah,
I haven't talked to him. I haven't said a word to this dude.
It's because he's worried of your great legal knowledge.
About what?
Well, exactly. Good question. Yeah. I'm about to ask you the same thing, bro.
Well, hopefully.
Anyway, no, wait a second. Sorry, dude. I thought of a better joke, and it's too late now. But what I should have said to you when you asked that, what have you done? You failed to realize that Ethan Klein always wins. That'd have been so much better, dude. That'd have been so much better.
Ethan Kleins are doing this. I don't have anything inherently against the commentary class or commentary community or whatever the fuck it is you guys call yourself. You just do like drama stuff. You do like Chris Chan.
Yeah, sure, drama.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of retired the format, but I'll still talk about like if someone gets accused of some sexual misconduct. I know you were terrified to go over Destinies. I get it. It's fine. Being a former Orbiter as well. We're from the same plantation. I totally get that fucking situation. Okay, but
these are racially and sexually offensive remarks you're making. I just want to say that I disavow you.
Okay, I'll try and rein it in a bit, man. Seriously, dude, I do want to have like a serious conversation, okay? But it's me and it's you. Okay. So, can we get started where we began with this? Because you were actually quite rude about me, and you're being very nice now. So I need to challenge you on this.
Rude to you? I said, fuck you. Did you take it personally?
Yeah, you said, fuck you, Chud dumbass, because I said that I believe the takes I saw on Twitter were motivated by emotion, fear, or politics. And I think that's true.
And you took it personally because you what, believe the kayfabe?
I wouldn't say I took it personally.
Oh.
I just thought it was rich coming from you, right? Because you're a fucking dumbass, bro.
Oh.
Okay? I actually listened to one of your takes, and when I looked into it, and it turns out
so you did a little fucking research? I didn't prepare by watching your shit. You have your people like sending you clips of mine?
Bro, dude, I didn't need to watch you do any research.
Oh, wait.
I've watched 50 hours of body cams. 50 hours of body cams. That's all I need.
There's needed context. So the person who told me, by telling me, I mean added me on Twitter, with that clip was Substance, was this Twitter account Substance, who was also apparently in my Discord. And that's the person who Stardust sent a picture of gore of a cow. That was like, and among other things that he did that were racist. So it actually does tie into our intro there. But yeah, that's how I knew what you said. I didn't do like fucking research into your takes. And just 1 second, like someone's at my door. I don't know why. I might be killed. Just 1 second.
All right, go on. Haven't started yet, bro. It's still the it's still the ice breaking. Am I right? The ice breaking. You get it? You get it, dude? You get it? Ho 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 ho! No, right? Okay. What?
Back.
Oh. Okay.
Where were we? I'm sorry. I'm pretty sick.
No, it's okay. You're making excuses already. I understand. Don't worry. Okay, bro. Anyway, we're talking about substance. So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
You were baited by a clipper, right? I didn't really have that big an issue with you. I was talking about how everyone is along political lines on this and hasn't actually looked at anything, and I included you within that.
Don't bitch out now. You said, "Oh, he's political. He's got a bias," as though that's informing my take.
Well, okay, it is informing your take, I believe, and I can explain why I think that. But beyond that as well, okay, I wasn't even like directing it at you. It was a very broad comment, but it was clipped and sent to you in order to provoke you, right? When I said
it worked,
and this is where we can get into the conversation. I
So didn't he just say that he said it about him? Didn't he just say he said it about, like, Pisco? He said Pisco's name at the time and said, like, he said Pisco, and now he's saying, but I wasn't even directing it at you. Am I confused on this? Didn't he just say that he said it about him? Also, we got 26 minutes left. We're under a half an hour. We got $3 to go on the goal to add 3 hours. So if we want to add the time, we got $3 to go. Use the tips link pinned at the top of chat to donate to the channel.
I said I saw one of your takes and thought, oh, that's interesting, but I looked into it and turned out it's totally fucking false and wrong, dude. Your claim that there needs to be lethal force justification for each bullet fired. Not correct. Untrue.
In virtue of what is it untrue?
When an officer decides to use lethal force, okay, there is precedent for this, that they don't need to justify every single bullet fired. They only need fire until the threat is extinguished.
So, right, so that should let you...
What? So there has to be a threat? What? Wait, so for each bullet that's fired, there has to still be a threat? Is what you're saying? You're claiming that... Whoa! Sheesh! That's crazy!
You know that deadly force, right, to the extent that there continues to be a pervasive threat, it would continue to justify the firing of bullets.
You're stuttering a bit there, bro. You're stuttering a bit there. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me make it really clear.
That means that each bullet needs to be justified. So what you just said proves my point.
Okay, no, it doesn't at all, and you're wrong. And
it does. It does. Like, it absolutely. You just proved his fucking point. Yeah. What the fuck?
Okay. Now I do need to read this. I'm making that clear because.
Trib with the $5.
That guy doesn't exist. Tipped $5.
There's 2 of these? Double the fun, dude. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Double. If there's 2 notifications, that means you have to pay it twice. So, base as fuck.
Obviously, I don't know this.
Thank you, Trib. Let's get some cheers in chat for the Trib. That's a little too many ch sounds. Cheers in chat for Trib.
My head, okay. So hopefully that's okay because I'm not a fucking lawyer like you are, okay.
Okay.
But this was actually determined in a case called Plumhoff versus Ricard. Okay?
Plumhoff, yeah. It's a SCOTUS decision from the 2010s.
Yeah. And this was in regards to a police chase. Now, obviously, the violence of the police chase contributed to the decision that lethal force was authorized. Yeah. But separately to that, they said this. We now consider respondents' contention that even if use of deadly force was permissible, petitioners acted unreasonably in firing a total of 15 shots. We reject that argument. It stands to reason that if police officers are justified in firing at a suspect in order to end a severe threat to public safety, the officers need not stop shooting until the threat has ended. As petitioners noted below, if lethal force is justified, officers are taught to keep shooting until the threat is over. That is the Supreme Court precedent on this.
Wow, so he just read the part of the Supreme Court ruling that they have already agreed on, and that he's just choosing to ignore at the same time. That's wild. Whoa. I'm so glad that he went over the Supreme Court ruling that they both already agreed on. That's good. That's good. You know, it's like if I say, like, you know, well, I went outside and I was under the blue sky, and then a couple minutes later, I'm like, you know what? Look, listen. This is how I know the sky's blue, bro. This is how I know the sky's blue. I've got sources. I've got authoritative sources on how we know the sky's blue. We never disagreed on whether or not the fucking sky's blue. I don't need you to get sources on something we both already agreed on, bro.
Issue.
So you just realized you fucked yourself, right?
How?
Okay. So where in your quotation from Plumhoff does it say that every bullet does not need to be analyzed under the 4th Amendment for excessive force? That's the proposition that you claimed. So where does it say that?
Okay, right, now hang on a sec. You are now trying to use debate pedophile tactics to get out of this, okay?
That was your contention.
Show me a case. Show me a case. Don't give me that bullshit about show me the contention, okay? It's very clear what the ruling says, okay? If a police officer has authorization to use lethal force, they're allowed to continue to use lethal force until the threat is ended. Therefore, there isn't an individual justification required for each bullet. That's the precedent, okay? Rather than give me a fucking pedophile bullshit, rather than give me a pedophile bullshit, why don't you throw some law at me? No, we're not going to slow down. We're speeding up, bro. We're speeding up because you know that you're wrong about this.
No.
Okay, you know that you're wrong about this.
I know that I'm right. That's why I'm slowing down on Plumhoff.
No,
this is the case that you
know
brought.
That you're wrong, dude. You are wrong about this.
I read this.
So Chud, the last couple of times I've seen in debate, he took like a very different direction on this, and even he went on to a couple of panels, and he said that he was kind of sick and tired of panels because they were always actually like getting into the weeds on shit, and it was annoying to him. And then the last couple of panels that he went on, he just started like just yelling at people and just insulting people and just making random claims and telling them that they were stupid when it was pretty obvious he was wrong. Like, it was blatantly fucking obvious that he was wrong. But he wanted to make it entertaining, and that's what like his whole fucking thing now is that he keeps talking about like, oh, like streamers who want to have ethics and, you know, be moral people and shit like that. Like that's gay. Like, you know, that's you'll never make it like that. Like, you just need to make shit entertaining and leave it at that. And that's, you can tell that's what he's doing already here. Is he's not really like there to engage in the actual topic, and he doesn't give a fuck if he's right or wrong. He's just gonna, and this is what he does, like when he reviews people and like goes over drama and shit as well, is he's willing to just make absurd claims just to make it entertaining. Like this is his whole fucking thing. Is he'll make hyperbolic claims just so that he can make it entertaining.
This case in law school, I know it better than you, and we're slowing it down.
Law enforcement are not. No. We're not slowing it down because you're wrong. You're trying to slow it.
It can be entertaining, but it's also annoying if it's your whole shtick. Yeah, like food shops. Like it's kind of like a food shop's tactic where you just kind of go on and spurg out and scream and yell and just throw a fit because you think it makes it entertaining, and then you just like get flooded with a bunch of you know, spurgs and hate watchers and retards for your community. It's kind of how that goes.
Down because you know that you're wrong, and you're trying to come up with some little trick or tactic, some Jewish lawyer strategy in order to circumvent the fact that
I thought you wanted a serious debate.
You were stuttering. I'm giving you a serious debate. You were stuttering when you first answered. You were stuttering when you first answered, bro, because you don't have an answer to this.
Yep, stuttering means that you don't know what you're talking about. That's what that is. If you stutter, that means you don't know anything anymore. That's how that works. That's obvious. No duh, dude. You were stuttering. That's you know, we can go find the Supreme Court case on that one too.
You were wrong to say that each shot requires justification.
It does.
That's what you claimed in your tweet. That's what you claimed in your tweet.
No, it's true.
Wow. Let's keep repeating what he fucking claimed, dude. That's because he's totally contending that he never said that. So yeah, we need to keep going over that part.
No, it doesn't.
And it's true. And it's true. And Plumhoff proves it. And I'm about to show you why. So let's stick on Plumhoff. So the fact,
go on.
right? The fact that SCOTUS states that it's reasonable.
The thing that Pisco's been trying to do for like 2 minutes now. He's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And now Pisco just repeats like, okay, well, we're going to go over this. Okay, cool. Good. Let's do it. What the fuck, bro?
To use force in the context of the fact pattern of Plumhoff means they're analyzing every bullet, right? The 15 bullets are all being analyzed. Yes or no?
Okay, I'm not playing your fucking
correct?
Game, dude.
Is the answer yes? So
I'm playing your game. Bro, this fell apart so fucking fast, dude. This fell apart so fast. Like, we're 13 minutes into the video, and that's just the video, okay? Like, we're not even getting like the intro, all this shit. Pisco's gone for a fucking while and comes back. So pre-debate banter. This starts at 10 minutes. We're not even 4 minutes into this fucking thing, and he's already like, nope. This is your pizza debate tactics. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing your fucking pizza debate tactics.
The fact that they're analyzing it.
No. You're not getting me on this, Pisco. You're not going to get me with this. We came from the same fucking dungeon, bro. You're not going to fucking get me on this. You said you need to have a self-defense rationale for these
You
shots.
do. Yes, you do. The Plumhoff rationale applies to... So, yes.
No. Under Plumhoff, if you're authorized to use force, you shoot until the threat is ended. Therefore, you don't need to justify each bullet fired.
No.
It's that simple.
Do you understand
You can disprove me immediately. You can disprove me immediately by showing case law that shows that an officer, as part of their analysis in regards to lethal force, okay, has had to account...
Okay. I do think, like, Pisco probably should just say, okay, let's do this, okay? While there is a threat, does that justify each shot that a person takes while there is a threat? Yes. Okay. All right. Then, if there is no threat anymore, does that justify the shots that they're taking while there's no threat? No, it doesn't. Oh, okay. So we're good now? That's it? We're good? We got it? We got it now? That's the end of that part? Like, just do it just like that. Just like, okay, there's a threat right now. I take 2 shots. Are those justified? Yes. Oh, okay, they are. Okay, cool. Now there's no longer a threat. I take 2 shots. Are those justified? No. Oh, okay, so each shot has to be justified based on the threat. So where he's getting caught up is he's thinking the law has to specifically say that you have to use, the shot, but it's talking about lethal force, whereas Pisco's just talking about shooting, not just any sort of lethal force. He's talking about shooting specifically. So he's talking about the fact that when you're shooting, each shot has to be justified, whereas Chud's talking about just lethal force. And so he's reading what it says about lethal force in general. Okay, well, yeah, that could be a fucking baseball bat. Like, it could be anything. Then at that point, yeah, you would have to justify, like, each swing or something like that. But the Supreme Court thing doesn't say each gunshot, each swing of the bat, each swing of a golf club, each press on the gas pedal, each, like, there's lots of things that could be used as lethal force. But yes, once you get into, like, what it is you're actually using now, it is going to be per attempt.
For each instance of shot being fired within one sort of overall force deployment, if that makes sense. Yeah, one use of lethal force.
I mean, the proposition for that is from Tennessee v. Gardner. It's from Plumhoff itself. It's that...
Stop. Tennessee versus Gardner.
Yeah.
How is it from Tennessee versus Gardner? Because that relates to whether or not you're allowed to shoot a fleeing felon. How does that relate to Tennessee versus Gardner?
Because they analyzed the Fourth Amendment deadly force principles in that case, and it's one of the most important critical cases. And
why is it critical? Why is it critical? What's the reason it's critical?
Because it's one of the first times that SCOTUS has confronted the issue, and it's where a lot of the case law is developed. What did they decide that was so important? No. What did they decide specifically that was so important? There's a bunch of stuff that was very important in that case.
No,
are you just trying to quiz me?
No, I'm trying to quiz you because you present yourself as a lawyer, but you don't know what you're talking about, and that's why you're fucking wriggling. You tell me, what was the primary holding in Tennessee versus Gardner right now, without looking it up? Go.
So, it is that if there is a significant threat to the public, if the officer perceives it from an objectively reasonable perspective, that the use of force is justified if necessary in response to the threat of serious bodily injury or death to the public or to the officers.
So what about that relates? Okay, so what about that relates to the justification for each bullet fired?
Yeah, it's their holding that the use of deadly force as against a person is a seizure under the Fourth Amendment, which must be analyzed. And of course, every seizure under the Fourth Amendment must be reasonable.
You can keep buying for time. You can keep buying for time.
We're just going to slow down.
All you want. Explain to me.
We're just going to slow down.
No, you know that you're fucked here, bro. You know that I fucking researched this, and you know that you're wrong, and you know that you're wrong. That's why you're saying slow down. No. That's why you're stuttering.
The fact that Gardner,
Explain to me. No, very specific. Yeah. You claim each shot needs individual justification. You refer to Tennessee versus Gardner.
Yes.
What about Tennessee versus Gardner says that each individual bullet fired, as you stated, needs deadly force justification? Go.
Because Gardner stands for the proposition that the application of deadly force against an individual is a seizure. Every bullet fired is a seizure against an individual. And
no, it's not. That was contested. No, it's not. That's contested. That's contested by Plumhoff. That's contested by Plumhoff.
No, it's not.
It is contested by Plumhoff.
Stop.
It is absolutely
this is
contested
embarrassing,
by Plumhoff
Chud.
because it's.
You have to let me finish. You have to let me finish the thought.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I am. So your
everyone
question.
Can see it. You're stuttering. You don't know what you're talking about.
So I am answering your question.
So
Chud, what you asked basically, how is it possible that Garner stands for the proposition that every bullet must be justified?
Bro, this is debate pedophilia, bro. This is fucking debate pedophilia. Like, it really is. This is fucking quintessential debate pedophilia. Like, you're talking about whether or not somebody's fucking stuttering right now, dude. Like, this is as debate pedophilic as it gets. What the fuck?
Justified. Well, the mere holding that the use of force is a seizure in this context is incorporating the Fourth Amendment. And of course, if the use of deadly force is a seizure and all seizures must be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment, it means all applications of force must be reasonable under the Fourth Amendment, which means all uses of force must be justified, in which case all shots must be justified. It's just a logical entailment.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That is contested by Plumhoff. I'll read it again. Okay? Because what Plumhoff says is essentially, to put it simply, because you clearly don't know, shoot until the trigger goes click. If it is determined that force is permissible, you can shoot until the trigger goes click, okay? And as long as the threat is not dynamically changed.
Until the trigger goes click. Is he trying to say until you've unloaded the mag? Is that what he's trying to say? Is that like you can empty the fucking chamber? Tom, you should still apologize for what you said about food shops. Wait, what I said about food shops today, or? Fuck, I'm freezing and somebody's shooting at me. What the fuck? Like, fuck, I'm completely fucking glitching out. Probably this fucking clock. It is. It's the fucking clock. As soon as I turn it off, everything's fine. Why is that fucking clock so much? Like, why is it so fucking much? What? It's just a fucking clock, dude. Holy shit. Why is it so much? Are you saying that because she kept saying that I needed to apologize for something else that I did a while ago or some shit? Because, like, I'm pretty sure I even did say that, like, I did something fucked up, but she deserved it, so I didn't really care. But
change within that time. Let me give you an example, okay? Because I clearly know more than this about you. If you shoot someone 5 times and they fall to the floor and they're incapacitated, right? That's likely fine. But if you then went up and fired a 6th shot, the 6th shot would be a separate instance of force because it's, you know, substantively after the first 5 shots, and that would likely be considered excessive, right? That's what it's referring to. But as in this case,
I need leaper cells, so I'm going to find the fucking leaper. But of course, every time I want to go somewhere, they start me off on the opposite side of the map, so I'm trying to get all the way over here, but the last 3 times I went to go get a fucking leaper somewhere, the leapers were gone by the time I got there. All of the leapers were gone. This map only has 1, so I'm going to try this one, see if I can find it, but... Oh, I hear it. I hear it!
If 3 bullets are fired. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. If 3 bullets are fired in 1 second, okay, it is highly
They're all
unlikely that will be
analyzed.
classified. No, okay. They might be analysed for... No, listen.
Oh, so you
they might
concede they're analysed.
No, I'm not conceding. No,
you
dude,
concede
you
they're
are stuck, bro.
analysed.
I was warned about you, bro. Dude, you and I both know that you're wrong. That's what's so funny about this. You know that you're wrong. You know that you're wrong, bro. You know that you're wrong. They might be analysed for a police report, but not legally. From a legal perspective, Plumhoff sets the precedent that you can fire until the trigger goes click.
No, it's literally the opposite. So Plumhoff is holding that it's reasonable under the circumstances to fire that many shots. It's not saying we don't analyze the shots. It's saying we analyze them and we assess them as reasonable.
You're trying to find some little trick because your original your original claim was you need to have a self-defense rationale for those shots.
And there is.
That's not true because you need one self-defense rationale for all 3 bullets based on Plumhoff and what it says.
So first off,
simple.
First off,
Go.
Plumhoff is not just a self-defense rationale. It's a defense of public rationale. And even putting that aside, Plumhoff isn't saying you don't analyze those shots. What Plumhoff is saying is we've analyzed those shots and we find them to be reasonable. That's why it's so preposterous you're citing it, right? Plumhoff is analyzing every one of the shots, and you're claiming that it's standing for the proposition that you don't analyze the shots.
If lethal force is justified, officers are taught to keep shooting until the threat is over.
Do you think that's responsive to what I just said? You're like you're like Pearl in that debate she just had. She's like, what is alimony?
Dude,
what is alimony?
You referenced that debate because you want to throw some fucking red meat to the audience when I heard you got fucking gaped, bro. Didn't you officially lose your fucking debate? Is that because you were sick then too?
Yeah,
you're wrong about this.
They did a poll of the MAGA audience, and I lost the MAGA poll.
Pisco, answer this question alone, okay? It's your turn to answer a fucking question.
All I've been doing is answering your questions.
Cite me relevant case law where it's a similar circumstance, multiple bullets fired within a matter of seconds, and that has been determinant on whether or not force is reasonable.
I don't have a on-point fact pattern from the perspective of, a appellate
So
court
you don't
or
have
something.
any relevant case law. Just to be clear, precedent is against you. As much as you say otherwise, you're wrong.
No.
You don't have any relevant information to back up the idea that each individual bullet gets analyzed.
Wait, no. That I just proved and dunked on you.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
That's a different thing. That's a different thing than what you just asked for.
On me as much as you want, bro. It's not fucking working, dude. People can see through you. You're stuttering. You're weak. You haven't got any fucking examples, okay?
In Plumhoff.
You will not win this war, dude. You will not win. You know that you're fucking wrong. You know you've been speaking out of school, okay? You know that you don't know as much about
Why don't we just have a debate? Why don't we just have the debate?
Because I'm fucking sick of people saying things that aren't true. I'm sick, People saying things that aren't true, and then they come on and they can't back it up, and you're using
Remember when Logan Paul boxed? Remember when Logan Paul boxed at one guy who pretty much gave up the fight by doing illegal stuff in the boxing arena? I forget, he went after his girl or whatever. You're kind of that guy. You're just doing a DQ right now and just making the conversation impossible because you're gonna get blown the fuck out. Your initial point.
Explain to me how you blow me the fuck out. Explain to me. Explain to me how each bullet is going to be analyzed in this shooting.
You started with the notion that it's possible for you to sandbag me with cases as though I haven't heard of Plumhoff or whatever.
You want the other Leaper cell, bro? I don't want to take it and then him fucking try to kill me to get it. But I came here for fucking Leaper cells, so.
And as though that Plumhoff stands for the proposition that you don't analyze every shot, when what Plumhoff was doing in responding to the lawsuit by petitioner was specifically to analyze their contention that each of the shots wasn't justified. And what Plumhoff stands for is you analyze them, right? Plumhoff is holding they're reasonable. It's not holding you don't analyze them. And that's what's so fucking funny is you cited a case that's the opposite.
Them under one umbrella of use of force, which is exactly how it would be determined in the ICE case. Those 3 bullets would be considered one use of force.
Oh no, but there's distinguishing factors which would, in my opinion, lead to a different result in this case than in Plumhoff. I think Plumhoff helps my position.
Distinguishing factor? How is it distinguishing factor? Those 15 rounds are fired in 10 seconds. This is 3 rounds fired in 1 second.
Yeah, so the reason why it's different is the rationale in Plumhoff had to do with public safety after fuckered chase, which was in an insane, which put the.
Sorry, what'd you say?
You want some apricots and lemons to upgrade your scrappy?
I think I have enough. I think I have enough apricots now. Yeah, I do. Appreciate it though. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any olives though? Do you find any olives at all?
I don't have them on me now. Or I have enough if that's what you're asking.
I'm looking for olives.
Oh yeah, they're normally over there, but where the apricots are. They'll be in the same place. I'm trying to find the other fucking leaper cell. I only got one out of this leaper that I just killed, and I feel like there's got to be one more somewhere around here, but I can't find it. I feel like his leg fell off somewhere or some shit. Oh, were you? Okay. Yeah, I came here just to get fucking leaper cells, and now I can't find the other one. I only found one.
Lives of innocent bystanders. No, it's completely relevant.
Because
the threat
this
there.
is a separate decision that they're making within this decision that specifically talks
what
about.
What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know shit. What do you mean a separate decision within the decision? What are you saying?
Because they're saying here, if lethal force is justified, officers are taught to keep shooting until the threat is over.
Right.
Okay?
That proves my point. Right. So that would.
No, it doesn't prove
that. Would stand to reason.
That would stand to self-defense.
So all right. So let's talk about.
Have you litigated any self-defense? Have you litigated any self-defense?
I've never litigated any self-defense cases before. Doesn't matter. I'm not claiming I have. I'm not throwing around my.
Yeah, you haven't litigated self-defense either, though. Like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Like, if Pisco was saying over and over, like, I'm the fucking lawyer here, I know what I'm talking about, like, then that would matter, but.
Credentials. I'm just saying you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, you do throw around your
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Absolutely.
They do this with everybody, bro. Like, if you mention shit, they say you like use your credentials for like authority in scenarios. Like this is what, like, when I say they, like, I mean like their community, like people like Chud and Queeman and all these motherfuckers. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on Rock's chat. They all do the same thing where they like use the shit as though, like, anytime somebody mentions that they've done something, that they have some experience, that they have some education, that they've, like, you know, worked a job, that they've done, like, if you just tell people that you have an experience, now they're saying that you're doing this to be, like, authoritative in that case. And there's obviously a drastic difference between, like, being somebody who says, like, well, no, I studied this, you know, I have a degree, so therefore I can tell you for sure what is true, versus somebody who's like, oh, I used to play basketball when I was in high school, and, you know, we didn't have that as the, you know, the standard, or, you know, I used to referee, and fuck, dude, there's another one. Well, like, yeah, you can, like, lean on your experience to say that you've done something without you being a fucking authority on it. But they don't see it that way. They think that, like, anytime you say anything about anything, like, you're now claiming authoritative, an authoritative position. Fuck you.
I put it in my bio.
You're known as the lawyer guy. You're known as the fucking lawyer guy, and you go on Twitter and you argue about this with people.
I don't say you should believe me because I'm a lawyer. You should believe me because I litigated self-defense cases. Okay, it's preposterous. That's not what I claim at all.
Do you think people think of you as a lawyer?
Can we actually have a serious conversation? Yeah, people do think that.
I'm willing to have a serious conversation, but you're not willing to admit you were wrong because you'd look terrible, and you'd have to admit you were doing it because you're politically motivated. That's the reality.
Okay, you can claim that, whatever. But let's just do the fucking conversation, okay? So, in this case, right, the fact that you're citing Plumhoff, which states you're allowed to shoot while the qualifying threat persists, yeah, that's my point. That when the threat is over, you're not allowed to shoot, right? That's what it implies. Yeah. The fact that you're able to shoot while the threat persists means you're not able to shoot when the threat doesn't persist, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Oh,
My contention
wow.
is A, that there was never a qualifying threat, and B, even if there was, the use of force wasn't reasonably necessary, and C, even if it was, at the time the threat is over, the shots aren't justified, the later shots. And so on all scores, that standard, I think, is in my favor.
Okay. So we can look at that, right?
Yeah.
But you originally claimed, right, that you need to have a self-defense rationale for these shots.
Yes.
So you're saying that each individual shot would need to be analyzed as a separate instance of self-defense, correct?
Separate instance. All the shots need to be justified. That's the point. They're all related. Okay. They're related because it's a totality of circumstances analysis. I'm not saying you ignore the context and the previous shots. That's not what I'm saying.
What you seem to be claiming is that the ICE officer was able to discern that the threat had meaningfully changed once the car was past him.
Yes.
And that's why he should have stopped firing.
Easily, yeah. Easily, yes.
Okay. That is an absolutely insane position. It happened within 1 second.
Yeah.
The 3 shots were fired in 1 second.
So the human reaction time in observing of threats is faster than that. It's faster than a second. Did you know that?
So are you seriously trying to argue, bro?
Yes, it's faster than a second.
Hey, you are so terrible at this, dude. Are you seriously trying to argue that the officer in 1 second could determine that the car had gone past him and stopped firing?
Yes, I don't know if you're like very slow and you take a second to react to everything. You take it's not ridiculous.
It's not just a second to react. It's to identify and notice that the threat is past him and then to cease firing.
Yes, you can do that in less than a second. Do you think you can't? Are you a human being? Do you live in the world? Have you ever neo'd out the way or something?
Even if I do not agree that it's possible to do that.
When you say it's not possible, you mean it's literally not possible.
I'm not doing this game with you. I'm not doing this.
It's not possible to react to something in less than a second. Are you fucking stupid?
I'm not doing this Jewish debate.
Are you fucking stupid?
Okay. Bro, you're the one that's stupid because you know how insane this sounds, but you're backed into a position that you have to defend because of political reasons, so you can't back down now.
You haven't made that case.
There is absolutely no way. There is absolutely. Well, I'm making the case because you made a knee-jerk reaction. You said something which isn't true, clearly motivated by your bias. It's fucking obvious, dude. But anyway, here's the thing.
It's
even
obvious.
if you could
I can't
argue
explain it,
that
but
you
it's
could
obvious.
meaningfully change your kind of perception of the threat, okay, or analyze the perception of the threat to stop shooting, to expect a police officer to do that in 1 second in a high-tense, high-pressure situation is fucking insane.
Why?
Okay, and it's not something because the high-pressure situation has a negative impact on your ability as a human being to assess, to change, okay? And in fact, the Supreme Court agrees, and they give deference to officers making split-second decisions.
So yeah, I know there's dicta in Gardner that says we shouldn't use 20/20 hindsight, and we shouldn't forget that there's like these are split-second decisions.
It's actually Graham.
Wait, where the fuck did the leaper go? Where the fuck did it go?
Versus Connor that states this as well.
Okay.
And it says, and I'll quote, "The calculus of reasonableness must embody allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second judgments in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving about the amount of force that is necessary in a particular situation." So they're saying that if someone makes a split-second decision, we'll give deference for that. But you're saying, throughout Supreme Court precedent, I think in a second an officer can determine it and change.
It doesn't say we give deference. It says we should keep in mind that when we're analyzing using the objective reasonability test, that it's easy to sit in Monday morning quarterback, but you can't forget and you have to include the fact that it's split-second decisions and that we're operating with hindsight and to just keep that into consideration. But it doesn't say we defer to whatever cops do within a second and you get a free second window of fun time whenever something happens. Like, that's not what they're saying there. You're overstating that. And it's also a dicta, by the way.
I'm not overstating that at all.
Yes, you are.
I'm not overstating that at all. No, I'm not. You're claiming that. You don't actually know that. You're just saying that because you've got some credentials that you're trying to throw around to impress your fucking retarded audience, okay?
I'm not...
But it's absolutely clear to think with all of that taken together that a police officer could be expected to establish that after firing between the first shot and the third shot, right? And it's less than a second as well.
None of the shots are justified. Can we give some structure to this debate? I don't know why you're immune to that. Why don't we analyze it shot by shot? I mean, why don't we start with the first shot?
No. Because you don't need to analyze it shot by shot. You can literally just look at the first shot, and if that is justified, all are justified. It's that simple.
Shit, they're spawning.
I don't think that's true. I think I've shown.
Bro, we should have been here yesterday. We were running everywhere yesterday looking for fucking wasps. Now they're fucking everywhere, dude. Holy shit.
Why that's not the case, but I'm happy to analyze.
What case laws existed where they have to individually justify each bullet one by one?
No, I'm not saying that you hermetically seal each analysis.
Is the Leaper dead? I was trying to find the Leaper. Is it dead? This guy's being fucking sus, dude.
I'm not saying that you don't consider the other bullets or the amount of time between the shots. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you.
But surely, right? So, right. Have you watched body cams before?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's lots of body cams where they fire like 15 bullets in quick succession, right?
Yeah.
And that happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that in mind, right? Do you not think it's absurd that we don't have more cases where there's more, questioning of lethal force, where an officer is expected to say, this is why I fired the first bullet, the second bullet, the third bullet, the fourth bullet, etc., from a legal perspective?
So that's what happened in the Chauvin case, is they analyzed the application of force throughout the the whole time. Yeah.
Go on.
So
this is retarded, so I'll let you continue because it's insane. Go on.
I'm just telling you what the jury instructions were. I'm just telling you what they argued, and what was important in that case is not just to analyze the initial application of force as against George Floyd, but throughout the duration of the hold. And one of the arguments, I thought the most compelling arguments from the prosecution was, it couldn't have been justified to continue to use the force that they used on George Floyd's body when he stopped breathing. And so it is the case that throughout the continuation of force, at every moment it needs to be justified. There are cases standing for that proposition. Like, as I sit here,
okay, wait, stop. Okay. Can you think? I'm going to ask you. You're a smart guy. Can you think of any differences between the ICE shooting and George Floyd's murder?
Of course I can. Of course I can. I'm just
go on.
Don't get triggered. I'm just telling you that
I'm not triggered because you're pointing out these Supreme Court precedents have got all these differences, but you're trying to compare George Floyd, where a man was strangled to death for 7 minutes, to 3 bullets being fired.
Wait, no. He's just talking about the precedent. There's earlier he brought up the first case, right? And he was saying, "Oh, well, I read this case law, and so I'll tell you what the standard is actually. This is decided by the Supreme Court, so I'll tell you what it is." What if Chud responded and was like, Pisco responded and was like, "Well, do you not know the difference between that case and this one? So what does it matter? Who fucking cares?" Like, we're talking about what the standard is, what it is that they do in court. Like, we're talking about what they use to analyze this. That's what we're fucking talking about. Like, why would it matter if it's different? It doesn't matter. They're all going to be different. We're going to use the same standard, though.
In 1 second, when we're talking about assessing and changing use of force in response to what we're seeing.
Have you ever seen the movie Stand and Deliver?
I don't care about Stand and Deliver. Don't give a fuck.
The reason is because I'm like a teacher right now. I'm trying to reach these kids.
Have you seen Marvel movies? Have you seen Marvel movies, bro?
I'm trying to reach you. I'm trying to reach you.
Now should have submitted to the mob. What do you reckon? Have you seen a Marvel movie where that happens?
Yeah.
You get that one? Remember that one?
I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about referencing movies? Why are you not citing law?
I'm trying to.
Chauvin.
I thought he was gonna say, I'm like the superhero coming in and beating up the bad guy. Like, I thought that's why he was bringing up Marvel movies. I thought he was gonna do the same thing and try to analogize himself to somebody from the fucking movie. That would have been brilliant if he had done that. But sorry, buddy.
back to Chauvin. Explain. Go back to Chauvin. I don't care about the movie.
I absolutely will. No,
because I go to a fucking movie review site and watch
if you're gonna be if you're gonna be snarky, I'm gonna be snarky back. And the reason I'm bringing up Chauvin isn't to like, I don't know, mind fuck you. It's because I think you're low IQ, and I'm trying to bring up. I'm trying to bring up cases that are I'm trying to bring up cases.
Anyone that knows about this,
I'm trying to bring.
I'm right.
I'm trying to bring up cases.
In comparison, you thought you'd fucking roll me like you did with Hutch. Hutch is a fucking retard, bro, and didn't look into it. But I did.
What the fuck are you talking about? Hutch is my boy.
Shit, bro.
Don't talk shit about Hutch. Don't talk shit about Hutch. Seriously.
Too late. I did. He's a fucking retard. Continue.
Why would you say that? That's fucked up. Anyway, the reason I brought up the Chauvin case wasn't to say that it's the same fucking case. It's for the discrete point that every use of force needs to be analyzed across all of its application. That's what they were doing in the Chauvin case. They were analyzing the use of force across the entirety of the application of force. I'm not citing it for anything else. It's just an evocative example that low IQ people can understand because the case is famous.
And one of the reasons, right, it's likely that wasn't considered reasonable is because it happened over 7 minutes and there was multiple inputs of information that added to the totality of circumstances that undermined Chauvin's case.
No, but I'm not citing. No,
this happened in 1 second.
I'm not citing
the precedent of split-second decisions. Okay, the court accounts for that when they're assessing totality of circumstances.
No, of course, I'm not citing it for the proposition that it's on all fours with this case. I'm just citing it for the proposition that the application of force is justified every time it's applied. You don't stop analyzing it just because in a previous second it may have been justified, even assuming it was. You analyze all.
And the Supreme Court gives some weight towards split-second decisions made
in Plumhoff. They're analyzing every shot. Now, every shot has the same result. They find them all as reasonable, but they don't just ignore the calculus.
They didn't. They didn't do that. They didn't look at each shot and find it reasonable, right? They looked at all the shots and they said, "We're going to consider all of it reasonable as part of one use of force. We don't need to look at each bullet individually."
No, that's
wrong about this. And that's why there's no case law that backs you up, because
that's not true.
Is the law of the land.
That's not true. But that's not true. That's not true. But we can go into the first shot, right? So, and I think that's a nice approach, is to go into the first shot and see what's good. So it's my contention both that the first shot, there was not a qualifying threat, in that there wasn't a serious and imminent threat of serious bodily injury to the officer in the case, using the totality of circumstances.
Again? How did you describe it? What did you describe it again?
So I'm using the Supreme Court standards as expounded by the Minnesota Supreme Court, which again, citing Gardner, relates to whether or not a threat is imminent and involves a serious threat of serious bodily injury or death. Do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, I just think that if I put it really simply, without these lawyer terms, okay. And I know all these law terms. I've actually looked into this, okay? Oh, by the way, mate, I know we're having a bit of a, back and forth debate. I've got a great idea for a show for us if you're interested. Is that something you're open to?
Well, I'm open to all propositions that you might have from each other.
Right. Imagine the vision. Let's just say this, right? Imagine the vision. You and me both watch body cam videos together and we come at it from our different perspectives to make analysis of the use of force. Wouldn't that be fucking insane content, bro?
I think it would be insane. Let me think about it, because listen, this is a lot of fun, but I'll think about it, okay?
Insane is the right word.
Cool. Anyway, we can. I guess we can watch the video. I mean,
halfway through our debate, Chud offered me to do a show with him.
Yeah, dude, I think it would be insane content, bro. I think we're having great banter here, even though I'm getting a bit testy and you're keeping your cool. Okay, but you're a bit stuttery.
I am.
I don't think you're expecting me to prepare for this, so I think
Listen, I have 1 HP, but I think so far I'm doing great, and I think I'm impressed that you studied your case law, and so that's impressive. I give you your flowers. I think you prepared. I don't think it's doing you much good, but I do think it shows that you took an interest and that you took the time to get prepared. So why don't we do the first shot?
Okay, let's do the first shot. I tell you what, bro. Okay, right? I'll let you take control of the wheel, so to speak. Okay, I'll be the ice agent. Come on,
that's very magnanimous of you. Very magnanimous. All right. So
you bring up the clip and we'll talk through it.
The clip.
Before we get to that, though, right? I'm sure you would agree with me, as it's based on the objective reasonableness of the officer's eyes, the mobile phone footage would be the best thing to analyze in order to establish.
Yeah, we can use that. We can use anything you want. Yeah, we can use that. I think that
Do you have the clips to hand?
No. Do you mind bringing it up? I don't have it, and I'm sick.
Okay. Sorry, bro. I've got it.
Sick.
I've got it. I'll send it to you. Okay. How many times have you watched this, by the way, dude?
Enough.
I can't pull it up. I'm sick. Brilliant.
I don't know how many.
I probably watched this about 50 times. I've actually gone insane over it, to be honest.
Yeah. You've gone insane over it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that?
Okay, buddy. Let's see what we got. Come on. In fact, let's be a bit more reverent here, because this is pretty fucked up what happened. Can we just say this is a fucked up thing that happened, okay? Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, Pisco, it's time to be serious, okay? Chud needs you to be serious for this part, okay? Because this part's fucked up, so we need you to stop fucking around.
You want me to unmute? I'll unmute.
Yep, sure.
That's a
fucking terrorist, bro. That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Wow. It's kind of like, it is such a juxtaposition to go from her one moment just being like, that's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. And then that's like the only thing you hear from her. And then the only thing you hear from him is right after killing her saying, fucking bitch. Like, holy shit, dude. The difference between these two people. And it's amazing because, like, every single person that I've heard talk about her, every single person that knew her, every single person that said anything about her has all just talked about, like, what a nice person she was. Like, just how fucking nice she was. How fucking nice of a person she was. How good of a person she was. Like, that's all any of them fucking talk about. That's it. And she seems like a fucking nice person. She's there, like, to protest them. And she's still just being nice to them. She's being nice. She's being sweet. And this guy fucking shoots her and then calls her a fucking bitch. Like, it's holy shit. It's just the difference between these people is wild.
The first point of relevance here, her demeanor. I think it's I don't think it's dispositive, by which I don't think it resolves the case. I don't think that
Okay, before we do this, can you just remind me of the 3 gram factors?
It's not a test like that. It's not a 3 gram test. It's a morass test. It's like a Gestalt
hang on
test.
a sec. Wait. Okay, you're a bit off the mark there, because
I'm not.
3 gram factors tend to be the most important factors when analyzing these. Well, just tell me what they are. If you must know them, so just tell me what they are.
There's no such thing as the 3 gram factors. I'm telling you, the court specifically rejected that kind of distillation of the test. The test is objective reasonableness.
So you're saying there's no such thing as the 3 gram factors?
I'm saying that it's a misnomer to think that it's like a 3-part test. It's the
No, wait a second. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying it is a 3-part test, i.e. those are the only 3 things you can look at.
Yeah.
Right? But they are specifically cited in the precedent as 3 things to consider alongside other things. So can you just tell me what they are?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. It's possible that the reference relates to, reasonable necessity, the use of force, whether or not there's a threat of imminent serious bodily injury or death. And
are you reading this, by the way?
No,
are you reading this?
My hands are right here. I'm looking at my chat.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're getting it from your chat. Got it. Okay, interesting.
I don't know if I don't even know if I'm right. I'm just like,
you're getting it from your chat, bro. It's so obvious, bro.
No.
Okay, I can tell. It's okay. You clearly don't know. Okay, you clearly don't know. I'll read it to you.
They're not like the 3 sacred factors. It's not a test like that.
No. Okay, I didn't say there were 3 sacred factors. Okay. But you're quoting something and you're referencing something.
I'm not
about
quoting
her demeanor,
anything.
Okay. No, sorry. You're referencing her demeanor, okay?
Yeah, it's relevant.
Now, a totality of circumstances evaluation could include a demeanor. I don't disagree with that,
awesome.
Right? But then I'm questioning you about the gram factors, and you clearly don't know what they are. And the gram factors, right, are very important factors because they're what the court would tend to weight, and they're referenced specifically in the precedent that's set.
Okay. Congratulations. I don't know what that was about.
Why are you acting like that?
I don't know.
Well, clearly, well, you're talking about this and you don't know some of the fundamentals. That's what I'm saying.
No,
it's
it's
embarrassing.
It's people's like inaccurate perceptions that there's like a X factor test to the totality.
Wait, you're misrepresenting my position. I mean, I can't be honest. I thought you were a good faith guy. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying the Graham factors exist. Okay, they're referenced all across the fucking US
wild,
in terms of the law enforcement training, even, which is separate to the law, right? Because they're the three most important things they tend to look at. You can look at anything as the totality of circumstances. And in fact, the recent Supreme Court precedent in 2025 reaffirmed the totality of circumstances analysis. But the 3 Graham factors are the crucial ones that tend to make or break cases. Okay?
Where is that? In virtue of what is that the fact?
Well, let me read the thing to you, okay?
Wait, no, is this AI in virtue of what?
It's the actual law. It's the case.
It's not AI.
Well, he just said a Supreme Court case. So what do you mean in virtue of what? Like, I'm not even understanding that question. In virtue of what? He said a Supreme Court case.
Just tell me it's not AI.
No, it's not AI. You know, AI is not good for looking at this. This is the actual wording of the Supreme Court decision I'm about to read to you.
All right, go for it.
Okay. So it says because the test of reasonableness.
Sorry. What says?
Do you want me to? Okay, I can read the whole thing. It's just
no. I want to know what the thing is.
Connor, 1989. Graham versus Connor, 1989.
Okay.
He said it's a Supreme Court case. Yeah, he keeps acting like he's reading an article. He needs to ask what case is it. What's the title? Of
Precedent
the case?
for objective reasonableness, which is about which introduces the totality of circumstances broadly. Yeah. Okay. Determining whether the force used to be effective, determining whether the force used to be effective in a particular seizure is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment requires a careful balancing of the nature and quality of the intrusion on the individual's Fourth Amendment interests against the countervailing government interests at stake. There's a bunch of quotations here. I don't know if you need that, but continuing on, I can send this to you if you'd like as well.
I know Graham.
Our Fourth Amendment. Okay, well, you don't know the Graham factors, so you don't really know it that well.
Well, I don't know them distilled like that, but I know the case.
We know the case, but you've not researched this because the Graham factors are one of the things you will undoubtedly find in research about this because it is fundamental to discussing use of force.
Okay, go.
And you haven't looked it up because you don't know.
Keep reading your Graham factors.
Okay.
Where does it say the Graham factors are the most important things?
Sorry, you wanted me to read all of it? Not all of it, but this part I'll read all of it. Our Fourth Amendment jurisprudence has long recognized that the right to make an arrest or investigatory stop necessarily carries with it the right to use some degree of physical coercion of threat thereof to effect it. See Terry versus Ohio. Because the test of reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment is not...
I need one more leaper. One more fucking leaper. And we're ready to go.
Not capable of precise definition or application.
Weird. It sounds like you're saying there's no mechanical application. No, it's not.
I never said no.
Okay,
no.
Cool.
Exactly. Listen. However,
its
right?
proper
Proper
application.
application requires careful attention to the facts and circumstances of each particular case, including the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, and whether he is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Those are the Graham factors. Those tend to be the most important ones. But you can look at anything in totality of circumstances. If you want to, you can make an argument.
No, I'm
right?
asking for the justification that the Graham factors are the most important factors in all these cases. Where does that establish?
I'm not saying they're the most important factors in every case.
You literally said that they're most important,
when
right?
you look at case law on this, right, what it tends to come down to, right, is...
So I'm not saying this. You literally just said it like 2 seconds ago.
Important factors and I'm asking for the justification that the Graham factors are the
circumstances. Those tend to be actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Those are the Graham factors. Those tend to be the most important ones. But you can look at any...
Those tend to be the most important ones. Maybe he's saying the most important factors of the Graham factors, or what?
Anything in totality of circumstances.
Important factors in all these cases. Where does that establish?
I'm not saying they're the most important factors in every case.
You literally You said that they're most
because
important,
when
right?
you look at case law on this, right, what it tends to come down to, right, is these three factors are the things that they look at like more than any other, but you can use any in your presentation of this. So you could talk about her demeanor. That could come into this. Her demeanor would weigh in her favor, right? I agree with that. Yeah. But then if they're looking at it,
That was weird, dude. The fucking bees were like glitching out, going bup. That was so strange.
and they're like, right, we're weighing up her demeanor. So, for example, if someone had a good demeanor but they pulled out a gun, right?
Yeah, but no. But the
demeanor,
but
the demeanor
hang
would
on a
work.
second,
The
hang on a
demeanor would
second.
work in the opposite. The demeanor would work.
The demeanor.
Right? In the opposite
Wait,
sorry, go on.
What you're categorizing as the grand factors, her demeanor plays into one of them, right? The notion of whether she's an immediate threat to the safety of the. Wait, let me finish my fucking thought, bitch.
Right, please go on. Go on.
Whether or not she has a particular demeanor is relevant to an analysis about whether the officer reasonably apprehends an immediate threat. And so you're acting as though, her demeanor is in isolation of what you're characterizing as the grand factors.
No,
But
you're
it's
totally
not.
misrepresenting what I'm saying, actually. You're totally misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying, because you know that you're fucking dude. And unless there's some fucking libtard, Pisco, DGG, a fucking retard in chat, everyone knows I'm correct about this, okay? Her demeanor is potentially relevant as a totality of circumstances analysis.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay?
I didn't say anything more. I even said it's not dispositive.
But listen, the reason the grand factors tend to be more crucial is because to you, right, what is more indicative of a reasonableness of using force? Analysis of a demeanor or analysis of them pulling a gun out on you?
I think pulling a gun out would be more important than demeanor.
Right. So you agree then that these factors that they put in the case are likely to be more important than whatever fucking half-baked activist retard argument you've made up about demeanor?
No, I think that
possible, but it's likely to be outweighed by the other factors presented in the case. isn't it?
I say it's your false assumption that her demeanor doesn't play into the analysis of whether she's a threat. Under
I never
Graham
said
v. Connor.
it doesn't play in. Wait,
So then how
wait.
So,
Well, dude, when did I say? When did I say her demeanor? Wait.
How are you?
When
How
did
are
I
you
say her
pretending
demeanor
it's something
doesn't
else?
play into it? When did I say her demeanor doesn't play into it?
Okay, so it does play into. So
quote me saying
so
that.
you agree that her demeanor. So since you never said that, sorry you didn't. I said that you said it. So therefore, you agree that the grand factors include an analysis of her demeanor, right? The most important factors include an analysis of her demeanor.
No.
Yes or no?
No, they don't.
Oh, but I thought you said it was inclusive of her.
Okay. Right, listen, no. You're totally misunderstanding, misrepresenting me. Okay,
Oh.
It's about a totality of circumstances. Okay, you can argue her demeanor had an influence in this totality of circumstances, objective, reasonable analysis. Okay,
I would.
But
I'm glad that you concede
Okay.
that. And, yeah.
I didn't. No, I didn't concede it. Okay, I didn't concede.
Well, you
that.
literally
I just
are,
said
yeah.
that these- No, I'm not conceding. I'm not conceding anything, bro, because I'm right and you're wrong, and I've looked into this, and you know it. In deep down, you know it, but you've got to save face and do your aura farming to these people that.
I gotta get some fucking Leaper cells. Is there a dude down over there? Oh, you already got him? Okay, I was gonna go get him. Awesome, thank you, sir.
Love you. I see through you, dude. We grew up in the same plantation, dude. You know it, but it's okay.
You need anything specific out of this? Okay. All right, cool.
I'll let you save face.
So
okay?
when the
I know
immediate
you're not
threat,
as popular as me. It's okay.
Go on. The question about whether she's an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others is in part factually
I don't have
determined
much
by her
so-
demeanor, and so I'm
sorry,
not
if I see
understanding why
something,
you're
I'll
like,
find you.
oh, it's the grand factors, mate, not
because the
demeanor,
could
mate.
contradict to that. No, listen.
It
Her
could,
demeanor
but it doesn't here.
Okay. No, sure. It doesn't here, but I'm saying that you can look at the demeanor, right? But if the demeanor is conflicted by them presenting an imminent threat to you, right? It's more likely they're going to be more concerned with the imminent threat. For example, they're not going to say, well, they were being really nice and friendly and then they pulled a gun out. You know, their demeanor, though, was part of the totality of circumstances, so you shouldn't have used lethal force. That imminent threat is going to be more determinant in how the court looks at the...
Yes, of course, but it's we're talking about the fact that, like, when we're trying to determine what it is she's trying to do there, her demeanor in, like, the fact that she's being respectful, the fact that she's not coming across combative, she doesn't seem as though she's trying to fight, she doesn't seem as though she's like, oh wait, am I still on? I am still on Prox chat. That, like, you're trying to figure out, like, what her intentions are there, and yeah, if she's being, like, nice and sweet the whole time and everything, it's going to be hard to convince people that she had this, like, hatred for you and wanted you fucking dead. Like, that's really going to be hard to convince people of. And so it definitely matters, like, when you're even trying to determine what her what she's doing and what it is that she's attempting to do. Yeah, you would want to include that in your analysis. And when he shoots her at that point, it's kind of wild if he thinks that she was trying to fucking hit him. Like, yeah, that just seems a little fucking crazy.
The objective reasonableness of that use of force, yes or no?
I didn't really understand your question.
Yes or no?
I didn't understand.
Yes or no?
I didn't understand your question.
What's more important to analyzing this? Someone pulling a gun or someone having a smile on their face? Which one?
Pulling a gun.
Right. So,
but she didn't pull up a...
Sorry, do I have what? Olives? No, I don't. Sorry. Did you go over to the olive place? Fuck. Yeah, I got some lemons, but I just dropped them back there when I was squatting, so.
What's more important here? What's more important here? Her demeanor or the arguable threat of her driving a car towards or away from the officer?
I think that the car analysis is more important than her demeanor.
Right.
But I didn't claim otherwise.
Why did I have so much friction on this then?
Because you spazzed out. Because
I was saying.
Because you spazzed out. Because you have a low emotional maturity.
Okay, you didn't know what the gram factors were. Okay, you've been exposed on that, right?
The gram factors.
You didn't know because you've not looked into it.
I'm pretty sure that it seemed as though Chud was the one who got upset. Like, am I crazy? He was the one who spazzed out about this. All Pisco did is just, like, they were going through the video and they were playing the video, and then Chud said, Pisco said, well, her demeanor is like X, Y, and Z, and that matters. And then Chud just started, like, trying to make a big deal about, like, which one is more important. But if you can agree first that, like, one matters, then you can kind of make a point about which one's more important. But yeah, I don't know that that was ever even, like, contested as to which one's more important.
Yeah.
Look it up, bro. Look it up. It's real. Okay, it's a thing.
Okay.
You didn't know that. You argued the demeanor, and I said the demeanor can be included, but these ground factors are likely to be more determinant or more influential because a threat is more important.
It's your.
Okay, I'm
gonna say one more time.
End of it. You lost.
I'm gonna say one more time. Right?
End of story, bro.
Her demeanor clearly factors into the question of whether she would pose an immediate threat. And so you're saying the gram factors are more important than her demeanor, as though her demeanor were hermetically sealed and separate from the gram factors.
Well, no, it's a totality of factors. It's a totality.
No, I'm saying specifically the gram factors. This question about whether or not she's an immediate threat, which is, I agree, highly relevant. Her demeanor is a factor that one considers when analyzing that.
It's something one considers, but that is likely to be less important than the crime issue, whether they pose an immediate threat or whether.
Oh my goodness, we're talking about different things. They're talking about different things. He's talking about, like, whether or not there's going to be a threat, not whether or not there is an imminent threat. Chud keeps saying, yes, that's less important to this other thing that you're not talking about. So it's so fucking annoying, dude.
They're trying to resist or flee.
Yeah,
those tend to be the most important things they look at. You could put anything you want in there. You could say the weather, right? You could talk about how many people are on the street. You could talk about whether the officer had taken a shit or not, okay? But these 3 grand factors are so crucial because they tend to be the most determinate in terms of analysing whether use of force was objectively
I'm going to try
reasonable.
one last time to make sure this gets across.
Go
Do
on.
you agree that one under the grand factors would analyze her demeanor?
No, because that's not part of the grand factors.
Of course
The
it
grand
is.
factors
Of course it is.
No,
So,
it's not. The
yeah.
grand factors. No. You're misunderstanding. Totality of circumstances is everything. The court said there are grand factors. There are 3 things: the type of the crime you're trying to detain them for, okay, or investigate or whatever, right? The immediate threat to the safety of the officer and whether they're resisting arrest.
So my
right?
question is,
those are the grand factors. Those are the 3 most important. Demeanor is another part of the totality of circumstances.
So
I'm chill. You're wrong. I'm not chill because you're fucking wrong.
You pointed to 3 factors. Factor 2, I'm pointing to one specific factor. Factor 2, quote, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officer or others, would, as a factual consideration under factor 2 of what you're calling the grand factors, the demeanor of a suspect be relevant as to whether they pose an immediate threat to the safety of the officer or others? Yes or no?
Dude,
would it be
you're
relevant?
trying to
Would it be?
no,
Would it be relevant? It wouldn't be relevant. So if someone's like, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro," would we analyze that as to whether or not they pose an immediate threat to the safety of officers or others? Yes or no is the question.
No, not necessarily.
You wouldn't. So an objectively reasonable officer, when judging whether or not a suspect poses an immediate threat, doesn't take into consideration.
Dude, I see your trick. I see your trick. Dude, I see your trick.
You're cooked, mate. You're cooked.
No, I'm not cooked. I'm not cooked because you're talking about the demeanor here. This is way before the threat is present. There could be some conceptual case, right, where what you say perhaps would potentially be a consideration. But in this case, no, the threat comes later after the demeanor. There's a gap of time between the demeanor and the threat.
Where is that? Where?
Okay, so if someone was putting their hand into their pocket.
Obviously, the period of time matters because somebody's demeanor can change based on the circumstances. Just the same as earlier is when Pisco's talking about justifying a shot, that like the circumstances can change from one shot to the next, and so you have to take into consideration the circumstance in each moment. That's the same with the demeanor, obviously. That's true. And so her demeanor can change based on the fact that when she was nice and just saying, you guys are cool, that was before a bunch of officers started yelling at her saying, get the fuck out of the car, and trying to arrest her, and that like she can obviously become very defiant at that point. So it is true that like he's obviously correct that it's going to change from one moment to the next, but it's also, yes, like in the totality of circumstances, in the way that they escalate things, it's that would be taken into consideration as to whether or not they were the ones who kind of caused the scenario as well. If her demeanor is already like super nice and chill, and then they're the ones who made things a bit more tense, then yeah, that's definitely on them.
Pocket and said, I'm going to kill you. Okay, right?
Yeah, that's part
the
of
very act of putting the hands into the pocket and saying, I'm going to kill you, right?
Could
represent an immediate threat to the safety of officers.
No,
right?
come on.
That's not about the demeanor. That's going to be a combination of analysis of what they're doing, right? But the demeanor here is not relevant in assessing the totality of circumstances as much as the car is.
No.
I see what you tried to do there, bro. You tried to slip away and do this thing and talk about, bro, you are very intelligent. That's true, but you're wrong. You're intelligent, but you're wrong. That's the issue, dude.
Hey, listen. All I'm saying is that an objectively reasonable officer, when assessing whether or not a suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, factor number 2, would assess the demeanor of the suspect. That would be part of their analysis. And given that, an objectively reasonable officer...
It's what they perceive. It's what they perceive.
Yes,
okay?
what an objectively reasonable officer would perceive or apprehend. There are synonyms I'm using.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
sure.
what they would apprehend or perceive with respect to the threat impart. Let me finish it.
No, you've changed it because now it's like the demeanor is separate to that standard. But now you're saying, well, it could be considered as part of it.
No, I never said it was separate.
You're trying to be technically correct. When I'm correct that the grand factors exist, demeanor can be assessed. Okay.
Under the grand factors, right? Under the grand factors.
Not under the grand factors.
Why not?
Because the grand factors are those are the most prominent.
Right, but threat is one of threat is one of the grand factors, right?
Yes, threat is one of the grand factors.
And demeanor plays into whether or not someone's a threat, right?
Yeah, see, this is why I keep saying that they're talking about different things, and he's just saying like, oh, sure, that's like here. Sorry, he keeps saying that matters, but it doesn't matter as much as these other things. Whereas Pisco's just trying to say like, we're talking about different things. We're talking about the level, like the threat right now. Is this part of like analyzing the threat? And this is a problem that like during the panel last night that I had to keep like stopping things to get like an answer. Like, hold on, we're asking you do agree with this? Yes, you do agree with that, because every time they were asked a question, they'd be like, yeah, but, or they would be like, well, that doesn't matter, cuz. And it's like, what? Oh, hold on, don't start arguing against the thing until you can like say that you actually agree with it, because there's a problem a lot in debates where people choose not to say whether or not they agree with a thing. And then later they circle back and start arguing against it as though they never agreed with it. And so you would assume that if they just start arguing against something, the assumption is that they agree with it. The assumption is that, yes, I agree, but there's like that doesn't matter because of X, Y, and Z. And so, yeah, it's really annoying. You need to actually get them to say that they agree, which is why the yes or no shit actually is important a lot of times.
Well, it depends.
This is the Patrick Wallet meme. This is your Kodak moment. This is the Patrick Wallet meme.
Dude, this is what it is, right? You know when someone pulls out their wallet really quick and it's like, here you go, here's my wallet. It's a joke, like getting your ID quickly for the police, okay, right? Even though they're actually giving you their ID, right? Because of the speed at which they've done it, that could be perceived as a threat. But
what is the Patrick Wallet meme again? Somebody in a debate I had a while ago, they kept saying, you're doing the Patrick Wallet meme. For like a year, I thought they kept saying, you're doing the Patrick Wallaby. I looked up like Patrick Wallaby numerous times, and I was like, I can't find anything. What the fuck is the Patrick Wallaby? Is marching in a band a sport? No. But it's physically trying competitive activity, and it meets the criteria of what you'd call a sport. Sounds right to me. So band members are athletes. Marching band isn't a sport. Okay. So they're saying you're agreeing to all of the criteria of the thing. You're agreeing to the definition, or you're agreeing to the aspects that would make this thing X. But then when you get to the point where you're like, okay, so we agree, this is X, you say no. Okay.
But you're making a different argument originally. You're saying that this demeanor that we're seeing in this video, right, is part of the grand factors. But this demeanor in this video would not be considered as part of the grand factors because the threat comes later. And it isn't
I tried. Hey, I'll let the audience decide whether or not we think that demeanor is relevant under the grand factors, and we'll continue on our analysis. I never said I agree with you with your what I think is your more core point. I don't know why we have to do this fucking posturing and like macho, me.
Do you know why? Because people have fucking bigged you up, and I'm going to look bad. That's what it is. Okay.
If your point is that the demeanor is less probative than the actions that take place in front of the officer with respect to the car and other stuff, the answer is yes. I mean, I agree. If that's your core point, but I never claimed otherwise. And that's why when I said, listen, her demeanor is something I'm considering, but it's not dispositive, it's me signaling like, I'm not a crazy person. I'm not just saying because she's smiling, therefore it's fine. So I obviously agree with that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but the thing is, the reason that started is because you tried to bluster your way through the fact that you didn't know what the grand factors were, and they are a part of this decision, and they're used in law enforcement across the US.
I think reference to like a mechanical test is something that we've been admonished not to do by the Supreme Court. And so I don't do it, and so I don't. It's an objective, reasonable test, and it's a kind of gestalt. It's a morass, and it's not.
Well, I mean,
mechanical.
Sorry, go on.
It's not mechanical like a 3-point test. You know.
Well, yeah, the totality of circumstances has existed more or less. Well, it was kind of started in 1985 with the other case. I can't always remember the fucking names of these. With Tennessee and Garner, and then it was solidified in Graham Connor, right?
They're two very important cases. Yeah.
Yeah. But you're talking about like a totality of circumstances as if that's been reaffirmed.
Oh, no.
Are you referring to the latest case?
No. There's other cases before that as well. It's a TOC. Totality of circumstances is not a new thing, and also it doesn't. We both agree it's TOC. And so like this at this point, this is like an ego thing right now, and I don't know why we're wasting time on it. I don't know why we're wasting time on this. Like, you didn't know the ground fact is, mate. You didn't like.
Because you're going about as a lawyer saying incorrect things about the law.
What did I say that was incorrect? What did I say that was incorrect?
The 3-shot analysis that was incorrect.
But there is no 3-shot analysis.
That you're wrong. Okay, we don't need to loop on that again.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong about anything.
No, you were wrong, but you're not willing to admit it. Okay.
What was I wrong about?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, little bitch, a little bit. Yeah, very different. It's like Anna was like,
I'm
it's not like debating an OnlyFans girl.
Unfortunately, I got like an hour and a half. Otherwise, I would do this with you for 5 hours.
Oh, so you gotta go? You gotta go?
No, right now, right now. I'm not running from you, bro. I've got an hour and a half still. Okay, I'm not finished with you yet, dude. Okay,
I'm not finished with you. Damn. Have you ever seen fucking Ninja Turtles? You're old enough. You're Gen X, right?
I tell you what, mate, I'm actually finding it quite hard to pass what you're saying. Could you do it using Watchmen as an example? I think that would be better.
Dude, are you really going there? Oh, is that what you were doing, the Vosh thing? Vosh said something about Marvel and Rittenhouse? I think I just understood.
Yeah,
no, the reason I use examples from like Watchmen and stuff is because you guys literally, if I put any more words in that, you'll just be like, shut the fuck up. It's like idiocracy, like President Camacho. Like I can't grab your attention if it's not something shiny like Chauvin or Marvel. That's why I do it.
Okay, we don't need to do it with me because I've read a bit about this.
Right, so
and
like,
if we haven't, and also, if
that's
we
why
haven't
it's so
read it,
dishonest.
we can read it word by word on screen.
That's why it's so dishonest when it's like it's clear I know the case law, and as you're here, like it's not like I don't know Plumhoff, I don't know Graham v. Connor, I don't know Gardner. It's like very funny for you to be like, oh, Pisco is Marvel and comic book stuff. Like it is so performative of you to do that,
let's
right?
Be honest. Okay,
yeah.
Of course it's performative because we're doing a performance, we're making an entertaining piece of content, right? But the reality is, right, you've got a very shallow understanding of this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's clear to me from my research that you've got a very shallow understanding. You're not even litigated a self-defense case, right? And all the right-wing YouTubers...
Neither have you.
Damn, Pisco hasn't even litigated a fucking self-defense case, dude. What the fuck? How can he even talk about this subject if he hasn't even litigated a self-defense case? Sheesh. Like, what? Who does he think he is having a conversation about this shit?
No, exactly. But I don't say that I'm a lawyer on the internet and make claims about things.
Just because you're a lawyer on the internet doesn't mean that you've done a self-defense case.
Sure, but then your credentials as a lawyer then wait to what you say, and I've heard so many retarded arguments from people that have obviously watched stupid shit that you've said. Anyway.
Okay.
Come on. Let's just chill out now. Come on.
Okay,
right, shoot. Sorry, not shoot. Like, go. Right, go on.
All right. So one factor that I take in her favor is her demeanor. I also take into fact what she says here.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
She doesn't seem like someone who's angry. She doesn't seem like someone who is like intentionally trying to like run people over. She seems more.
Sure.
Yes, she's definitely like I think a bit cheeky, and I think the mere fact that she's like trying to fuck with ICE shows that like she's being tongue in cheek. But I don't think this is like a murderer who wants to like just kill the person. That's just my read on it as a human being.
So yeah, I don't think she's a murderer that wants to kill someone. I'd agree with that. Okay. But I think you're underplaying the antagonism here because she was in the road beeping a horn.
Yeah, no doubt.
Minutes before this.
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
So, and the thing is, mate, look, let's just not be too gay about it, right? I don't fucking like ICE. You don't like ICE, okay?
I prefer you not use this heteronormative language.
What do you mean, dude?
Well, you know exactly what the fuck I mean.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Yeah, it's triggering for me.
Did he say guys or what?
No doubt.
Minutes before this.
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
So, and the thing is, mate, look, let's just not be too gay about it, right? I don't fucking.
Let's not be too gay about it. Okay.
All
Right, but the thing is, you'd agree with me that regardless of what you think about ICE, I think about ICE, whatever, it doesn't change, obviously, the legal precedents and whatnot, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think it changes it. And that's why I'm not throwing out like a lot of people are like, oh, ICE can't even arrest, mate. They can't even arrest, mate.
Being gay about it?
I'm not like doing that.
No, sure. And, I know, yeah. I mean, that is like, there are some really terrible takes. But then, the thing is as well.
This is something that I think on a daily basis since this happened, I've had people coming into my chat like doing the like they're not even allowed to make arrests. They're not allowed to police traffic stops, but they weren't even allowed to detain her, but they're not allowed to detain US citizens. They're not allowed to police US citizens. They're not like, it's just that there's shit like this every single fucking day. And even during the debate, like I just kept seeing it in the fucking chats over and over and over. Everybody saying this stuff. And so I like even wanted to make sure that we like kind of stopped and corrected some of that shit as well.
Well, the right had reflexively bad takes too, so it's just so happens that, well, I think they're largely correct on some stuff.
Okay, all right.
Go on.
So I'm taking, I think a reasonable officer takes into account her demeanor, takes into account the words she's saying, that this is an asshole. Yeah. And by the way, I'm even putting aside the possibility that
also, when I was correcting some of those things during the panel, I saw a bunch of people in, I think it was Soy Pills chat, who were getting mad about it. And they were like, dude, Tom is so fucking stupid. Like, who cares? And some of them were like, oh dude, the only reason he's correcting this is because he's trying to lend credence to the right-wingers and shit like that. The reason that it matters is because, like, we see a bunch of right-wingers making really stupid fucking arguments about her being a terrorist, about her being a murderer, about her being this, like, evil fucking person, and we see all these really fucking stupid arguments. And what the right is doing is they're not trying to prove that she was a terrorist. They're not trying to prove that she was this murderer. They're running around clipping people on the left saying shit like that. Like, they're clipping people saying, like, they're not allowed to police citizens. They're not allowed to make traffic stops. They weren't even allowed to detain her. They're not allowed to, like, they're clipping lefties saying all of those things and playing those all over the place. And so they're just bad arguments. Like, I want to make sure that we have the right arguments. I want to make sure that, like, people who listen to me, who listen to my show, whether it's me talking or my panel, like, I want to make sure that if I'm platforming shit, that, like, people are hopefully getting the right information out of that. And so, yeah, it's not about, like, helping one narrative or the other. It's about, like, being on the right side of history. It's about being correct. And that's why I do these shows. That's why I talk about these things. That's why I do the research. That's why I review people, and like that's what all of this is supposed to be about, is to try to, like, get the correct information out, to try to help people understand better. And for other people, it's not about that. It's just about, like, winning for your side, getting W's for your side.
That the officer themselves is trying to provoke a self-defense situation. That's not even part of my analysis. Although I think someone who would make that argument would take into that, like, what this motherfucker says afterwards and what she's saying there. All right, so we keep going.
Yeah.
It's okay, we don't change our plates.
So, also, sorry, can you just say, why do you think he's filming the car? What's your take on that?
I'm assuming this for a law enforcement purpose.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree.
So it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking.
So there's antagonism coming from her as well. Maybe he doesn't know that's the wife, but there's someone else that's being antagonistic towards him too, amongst the broader antagonism in the street, right? So you'd be on edge in this situation, right?
I don't think he's on edge. I think he's, like, pissed off. Do you think he's afraid of her? It's too.
I think he's there to antagonize her back. Like, I think that's why he's recording. I think that's why he's walking around with his camera. I think that's why he's, like, walking up to the girlfriend and shit like that. I think that he's trying to just antagonize them back, and then the other guys decide to just arrest her. But I think his plan was just to be antagonizing back.
What does pissed off mean to you? Can you describe the definition of pissed and off?
Annoyed,
okay.
Not necessarily afraid, or in apprehension of a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death.
Sure. I think that you could call that, like, on edge. I mean, I don't know, I feel like we're getting into the semantics of it, but, like, he's frustrated. He's, like, frustrated and Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
and I think an objectively reasonable officer should not be like fucking like that. I think an objectively reasonable officer has seen enough in their day to day and shouldn't be like trigger happy because some woman is protesting them.
Okay, but
Some
hang on a
lesbian.
sec, right? I mean, the thing is, you're talking about like an officer, right? I think that there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter. And I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior. ICE are responding in kind, and it's creating this kind of loop of antagonism.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I agree that a reasonable officer would take into account the fact that there have been violent actions taken against ICE in recent months. I don't doubt that. But there's also lawful protest activities that happen, and as well as, you know, opposition, which is not illegal or
but her act, I mean, it's difficult to determine because unfortunately she's passed away now, but blocking the road like this is unlikely to be a legal form of protest, right?
I doubt it's legal to do what this woman is doing.
Sure. Okay.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out the car. He calls him fat. Would a reasonable officer be triggered that they you're thinking about your lunch?
Some ugly lesbian fucking having a go at him. Jesus.
Yo, so do you like hate gay people now? You hate trans people now, right? That's what people told me. You're like against trans people.
Yeah, the narrative is because I got caught out messaging a few trans back in the day. Now I've got some sort of like pathological hate.
What is
towards
this?
them,
What is
but
this
it's not
like
true.
ugly lesbian, ugly like transvestigation type stuff? Like, what are you doing?
Okay, she's a lesbian and she's ugly. It doesn't get much deeper than that, bro. Sorry, do you think she's attractive?
I do.
What is your objective, reasonable belief about her attractiveness?
This is beautiful.
God, dude.
What? Like,
dude, this feels so bad. We're laughing about a woman getting shot, dude. Come on.
I'm not
can we just lock
laughing
in for
about
a
that.
sec?
It's just like you felt the need to like denigrate this person. And,
You're laughing about a widow, bro, dude. Come
you're
on.
the one calling her an
serious.
ugly lesbian, and you want me as. What do you want me to do with that? I'm supposed to ignore that.
Okay, that's just quick, dude. Come on, please, just focus. This is fucking crazy. Go on.
Get out of the fucking car.
I don't know what the fuck's happening. Dude.
I think so. You start to see her moving her wheel to the right. Agreed?
Yeah. Well, hang on a sec. Right? I can see it, but I don't know that the officer is necessarily perceiving that.
Would an objectively reasonable officer be perceiving this?
Well, the thing is, an objectively reasonable officer may be perceiving it. They may not.
Would be.
An
Would be. Would be.
No. An
What else would they
objectively
be
reasonable officer could perceive many things in these circumstances. An objectively reasonable officer may perceive that there's a 2-ton hunk of metal that is reversing and is imminently about to drive in a way that it looks like it's coming towards them from their perspective.
I think what you're suggesting is an objectively reasonable person, officer might have their like dick in their hand and just be like la da 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 da. No, an objective reasonable officer looks at the car in relation to their body and the driver.
Okay, that's not certain that they're looking at the driver. It's not certain what they're perceiving. This happens so quickly, and I would
in your
say,
mind, as you see this, do you separate that out? No, as someone who's watching this, you see the car and
you're
the
doing
woman.
2020 hindsight. That's not advised by the Supreme Court. You're sitting in the council chambers and you're calmly pausing, rewinding. It's about the officer on the scene, what they're perceiving. I would say that in a moment like this, when a car suddenly reverses when you're walking towards the front of it, okay, you're more likely to be perceiving the fact there's a massive piece of fucking metal maneuvering in a way that looks like it's gonna fucking squash you to bits.
And do you think that an objectively reasonable officer, in response to that, would step to the side?
Here's the problem that you've got. An objectively reasonable officer could do a great many things here, okay? Just because one option is reasonable doesn't mean that another option is unreasonable. So an officer may choose to step to the side, okay? But just because that exists doesn't mean that a reasonable officer would then not be authorized to use lethal force in the situation, because a reasonable officer may decide that based on the totality of circumstances, that is the best use of force in that given situation.
Just what use of force? To stand there or to not move to the side is the best use of force?
No, to shoot being the best use of force. So
no, but that's what I'm
obviously
asking.
Standing to the side. No, standing to the side isn't the use of force. Standing aside is retreating, right?
Well, I don't know that it's retreating from the entire encounter, but do you think an objectively reasonable officer? I'm just asking. You can say yes, but it's not dispositive.
Stepping aside is retreating. Stepping aside is retreating. That would be considered retreating before using lethal force.
No,
of course it would.
No, I'm not saying that you retreat from the situation. And even if it was,
no, that's not what retreat means. That's not, no, you've got it wrong.
What is retreat?
Retreat just means that you take a potentially safe route to get away before you then use force. So stepping to the side would be considered a form of retreat, which is something that law enforcement officers are not obligated to do.
I'm
not
obligated
by law.
I'm not convinced to do it. I'm not convinced that a step to the side is considered retreat for those purposes. But even putting that aside, assume it is. I'm just.
Well, I think I think the Chud is correct that, like, in the case of retreat in this scenario, it does mean to remove yourself from the threat. Like when you look at stand your ground laws, right? There's some states that have stand your ground laws, and then there's some states that have a duty to retreat, and that if you stand your ground, that means you have no obligation to remove yourself from a threatening situation. You have the ability to defend yourself and stay where you are. Whereas if you have a duty to retreat, that means you have to remove yourself, or at least attempt to remove yourself from the threat first. Now, it is true that, yes, like in a scenario that is caused by an officer, that it doesn't matter whether or not they had a duty to retreat or not. Like, if you caused the scenario in the first place and made this happen, then it's kind of on you. And I don't think at any point, like, he actually ought to fear for his life, and I think that he did cause the scenario.
Just asking you the question: would an objectively reasonable officer? You can say it doesn't matter that he didn't. You can say that, but I'm just asking you the question: would an objectively reasonable officer step to the side in the moment?
Possibly.
I'm not asking possibly. I'm asking would they?
Well, the thing is, objectively reasonable officer doesn't mean that there's one best option. It means there's multiple options, right? And we can get into this in detail. None of them are particularly good. He can shoot. He can step aside. He can jump on the hood. The reality is, her maneuvering the car creates the jeopardy, and the officer is given a split second to respond, and they're making the best possible decision that they can with all the things that they've got in there. They don't have to do a threat matrix analysis in 0.5 seconds of all the various options and pick the best one to do. All that's asked is, based
I'm not
on
saying
the
that. I'm asking,
would an objectively reasonable officer do this and use force? And the answer is yes.
I'm just asking, what, in your view, what would an objectively reasonable officer do in this situation? Would they get out of the way of the car?
You're asking for one particular answer, and the reality is there is no one particular answer, because an objectively reasonable officer could do many things in these situations, okay? And one of those things that they could do is pull out their gun.
So let me.
All
right. So I'll ask you: are you telling me that one objectively reasonable action the police officer could take in this situation is to be in front of the car in this moment?
They weren't in front of the car until she started maneuvering.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking that. I'm asking, would it be the case that among the objectively reasonable actions that an officer would take, that standing in front of the car or persisting to be in front of the car would be among them?
The thing is, right?
You're looking at that or not?
You're looking at. Okay, but the thing is, it's a dumb question when we're talking about use of force, because
if
it's not
dumb,
about.
just answer
is
it.
there an option? Is there an option that means that you don't use force? Okay, that's not what's being asked. There might be some police policy that says best practice is to stand aside. Okay, right?
You can say it doesn't change the outcome. You can just say, just give me your answer. You can just answer it. I'm asking, is among the menu of objectively reasonable things the officer would do in the situation to continue to persist to be in front of it?
I don't think an objectively reasonable officer would stand in front of the vehicle and do nothing, because it increases the chances.
No, that's not what I asked. No, this is before you draw your gun. I'm just saying, at this moment in time, would among the menu of objectively reasonable actions an officer would take be to persist to be in front of the car?
An objectively reasonable officer may make the determination that the best thing they can do right there is to stand in front of the vehicle, but just because that option exists doesn't negate their ability to use lethal force.
So it's one of...
Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that it negates it. I'm just saying that your
right.
view is that one of the reasonable
why
actions...
are you going on about it then? If it doesn't negate it, it doesn't make... There's no point in discussing it.
I'm not saying that it necessarily is dispositive, but I'm just saying what you're saying right now is ridiculous. That an objectively reasonable officer...
Why am I saying that's ridiculous?
That it wouldn't be objectively reasonable in this context before the car has gone...
Because it doesn't matter what would and wouldn't be objectively reasonable in the way you're describing it. It's, would an officer, based on the totality of circumstances, be objectively reasonable to perceive a threat to himself or others in this exact situation? And the answer is yes,
unclear.
Because the car is maneuvering towards him, a big...
Yeah, Chud is correct. Like it doesn't matter if it would be reasonable to do the other things. What matters is the perspective of threat, like is that reasonable? That's all that matters. Like is the thought of threat reasonable? But I think that you have to take into consideration everything that led up to that moment and they took leading up to that moment, and they haven't really gone over that as much because I think that matters a little bit more. Am I frozen? Wait, hello? What the fuck? Alright, hold on. Shit. Damn it. What the fuck? Okay. Has the stream been skipping or anything? Like what the hell is happening? Chud is just wrong. He hasn't read the protocol. The protocol is different. So when we're talking about what it is that the officer ought to do, that's not in like what's in their handbook. That's not the same as what the law says. And so when the law talks about what it is that you have to, like what it is that we use to determine whether or not you're guilty, that's completely different. So while it's true though, like the protocols for DHS officers and ICE officers will tell them to do something else. It's not the same as like if they break protocol, that doesn't mean that they did something illegal. And so they can lose their job over breaking protocol, but it doesn't mean that they like, you know, murdered somebody because they broke protocol. So that's, fuck, dude, they always start me off so fucking far from where I'm going. It's like this game can fucking read my mind, and it always knows where I want to go, and it purposefully puts me as fucking far away from that place as possible. It's so annoying, dude. Like, it's every fucking time I come to this map, wherever I'm going, it's like close to 1,000 meters away every fucking time. So yeah, so like that's why Pisco's not bringing up like what the protocols are and what it is that they're supposed to be doing, because protocols are not the same as the law.
Fucking vehicle is moving his way. It's simple, bro.
Actually,
that's it. You're overcomplicating it. You're overcomplicating it to back up your politically biased argument.
It's actually unclear.
This is why was it obviously murder was your original take? I believe you might have brought that back. You said
no.
It's
gotten stronger. It's gotten stronger. So, I don't think it's clear that the Supreme Court has said that whether an officer who puts themselves in danger affects the TOC. But there are lower appellate courts and district courts and trial courts that have held that putting oneself in danger as an officer is relevant to the TOC. So I'm not saying that it's dispositive, but I'm
the Eighth Circuit Court, I don't believe, has that standard, which Minnesota is in.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying it's a relevant thing for us to analyze at this moment. And I wanted your take. I just wanted your take.
Okay, no, because you're trying to come up with these fucking stupid legal arguments, right?
It's not stupid.
You're talking about the concept of officer-created jeopardy. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So that isn't something. My understanding is that isn't considered on the 8th Circuit Court that Minnesota is in. Okay.
I'm not saying
and
it
it's true
is.
that sure. Okay. So even if he was on state charges, right, it would be unlikely that his
no. It would sorry.
negatively impact his argument for self-defense.
So just
right?
because there's no binding precedent from the 8th Circuit yet that would suggest that they adopted the rule about officer-created jeopardy, whatever, doesn't mean that they couldn't come to that determination in this case, A, or B, that the Supreme Court in this case could consider it as part of the evidentiary situation if this case were ever to come in play. All I'm just saying is I'm an exhaustive guy. I want to go through everything, and I just want to get your take that if there were
yeah,
that
do you know
doctrine,
what, Pisco? You are fucking exhausting, bro, but it's fun, so it's all good.
So given that, do you think this is an officer-created jeopardy, an unreasonable officer-created jeopardy, or not?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because fundamentally, and I can show you the clips to back my points
What would if this wouldn't be it? What would?
If, for example, a car was already moving at speed, driving down the street at 60 miles an hour, and the officer stood in front of the vehicle, put himself in harm's way just before he got hit to try and justify the use of force. That is something that I would consider. And there is actually not precedent, but there is another circuit court decision that talks about this exact issue. And it says that had the officer stepped in front of the vehicle before it started moving, then it's likely that lethal force would have been justified.
So it is relevant for you. So I should linger here because for you think that that's important case law. I would agree. I think it makes sense to include it. I'm not saying it's dispositive, but that's why, like, when you kind of whine and moan, like, why is this relevant, bro? Why does it matter, bro? It is relevant, and you're citing why it's relevant. That if there was an unreasonable officer-created hazard, that it's something you would consider.
So I made the correct argument, and you're taking credit for that. Is that how that works?
No, because
bro, you're so sneaky. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not. I'm saying,
bro.
I'm saying you did something sneaky by trying to skip this part when it's relevant to your analysis.
No, okay, but here's the issue. Okay, I'm looking at this from current precedent. Okay, and there are various courts that look at officer-created jeopardy, but that is a more evolving theory, and it's come up as a product of Floydism. You know about
Floydism is? No, I don't know what Floydism is.
Do you want to explain?
Yeah.
Okay, you might like this. Okay?
Wait. First, before you do that, explain hopefully.
That he knows what fucking Floydism is, bro. He knows what fucking Floydism is. That everybody knows what Floydism is because it's a fucking stupid thing to say.
Inflation?
Sure. Hoflation?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the idea that uglier women have got better opportunities on the dating market.
Okay. Now explain Floydism.
Brilliant, bro. Fucking brilliant.
Okay.
I was going up as he was going down. And he fucking hit me on his way down and fell off the rope. And it killed him. And so he fell all the way down and fucking died. I grabbed onto the rope again. The second I started falling, I grabbed the rope again and came down. He didn't grab the rope again and fell the whole way fucking down. And then I revived him.
Broadly refers to the hysteria and some of the decisions that have been made in regards to policing and other aspects following the murder of George Floyd in 2020. Okay. So one of the things that... Sorry.
Why is this an example of Floydism, this officer-created jeopardy thing?
He didn't even say anything. He literally just fucking stood there. I don't know if... I thought maybe he was, like, trying to turn on his, I thought maybe he was, like, trying to turn on his mic or something. But he just never did. He just never turned it on. And just started charging up his fucking shield and shit. I'm glad I fucking caught that rope though, dude. Like I'm so glad I caught the rope while I was falling, because I would have been dead like him. We both would have been laying there next to each other like, ah, shit.
Dude, I promise you're going to like this. But let me tell you, first of all, here's one funny example. You know, they took Aunt Jemima off of the syrup bottles, right?
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
Okay. So basically, I don't know the exact, I think it's 2021, there was an article that was written. To be honest, I've not read it. But it talks about this idea of officer-created jeopardy, okay?
Sorry.
What's so funny?
You haven't read it, you're like, but it says this.
Bro, come on, dude. You haven't read half the shit I'm talking about fully. Come off it, dude. Give me a break, man. Come on. The thing is, I just read about the concept because, dude, I know all about this. It's super interesting, okay? And I think you'll like this, okay? So, officer-created jeopardy, some courts determine on it. The recent Barnes versus Felix case reaffirmed totality of circumstances, but they refused to say whether or not officer-created jeopardy could be considered, and they left it for the lower circuit courts to decide. So this is something that is developing in legal theory at the moment.
Yeah, but it's not Floydism. It's not because of Floyd. It's because the court, there's like a split on the issue.
Okay, no, sure. This is a split on the issue, but the reason, okay, originally that this was sent up from the Fifth Circuit is because they were looking at moment of threat analysis, right?
Yeah.
Okay? And they said, you need to look at totality of circumstances, and they didn't.
I caught the fucking rope while falling again, dude. Oh no, somebody already went in? Oh no! Hurry! Hurry, 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 hurry! Let's go! So this is a room that needs a power rod to open it. So I just went and made a power rod. I crafted one. And then brought it. Oh no, somebody else is coming. I went and crafted a fucking power rod so I could come in here and see what the fuck is in this room. I guess that's it. Well, shit. Well, that kind of sucks. Yeah, I've never, like, I've seen this room like 2 or 3 times over the last couple of days and never knew what the fuck it was for. And so, or like what was in it, if there was anything good in it. So yeah, I just went and made a power rod. I thought it was already taken, but it wasn't, so. That's how it's done, baby.
Didn't answer the question about officer-created jeopardy, a concept which has seen more weight and more pushing in the legal system since George Floyd was murdered, because there's more questions and scrutiny for police since the murder of George Floyd, including things like body cams, right? That's how it's a product of Floydism.
Unless the Fifth Circuit precedent is from before
Security
Floyd.
breach,
I don't know if that's true, but fuck, I'm just going to look at it real quick. We're just going to do a real quick fact check here. You might be right.
Dude, listen to me. I can explain this to you because I've looked at this already, okay? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Not surprised you didn't know, okay? So the Fifth Circuit Court, right, looked at the case, and it's where the officer jumps on the sill of a car as it's driving off, and he fires 2 shots at the guy and kills him, right? Okay?
Uh-oh.
What?
The Fifth Circuit precedent is from 2011.
Okay. What's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
So it's not a result of Floydism, right? That it percolates in...
No. The idea of officer-created jeopardy as a concept being discussed broadly and being implemented in police policy and influencing the discussion around these court decisions, that is a product of Floydism.
Oh. And what's the
Does that make sense?
What's the source for that?
Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm trying to do a bit, and you're making it this big fucking thing that have you got a source for this being from Floydism? Bro, it's something I made up, bro. Source, I made it up. Problem?
Well, no, Floydism is a very, like, real thing. Like, it's not... He didn't make up Floydism. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, he didn't make up Floydism. I don't know if he's, like, making up the fact that this is a cause of it or whatever, but Floydism is, like, a real term that people use to say that, like, after George Floyd's death, everything changed, and now everybody's like super sensitive, and they everybody hates cops now, and that like the media twists everything in this one direction, and like that's Floydism.
Okay, we're taking too long. You don't have that much time left.
Everything's gone woke.
Okay, I've got about an hour. But no, listen, just quickly. One quick thing, okay? So, the Supreme Court vacated the decision of the Fifth Circuit Court and said, look at it again with totality of circumstances.
Right.
And the Fifth Court determined the officer's use of force were reasonable, and they jumped. Do you want to see the body cam? The body cam is insane.
No, we don't need to do that.
Finish this first. Anyway, the point is, right, the Supreme Court is consistently giving, right, broad latitude for police officers to use lethal force in circumstances where someone is operating their car, right? So my perspective on it is they're basically saying if someone's driving a car, you've got broad latitude to just fucking open fire.
No, that's
the
the Fifth Circuit applying the test from the Supreme Court and coming to the same result.
There's a concurring decision which we can get into from Kavanaugh that I think is interesting in relation to this. Have you read the concurring decision?
No.
Okay, that's disappointing, but that's okay. I can talk to you about that in a sec.
Okay.
Continue your analysis.
Okay, I need to listen to what the fuck is trying to shoot me right now. Friendly, friendly, friendly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Fuck you! Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. Ah, come on! You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. Just fucking close the doors already. Holy shit. Damn, dude. Sheesh.
Okay. Fucking bitch.
Okay. So fucking bitch, possibly contributing to state of mind, but stated after the shots. So less.
I just finished all of my quests and 2 out of 4 of the expedition. Nice. Nice. Okay, okay, okay. Well done. Wicked Witch 45 and Stu Shiesty were the 2 that were around me at the end. I think only one of them actually came in there. I knew that there were 2 people up there, but I think only one actually left.
Less relevant than if it was said before, I would say. Likely. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that it's super just like relevant to what we're doing here. I'm not sure that the state of mind of the officer. Just give me a second to stop sharing this. Boom. I don't know that the statement is super relevant to my analysis, but yeah.
No, sure. But like, I mean, obviously I've not seen all your takes, but some people are claiming that shows something substantive. So fair enough. We don't have to get into that. So my fundamental point is that the fact that she's operating the motor vehicle in the way that she is, regardless of what direction the wheel is facing, regardless where the tires are facing or whatever fucking take you want to have on it, okay? That creates a reasonable belief under the totality of circumstances of lethal or deadly threat to the officer or others. Thus, legal force is unfortunately legally justifiable.
All right,
that's my take.
I can go about this different ways. I want for us to be efficient, and so I'm gonna get to what people have told me has convinced them, and it's the following. Let's assume, for now, we'll go back to it, that there is a threat, an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. Right? You wouldn't need to prove a serious threat of death because the injury is less than that, right? So let's assume, for the purposes of our discussion for now, that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. Can you explain why the use of force in this case has any tendency to lower that threat?
I don't need to, because that's not necessary in order to justify lethal force.
I contend that it is.
No, it's not. Cite your case law, cite your precedent.
Yeah. Do you think so? I'll tell you in a second. But do you think that an objectively reasonable officer would use deadly force if it's not necessary, reasonably necessary?
Okay, but you're going back to, are there other options? You're asking, are there other options available?
No.
And just because you are because you're saying wouldn't no. You're saying there's other options available.
And then what I'm asking is deadly force justified?
Because you're overcomplicating. You're overcomplicating.
No. The question is deadly force justified? Is deadly force justified when it's not necessary, reasonably necessary?
That's irrelevant to the point of whether the officer is entitled to use justice. Here's the precedent, dude.
No.
I stopped using regular shield chargers a while ago, and because I'm always using the surge shield rechargers. But now that I use the tactical augment that has a surge shield recharger built into it, I now, like, it doesn't always fully charge my large shield. And so I realized sometimes I have to I have to pull it twice, and sometimes it's annoying to like do the built-in one and then have to use a full shield surge shield recharger just to do the other like 25%. Fucking obnoxious. So what I started doing is using the built-in surge shield recharger and then bringing regular shield rechargers to just fill up the other 25%. Fucking base. Does it really well, because normally a regular one only fills it up like 1/3 to 25% sometimes. So this actually is worked out really well.
Let's just walk through it. This is the point that cooks everybody. All right, so just embrace it.
No, it doesn't cook everybody.
Embrace
it doesn't cook everybody because you've misunderstood it, and other people don't understand it, and they're believing you, but it's wrong. You do not need to elaborate on, I thought the force would do this. I thought the force would do that. Right?
You do.
In that moment.
So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, and you tell me if you agree. It's the one I've been using.
Go on.
Someone is shooting you from the north. Okay.
I don't care about this. Cite me some case law. Cite me some precedent.
No.
I don't care about your hypotheticals.
No.
I don't care about your hypotheticals.
No, you're gonna answer it. You're gonna answer it. You're gonna.
Well, no, the hypothetical, like you would use the hypothetical to now say, does this now apply to the scenario? Like you would say, like, how does case law apply to this hypothetical? Of course.
Answer it. You're gonna 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 answer. No, that force must be objectively reasonable and necessary. Deadly force must be necessary. That's what.
No, you're getting it wrong. The standard is right. Does a reasonable officer, have Okay, dude, you are totally making this more complicated than it is. Okay,
it's simple as pie, baby. Have you seen Traffic then?
And the
simple as pie,
of the officer on the ground. Okay.
That's the position.
That's reasonable.
That's the position I'm taking. So don't be a coward. Let's walk through it. Don't be a coward. Okay. Let's just walk through it.
I'm not being a coward, dude.
Let's walk through it.
Stupid fucking lawyer tricks.
Let's
do it through. No, don't use that one. Use the Watchmen example. Don't be a fucking coward and do your movie example.
We'll do the movie example. So Ozymandias has set off a device in his laboratory. Okay, and the device is in 2 minutes gonna go off and explode the entire laboratory. Okay? And he's pressed the button, and it's not a question of if it will go off. It's going to go off, and you can't prevent it from going off. You have him there, and you agree in that context that you are under an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, correct?
Can you
answer the fucking? Can you answer?
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know, but I think he's saying you start to run out of the building where this is about to blow up, and as you're running out, you see Izzy. Now, obviously, Izzy has put you like in a scenario where he is like a reasonable threat to you. He is doing something that is attempting to kill you. Like, obviously. So, are you, as you're running out, allowed to fucking kill him? Are you allowed to just shoot him? Because he did something that threatens your life? I think the answer is obviously no. I'm assuming this is where he's going, so we'll see. But I think he's making a point to say, like, that the answer is no. That just because you're running out of the building and you see the guy who put the bomb there on the other side of the building, that like you killing this guy isn't going to stop the bomb from going off, right? And so normally, like, you're supposed to use self-defense to defend yourself, not to hurt somebody who has threatened you, or where just because you have a reasonable threat, right? It is supposed to actually stop the threat. And so if you're not stopping the threat, then you're not actually doing anything to help yourself or anybody else. So, fuck, did I mark the wrong place on this? Hey, yo! I did, I went to the wrong map. I was supposed to go to fucking space cadet map, or whatever. Fuck. And of course, the fucking Rocketeer is right. I want to just leave, but the Rocketeer is just sitting right over the... but yeah, like, obviously, if you kill him, you want to only be killing him because he's a threat. Like, because you're stopping the threat. Ooh, medium shield. In a fucking... Just... sitting in a raider cache. That's seems odd, but okay. But yeah, like, you can't just kill him just cuz there was a threat. You have to be able to stop the threat. And so that nobody would think that that's justified. Like, him shooting her didn't stop the car from... Oh, fuck. You shooting him doesn't stop the... him shooting the car doesn't stop the fucking car from running towards him or driving towards him or anybody else. I don't know what the fuck a kinetic converter is. Oh, that's a... Oh, that's a pad for the back of my gun. That's a stock. Oh, shit. Okay. Nice, dude. Fucking based. Hells yeah. That was a nice find. Hell yeah. Alright. Anyways, so yeah, I think, like, the idea is that, like, you can't just kill just because there's a threat. That, like, there ought to be more than that. Because we can think of lots of scenarios where there's a threat, but it doesn't seem justifiable to kill anybody in that scenario. I think that's where he's going with it.
Answer the fucking question and not be a bitch.
You're talking about
bitch.
Watchmen. Oh my god,
This
dude,
is
you're
the-
so.
So I
This
didn't
is
want
your
you
Watch
asked for
Marvel
this.
moment.
You asked for this.
Congratulations.
You asked for this. You asked me to do it.
I did.
You asked me to do it.
Fell into
You
my
asked me to
trap.
do it.
You got
You
out
asked me to
fucking-
do it.
you got out
So the case
bro.
law is Gardner.
You fell
The
into my
case
trap,
law is
bro.
Gardner. The
Welcome
case
to
law
your
is
Bosch
Plumhoff.
moment.
The
Welcome
case law
to
is
your
Gardner.
fucking Bosch moment,
The
dude.
case law is
You're- What's that? Is that
The
real,
case
bro?
law is Gardner. The case law is Plumhoff.
That's getting clipped.
The
Someone clip that and put him over
the case law
prompts
is
and get it on
Graham
social
v.
media
Connor.
now, bro.
The case law
Get
is
it on
Gardner.
social media now, bro.
The case law is Garner. The case law is Plumhoff. The case law is Graham versus Connor. The case law is everything
Graham
we've talked
versus
about.
Connor, you didn't know the three, you didn't know the three.
So that we're walking through it. In the case I provided, are you under a deadly threat? Yes or no?
How do you think the Supreme
Are you under
Court
deadly threat? So no. You have to answer the question. All right. We're getting an answer from you.
What do you reckon?
I'm not going to move. I'm not going to move off of this hypothetical. So you better get used to me asking the same question. Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no?
Would you
absolutely
nuke that guy? Ozymandias, you're getting. Bro, you're going down, Ozymandias.
Would you? I'm not letting you be mad of it. Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Then we're gonna. This is the rest of your time. Would you be under deadly? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? I just did. Garner.
Why don't you cite?
Gardner, Graham versus Connor, Plumhoff.
That speaks to the specificity.
They all speak
not
to
some fucking Watchmen example.
Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Would you be under deadly threat?
Well,
Yes
the
or no?
thing is, Dr. Manhattan.
Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no?
And he could get into the.
Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under a deadly threat?
Dude, it's worthless.
Would you be under a deadly threat?
I'm not answering the hypothetical, dude. I'm not doing
because you're a
fucking
pussy
movie
bitch. Because you're a pussy bitch. Because you're a
and
pussy
you're
bitch.
fucking mind
you're a pussy bitch.
It's
because you're a
clear,
pussy
bro.
bitch.
You've not escaped
you know
the
you're
plantation, bro.
You're a
You've not
pussy
escaped the
bitch
plantation.
and you're cooked. That's why I won't answer it. Right? Because you're scared.
This is literally like
you're scared.
If I wanted to answer it, I'd just say
Would you be?
These are literally like right-wing tactics to just find a way out of the fucking argument, dude. Like, well, oh, I'm not doing your hypothetical. No, I'm not doing the hypothetical. Like, you can always listen to the hypothetical and then explain why it's wrong, or explain why you disagree, or explain why you think it's not a good hypothetical or whatever. Like, you can always do that. But when people refuse to do that and instead just keep saying, no, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. Well, yeah, then it's like, okay, you're obviously fucking cooked, dude. Like, you know that you're fucking gone.
Under deadly threat, yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Okay, you are under the threat.
Yes.
Would you be justified in using force to prevent that threat?
Definitely.
In virtue of what?
100%.
In virtue of what?
Sorry, can you repeat the hypothetical again? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah. You know what hypothetical is. So it's embarrassing,
the point
right?
is, we're talking about legality, and you're quoting fucking Watchmen, bro.
You asked for that. I was giving you an example that wasn't related to comic books, but you're such a
Can
triggered.
you give me an example?
You're like one of these. I did. You're like one of these triggered wokeists who gets like fucking butthurt when you don't use like the proper terminology or whatever. You're no better than them. You're a bitch who won't answer a fucking hypothetical, and you meme your way out of it because you're low IQ. I gave I gave my self-defense take before Destiny gave his take. I've given self-defense takes against Destiny. You don't know fuck all. You understand that one of our first fucking vicious debates was about self-defense.
How did that pan out?
It was about
How did Rittenhouse pan out?
You're so stupid.
What was your take on Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
What was your take on Rittenhouse?
So my take was agnostic until I saw the trial, but you can look for any clip of me saying not justified use of force. And after I saw the trial, I think that it was justified use of force in that case. You can't find me debating Destiny to say that Kyle Rittenhouse shooting was not justified, because that wasn't my position, and everybody knows it. Our disagreement. So you're unwilling to engage seriously because you know you're fucking cooked. I'm giving you hypotheticals. You asked for the comic book one. So all you're trying to do right now, all you're trying to do,
they do. I'm talking about the law.
I'm not able to make smoke grenades. I don't always take smoke grenades with me. I'm glad that I took them in that one because that oh they're on my utility station. Okay. I don't normally take them with me, but once in that one, I'm so fucking happy I had it with me, dude. That saved my fucking ass because last time I went to the same exact fucking hatch and I was getting fucked up the whole time.
I'm bringing fucking precedent.
What do you think fucking lawyers do before the Supreme Court?
I know better than you do.
What do you think the Supreme Court does?
They're going to be arguing about fucking watchmen at the Supreme Court. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying they're going to use. They're not going to use they're not going to use the hypotheticals that I used. You asked for that hypothetical because what you're doing now, right? Is you're trying to clip farm. That's the definition of bad faith.
Correct.
That's the definition. So you are bad faith. You agree?
Bad faith is saying
you are
something
bad
I don't
faith.
truly believe.
No,
I'm not bad faith. Bad faith is saying something I don't truly believe.
Isn't refusing to engage, and when someone gives you a hypothetical?
Yes, it's well, you're saying that the hypothetical is dumb, that you don't think it actually like makes the point. You keep saying it's irrelevant. Like there's no way you actually think any of those things. So you're being bad faith, of course. You're saying things that you don't really believe, or you're just fucking retarded. Like it's one or the other.
That is addressing their point, and you choose.
You could say I'm not being intellectually charitable towards you.
No. Sure. So is not having charity for someone bad faith?
Bad faith means saying something I don't truly believe.
Wait, that's all bad faith means. That's all bad faith means.
It doesn't. It means you're just being disingenuous. It doesn't mean that you're saying something that you don't believe. It means that you're being disingenuous. You can act in a way that's dishonest. It doesn't mean that you're lying. Like he's saying, like, it just means lying. But no, it doesn't just mean lying. It means that you're doing something that's dishonest.
Means it's saying something you don't believe.
That is the definition of bad faith. Look it up.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Look
good.
it up, bitch.
Bad faith
Look up something for once in your life, bro.
Bad faith is broad.
Look up
bad faith is broader than
your life.
Bad faith is broader.
Okay, Google. Define the term bad faith.
Here's the definition of bad faith.
Intent to deceive. That's it. Intent to deceive. So it's not just lying. It's just the intent to deceive. So you just do something or say something dishonest, and that's it. Like you're being bad faith.
Broader than that. Bad faith is broader than that, and we're just gonna get serious answers to the hypothetical. So in the case in which there's deadly force applied to you.
Mate. No, wait, stop.
I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. Yeah.
No. Just listen, okay? That was actually quite fun. Okay, that was good. Go. I'll answer your hypothetical. Go.
Okay. There's someone shooting at you from the north, from a store, southward. Yep. So they're shooting to the south, and a cop is behind, I don't know, a barricade or something. But you would agree in that case, he's under a deadly threat.
Sure.
To the south, there's I don't want to say like a highway, and the cop, because he's anxious, starts shooting to the south. Is it justified? Under Garner, under Plumhoff?
Well, it goes back to the objective reasonable standard.
Yeah,
that's what matters.
Would an objectively reasonable officer be justified in using that force?
And the reason with hypotheticals is because it's about a totality of circumstances. It's on a case-by-case basis.
I've given you all the circumstances. I've given you all the circumstances.
No, you haven't.
Yes.
No, you haven't given. Okay.
For the hypothetical,
it's impossible for me to determine without more context because like what is the crime that is being committed, right?
The crime right now, the only one that's apparent is he's assaulting an officer trying to kill him.
So the guy from the north is shooting the officer.
Yes.
Okay.
And the officer, I'm telling you, is anxious and shoots to the south for no good reason.
I'm sure this is very impressive to DGG, but okay, right. So that shooting to the south for no reason. Why is he shooting to the south?
He's scared.
Okay, well, is he perceiving a threat? Is it objectively reasonable that he's perceiving a threat?
Yes, to the north.
Well, then it would okay, well, then the lethal force would likely be justified. Yes, because he's perceiving a threat.
And this is what is...
What? Bro, holy shit. Holy shit. He's doing the fucking Nick Fuentes meme. He's actually doing the Nick Fuentes meme. So he's saying, if you perceive a threat from the north, you can shoot in the south. If you perceive a threat from Sally, you can shoot Timmy. That's what he's fucking saying. Holy shit, dude. He's actually doing the Nick Fuentes meme. Like, this is the reason I call it the Nick Fuentes meme is because when Nick Fuentes had his house broken in, when Nick Fuentes had a woman walk up to his house, he opened the door, before this woman even rang the doorbell, okay? All the woman did is she was on her like Facebook live stream. She walked up to his house. She was by herself. Nobody else was there. No protesters, nothing. She walks up to his house by herself, and she wanted to ask him a couple of questions for her Facebook live stream. And she was obviously she didn't like him. She was not a fan. She was on the left. Like she was not somebody who liked him. But he had been doxxed recently, and so she knew where his address was, and she went over there. And she went up to his house and rang his doorbell. And before she could even fucking press the button to ring the doorbell, he opens the door, pepper sprays her right in the face, kicks her down the fucking stairs. And then when she falls over on the ground and drops her phone, he walks down the stairs, steals her fucking phone, and goes back inside. Okay? The justification that was given for this is he had just been doxxed and a bunch of people were sending him death threats on the internet. So it is reasonable that he felt threatened. So wait. So could he have just killed the mailman when the mailman walked up to his door? Well, no, he can't kill the mailman. But why not? Why? Like you're using threats from other people to justify him hurting this person and feeling threatened from this person, right? But there was no threat from this person. They didn't do anything to threaten him. They're like, yeah, but it's the whole context of the scenario. He felt threatened in general, and then she came up to his door. So, okay, well, the mailman's going to come up to his door. No, that's stupid. You're being stupid. Like, that is your fucking argument, is that you're saying that if I feel threatened, let's say I went to war, I have PTSD, and I'm walking down the road, and a car fucking backfires. Now it is reasonable that I feel threatened because I have PTSD. I'm allowed to pull out my fucking gun and just blow out the brains of the nearest person next to me because I think I'm back in a war situation and that they're trying to kill me. Like, no, that's not fucking reasonable. You like this is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. I cannot believe he just said this shit. I don't know how to like take this motherfucker, because he does like everything in like this half ironic way to where he always has some sort of plausible deniability every time he says some retarded shit. But I'm assuming he's gonna like pretend it was a fucking joke or some bullshit. It's fucking wild.
The most preposterous position that people have is that the only thing to consider is whether they're under threat, and so long as they're under a qualified threat, anything is justified. But that can't be what an objectively reasonable person would think is necessary to prevent a qualifying threat, right? That isn't true, right? An objectively reasonable officer doesn't just consider the fact that...
It's not about what your hypothetical says.
No. The law says that force...
The law allows for You're so retarded, bro.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't.
You don't have to be
I'm
perfect.
not saying...
You can make
no, this is bad faith. Now I know you're being bad
mistakes.
faith, because you know that what I said wasn't that you can't make mistakes. You know that what I was saying...
He's making a mistake because he's scared, right? What matters is there a reasonable belief? That's the fundamental thing. Objective, reasonable belief.
That the use of force would do what?
If he makes a mistake, okay, it's whether he has this objectively reasonable belief to use force. So obviously there's
related
more
to what? Related.
Potentially, yes. Shooting self. It's crazy, I know, but that seems to be what the law says. Yes,
it doesn't say that, you fucking idiot. You think you think it's possible that if there's some fucking woman crossing the fucking street, or an entire fucking shopping mall to the south, and he's under threat, and he just starts fucking banging away. He's like, I don't know what to do. And the city comes and says, we're going to fire you, A, and now all these people are going to file qualified immunity suits, or suits against you for violation of our civil rights, and we're going to charge you. You think the officer could say, well, I was under a deadly threat? And they're going to be like, yeah, but your use of force wasn't reasonably necessary. And guess what? In that case, he's going to fucking jail.
Okay, but the problem is, okay.
So I do, yes. I think this is where Pisco should bring up proportionality, because proportionality has been, I believe that has been justified by the Supreme Court. And so instead of talking about like per shot or any of these other things, you can say proportionality is the same thing. But it's, the point is that you whatever it is you're doing, it ought to be something to stop the threat. It shouldn't be like it shouldn't be something that's just like, oh, well, this is just when you get a fucking get out of jail free card. You just get this carte blanche to just murder. That's it.
Okay,
That's
if he feels that he's under threat.
That's literally what Chud's making it out to be. Like, he thinks like, no, this is when you're just allowed to murder, bro. Of course, they fucking started me on the opposite side of the map again. I can't deal with this.
There are tunnels built underneath the spaceport.
Can't fucking deal with this thing. Wait, am I even on the right map again? I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to be going. I think it's here.
Go to that location.
And he has a perception of threat coming from that direction, okay, right? It's possible that a reasonable officer in that position would
shoot into a shopping mall. Would shoot into a shopping mall.
Possibly, yes. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's correct. It's
and the
all
law
about
would protect him.
what the
You're
officer
saying
believes at
the
that
law would
moment.
protect him. All right, so we're going to add babies to it. There's a nursery to the south. It's filled with 100 babies. Your children. Your Elon Musk. They're all
Dude,
your kids. He throws a grenade. He throws a fucking grenade to the south.
This is showboating for DGG. It's so transparent.
He thinks if you throw a grenade into a nursery just because you're getting shot from a different direction, that the use of force would be justified. That's crazy. It's not, because you analyze the force.
Yeah, I wish Pisco gave the other example of like, okay, so if Timmy shoots you and or pulls out a gun and aims a gun at you, do you get to shoot Sally? Like, I wish he said that, because that is like such a perfect way of explaining how absurd what it is that Chud is saying right now. It's just that, yeah, you just Timmy points a gun at your head, you get to turn and shoot Sally in the head. like this would be great if like you ever want to break up with your girlfriend, but you're too scared and you just don't, like, you can never actually get to it. Just have somebody like fake mug you in the middle of a fucking alley, and people will be around, have them wear a mask and everything, and people will be around to see that you got mugged. And then as the person starts to mug you, you just pull out a gun and shoot your girlfriend and kill her. It's fucking genius, dude. It's fucking brilliant. That's what I'm gonna do. This is only in the United States. This law. Hey Mantis, you want to move to the United States? I think it's better if you move here now. I've randomly got this idea that I think it'd be better if you came here.
Force, and whether the force itself is justified in virtue of
here's the problem. You're doing what you were doing earlier now, that you're saying that each use of force is under one umbrella. It could be that they look at the use of force of firing to the north as one use of force. If the use of force to the south is the same coherent use of force, okay,
I'm assuming
they will be justified.
I'm assuming there's no threat.
If they're shooting one direction, okay,
it wouldn't be justified, right?
No, if they're shooting north, because that's where the threat is coming from, right?
That's not the hypothetical, though. The hypothetical is they're shooting south.
Okay, but the threat is in the north.
Yes.
Okay. But they're shooting south.
Right.
If the officer could say that they had reasonable belief that the threat was coming from the south, that could validate the use of force under the law.
But he says, no, I didn't really perceive a threat to the south. I perceived it to the north.
Well, wait. Well, that's a different thing then, because he's saying I didn't perceive a threat to the south, and that would be an insane thing to say, because under those circumstances, he cannot argue that he had reasonable belief of a threat, right?
He did have a reasonable belief that he was under threat. He did. You agreed he did. We all agree he did. He absolutely had the objectively reasonable belief that he was under a deadly threat.
Yeah.
Right, but then that's directed in the wrong direction, isn't it?
Correct. So that means that the use of force.
But you've changed it now. But you've changed
No,
it.
I haven't changed shit. What this example is drawing out is you don't just analyze under the objectively reasonable framework provided by the Supreme Court. You don't just analyze the threat in isolation. You analyze whether the use of force is.
Where is he? Let's fucking get him.
Hey, what's cracking?
Who shot at him?
Apparently the other not being friendly. He defended himself.
Oh, okay. All right, based. Based as fuck.
Everything's good over here. Hey,
All right, cool.
I'm going to launch tower. I'm going to go find the batteries.
I'm trying to go get the mushrooms. I think it's in the same direction, so. Trying to get around this fucking... Yeah, I'm trying to get around this fucking... It's like by the east something or another. It's on a specific tree, but... I've been waiting...
Around here, around this area.
Reasonably necessary. That's what you analyze.
Okay, so if in this instance, in your fucking stupid, retarded hypothetical, the officer, rather than shoot the
Fucking Leaper over
car,
here
had
too.
spun round and started blasting and hit someone behind him, it's unlikely that use of force will be justified. That more or
Because?
less meets the criteria, because that he meets the criteria of hypothetical, right?
All right, so now let's apply it here. So
Because
the principle that
it's
we're drawing out.
unlikely. No, listen, I've got it, dude. You're such a fucking retard, dude. Right, here's the thing, okay? Would an objectively reasonable officer in those circumstances, right, fire towards the threat being presented, right, which is the car, or would he spin around and start firing in the other direction? It's unlikely a reasonable officer would spin around and start firing in the other direction.
The purpose of the hypothetical is to show you that for force to be reasonable, there needs to be some logical connection between its application and the prevention of the threat. That's what it's not reasonable to use force in a context which doesn't do that.
If it's reasonable, the lethal force is justified. Okay, right?
I know.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
I know. That's
And
what I'm
then
saying.
That's the point.
Okay, and then it's whether or not a reasonable officer.
Yes,
in
in
those
his position.
circumstances
Yes.
would do
We're
that
almost
action.
there.
So would a reasonable officer? No. Would a reasonable officer shoot at a car? Yes. Would a reasonable officer turn around and start blasting? at the
that's
street
what I'm trying
behind
to.
him? Unlikely. No.
Chud, chill. So all we're asking is, what the hypothetical is trying to draw out is, you don't just.
No.
You don't. Let me. Let me.
I have.
Dude.
Fuck, I'm trying to figure out a way to get down there, but I guess I'll just take it. Let's go.
What do you got?
You got me with your fucking stupid.
We're so
DGG
close.
hypothetical.
We're so
I've
close.
Now I've nailed you because I've mapped your hypothetical onto the circumstances, and it still would be justified.
I can't tell if that's a Raider flare or not. I don't think I've seen one like that before. That was strange looking. Oh fuck, I was supposed to stay down there. Fuck, where's the place that I'm going? Shit, I don't know where to go. Tom, do you need deadline BP? No, I just found it yesterday. Can you tell me where the fuck I'm going? I don't remember where it is. I thought I marked it on the map, but... Down in that gully. Yeah, I know it's down in that gully. But that gully's pretty big. It's all the way over there, isn't it?
Over there.
It is. It's all the way over fucking there. Shit. I just came all the way fucking across here. And now it's all the way over there. Where the hell are the stairs that I just came up? Bro, I'm so lost on this map. I never fucking play this map. I feel like I'm doing an outside version of Stella Montes. I'm pretty sure a guy just killed another guy there, but I couldn't tell.
No, let me get there. Let me get
there.
Let me get there.
No, you don't need to get there because with your own hypothetical.
Let me get
with your own hypothetical.
Let me get
because
there.
The assessment would be right. What did the officer do? He shot at the car. Right. That's reasonable based on what a reasonable officer in the circumstance would do. A reasonable officer might step aside. A reasonable officer might jump on the hood. It's unlikely a reasonable officer would turn around terrified and start blasting behind him.
I agree with
that. So that use of force specifically would be
not
unlikely to be reasonable.
All right. So wait, let me get there.
Bro.
Let me get there.
Come on.
Let me get there.
You nearly out.
Bro, that's his whole fucking point, is that it's not reasonable. You're just delaying this forever.
You nearly had me there, dude. You nearly had me, by God, you know it's over, dude. You know it's over. Admit you've lost. Just admit you've lost. It's easier at this point. I will help you. Okay?
Let me get
you can
there.
Either consent or defend yourself.
Let me get there.
Oh shit. It looks like we know somebody's killing people for fucking mushrooms. I came to get the mushrooms, but they're already gone. And I was hoping they'd be in that guy's body, but they're not there either, so.
It's okay.
Fuck.
Next time.
Yep.
Okay, so what the hypothetical draws out is you don't just analyze the existence or non-existence of the threat. That's absurd, right? You analyze also, in addition to the threat, whether or not the use of force is objectively reasonable given the threat. And
would an objectively reasonable officer do that? And yes,
and the answer to that question,
yes, they would. There's tons of examples of this. There's tons of examples of reasonable officers shooting at a car that's driving towards them.
Let me get there, you motherfucker. Let me get there.
I'm not letting you get there because I've counter you. And I think chat can see that now as well. You're done. You're finished, dude.
Let me get
You're
there.
finished, bro.
Let me fucking get there. So, given that we also, in addition to the threat analysis,
you see if there's
wonder whether the force is objectively reasonable. And part of that analysis is, of course, the logical tendency between the use of force and its prevention of the qualifying threat. And that's what the hypothetical, either the Watchmen version, which you're sorting out about, or the shooting from the north example, that's what that elicits. And that's what it shows you. And so now we can apply it to our case. Is this like the Watchmen example? No, in that sense. Is it like shooting from the north example? It's stylized. It's crazy. He's not.
Oh, it was this thing. It was the fucking flare that goes up for this. Okay.
Shooting into a crowd? No. But here's what's the same. The same is that in that moment, shooting the woman in the car has no natural tendency to lower the threat that would purportedly qualify the use of force. That's what's the same.
Okay, here's the problem with that, right? Here's the issue. He's got a car driving towards him. He hasn't got many fucking options, and he's got to make a split-second decision.
Well, he does have an option. He can,
what's he supposed to do?
He can do what he did and jump to the side and not shoot.
But just because there is an option, right, other than the one...
You said he has no option.
No, wait.
Okay, so the question that I would ask is, if he moved to the side and he's no longer endangered, does he get to shoot him? And if he has to make a decision as to whether or not, if what he's doing is... Because, yeah, he already says, if he's not actually, stopping the threat, then this already doesn't make sense, but... Fuck you, leave me alone. Stop harassing me. This is harassment.
He does have an option.
No. you're misrepresenting me and trying to fucking counter me. But you're and anyone that's read
Why
this
do you use
knows
this
that you're fucking
terminology
right.
as like a? This could trigger
because
people,
it's
you know?
funny and entertaining. Why'd you do stupid hypotheticals to fucking get the DGG still clapping for you? It's so transparent, dude.
All right,
Okay,
so
right.
tell me how shooting the woman
you're creating
lowers
a
the threat.
false. Okay, this is the issue. You're trying to box me into this thing, but you don't understand the case law on this. Okay, it's not what the perfect thing to do would be. One option being reasonable doesn't make another option unreasonable. Okay, the point is, right, if he perceives a threat, he's allowed to use lethal force. He doesn't have to definitively stop the threat. He doesn't have to. No, we didn't disprove that. We didn't disprove that. As long as he's doing what a reasonable officer would do, and a reasonable officer would shoot at the car.
Why? In virtue of what would a reasonable officer do that?
Because when they use force and they're shooting a car, they don't have many options when it comes to what force they use. They've got a pistol against a car. They're doing the best they can given the circumstances.
Here's why a reasonable officer wouldn't. Here's my evidence that a reasonable officer wouldn't do that. All right. A, their use of force policy forbids it. B, they're trained not to do it. C, C, the other officers didn't draw pistols. You want me to go on?
The issue is you're quoting policy now, right? That's conduct.
No,
right?
what I'm doing is quoting
you
policy.
You can make an argument
I'm quoting
they're not
policy.
policy.
I'm quoting because they didn't pick these policies randomly, right, Chud? You're not saying they use the use of force policies. Oh, we just like randomly selected policies that we could like do.
Okay.
Clearly, what you're saying is that the experts.
No. Use of force policies. No. Dude, you're so. You don't even realize it. Use of force policies are best practice, and they're more restrictive than the law. Okay. So they will often.
Would an objectively reasonable officer follow policy?
Well, this is the issue, is that just because there's a policy, right, of stepping aside from the vehicle, doesn't mean that in that imminent moment when you've got to take a split-second decision, it's illegal to use force. That's not the policy I'm talking about.
That's not the policy I'm talking about.
That's not the policy I'm talking about. People don't know what they're talking about, and you're overcomplicating this.
That's not the policy I'm talking about.
It's not as complicated as you're making it.
That's not the policy I'm talking about. That's not the. And I'm not saying it's dispositive either. That policy is dispositive. I'm giving you some evidence of what an objectively reasonable officer would do.
Here's the thing. A reasonable officer may follow the policy. A reasonable officer may perceive the threat so imminently, right, that rather than follow the policy to the letter of the law, he instinctively goes and shoots, right, because he's perceiving a threat. That could be the action of a reasonable officer. Just because a reasonable officer might step aside doesn't negate the ability.
Hey, yo, ChudLogic, what it do, homie? What it do? Appreciate the raid, brah.
A reasonable officer to shoot.
No, you're being very slippery.
No, dude.
You're being very
I'm not being slippery. You're on the ropes because you know that you're wrong.
No.
You know that you're wrong about this, and you've come up with this fucking stupid argument that's convinced people because they've not read about this.
I'm
the
locked
difference
in, bro.
is I have read about this, and I understand this, and I've got a grounding in this, and you know that I do, and you know that I've read this, and you know that I understand this.
So the question isn't whether or not he would.
You know that I do, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, you know that's why you're laughing.
I'm laughing because I know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. The audience knows where I'm going. And so it's funny to see.
The audience is hopped up on retarded takes and they're politically motivated. Don't care what they're saying, okay?
Okay, you don't care.
I'm telling you, I'm correct on this, right? You do not need to retroactively explain or justify, oh, this is how the force would reduce the threat, okay? Because in that imminent moment in a split-second decision, the threat is present. You're entitled to use lethal force to try to defend yourself, right?
As a per se rule? As a per se rule? As a per se rule?
Well, it's all contextual, isn't it? It's all contextual.
Right. So it's not a per se rule. It's not. It's contextual. It's not a per se rule.
It is. Yeah. Dude, you were arguing this earlier. It's totality of circumstances.
Right.
Of course. Right. And here's the thing. Right. I understand where you're going with this. Right.
Yes. Everyone does.
The reality is, I will speak to you about the concurrent opinion on this recent decision because it speaks to what you're saying. Okay. There are no good options when someone drives off of a traffic stop.
I'm not going to get distracted.
So there are no good options, right? When someone drives off from a traffic stop, right? So the officer has to make the best determination in a split second of what to do. Do they shoot? Do they move aside? Do they jump on the hood and try and use force that way? There are no good options because the person has decided to drive a fucking car in a direction that looks like it's towards them. So they're trying to make the best decision at the moment, okay? And I fear that we're getting into retroactively justifying the use of force based on things that happen afterwards, because we don't know what's going to happen when he decides to use lethal force. The car could come to a stop. They could put the foot on the gas and continue forward and smash into someone. If you let them go, they might drive away and crash into someone else and kill them. It's the unknown risk. It's why broad latitude is given to officers, okay, to use lethal force in instances where people try to drive off from a traffic stop.
Do you think you distracted me just then with your monologue? I'm just wondering, do you think I'm distracted?
Well, no, the monologue, I'm correct and you're wrong.
I just don't understand why people do this thing of like just talking and filibustering and running the clock out as though I'm going to be distracted. I don't realize what the point of that was.
I've answered your hypothetical, now you're trying to change it because
I'm
you know
not,
what I've rated
no,
you.
I'm trying to apply the principles that we learned from the hypothetical to the actual facts of the case. That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm
and you're
applying the
not, and you're not letting me
yes.
do it. You're not letting me do it. Every time I try to get there, you don't let me do it.
Here's okay. Okay. A reasonable officer would use force in the direction of the threat that's being presented to them. Okay. An unreasonable officer would freak out and start firing in a different direction. So that's where that comes in. That answers the hypothetical.
No, the principle is broader than that. What we learned isn't like you're so low IQ if you think that the hypothetical was meant to elicit don't randomly shoot into a crowd. That's not what the hypothetical was eliciting. The hypothetical was eliciting a broader principle, which is that the use of force must be examined for its tendency, its natural tendency to actually respond to the qualifying threat. And that to the extent that a use of force, wait, let me finish it.
Use lethal force against the guy.
Oh
now
my
you're filibustering the bullshit.
God. No, because you clearly are trying to draw our inquiry into something that's incredibly narrow,
Dude,
hyper specific.
Spud gun in chat, stupid bitch. A reasonable officer would follow policy and training. That's retarded. A reasonable officer might decide to shoot. It goes against their training, but on review, because of the totality of circumstances, they decide the use of force was justified, even though it was against policy.
Wait, no, Chud. I agree that policy isn't dispositive. By which I mean, anyone can write a fucking policy and promulgate it in their department. It doesn't mean that the law says that. So I agree.
I bet you anything. If we search the term dispositive on Pisco's channel, we would probably end up with like every single stream having numerous times that he says dispositive. I would bet you anything. We would have a fucking billion hits.
Agree with Chud in that it doesn't determine the case. I'm just offering policy among other sorts of evidence that I can offer that an objectively reasonable officer in relation to the threat that officer faced would have no reasonable belief that firing a gun would have any tendency to lower that threat, to prevent.
No, but that's not what's being asked by that question. That's not what's being asked by that question. You've got it wrong. You're overcomplicating it.
I'm not.
Okay. Reasonable force is evaluated under objective reasonableness test.
I know.
Okay. Are the officer's actions reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances? Okay. Now, they cannot know when they deploy the lethal threat what is going to happen.
I know.
They might miss and shoot a bystander. Okay.
But
generally, as long as it's directed towards a threat, fine. Okay.
No.
There are no good options in this circumstance.
Wait, no. So I'll give you another hypothetical which disproves that point.
Okay. No. I don't want another hypothetical. I want you to engage with what I'm saying.
Well, how I engage with what you're saying is disproving it by giving you an example which shows its absurdity.
You're going to another hypothetical, dude, because you know that you're owned on this point.
No.
Your little hypotheticals crumbled when I've spent 5 seconds thinking about it, because I didn't want to get into it at first. But now I have, and you've on your hypothetical too. Where's the big Persian debate god that I was promised that was going to do all these hypotheticals and rate me? Okay, wait, sorry. Someone else said that. Someone else said that. That wasn't my words. Koeman said that to me. Koeman said that to me. That was Koeman.
You're not even you're not letting me get and apply the principle in this case. I won't even ask you questions. I'll just tell.
Bro, is he on fucking drugs or something? Holy shit. I'm serious. Like, he seems like he's on fucking drugs, bro. He seems like he's on fucking drugs. I don't know how else you fucking explain this shit.
I'll just say it out loud, okay?
Shoot.
Don't worry. You can. Your adrenaline levels can come down. I'm not going to ask you anything. You're not on the spot, all right? So the reason why this is relevant is because we've learned from the Supreme Court that the use of force must be objectively reasonable in light of the threat. It's not enough to just examine the threat. You have to examine the use of force and its tendency to prevent the threat, right? It would be absurd to think, well, just the threat is enough. Can I fucking get to the application part? You're not letting me get there, right? So the whole reason we do this, we get this principle and we put it onto this case is a person in that position, because of the car's inertia and because the car isn't like connected to the life support of the person, would know that the car's going to keep going. And there's no reason to believe that killing the driver is going to have any tendency to prevent the qualifying threat, assuming the threat existed, right? So even assuming the threat existed, shooting has no, and a reasonable officer would know that in that specific circumstance and in the main line of situations, it wouldn't eliminate the threat. Now, different analysis in a lot of the Supreme Court decisions, for example, Plumhoff, or this case Harris, where there's there's already been like a big high-speed chase, or the person is fleeing from a murder, or the person has gone through a thoroughfare, or the person has some other indicia that they're trying to run someone over. In those cases, for public safety reasons, for self-defense reasons, you've now cleared a threshold by which killing them actually does eliminate the threat. There might even be some collateral damage.
Incorrect.
What do you mean?
Especially in the case that you cited, Barnes versus Felix, in the recent 2012 decision, because he jumped on the sill of the car as the car was driving off and used lethal force, okay? And in the car, a number of things could have happened from him doing that. It could have stopped the car. It could have careered off into the road, okay? It could be that he missed, fell off the car, he got killed, ran into traffic. The point is, there are no good options. And rather than do these hypotheticals, why don't we talk through the concurrent opinion that Kavanaugh wrote in the decision of Barnes versus Felix, because it's instructive.
I'm applying the tests from the Supreme Court to the facts of this case. So we're out of hypotheticals. Those hypotheticals were meant to show you that the objective reasonability test is relevant to the use of force and not just the perception of threat. That's what those hypotheticals are trying to suss out.
Rather than these hypotheticals, this is what Kavanaugh said in his concurring opinion, okay? He said, what should the officer do when a driver flees from a traffic stop? There are no easy or risk-free answers.
Yeah. How does that help us?
So what he's saying, okay, that helps us because it's saying that there are no good options and the deployment of force by the officer could have a great many impacts, and a reasonable officer may decide to try and shoot the driver, okay, and from there, they don't know what's going to happen, okay, but there are instances where shooting the driver has decreased risk.
I agree.
Reduced risk.
I agree.
So there's no definitive answer as to what shooting the driver is going to do.
I'm not saying
so a reasonable officer could do that.
Wait, but that's the reason that they're saying that is because it's all context dependent. And so you would have to take into consideration each and every scenario and what's happening at the moment. He can't give a blanket statement across the board. That's why he's saying it. There's no way that he can just say, this is what it is that you'll always have to do in all of these scenarios every single time. But to just take that and be like, well, this is it. Like they just say there is no answer. So that's that. Like, come on.
They don't know what's going to happen, and they don't have to know what's going to happen in order to go back to justify the use of force. That's not how it works.
So are you telling me that there are no cases threat is unjustified?
Well, it depends on the totality of circumstances.
Right. So just because I agree with Kavanaugh there's no good answer. It's not easy. It's not 100% predictable.
Exactly.
But all I'm saying in this case, in this situation, there's plenty.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
I just gave all of my matriarch reactors, bombardier cells, rocketeer cells, all of that shit to my expedition.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, but you're very quiet.
Dude, I literally hear myself echoing back through your thing from how loud I am right now. Like I don't know what to tell you. Somehow I keep getting quieter to you.
Yeah, but you understand that it's not because you're loud. It's because there's like a problem. There's like an issue with the game, with the operators.
Yes, but I'm saying though, like
headset.
normally when I'm quiet, I don't hear myself.
Yeah, but I can't hear you then.
Huh. Yeah, I got used to talking with the mic much farther away from my mouth because I was too loud on Call of Duty. And so now on this game, I'm too quiet, and so I got used to talking with the mic way farther away from my mouth. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna keep playing the video. I'll bring shit to kill hornets, and I'll be ready to go.
Okay.
To think that the use of force is not objectively reasonable. It doesn't have any tendency to
just
prevent.
Because there are other options doesn't mean
That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying other. I'm not saying other options. 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 I'm not saying.
I think spaceport would be good. Or damn battlegrounds. One of those two.
Okay.
Or so wait, did I say damn battlegrounds? I meant buried city. Yeah.
Okay.
One of those two. Because there's like 2 or 3 places on both of those maps that just kind of always have those things respawning. So, all right.
So you're wrong on the law. You don't know self-defense. It's obvious. Bro.
I'm not saying other options. I'm saying this option is unreasonable. I'm not saying other options. I want to say that 5 more times. I'm not saying other options. I'm not saying other options.
It's unreasonable to shoot at a car that's driving towards you.
I'm not saying
a decision as a lethal force.
No, it depends. It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. In this case, no. In this case, no.
Okay.
And in this
Why
case,
not? Why not?
I'm trying to get there, and you're not letting me. Right?
Go on. Okay, just explain it, and we'll go.
The reason why in this case, it's not justified, even if it were a qualifying threat, which I'm assuming, is because in this case, shooting the driver of the vehicle has no tendency, and an objectively reasonable person would know that, but have no tendency to eliminate the threat. That's why.
Okay, but you don't have to argue that your use of force had a tendency to eliminate the threat.
Yes, you do. Then an objectively reasonable person would think that.
Depends on what a reasonable officer would do.
But I said that.
Plenty of reasonable officers shoot someone in a vehicle as it tries to drive away.
No, you apply it to the case, right? Not just the general situation.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to apply it to a case, but you keep talking about fucking hypotheticals.
No,
so
I'm talking about this case.
Okay.
Plumb off. Great.
Bro, is he seriously this confused the entire fucking time? This is wild. Like, it's actually wild how fucking confused he is. I feel like I each time I say this, I remember, oh yeah, that's right. I've always said this about Chud. Like, every single time, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? How is he so confused? I realize, oh yeah, I've literally every time I've ever reviewed Chud, I've always sat there being like, how the fuck is he so confused? But yeah, I keep trying to remember. Like, is he always the fucking like nuts, or is it just this specific topic? But yes, no, he is always this fucking nuts. So
Graham, Garner, these are all the principles that inform our analysis.
Yeah, and the principles back me up, not you. But you seem to think they back you up, and you've concocted some novel legal theory
it's not
that
novel.
an officer, right, has to know or be able to elucidate as to how that exact use of threat would reduce the exact force
that an objectively
it's always
reasonable.
a contextual analysis. Shooting someone in a car, it's all you've got. He's authorized to use lethal force because there's a threat present to him. He shoots the driver of the car.
So now,
what other possible options of lethal force does he have? He's got very limited options, and just because he can step aside, right, doesn't mean that a reasonable officer would not stand there and shoot.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're getting at. I'm answering what you're saying, and you're claiming that I'm not, because you're trying to wrap me up in hypotheticals.
I'm not.
You're trying to wrap me up in vines of fucking stupid hypotheticals, but it's not working, and you've lost, and you know you've lost, dude.
I'm not analyzing whether or not he could have just stepped aside. That's relevant to me, I think, in the inquiry of putting yourself needlessly at risk, and of the analysis.
It's not looking good for you, bro. It's not looking good for you.
You're so bad faith,
bro. Dude, there's so many chatters that are like Pisco, and now, it's turned a bit. I gotta say, dude.
Oh no. So I think that the fact that he can step away is relevant to the risk analysis, and I think the fact that he can step away is relevant to whether or not he recklessly put himself in harm's way. But
what he's perceiving. How do you know he's perceiving the opportunity to step aside? You don't know that. He doesn't know if he steps aside, he's going to be clear. It looks like he tries to do both. He's making the best of a bad situation. She's creating the jeopardy. He's doing the best to respond to the lethal threat. I'm chill, bro. I'm chill.
Okay.
I'm also correct, and you're irritating me with stupid hypotheticals, and I even engaged your hypothetical to this, and you still didn't accept it because you don't want to admit that you're.
I'm telling you, we don't have to look at whether he could step aside, because I'm granting for the sake of this argument, I'm granting, let's say that he could not, right? And so the only thing we're analyzing is the use of force in this context and whether it's objectively reasonable, not the threat itself in relation to the use of force. So I'm not.
Dude, you're making these like insane overall arguments that aren't relevant. They're just not relevant. Is there objectionable, reasonable threat? Yes. Would a reasonable officer stand and shoot? That's one of the options.
That's what we're looking at.
Certainly yes.
No, so
and there's lots of examples
no,
of
the
that.
answer is
And
no.
they don't have to say,
let
this
us
is how
do
exactly
it.
it reduces the threat. Because it's an impossible situation to contend with a vehicle driving at you in 1 second to decide what to do, which is why the Supreme Court says take into account split-second decision-making. This happened in 2 seconds.
Let us get
2
there.
seconds.
Let us
You're
get there.
asking him to...
Alex. Wait, turn off my mic. I did. Alex.
Yeah?
Hold on. Look at my gun.
I just did before. What do you got on it? Have you got a silencer on it?
No. This is the extended barrel. The pink extended barrel.
Oh, nice.
Hold on. See, pointers? Yeah, see, like, it looks... dude, it's so much harder now to tell if it's a fucking shotgun or a fucking pistol. It's so hard. It's so big.
It's so ridiculously big. It looks silly. Do you know
It
that
does.
your game's not playing for anyone on stream?
Oh, thank you. I knew when I switched it to this that I would forget to turn it back on. I knew I would.
To analyze all the options of what you can do, and then to consider if its application of force is definitively going to stop the car. It's unreasonable to...
Okay.
Wait, we're on damn battlegrounds.
Yeah, where do you think we should go?
I said either Buried City or Spaceport.
You said Buried City or damn battlegrounds.
I did, and then I said, oh wait, not... I said, did I say damn battlegrounds? You said yes, and I said, sorry, I meant Buried City.
Okay, well, we're here now, so...
Okay.
Expect an officer to contend with all of that in 2 seconds. So you're asking too much of them.
You're zooming out. You're zooming out again. I'm trying to zoom in. I'm trying to zoom in, right? I'm granting you for the sake of this argument. Let's grant that it's a qualifying threat. So that's already done, right? We've already shown that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury for purposes of what I'm about to say, okay? So we don't need to argue about that
at that
anymore.
moment, lethal force is justified.
So
that's it.
No, but we already proved that it's not per se justified,
yeah, they're
right?
shooting me. They're shooting
With the
me.
hypotheticals, we proved that. You granted that.
Okay.
Okay. So,
What would a reasonable officer do?
Right.
And there's examples of officers, and this is something which there's in the training.
I'm dead.
Yep.
Throw a grenade. He's right behind that tree.
I didn't bring grenades.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well then I'm dead. Fuck, yeah, I always come prepared to fight people with grenades. Like, that's,
Well, I didn't. Go!
check behind you, see where they are. He's there, he's there, he's there.
What the fuck? I can't believe they followed me that whole way. I only had a kettle as well.
Damn, dude. Did you come with a free loadout or something? I think they're talking to each other. We just can't hear them.
My God,
they
dude.
would shoot at the car.
Dude, it is impossible to actually run the dialectic if you don't give me the space to do it.
You're wrong. You've not cited any fucking case law that backs you up.
Plumhoff,
Not even
Garner,
you go back to the main ones. That's all that you know. That's all that you know.
No. Also out of the Minnesota Supreme Court, this case that I provided called Mum v. Mornson. This is from 2006, Supreme Court of Minnesota. The use of force needs to be reasonably necessary.
Are you getting that from chat? Are you getting that from chat? Or are you AIing it?
No, I'm not. This is a real case. I can provide it for you. This is decided.
No, I'm not saying that you're AIing the case. I'm saying that you're using AI to search up for cases that back you up.
No, I have fucking. No, I have like access to different search.
So you got your research. Have you got your research document there?
I don't have my research document here. No.
Did you go in with a free loadout or something?
No, I just went in with shit stuff.
Okay, well that's fucked. I wish. Damn.
I just went in with lure grenades, seeker grenades, like none of the shit that actually works on humans, and like health stuff. That's pretty much all there was. So they got a kettle and an anvil. Like.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that in the future, let me know so I don't bring in shit thinking that I'll have somebody who's able to help defend me. Because yeah, I just lost. Well,
I'm not gonna really be able to help defend you anyway. It's like, even if I brought good shit.
Well, yeah, I just lost a hull cracker, an anvil, or a hull cracker for anvil for, El Toro for.
Why? Like, why would you bring all that stuff?
Because we want to fucking kill wasps. So I'm coming fully prepared to kill wasps.
Not wasps, hornets. But
or
like,
hornets, yeah. And I came with
you don't need all that to kill hornets. They're not that intense of an enemy.
Well, again, and then I also want to be able to defend myself. So yes, I need both.
So
I want to. We
like
have
four
to.
guns.
So I bring an anvil, and which can kill hornets, and the hull cracker, which can kill hornets, and then the anvil can also shoot people, and for like farther combat, and then the El Toro kills them in close combat. And so that's, yes, we have to be able to make it out in order for our points to count. So if we don't come prepared to kill people, we just shouldn't even go. Like we're just going.
I guess I'm not used to lobbies where anyone kills anyone, even like ever.
Well, we're in doubles, so it's going to be very common.
Okay, well, I don't really have time to play another one.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, well shit. Alright, well sorry.
It's all good.
Alright, bye.
No, I don't have a research document.
Okay, interesting.
Do you think that I don't have access to like LexisNexis or have access to Google
It
or
just
have
seems
access?
like you're flailing. It just seems like you're flailing to desperately find something that backs you up because you're starting with hypotheticals. If you had good case law backing you up, you quote that first.
I do. You're just trying to bog this conversation down, filibuster, and like clinch in this situation because you're getting fucking beat like a dog.
Dude,
and
I'm not getting.
Yes,
beat,
you
dude.
are, and you're not letting me finish.
Why was the underdog, bro? And I've come in with a far.
You're not letting me finish it, and so you're trying to be like, oh, you got no case law, mate. I know the case law better than you, mate. And you're trying to make this about anything other than the actual analysis. We have to do the analysis. Let me do the analysis.
I'm doing the analysis.
Okay,
and I've
so
said what the analysis is based on precedent, and that's the end of the conversation. And
Yeah,
you're creating this new rubric. You're creating this new rubric, okay? Because it's what would a reasonable officer do, okay? And that doesn't necessarily mean they have to definitively stop the threat, or it doesn't mean that they need to definitively lower the threat, even, okay?
I'm not saying that. Wait, I didn't say. I'm not saying that they need to definitively do it. I never said that. I'm not saying they can't make mistakes.
But they need to explain why that. But they need to explain why that necessarily reduces the threat. No,
right? They have to explain why an objectively reasonable officer would think that the use of force is itself objectively reasonable, by which we mean would have at least some tendency to prevent the threat, not punish people, right? It's to prevent.
No, listen. I can explain it to you. Because basically what police officers are trying to do is they're trying to shoot the person in the car because that's the only real option. Wait, why are you laughing at that?
Because you're just ignoring the point I just made. You're saying, they got no other options, Mike. They got no other options. They got no other.
I'm answering it. Listen,
the question isn't whether they have other options. It's whether the option they use is reasonable.
Now because you know I'm about
the question isn't whether the question. Wait. Stop.
Sit back and learn from the master, and I'll explain.
The question isn't
whether
whether
I've got you here, bro.
The question isn't
I've got you.
I'll let you finish. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. So the question isn't whether he has any other options. The question is the option he used reasonable? So it's not whether he has other options. It's whether the option he used was objectively reasonable. That's what we're looking at.
And it is objectively reasonable to shoot the driver. And the hope, and obviously it's not guaranteed, it's uncertain, but the hope is that by incapacitating the driver, that means that the car comes to a stop. And that's the hope that they've got when they shoot, that they incapacitate the driver.
Here's the problem, Chud.
And the vehicle comes to a stop.
Here's the problem, Chud. Yeah. Have you driven a car before?
Yes.
Now, you tell me this because I'm not a scientist. But if a car in motion is in motion, and you shoot a person and kill them or start to kill them, does the car stop moving in close proximity?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so in that case,
not necessarily, but that doesn't matter. Because it's about whether the use of force is objectively reasonable.
Right. So an objectively reasonable officer would know about physics. Would know about fucking physics. Okay, he would know about physics and inertia.
On this point. You know what else has got physics? The bullet coming out of the gun. Every time an officer pulls out their gun, they're increasing the risk. It doesn't necessarily decrease or deal with the risk. Okay, so they're shooting a bullet. It could shoot someone at the back, to the left, to the right, okay? They could shoot the driver and it stops. They could shoot the driver and it speeds up. The point is, there's no good option. Would a reasonable officer in those circumstances take that shot? And the answer is yes.
even though, so explain these policies then. Explain the policies. Can you explain them?
Sure.
They just randomly like wrote something down on paper. They had a typing monkey. They're like, "Oh, this looks good. It's random. We don't really have any opinion about whether it's safe."
I can explain it to you. Okay, so there's a difference between policy and law.
I know. Stop with your bullshit. Stop. This is so fucking tiring. I'm not saying that the policy is dispositive on the law. I'm saying,
down, bro.
Why did they? No, don't do this calm down shit.
Because it's best.
Stop. No, you're so bad. No, why? In virtue of what is it best practice?
Yes, best practice, but
because it's safer, right? Because it's safer. Because it's safer. Is it more dangerous or is it safer?
You're not going to badger me on this. Okay? Yeah. There could be best practice, but a reasonable officer could do a variety of things. They're not looking for perfection. They're not looking for best practice. What would a reasonable officer do? And you can make mistakes as well.
I'm not saying that you can't make mistakes. I'm not saying definitive. I'm not saying you have to be perfect. What I'm telling you is the reason those policies exist is because people who are smart have made some risk analysis and they've determined that it might be the case that in most situations, shooting the driver of a moving vehicle increases danger, doesn't decrease it.
Okay, that's true. However, right, that's not what the law says. The law is a different standard than what the policy says. That's best practice. And the other problem too that you're not going to be able to contend with is if you decide to not shoot because you think in that moment it's not going to reduce the threat, they're going to drive off, and that creates more risk to the community. So you have got no good options. Either the risk is on yourself, the suspect.
Well, there has to be a risk to you first. There has to be a reason to believe that that you are not the target specifically, right? So when she starts driving at the officer, their belief has to be that she was just trying to kill him just because she doesn't like ICE officers. That's it. It had nothing to do with the arrest. It had nothing to do with anything else. And it doesn't even seem as though in that scenario, it would seem obvious that the ICE officer would believe she would, if they think that she's trying to kill them, or that there's a threat to them, that it's because they're in the middle of trying to arrest her, not that she just randomly decided to fucking kill them out of nowhere, right? So if they think she just randomly tried to kill them out of nowhere. Well, yeah, now she's a threat to like all sorts of people. She's just randomly deciding to kill people. But if it's instead like, oh, it's specifically me because I'm in the middle of arresting her. Well, if you don't think that other random citizens in the fucking population are going to start arresting this person, there's no reason to think that. And this isn't like a long calculation that you have to make in the middle of this happening in like split seconds. Like if you see somebody who's like shooting up a school, sure, this person, you probably have to go to like extreme lengths and take a lot of chances to try to kill this person. It's obvious they're a danger to everybody. But when somebody just drives a car in your general direction, no, there's no reason to think that this person is a danger to everybody.
Suspect of the community, and you've got 1 second to make a decision about what you're going to do. You are asking for officers to go through a decision matrix of the best possible option in that moment when someone is driving a car at them. Actually, Pisco, I will grant you something, okay? There is one person, there's one way to meaningfully stop the threat. And do you know what that is?
I don't know.
The person in the car to turn the ignition off.
Yeah, I don't know why that's relevant to our analysis of deadly force.
Because the police officer has got options that they've got to make a selection of in a split second, okay, right? And the realistic answer is there is no way of them definitively stopping the threat. And that is why people
you're saying that
with
wait,
detention.
wait. Are you saying that there's no way to stop the threat? In that situation?
I'm saying that
you just said
can
that,
take your
didn't
best
you?
shot.
Wait,
Yeah,
whoa. Did you just say that? Did you just say that?
Okay, you're trying to pick up what I'm saying now because you're fucking okay.
Wait a second.
Dude,
did you just
this
say
is
that?
dude, I was
You're trying to pick at what I'm saying because you're just so weird, dude. Why would you come to a debate and try to pick at what the other person's positions are? That's so weird, Pisco. Who would do such a thing, Pisco? Who would go to a debate and start picking at what the other person is saying, dude? That's so strange, dude. What is Pisco doing here?
expecting the fucking Peruvian debate.
Did you just say that?
You're nitpicking at what I'm saying. You're nitpicking at what
So
I'm saying.
shooting wouldn't stop the threat, right? You just said it, right?
Well, the thing is, it depends. It might stop the threat. It might not stop the threat. Shooting the police. No, dude, this is pathetic, dude. You're trying to nitpick at me on something.
You just said that shooting wouldn't stop the threat.
Debate bro tactics.
Fucking
honestly,
bro.
I'm disappointed, bro. I'm going to be honest, dude. I was a bit anxious coming into this because I'm like, he's a lawyer. I better look into this, right? But I shouldn't have fucking bothered because you don't even know what you're fucking talking about, dude. I wasted my time researching this, bro.
Do you still want to start a show?
Of course, dude. This would go hard, dude. This would go hard.
We'll think about it.
This would go super hard.
But I just want to be honest. This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing.
It is. It's
not
really fucking embarrassing.
No, it's not.
You just said
You've been mocked.
You just said that he has nothing.
You on law.
You just said he has nothing he
I've
can
been
do.
a bit cagey on at the hypotheticals, but I applied your hypothetical directly to the car, and you said that wasn't good enough. Okay.
You just said.
And then you're concocting these rubrics that are not used in case law.
I'm going to replay what you just said. So you just said there's nothing he can do to stop the threat, mate. Well, if there's nothing he can do to stop the threat because nothing would help, then how is shooting the person in the car reasonable, given that it wouldn't have any tendency to stop the threat?
Entitles you to use force, okay? What I'm saying is there's no good option. You don't know what's going to happen. The threat might be extinguished because you shoot them. They might drive off. You might shoot them.
My final question. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Do you think it's objectively reasonable to use force, even if there's no good reason to think that it would have any effect to lower the threat?
Yeah, certainly.
I think that's cooked, and I rest my case.
Oh man, that was fun. Is that it? Are we done?
No, we can keep going. I mean, I can also argue about the other two shots, which are so insane. Like they're so insane.
Well, that's what I was saying. That other two shots, like when you get to those other two shots, you're just well above proportionality at that point. Like it's so fucking wild when you see the other two shots. It is so far beyond reasonable.
But folks, we haven't even touched the other two shots. All we're talking about is the first shot. The other two shots are so cooked. I don't even know how anyone can argue for them.
But if the first shot can be justified, okay, right? The second two can because it's one single coherent use of force, right? And here's a question for you. 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 So you're saying, right, that shot doesn't necessarily reduce the threat. What's more likely to reduce the threat, 1 shot or 3 shots?
In this case,
sure. What's more likely to reduce?
How do you divide
3 shots?
What does it mean to divide by 0? What's that again? I'm just trying to give you the.
Now answer the question, right? If you're shooting at a car, what's more likely, right, to eliminate the threat in the vehicle? Is it taking 1 shot
in
or
the
3
case
shots,
in
or
the
15 shots?
In the case or in general in situations with cars?
Why can't you just answer this, bro?
With respect,
Okay?
I'm asking you to clarify.
Right, you've got a car coming at you. The idea is you're shooting at
3
the
shots.
driver. Okay.
3
right.
shots.
So, by your own logic, it's better to take 3 shots than 1 shot.
You know that's
because
not
it's
gonna
more
work on
likely
me.
to eliminate the threat.
You know that's not gonna work on me.
Pisco, no.
You know that's not gonna work on me.
Bro,
you know that's not gonna work on me.
Bro, people thought I was and I've come back from the ashes like a phoenix. So you're actually saying the officer should have fired more shots to make it more likely to eliminate the threat? Because the more force that they use, the more bullets that they use, the more likely it is to eliminate the threat.
This is desperate.
So you're actually calling for more violence.
This is
desperate.
desperate.
Dude, come on. You've got to admit that, dude. You've got to admit you're fucking... Is it true, yes or no? 3 bullets is more likely to eliminate the threat than 1. Yes or no?
In the hypothetical you provided, yes.
Right.
Which,
is it more likely
the hypothetical that isn't the real thing?
Okay.
The hypothetical that isn't the real thing.
Is it more likely that 15 bullets is going to stop the threat than 1 bullet? Yes or no?
In the hypothetical you presented, which isn't what happened, yes. Wait.
Okay.
It would be.
So you are actually making an argument for more force, and the more force the officer uses, the more justified they are in arguing for reasonable force use.
In the
so don't just shoot 1 bullet and check. Shoot 15 to make sure they definitely go down.
In the hypothetical.
Then you can say,
in the hypothetical.
wow, look at how effective
the hypothetical.
force
In the hypothetical.
Oh
in the hypothetical. In the hypothetical, yes. Not in the real case.
Come on, dude.
In the hypothetical.
Bro, you are so owned. You are so owned, dude. I know it, and you know it. Chat knows it too. It's so funny, bro. So, dude, I thought I was the guy that was Mr. Force. You're saying fire more bullets to make sure it's more lethal.
In the hypothetical.
Because the more lethal,
in the hypothetical.
more lethal, because more lethal, the more justifiable the force is.
In the hypothetical. In the hypothetical, not
so
in the
if
real
we think cops, so if we think that cops should be more lethal
in the hypothetical,
retroactively justify
in the
force,
hypothetical,
should we give them like machine guns
in the
to
hypothetical,
shoot at cars? So that if someone drives off, we can really make sure we're fucking nailing them. Let's give them grenades to chuck into the car, right? Because that's more force and that's more likely to be effective. That's going to blow the car up, right? And that's going to be more effective than shooting them. Let's give them a rocket launcher, okay?
No, because
and then that's going to be real fucking effective at stopping the threat.
I didn't want to trigger.
Oh, dude!
So I didn't want to trigger you. So I do want to say it's something interesting you just said. In the hypothetical, more shots, fine. But this would trigger you too much. But I don't want to say it. But I think another.
My audio's not working. Fuck, dude. But for some reason, oh, there we go. Okay, now it's working. Shit. I hate it when it fucking does that.
Another thing that informs the objective reasonableness test is the threat to others in this context. And I think in this context, shooting those shots, especially the shots afterwards, because of their risk to others, the shots themselves drives down the reasonableness of the use of force there as well. Now, I didn't bring that up because I think it's just like a grenade might, right? Or, I don't know, using a nuke. Like, this is what Chud's position is. You can nuke if the only option... No, this is your position. You can nuke... You can nuke...
Yes. Oh, yes, it is. This is why I keep saying that, like, that he's acting as though literally you can just do anything, because the proportionality is like a big part of it, but he's ignoring proportionality across the board and just like acting like you can do literally anything. Once you're justified, like, that's it. You're just fucking justified. Like, there's nothing else to it. You're justified to do whatever, whenever. That's it. That's all.
You can nuke.
No, I'm taking the position to your logical conclusion. You said the more lethal the threat, to reduce the threat, to stop the threat more conclusively, the more justifiable. So by your logic, you could launch a nuclear weapon at a car.
I didn't say infinitely. I said 10 shots. I said 10 shots, 15 shots, 5 shots in the hypothetical. I didn't say in the actual case.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, I thought you had me for a second there, a little bit. I didn't really exactly, but we came back in the end.
Because let's put aside the legal question. You know.
Okay, go on.
Shooting him right there, shooting her right there. That's not going to lower the threat of him getting hit because the car's in motion, right?
He's making a split-second decision.
No, I'm not
so
asking that.
he
Just
doesn't know.
this is you to me, man to man. Be a man.
Man to man.
Be a man.
Okay.
All right, man to man.
Yeah.
Shooting her, the car's gonna move and hit him or not, and shooting her doesn't affect that.
Correct, but also it could stop a threat to the rest of the community.
How?
Okay. Because if the dude, can we watch it? Okay, can I show you a body cam that shows this point?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
Share your screen.
Okay, man to man. Okay, this could be a little dude. Oh my god, okay. I've got 20 minutes. Can we do this as a trial of the show idea that I was thinking of? I think this would be great. Okay. All right, trust me, this is going to be good. Okay, and you can pause, comment, whatever you want to say about it. Okay.
Mm.
Let me just find it real quick. I've got it here somewhere. Here we go. Right. So let me share my screen real quick. Here we go. Okay.
He's trolling with the show idea, right? This is a troll, yeah? He's not being serious.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry. There we go. There we go. Dude, why is that? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm fucking this up.
You're good, you're good. Take your
Here
time.
we go. I've got it. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Right. I'm ready now. Okay? I'm ready now. Boom. Sorry, here we go. So, look at this. We'll talk through it. I'll pause, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts as we watch this, okay?
Draver was about to set in motion a series of events that would ultimately devastate a family and a community. Please.
We can skip through it a bit just to give you an idea, okay?
Yeah.
So there's a stop at a gas station, okay? Now, I'll play it a bit and see what you think.
Yep. Because I don't know who you are at this moment, so as soon as I have information, then you can come back. Okay. You'll have to step out for a second, okay?
Do you watch these these videos a lot?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
This is how I've learned about self-defense.
All right, keep going.
This is stuff that Irrelevant watches. Where he watches a lot of cop videos and arrest videos and shit like that. Where he analyzes what the cop is doing and the way that the cop did it and shit like that. I used to watch a lot of those on stream, but I haven't in a long time just because they feel a little repetitive.
So they're trying to do a stop. They're not complying. They need to get out. They're not getting out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sounds good to me. But you have to put the window down. Thank you. If you want to just stand back there. Yeah, but...
Listen, if you don't come out of the car, you're going to be arrested. Because she's asking you to step out.
Okay, so I'll just talk you through it because it gets a bit boring, okay? We need to figure out the format better. But basically...
I'm chill.
Okay.
You got to come out of the car right now. Undo your seatbelt and come out of the car.
No, call your supervisor.
You don't have a license and nobody knows who you are.
So, listen.
You're arguing.
All right.
So this is like de-escalation, right? They're trying to... Yeah, okay.
He's got no other option. He has to shoot.
Dude, the only option he's got now is to pull out his gun and, by your logic, empty a ammo. Okay. Now, I've seen this, so this is cheating. We need to find ones we both haven't seen because it'll be better that way, okay? But do you think this is kind of good practice so far?
I guess. I'm not an expert in conflict resolution
really seen a whole
or de-escalation.
Oh my god, dude. Have a hot take, bro. Come on.
It seems okay.
Okay.
She has to stay right in front of my vehicle right now. She'll have, ma'am, I'm going to tell you one more time. If not, I get it. Okay.
We're not talking to either of you.
All right, he is not doing a good job right there. He sounds like a little soy boy, and he's
okay.
He's finicky, and he's so I think that this is bad.
You think okay? These people are sat in a car, not listening to commands. Okay, how long do you think you would take until you get a bit chippy with them?
Well, I'm not saying chippy. It's just he's adding levels of anxiety. I think he should be a calm fucking man with no name, fucking Dirty Harry type.
Okay. Okay, dude, if it's Dirty Harry, these black women will be dead. But okay,
No, I'm just
sure.
I'm just saying, like, don't be just be like, ma'am, I'm gonna give you one more warning. Get out of the car, or we're gonna I'm not saying don't use force. I'm just saying don't have this excited energy about
Dude,
it.
I've just realised what you want. Have you seen Demolition Man? I'm gonna use a movie reference now.
Oh, is that with Denzel?
No, this with Wesley Snipes, and the cops are total pussies.
Am
That's what you want, dude.
Wait,
you
no,
want pussy cops.
Is Denzel not in Demolition Man?
No, it's Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes.
Oh fuck! What am I thinking of?
Yeah,
I don't know, dude. But
I was thinking of something with like Bruce Willis, I think, or something like that. Now I don't know what the fuck I was thinking of either. Demolition Man. What the fuck?
the point is, there's these cops that are total pussies, and they don't know how to actually engage force correctly, and they just completely subservient to the population.
So
That's
this is
the
peak
reality.
performance. This is peak performance. What we're watching.
I mean, my take on it is, like, I can understand the frustration. They're not complying, and they're trying to resolve this. They've got an obligation to get out of the car. I can't remember the law, but a seizure, legal seizure is them getting out of the car when requested on a legal stop, right?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
So they have to get out. Okay, but they're not. So they're resisting arrest, essentially.
Yeah, I think
or
that
detention.
I think that there's going to be probable cause there for an arrest. Yes.
Okay.
Your window's going to be broken, and you're going to be taken out of the car.
All right, that's better.
You're gonna go to jail if you don't come out of the vehicle. All right? So this is the last time I'm gonna tell you.
All right, that seems fine.
She has to get out. I'm talking to her right now.
So I will skip some of this just so because
Okay.
it just continues like this, okay? And the next portion, because I do need to go in 15 minutes, unfortunately.
worries.
But this is the escalatory part that I want you to see, okay? So not exactly clear the length of time. They're still not getting out, so they decide to escalate to more force, not lethal force, but some force.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll see.
We're going to break your window. We're going to break the window if you don't step out. And then you're coming out anyway. So, okay, you're under arrest. Get out of the car. Now, for driving without a license. Step out of the car. No, step out of the car.
Yeah, I think all this is justified.
Bit racist, but okay.
Do you think it's not justified? I think this is justified.
I mean, seriously, yeah, this is all justified, and it's just the right level for the situation, I think, as much as it looks horrible. Okay, right. So she's trying to drive off now, okay? Circumstances, not that dissimilar. Not that I really want to debate that anymore, but you get the idea,
I think
right? So
it's
driving off,
I think this is very different, but yes, I think that there's some similarities that are like.
okay,
very
well,
important.
forget. Okay, I know that you're very sensitive and you don't want to admit defeat. That's okay, right? So let's just say this, okay? You have got a person. We don't know the exact crime, but driving off in a vehicle is likely a felony from a detention, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, they become a fleeing felon.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay. So in this circumstance, this is a situation. Do you shoot? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you let the vehicle go, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
wait,
cheating.
no,
bear in mind, 'cause I've seen this already.
You follow it.
But well, the thing is, I watched this and I'm like, I'd probably agree, right? Based on what I've seen so far, I said, yeah, probably bad to shoot here, right? But do you think there's a reasonable perception from the officers that there's imminent threat to the community?
Not yet.
Okay, let's continue. I've cheated, so obviously I've seen this already.
Well,
But I'm making a point.
I will
okay?
tell you when I think that has manifested, in my personal opinion.
You sure? Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for when you think the threat has manifested. Okay.
So pause right there. So do you think that? Could you pause? At that point, you agree with me? No shot, right?
By the letter of the law, legally, yes.
Okay,
Morally,
that's what
yes.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so far we agree.
Yes, we do agree, right?
Yeah.
But I don't. But Well, actually, sorry. Legally uncertain. Morally, I'd say don't shoot.
No, I think this is pretty
legally.
This is pretty certain. So we have like.
Chud seems kind of desperate for the show idea. I can't tell if he's being serious or not, dude. I really can't. I can't tell if that's
a non-violent crime that's being accused of. It's not one of these.
Fleeing from a detention is not a non-violent crime. The act of trying to drive away, I think, could be classified as a violent crime.
No, I'm telling you, it's not enough under the existing framework. It's not enough to just flee in a vehicle for it to be.
It doesn't need to be a violent crime. That's only you'd know this if you looked it up. One of the Graham factors is the nature of the crime.
I know, but the flight itself. This is considering using
the flight itself is factored into the totality of circumstances, right?
The factual circumstances of the flight, for sure. But the existence of a flight in a car is almost like per se, unless you're fleeing from a felony or a crime in which one of these threats manifested. Then it's
the
not
moment they
justified.
put their foot, but the second, and this, I mean, obviously, this is where it gets into at what time does a crime exactly occur? But the second they put their foot on the gas pedal to drive away, that in and of itself is a felony, and they then become a fleeing felon because they're trying to evade detention.
Now you are violating the Supreme Court precedent, which tells us
why
it's not enough. That flight by itself is not enough.
No, you look at the totality of circumstances, right?
Right.
And so flight isn't enough, okay, right? But is there threat to the officer or others?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So
and so
you
far
don't think there's an imminent threat to others in this situation. Oh shit! I ended the stream by mistake. I'll bring it back up. You don't think that there's an imminent threat to others here?
I'm saying
in this video,
an objectively reasonable officer would not think that there's a serious threat yet of serious bodily injury or death under the existing framework.
Okay. Okay.
And just because that threat manifests later on, I'm just saying at this point in time, under the existing framework, no shot yet.
No, sure. I mean, obviously.
See, I've always like done shit to make it to where I don't end up with a screen like this because I hate it when I hate watching streams when they do this, when they just put like everybody in small boxes at the bottom and then they have the screen share up at the top and it's like big, huge box. And they're these like little tiny boxes. I fucking hate it when people do this. So I've always like edited things to make it look better or different so that you don't have to deal with that sort of shit. And you can still see the people who are debating and everything. But this is like the majority of the stream is just like looking at other shit that's not even like moving on the screen. Like that's been like the whole fucking stream.
Obviously, you can see where this is going. The threat obviously manifests later, and that's why I'm saying I've seen it because I would agree at this point no shoot.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying because I'm trying to say the best thing to do here is to shoot. I'm saying, look at the difficult decisions they have to make and look at the unfortunate consequences.
But we have to come to results at different places. So if she drove off, and in that situation, it's an even easier.
Yeah, you would only make that assessment after the threat has occurred and like at the point that it actually matters. Obviously you can't know that until it takes place. So playing the video and never even getting to the part where the threat occurs makes the entire kind of playing of the video kind of pointless now because you didn't even get to the part where he can analyze the thing that's supposed to matter in this, which is the threat. So yeah, it was just kind of a giant waste of time.
Your case that it's not justified, right? Because the guy's not in front of the car, right? He's to the side of it.
I'd agree.
Right.
So because there isn't a direct threat to an officer.
Yeah, that's an easier case.
It's an easier case for the prosecution if they decide to shoot
in that moment, right? And now
in that moment, right?
And just like you can't go ex post when you're like, for example, people will say, but the car accelerated afterward. If you make the specific point, well, the car accelerated afterward, therefore, it wasn't safe. That's like being a post hoc analysis. Okay. You are supposed to analyze at the point in time the shot is taken. Now we can use the fact that it accelerated for other propositions, but yeah, you can't do it in either way.
I just want to be really clear here because I'm not arguing, look at this, the officer should have shot. I agree. My interpretation of this is the officer shouldn't shoot. Whilst I think you could argue threat to others, I would agree that's a flimsy case.
Yeah,
But I think you could still argue it
So we agree.
potentially because they're driving. Yeah, we agree on this, right? But this is more about the officer didn't shoot. We've both agreed the officer shouldn't shoot, okay?
Yep.
I think you would agree an argument can be made, but a prosecution would have a strong case that this is not a justified shoot, right?
Correct. Well, if you just say that an argument can be made, an argument can be made on anything, you know?
No, sure. Okay, let me be more specific,
Yeah.
okay? You could make an argument that could be convincing to a jury to use lethal force here.
I
And
don't
there
know
is
about
one
that.
case, Brousseau. There's one case, Brousseau, which
Brousseau's
is somewhat
different.
similar.
Brousseau's different.
Brousseau. Okay. Brousseau, I'm talking about I might have the wrong one, to be fair. It's the one where the person steps back from the vehicle and they drive off and they shoot them as they're driving off.
Yeah, but that's like after.
I don't know if you're familiar with that one.
Yeah, but that's like after a bunch of shit too.
No, sure. But okay, I don't have it off the top of my head, okay? But I can send it to you afterward. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
But basically, the person drove off and the officer decided to shoot and they were able
Sounds
to
super
defend
interesting.
themselves under the Fourth Amendment on the basis of a perceived threat to others. And
No,
the Supreme
I
Court
buy
said it
that.
was like
No,
a grey
I buy
area.
that. I'm just saying we don't have sufficient facts here. You know, in those cases, there's a lot of different facts about
Okay, it's a totality of circumstances, but the basic, most fundamental point that I'm making is that you could cite that as an example of I had a perception of threat to others that was imminent on the basis of them driving away, trying to escape a detention, and that therefore gave me objectively reasonable belief to use lethal force. That's an argument that can be made. Obviously, I don't know how strong
can
that is
be
or how
made,
that would
right.
be convincing.
Yes, it can be made.
No, sure.
And I can make the argument that unicorns exist, and I can make the argument that
No, wait, no.
Muhammad
okay,
is real.
Just
and
to be
I can
clear,
make the
you're still in
argument-
debate mode. I'm trying to chill with you, bro.
Oh, okay.
You're still in debate mode,
Yes, the
okay?
argument
Right?
can
I agree with you. I agree with you. See, who's the debate bro now, dude? Listen, I agree with you, to be
Okay.
clear. We agree this
Okay,
looks
cool.
like a bad shoot if they pull the trigger,
Got it.
okay? Right. But I'm saying that there is a... I'm not saying it's a good argument. I'm not saying it's a convincing argument. I'm saying it's not a particularly strong case.
Right, it's a weak
but
case, right?
Okay,
Oh,
dude.
it's
Bro,
a weak
Pisco,
case.
you're so annoying, bro, because you know what I'm getting at. I'm going to ask you the question. You're going to get it immediately. If you were this person's defense attorney, the police officer, how would you argue the case? What would you say in order to get them off? It's easy, isn't it? They perceived a threat to others. That's the best argument you could make.
I thought she was drugged out.
Well, that's always the idea for fucking for self-defense. So yes, you're going to make if you're gonna try to get them off on self-defense, yeah, you're gonna make the fucking self-defense argument. Like, seems pretty straightforward. That's not a wild. That's not a big jump to get to the point where you're like, oh, you know what? I think if I wanted to argue self-defense to get this person off, I would make the self-defense argument. Whoa! You know what? I think that's a good idea. I don't know. I haven't thought too long about it, but just off the top of my head, I think you're right.
Doubt. I thought she was high. I thought that she was gonna murder someone because she was so
why
high.
am I getting so much friction on this when we agree on all of this?
Because I think it's a weak
Why
case.
are you being like, you can make it? Yeah, I know it's a weak case. I'm not saying it, dude. You're so annoying, bro. I'm saying it's a weak case as well,
Okay.
but you're making it like pulling teeth. Where when I ask you in a way that you understand, you get it and you agree. You're like, yeah, that's what I'd say if I was defending it, regardless of how strong the case is.
Yeah,
Holy shit, dude.
But it's trivial. If you say be the
Oh my
attorney,
God, dude.
be the attorney for Hitler, like, you'll come up with something to say.
Oh my, bro. Well, actually, did you know the Holocaust was legal? So technically, it's okay. Anyway,
Oh, it
let's
was?
get into that. Well, according to the Nazis' law, it was, yeah.
Oh, you mean
I'm not
under-
saying it's morally
yeah,
correct.
under
Sorry,
Nazi
do you think
law.
we derive morals from the law?
Under Nazi law, it was legal. I would grant that.
Well, why? Obviously, we're going to appeal to Nazi law because they're the ones who were in charge. So they're the only ones that we can appeal to.
Dude, okay, listen, I've got to go in 5 minutes, dude. It's unfortunate because I could talk to you longer. Okay, what I'm going to do is play it more, okay? You point out when you think the threat to the community, okay,
Oh,
has
he actually
been,
does get
has,
to
has
it. Okay,
happened.
cool.
The threat to the community has come to pass, and the
Okay.
threat has actually become reality.
So you
okay?
skipped a bunch of stuff,
See-
but I'm going to grant that they're
Okay.
just following her. She's like in the middle of the lane
Okay.
right now, okay? So
Yeah.
We're so far we're getting kind of close. All right, we're getting kind of close. This is insanely reckless driving, and it's absolutely putting people in imminent risk. The way she's driving right now.
Yeah. Okay.
So the only question is going to be whenever you take the shot, who's around you? Are you like in a school zone? Okay. So it's totality of circumstances. But right now there's a huge threat right now. Look at where she is.
There's a huge threat. Just okay. It might be difficult. Pinpoint when you think the threat comes to pass. Okay. Just tell me if you can spot it.
Well,
okay?
again, but it's not just the threat because it's a threat plus.
No, not the threat in conception. The threat coming to pass, i.e., something really bad happens that hurts people. The threat comes to pass. You see what I'm saying? Just see if you can pinpoint it. Just trust me. I'm doing a bit. Okay. Trust me.
Okay. Is she gonna crash into like a school bus? Oh wait, no. The person is. Never mind. I might have misread it. I got the wrong car, maybe.
Just keep watching, and we'll see if we can pinpoint when. Let's have a little look and just see what happens. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm sorry to laugh. 2 people died. Okay.
Jesus.
So, when would you say that the threat came to pass and the community was harmed by? What would you say was the main thing there?
When she killed people, I don't know what to say. And when she risked their lives by driving insanely recklessly.
When she crashed is probably the main point, I would say. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, dude, look. Okay, I do need to go really soon.
Yeah, that's okay.
The point I was making, right? And we agreed. So this is the thing. If we watched that and we didn't know, we'd agree bad shoot, right?
Yeah.
But the lack of the willingness of the police officers to use deadly force now means that 2 people are dead. So this is why perception of threat to others is a calculation, and it could be that at the time that would have been an illegal shoot, right? So it's such a fucked situation for a police officer to determine all of that, and they had 6 or 7 minutes to try and de-escalate, and it still resulted in this, even with their de-escalation.
Yeah, no, I think that sometimes following the law means people will die.
Exactly. So, this is the problem, is with your standards, sometimes I feel like you're putting such...
This is the argument like that they were making yesterday on the panel about like, well, what if she ran and she hit a bunch of puppies? Like that's the argument he's making right now, right? I'm not fucking crazy. He's saying like, well, they ran and she could have hit a bunch of fucking puppies afterwards. So that's what he's saying, yeah?
Such a strong standard on the police officer that they might end up making a decision that leads to people dying. I think there should be best practice. Yeah.
The reason
this is a consequence potentially.
Yes, there is a social consequence, which is innocent people will die by the rule being stronger as opposed to weaker. Okay, but the calculation is
that like that's literally like what a lot of our laws are built on, is the idea that like we're trying to give the citizens a leg up on the government a lot of times, and so the government has like burden of proof in court, right? It's because yes, we want the citizens to have a leg up on the government. We want them to have the upper hand over the government, and so that is kind of the point. Is yes, there can be negative consequences a lot of times when we have like the standard in court to be beyond a reasonable doubt. The whole, like, we know that a lot of people are going to get away. We know that. We're well aware. We also know that a lot of people who are innocent are also going to get arrested. We know this and convicted. Like, we're well aware this is the case. A lot of people who are innocent are going to get away, or are going to get imprisoned, and a lot of people who are guilty are going to get away. That's okay. Like, we are, as a country, and like the way that our systems are built, we are agreeing to that scenario. We are agreeing to that kind of possibility of loss. But it just is what it is. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just everything has trade-offs. It's like, if you give people free speech, they can say really fucked up shit to each other, and sometimes that can cause even more problems. Yep. I do know that. Fucking crazy. Like, what do you do? Like, it just is what it is.
If we have the rule be significantly weaker, we risk like authoritarianism and cops just killing people.
Agree with that.
You know, so
you've got to find the right balance.
Yeah.
You've got to find the right balance. I totally agree with that.
And right now, the rule here is, I don't say it's deferential, but it's very allowing. It's very tolerant. You know, all the cases we cited at the Supreme Court, most of them are approving of the action. Okay, it's a very tolerant.
So
rule.
precedent sides with the officer, doesn't it? That's what you're saying. Oh, let's go! Come on, one more on the way out. Let's go! Come on,
so
dude.
dishonest. No, I'm
come
telling
on,
you,
man.
I'm telling you that I agree that the rule is very tolerant of police action. I'm not denying that.
Okay, Pisco, be honest. You underestimated me, didn't you? Let's be real.
Yes. Because I didn't think you would read at least this what you're purporting to read, like all the cases. So the fact that you're able to,
the cases.
Yeah, the fact that you're citing them and saying them impressed me.
Okay, cool. Well, obviously it was very funny sparring with you, and your hypotheticals are very annoying, but it was very funny content nonetheless.
Yeah.
Okay?
Do you still think it was justified? Did I move the needle a little bit? A little bit.
See, this is the problem. Is it feels like I've got to give you some ground. But I don't think I can because I still believe it. I don't know. Listen, why don't we just leave it?
Yeah.
Why don't we leave it that we both are where we stood? Okay. We had a bloody good time. Okay.
Right.
Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. How about that?
Yes, I love that, and thank you, Chud, for indulging it.
No worries. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
Great chat.
Later, brother.
Oh, that was horrific. Holy shit. That was worse than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. That was much worse than I expected. I did not expect it to be that fucking bad. Holy shit. That was horrible. That was so fucking bad. Sheesh. Like, Chud even saying at the end, like, well, at least it was funny. Like, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, yeah, he just wanted it to be funny. Like, he doesn't really give a fuck about the debate. He doesn't, nothing he was saying was serious. Like, he doesn't believe any of the shit that he was just, yeah, it was just good fucking memes. So that's that. So fucking annoying. All right. Was that the only thing? I know the timers ran out a while ago and we didn't hit the goals, or we didn't hit the last goal. This guy did.
Last night we got on a panel.
So he's been popping up for me a lot lately. I had never seen him before until he was on the, what was it, the WIC panel the other day about with Enrique Tario, and then he was the one who kept changing his background the whole time. And then he jumped on and talked to Pisco during the Pisco WIC thing. And then the other day when I was looking for a right-winger to come onto the panel and talk about ICE, he was recommended to me as well. And we had a back and forth and told him that I'll get him on one in the future, which I think I'm going to go ahead and try to do another one. Maybe Monday? Yeah, I might try to do one Monday. But Monday might be too soon. We might do Tuesday because it's Sunday right now at 4 a.m. So we might try to do Tuesday, but I think first, normally the way that I do my debates is the first thing I do is try to get the headline. So that's the way I've always done this, and I've trained like other people on how to do debates, like how to set up panels, how to like make sure that it's going to be a good panel, how to get the right group of people, all that shit. And normally you either start with like either the topic or the headliner, but you want to start with one of those two. And because sometimes you can start with like the headliner and be like, hey, I'm thinking about doing a panel on this day. Are you free on that day if I do? And normally they'll be like, well, what's the panel on? And you're like, not sure just yet. Just wanted to make sure you're free. And if they say yes, Then once you can get like an idea of the people that you could get on there, you think like, okay, what would be a really good debate to have these people on for? And then you can start building other people around them. But then, or you can do, okay, I'm going to do this topic. I want to make sure I get the right people for this topic. Next, who's going to be the fucking headliner? Like who's a fucking big name who will actually get a lot of views on this? And then start building around that as well. And so, yeah, you always kind of want to start with that. But all of the headliner people are normally going to be on the fucking left. Like that's just the way it is. I feel like after this experience and like the fact that like all of the right wingers dropped out again on this one, which the last time that I did a fucking panel, all the right wingers kept dropping out on those as well. It's I did 3 fucking debates in one day, and it was over and over and over and over. All the right wingers kept dropping out. So I think I might start with the opposite and start with, instead of the headliner, just find the fucking right wingers, dude. Just find some fucking right wingers who are willing to go on and who are willing to do it, and get them like locked in. Like, you're sure, right? You're positive. You'll be there. You're not gonna let me down, right? Okay, we're good. All right, I'm counting on you. And then yes, and then start building around it, because holy shit, dude. The like the last couple of times, this is why I stopped doing panels. It's just because it's too hard to wrangle people. It's too hard to fucking get people wrangled, to like get them together for these debates. And so yeah, I need I need to start getting like right. They are the rarity right now. Instead of it being like, you know, oh well, it's harder to get like your headliners, so you want to start with them. Now it's like, nah, I can get fucking headliners easily. I need to start with a fucking right winger, dude. They're the ones that are hard to get. Oh, speaking of plagiarism, this is the video I was accused of plagiarizing. This is it. This is, you guys are not going to fucking believe this, okay? You're not going to believe this. I don't know if you guys know who President Sunday is, but I was talking about earlier that Beckett accused me of plagiarism, and then, or like, you know, implied that I plagiarized, and then later said like, well, it's not my fault what people think I said. But President Sunday made a huge deal about this afterwards, with him and like 2 or 3 other people, just like every fucking day saying that I plagiarized shit. Their claim was not that I plagiarized the content of the video. No. In this video, what they do is they go over a bunch of sources that are like studies that give you differences, biological differences between the sexes, okay? And they source this, like, and these are like, even the majority of them are gendered sources, so there are gendered differences. So they're talking about like differences in personality, differences in interest, differences in mentality, and you know, tone and things like that, right? And so when I was I wrote a document a while ago on gender, and just kind of like talking about the concept of gender, what it is, and why this concept makes sense in attaching to the real world, like why it gives us utility. And this video has a bunch of sources, and I liked a lot of the things they said. And so some of the things that they say, and like they source it in the description, I copied and pasted the source from the description. Okay? That is the claim, is that I plagiarized the description of this video. And I'm not kidding. I'm not saying like, oh, they said I plagiarized and it turned out it was just the description. No. It literally came out of their mouths numerous times. Foolery plagiarized the description of this video. Numerous times. Foolery plagiarized the description of this video. It's President Sunday spent a long time freaking out about this, saying that I plagiarized the description by copying and pasting the sources.
Brain scans, controlled studies, evolution.
From here. So like you see all these sources here. For a couple of them, for the ones that I used in the actual document about gender, I copied it and pasted it into my sources section of my video, of my document. That was it. Demeanor is significant. There was no reason to think she was out of control and was going to... Wait, is he way behind or... Oh no, he said that 10 minutes ago. Okay. For some reason it just popped up on mine, like it refreshed as though he just said it. Oh, my bad. Now that I watched a Pisco video, everything is recommending me Pisco shit.
P.F. Young is either the most skillful neo-Nazi ever, or he is the key to figuring out how to engage with normal white people.
All right, everyone, my brother from...
Holy shit, please, for the love of fucking God. FD signifier, please. Do not think P.F. Young is the key to engaging with white people. Holy, he is so, like, outside the box and different from everybody else to where he is, I believe, he is only, like, gathering probably extremes from both sides who see him as reasonable. So like I said to him the last time he came on, I said, for a while you identified as a radical centrist. Does that mean that like a centrist normally means that you have like an even mix of left and right-wing beliefs? Does that mean that you don't have moderate right and left-wing beliefs, but instead you have radical beliefs from the right and radical beliefs from the left? He's like, yeah, that's exactly what that is. I was like, holy shit, that makes so much sense, because you totally do. Like, you totally fucking do. You are like kind of far right and far left at the same time, so that makes sense. You're what normally we wouldn't call that a radical centrist. We would call that a nationalist socialist, but that's that's a mean thing to say to people. You can't say that. You can't say that. But yeah, that's... Most people are not that.
Another mother who happens to be another color, FD signifier, did a problematic white guy's tier list and put me in sus tier. Let's watch.
All right, P.F. Young.
A while ago, FD signifier talked about me and ChudLogic, funny enough, and he put us up on the screen as he was talking about the fact that like debate bros are like rabbit holes to the far right or something like that. Shit, there was a post about it on there. Well, never mind. But yeah, there was a video showing him talking about this clipped on here, where he said, like, he shows me and Chud on the screen, and then is saying the debate bros are a rabbit hole to the far right, blah blah blah, and he has me and ChudLogic on the fucking screen. And so I posted it on Twitter, and he went and commented on my video and was like, "My bad, bro. That was not what I meant to say. Didn't mean to do that." But alright, well, never mind. Fuck. I hate my life. I hate my life. Twitter is really gay sometimes, dude. Like, sometimes it just doesn't load shit. Like, there was almost a huge blow up between me and Seven a while ago, where I thought well, it kind of did blow up hugely because Zonia ended up totally misunderstanding what was happening. But I thought she deleted all of her fucking DMs because they just weren't loading. I thought Seven totally deleted all of her fucking DMs. So I was kind of worried. Did you guys see this? Did you guys see this? Wick posted this on Twitter. Hello, it's me, King of the Fools. Did y'all see this shit? This is some fucking wild shit, isn't it? He'd only be a National Socialist if he were also authoritarian. Well, that was kind of the point that him and I talked about in the last conversation, is that he was saying, like, well, I think some good things come from authoritarianism, and I'm done with liberalism and blah blah blah. He kept saying that he thinks that, like, liberalism making freedom the ultimate goal is a negative. This is bad for society, and he's not in favor of that anymore. And so yeah, I don't know what you call that, but not far off. It's not necessarily an authoritarian, but it's not necessarily not. Is Freddy still here? What is all of this stuff with Papa Gut? From Shamu, unhinged liberal Papa Gut has full meltdown at Sir Caleb Hammer. Is that what his name is? Over the Somali scams story, falsely claiming he exposed Nick Shirley for lying about an address. Papa Gut was completely wrong. He panics and deletes the stream instantly in total embarrassment.
This is 607 and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Okay, Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb.
It says Papa Gut is an idiot. It's the same address.
This is where they're supposed to be.
Okay, what was the?
This is 607 and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy.
This is 607 and it is not a This is 607.
607. I don't know what that says. Cedar Avenue.
And it is
maybe?
not a transportation
Yeah, I think that's
company.
what it says.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607. It's 607 South. So
It's literally okay. It's literally right there. Yeah, it's
It is-
literally right there on his fucking screen. So yes, this says here's 607 Cedar Avenue.
Not a
You guys can.
transportation.
This he moves it too quickly, but that yes, that right
607.
there.
And it is
607 Cedar Avenue. You can kind
Not
of
a-
read it now, but yes, it says 607 Cedar Avenue right there.
transportation company.
that's crazy because the address isn't 607. It's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Okay. Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video.
So yeah, the thing that Papa got pulled up, it said
He's supposed to be.
right there 607 Cedar Avenue. So yeah, he did get it wrong. Like it says right there 607 Cedar.
This is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be.
So it is the same. It's the same thing. That's literally what it says on the building. Papa gets wrong. Yeah.
He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Okay. Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb Hammer and their fact-checking team of like 30 different employees were able to figure out that they're at the wrong address because they're at 607 and not 607 South. I need to know like how desperate they are to cum guzzle fucking conservative propaganda.
Any signs denoting
Yeah. So Nick is actually right here. Papa got is wrong.
that there's any
Why? Like, what do you do with your money? Do you just like shove it up your fucking ass, or do you actually like spend it on people doing their fucking job? I'm sick of this shit, dude. What the fuck is this? Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. This is crazy. It's crazy, bro. What the fuck is crazy, dude? You have a fucking. This kid is a retard. Nick Shirley's a fucking retard. He's going around.
Oh my goodness, Nick Shirley commented on this. Is this real? Oh my goodness, it is.
Think
Holy
about
shit.
the places he's going to, and you sit there and you go, "That's crazy." I'm just in the middle, guys. I'm cum guzzling conservative propaganda because there's no expectation from my fucking audience to fact check anything at all. Taking everything he's saying as a fact when he's not at the correct location on the fucking paper he shows us in the video. Are you fucking kidding me? You have like 30 fucking employees, Caleb, where you fail constantly to do basic fucking research as you guzzle this fucking retard's cum. It's so crazy. This fraud is fucking crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this shit? How do you feel? Like you are so weak. This is so weak. I don't give a fuck if this is a disproportionate crash out.
It's the thing is that yeah, it's not just disproportionate. He's crashing out about the fact that not just that Nick Shirley lied, but that Caleb Hammer's team didn't find this lie. And then it turns out Papa Gut is wrong. That Nick Shirley didn't lie and that Caleb Hammer's team didn't miss this. And so he is kind of crashing out over something that's not just disproportionate to the thing, but then also he's wrong about this.
I don't give a singular fuck. This is weak. This is pathetic. You are the facts guy that sits down and you lecture a bunch of fucking weird liberals about how they can't spend their money correctly, but you can't spend tens of millions of dollars to hire somebody to do a fucking Google search. That's insane. That is fucking insane. You made a live stream show so you could cum gargle whatever fucking narrative makes you more successful. And I don't even think it's about the money. I think you just want people to like you. That's fucking gay. Grow up. You want people to fucking like you? What are you, fucking stupid? Get your shit together and stop fucking supporting lies. This is so basic. It's Google searches, dude. It's Google searches. It's Google searches. How hard is a Google search? He's at the wrong fucking place. He's at the wrong place. It's a Google search. How many people failed to Google search? Every fucking video. Is it intentional or is it on accident? You put such a high expectation of success onto yourself, and then you fail to Google search. Holy fuck, that's crazy though, guys.
Like when he does this, it is kind of bad when he's making such a big deal about it being such a simple thing. It's so easy. It's just a Google search. It's so simple, when he also could have just simply done the fucking Google search. Like I saw it within the first couple of seconds. Like I saw that, because the same thing, we went over the same video. We did find mistakes. We did find problems. We did find shit that they missed. We did find like, shit that they were way off on. But this, it was literally on his screen twice. 607 Cedar Avenue. It was there numerous times, and he kind of missed it.
That's crazy. I love it. I love how crazy it is. I'm the both sides guy. I call out extremism everywhere, unless it's in front of my fucking face and I make money on it. Then I don't call it out, because I don't give a shit. Because it's not about being right. It's about wanting to seem right. I want people to like me. I want people on Twitter to like me. I want a bunch of fucking losers who sit all day on the internet being racist to like me. I want racists.
Yeah, okay, so this actually is making sense. So if he's saying, he's not just going after him for that one thing, but he is going after him for not being very critical of Nick Shirley. And if that's the case, that he, like, I don't ever watch this guy, so I don't know who he is or what he does, or if he misses shit like that. But yeah, if he is like overly charitable to people like Nick Shirley and people who are farther right, then yeah, that's obviously fucked up.
To like me. Hey guys, look at me. I'm a pick-me fucking Asian. I want racists to love me. This is insane. And you want to know why I'm so angry? Because I'm embarrassed with myself for thinking that you were somebody worth being a fucking friend with. But you can't do basic fucking Google searches or ask basic questions. Guys, what's Google?
You know who Caleb Hammer is? I feel like it sounds familiar. The financial audit guy. Okay, yeah. Okay. He does the, okay, yes. This guy here, right? He brings on like streamers and shit, and not him, but this guy down here. He brings on streamers and shit and goes over their finances and tells them that they're spending money in bad places and that they have too many like subscriptions and that they need to stop buying McDonald's and DoorDash and shit like that. Okay.
Google! What is Google? How does Google work? How do we do Google? Wait a minute, they're here and they're supposed to be here. Fuck you. What are you doing? You're pathetic. This is fucking ridiculous. This is the sum of your content. This is what the sum of your content has been, Caleb. This is what the sum of your content has been. Ever since you started this live show. The sum of your content has been zero fact-checking and just being completely willfully ignorant so that you can be popular or whatever you want.
So, so the straw that broke the camel's back, obviously, he's wrong about. Like, he's wrong about the claim about Cedar Avenue. He's wrong. Fair enough. Like, but he's not just, like, they made it sound, he's this unhinged liberal. Papa Guy has full meltdown at, Sir Caleb Hammer over the Somali scam story, falsely claiming he exposed Nick Shirley for lying about an address. Papa Gut was completely wrong. He panics and deletes the stream instantly in total embarrassment. So his claim is a broader claim than just that. His claim is a broader claim. He's saying he does this all the time, that he's lazy, he misses all of this shit, that he's just trying to appease his audience. Like, he's not freaking out about this one thing. This one thing obviously is the thing that ignited this rant, but he's not ranting about that one thing. This is obviously a much broader claim than just he missed this one thing. How dare he? That is not the whole thing. This is but like this is I think Shamu is like a ChudLogic orbiter type of guy, and so I this is like the kind of analysis you would expect.
I fucking defended the shit out of you. Are you kidding me? And I wasn't wrong. I don't defend people because I'm friends with them, but you want to know what? I'm sure, apparently I let some of my bias leak through. This is the weak men making times hard for everybody. Stop being a weak man. What the fuck happened? Do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world of energy. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong place. It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. It's not the same place. It's not the same place at all. It's not the same place. Just to be absolutely clear. So I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll show it one more time. How is this the same place? This is Cedar Avenue. Dude, I think I'm going to start banning you all. I think I have to start banning all of you.
Where's this audio from?
Just online slop. This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world of energy. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong place.
Where's this audio from?
It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. More time. I think I'm going to start banning.
So they keep showing the Google Map thing to show that that is the same place. But they should be showing this, okay?
This is 607, and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is...
So, okay, so he just said it's
where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place.
So on both things that he's showing, all of them say 607 Cedar Avenue. All of them. None of them say South.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South.
So we can take this here.
So this is where they are right now, right?
Then...
this is where they're supposed to be.
This one also does not say South. It doesn't say South there. It just... Oh, wait. Okay, it does say Cedar Avenue South. Okay, it does have an S at the end. Okay.
He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Oh, Safari. This is 607, and it is not.
And then, yeah, you can see on the building here, 607 Cedar Avenue.
Not a transportation company.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So
wait, so if it's South, wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong too. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, let me watch the rest of this and see. Wow. Okay, this post was removed. This clip is from a video that is not a stream. Rule 3.1 states that all clips must originate from a live stream and not a pre-recorded uploaded video. Fuck. Okay, so one of the videos is gone. But apparently... Yeah, I can't even... I think it's the same fucking video? I'm not sure. Okay, we'll see. Oh, it is the same video, just from Reddit. Okay, all right.
Well, happy 2026 to me. Yeah, man, so I kind of woke up to this post that it looks like the entirety of my incredibly pathetic and embarrassing crash out. I mean, let's just be absolutely real, from my stream yesterday. And I kind of want to address it. You know, there's 3 big things I'm not happy with myself with, and I'm going to go in like, you know, least severe to most severe. Just to get it out there. Mostly an apology to Caleb Hammer. I just have to I've already talked to him privately, but I'm pretty sure he hadn't seen this yet, and this is horrible. Like, I'm very upset with myself now. It's just a nasty person. What a piece of shit I am. So I wanted to talk about that and kind of just clear it out and get it out there and say my piece. And yeah, so move on. I mean, what else are we gonna do? So I had a stream yesterday. You know, I had a stream where I was reacting to Nick Shirley's newest video. Absolute banger from Shirley. Thank you so much, King. Keep it real, King. You know what I mean? But okay, I gotta stop being stupid. And in the stream, I had, like I said, a pathetic, embarrassing crash out. I went off on something that I was super wrong about too. And when I realized it, I said something along the lines of like, you know,
I mean, fair enough, dude. Like, he takes the fucking L. I think he could have, you know, turned around and said, like, dude, sure, I might have been wrong about this one claim. Fair enough. But, like, I was making a lot of broader claims about the type of content that he puts out. So, it, like, saying I'm wrong about the one thing, it is fine. I'll admit that I'm wrong about that, but that doesn't change my claim about the fact that Caleb Hammer does this all the fucking time, and that this is like a larger systemic issue with him and his brand, where they kind of white knight for far extremist people when they're popular, and when they can get clout off them, they're willing to kind of placate them. Like, that was his claim. That was what it was he was saying about Caleb Hammer. So I feel like if he doesn't address that part, I will be even more disappointed in this response. I feel like either he'll have to just completely take back, like, the larger systemic issue that he was claiming exists, or he's gonna have to say, you know, oh, I still believe that. Like, I'll need to hear one of those two things for this to actually make sense or matter as far as an apology goes.
I just crashed out for nothing, and I turned the stream off and I put it on private. Obviously, let's be real, hoping that people wouldn't see it. It's an embarrassing moment, but they have, and you know, that's just kind of the way things work on the internet. It's been a while since I've been relevant enough to capture some of my streams. You know, if I want to be more mainstream, I gotta be more productive and intelligent. And by the way,
yeah, this isn't a small fuck up. The fact that Shamu tweeted out this video, right? He clipped it, tweeted it out, he posted it on Twitter and on Livestream Fails, added Caleb Hammer and Nick Shirley, and then Nick Shirley fucking commented on it and said, ha ha ha, I've got people to publicly defend fraud and then realize I'm right and then say I just crashed out for nothing. Why can't people just accept the truth? Everyone watch until the end when he realizes he is wrong. Wait, they didn't show him realizing he's wrong at the end. They didn't show him realize he, what? What the fuck? I think there is a very real phenomena, and I'm not saying that this is what happened with Papa Gut. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I like Papa Gut, the little bit that I've seen from him. I've enjoyed it, and I know that we have a fair overlap. So I think that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience who enjoy him as well, and so I think I don't have negative opinions of him so far. So I'm not. Did you stop it early? No, I went through the whole thing. Like, again, remember the recording, or where it's just audio, starts here.
Man, what the fuck happened? Do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world of energy. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong place. It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. It's not the same place. It's not the same place at all. It's not the same place. Just to be absolutely clear. So
I think that maybe maybe Nick Shirley misunderstood this part, and thought that when he said it's not the same place, he meant the place that he was claiming. Like that he was saying, oh, Papa got I got the place wrong. It wasn't the same place as where he went, my bad. Whereas instead, he's still doubling down, saying Nick Shirley, where Nick Shirley says he is not the same place as where he actually is. I think that's what he's saying in this recording. So I think Nick just misunderstood this part. But anyways, so my point is, there is a real phenomenon with like politics and with React content in general, with spheres like this, where people know lots of times that, so like, I think I was one of the first to review the Nick Shirley video. I didn't see anybody else talking about it in the sphere. I didn't see any other politics streamers go over it. I didn't see anybody else review it. Nothing. Tweet about it. Nothing. I just saw a bunch of clips of it on Twitter and I decided to review it. Okay. You stopped it again. Yes. Hold on. Chill. I think that there's a real phenomena where people see a lot of heat like around a thing. Okay, that thing is blowing up. They already know the general vibe of that thing. So like a lot of people who reviewed the Nick Shirley thing after I had done it, like I think I did it one night and I woke up the next day and like everybody was reviewing it. And then the day after that, Destiny reviewed it, like Vosh reviewed it, like everybody fucking reviewed it, like I think 2 days after I did, I believe. So at that point, like everybody knew what the general vibe was. Everybody knew like, oh, Nick Shirley made a video claiming that there's fraud about Somalians. And he got a lot of shit wrong. And he looks really stupid. And all of the liberals are dunking on him right now. They know that, right? And so they go into the video kind of like thirsty for getting those dunks. They go into these like, you know, they go into their own review where they're like, okay, I'll review this video. And they go in like thirsty for getting those fucking dunks and being like, oh, I'm going to get these motherfuckers. Or they might see a clip of somebody like proving that Nick lied about something. They're pulling up Google Maps and they're pulling up, you know, this, that, and the other. And they see all these different things. And so then while they're on it, they're like, oh, it'd be great if I could find another thing that other people haven't found. And like they get overly zealous. You know, they get really thirsty. And so it is a real thing. It's a real phenomenon with politics streamers. And so I would just caution people, like, this happens. It happens to everybody. It's a normal thing. It's a very normal, it's a very human thing to happen. Is that like, yes, they see this happening and they're like, yo, I could get a major clip off this motherfucker. And so I'm not saying that's what Papa Gut did. I have no fucking idea. But it's that's what it reminds me of when I watch this. Is I think I've seen this many times.
I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll show it one more time. How is this the same place? This is Cedar Avenue, dude. I think I'm gonna start banning you all.
He's responding to people in chat. So again, I think Nick hears him say this. How is this the same place? I think maybe he thinks he's realizing he's wrong there, when in reality, he's not realizing he's wrong. He's responding to people in chat saying it's the same place.
I think I have to start banning all of you. This is South 6th Street. Am I fucking crazy? What are you talking about? Oh shit, dude, I'm fucking dumb. Damn, I just crashed out for nothing. Holy fuck.
Oh, he did. Oh shit, he did. Okay. I somehow missed that. Okay, yeah, he did actually realize he was wrong at the end. I played it till the end last time, so I guess I just completely missed that last time. All right, my bad. Well, I just crashed out for nothing, so whatever. All right. Nick Shirley didn't uncover anything CNN and many outlets reported on the Minnesota fraud for years ago. Or correct. That's kind of, yes. That is the major part, is that it's obvious that told me what? Am I being gaslit right now? He told me what? You told me that he said that at the end? But yeah, that was the major claim, is that like he was acting as though he brought evidence of fraud, whereas like he didn't do anything. He didn't show any evidence. He didn't, like, outside of like, you know, talking about the cases that already existed, which he barely did, or, you know, anything like referencing you know, some of the audits, which isn't really great evidence either. It's like a part of evidence, but not much. Tom, we have to protect our Somalis. They are so precious. You can protect them, bro. You got this. I will depend on you to protect them. First time you played it, you stopped it and didn't finish it. You were asking, where's this audio from? And I think got distracted, unless I stopped listening. I don't know. Okay, maybe I did. I thought I
the way that I express myself. This is pretty big, like, you know, like, hey, get your shit together. It almost feels selfish to be able to find a productive message out of this, like, hey, you have to keep your shit together. But, you know, yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. So let me go through the 3 things, like what I'm ashamed of myself for, again, in least severe to most severe, and really just kind of explain myself as why I had this problem. Because I've been thinking about it, obviously, like all night. I'm like, what is wrong with me? You know, even if this didn't come out, I'm still like, what is wrong with me? Like, how did I do what I did? So let me just kind of express what I've been thinking about. Tier 1 is just the crash out in general. You know, even if I was in the right, I'm 35 years old, dude. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown on a stream. That's just pathetic. You know?
Okay, that's not pathetic. Like, that's especially when it comes to the shit that Nick Shirley was doing. I think it is like fully justifiable that people were like furious over that entire thing. I think that is fully justifiable that a bunch of people were watching Nick Shirley run around getting millions of views and getting a bunch of praise from like the vice president and people like that, and it was just the lamest fucking shit you've ever seen in your life. It was just the lamest fucking shit you could possibly imagine. And so I think it is fully justifiable that people would crash out over this, that like people are like pissed off about it, that people get emotional when watching it, that people
help yourself.
are annoyed in the entire scenario. 1. 2, I guess a fairly normal thing for streamers to like scream and yell about shit. It's part of the content. It's part of, you know, making shit interesting for people and making it entertaining. And a lot of people, I do, like, especially when I see people lying over and kind of like blatantly lying, like I do, I'll get like emotional sometimes, just kind of like, just this fucking piece of shit, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, it does drive me a little crazy here and there. And I think, yeah, I think his reaction, if true, that there is this larger systemic problem with Caleb, and then in this scenario, he is placating Nick Shirley and just letting him get away with shit, then yeah, I think that is fully justifiable. And I don't think him being 35 or anything has any bearing on
you know, that is an unproductive expression of anger. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I need to grow up and just get my shit together. You know, it's in general, you know, everybody has their moments of anger, but like I really should be better than this. Apparently I'm not, you know, because it's just fucking pathetic. So I'm already happy. I'm not happy about that in general. That's not how I really want to communicate myself as a content creator. I would like to be somebody that's a little more intelligent, you know. Maybe I'm just smart enough, but just dumb enough to think I'm somebody that could be known for being intelligent. I don't know. I don't know, man. Though this kind of communicates that. You know, but the crashing out.
I still need to do this deliver carryable shit, and I only have 1 star on this. I don't know how to do the download information from inside the bunker. I've even tried watching videos on it, and I just don't get it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm too stupid to understand that shit. I'm too dumb to fucking get that one, so I'll leave that one alone. Oh, wait. I did get 3 stars on that. Oh, wait. 4,000? Is that the max you can get? Or is that when you get... I don't understand this. Is that the max you can get, or is that like the minimum to get 3 stars? Did I get exactly 4,000 and get exactly the amount for 3 stars? On destroying pops, I got exactly 4,000 on that. That's wild. Okay, that's fucking crazy, dude. I got exactly 4,000 on destroying pops. Okay, sheesh, damn. All right.
In general, it's just not how I want to communicate myself. I'd like to think that I have a little bit more to offer than just fucking unintelligent screaming and rambling. He's like a fucking moron. So I guess we'll see what the rest of this year, how that goes. But I do think that I have a little more to offer, and in general, this is not the way that I want to, you know, communicate myself onto the internet. I think that like there's more productive ways that I can express myself and counteract things that I disagree with. Like, of course, the Nick Shirley video. And I simply didn't do that, and that was just me yelling and having like a fucking meltdown, and that was childish in and of itself. Again, regardless of whether I'm right or wrong. But guess what? I was like super wrong. This is embarrassing. You know, it is what it is, but I was super wrong. There was a moment in Nick Shirley's video where he went to, I think it was like 607 Cedar, but it said South Cedar. And I'm like, Nick, you're not at the right place, right? And I looked it up on I looked it up and I found it on MapQuest. I'm just going to show you because it's so fucking embarrassing. You know, for me, it's like I've done that before where I've like forgot to put like the north in and I go to a completely different place. You know, and so I was like, wait a minute, you know, I'm an idiot, but let me just show you. So yeah, I got everything on the screen now. So this is where Nick Shirley was, 607, you know, Cedar Avenue. As you can see, I also had this MapQuest pulled up, and it's of the Oromo Resource Center of Minneapolis, which has been closed for a while now, or rather it shut down this location and they moved. So anyway, I'm looking at the difference between this map and Google Maps, and I'm like, wow, this looks really different. I don't know if you guys know it. It's not. It just looks different. So basically, I allowed myself to get tricked by something a third grader would get tricked by, which is, wow, see, this is different from this. It's not. It's simply not. It's simply not different. So, you know, I thought it was. Again, to their credit, I guess, you know, this could be fraud. It seems like there used to be a resource center here. And it looks like they had originally filed to that resource center. It inevitably shut down and moved, and they just had not updated their location. Or it could be fraud. I don't know.
So a similar thing happened when I reviewed it. Is I went over, they were talking about the sign saying Leering Center. And I reviewed it, and I sat there for a minute, like, so basically he is making a mistake. He just apologizes, everything fine. Nick does a mistake. He is a scammer, an idiot, and everything else you can think of. Yeah, and he doesn't apologize. He doesn't say anything. And now somehow he got a fucking W on this guy. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's definitely fucked up. Fuck. I'm supposed to have a picture of where all the field depots are so I can do the carryables. I really hope I took a screenshot of this so I can still do this thing. But yeah, it's I also did a similar thing where when we were reviewing the video, he had the Leering Center sign up, and I thought, this is hard to believe that like they actually got a sign that's like misspelt like that. That's fucking hard to believe. So then we looked it up online, and we couldn't find the logo anywhere. Like, we couldn't find the logo on their website. We couldn't find the logo anywhere. And so then we went and looked up the address and pulled up Google Earth. And oh, this is the wrong map. Fuck. Well, fuck. So yeah, we pulled up Google Earth and looked at it, and it looked like it was from a different place. Like, it was actually in a totally different place, and that he just lied. Like, it's what it looked like initially. Then we realized the map was from years ago, and that they had just moved. And so it hadn't been updated since like 2019. And so yeah, initially we're like, wait, he just fucking like made up this whole fucking thing, dude. Like, he literally went and bought a sign and put it on here and pretended that they had his fucking typo in their sign, when in reality he just made this whole shit up. Now that it was a quick realization that I was wrong. It didn't take long. Just looked at the fucking dates and then was like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, they probably just moved since then, and that was that. But you know, we did something similar on my stream where, like, for a moment, I thought that they were lying about the sign. Now, just to be clear, though, we did find that the old building before they moved had a sign on it. We found it on Google Earth, and it had a sign, and it was spelt correctly. So it did seem like a little petty now when you see that it's like, oh, okay, they're not just like totally incompetent and just spelling everything wrong while being a place called the Learning Center where they're supposed to learn people shit. They can't even spell the term learning. No, like they actually spelt it correctly in the original sign, and then they came out and said that the new sign was just a typo from the printing place and that they already reordered it. And so, like, yeah, it just seemed really fucking petty from Nick once you realized that the new sign was perfectly fine. But yeah, anyways, we did something a little similar.
No, like I mean, like we're at this point. Like you can see down here after Shirley's video, it looks like they changed their address to something else, right? So, you know, it could be just a simple clerical error. It could be fraud. I don't know. But either way, it's not really what it's about, is it? It's about me being a fucking idiot and being like, wait, he's at the wrong place because the maps look different. It's just different maps. Like, well, who would have thought that different maps would look different, right? And so I had this whole, like, oh, he's in the wrong place, so he's being dishonest, blah, 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 blah. Very unproductive. I mean, because I have some valid criticism, of Nick Shirley, you know, like, for instance, why didn't he just call the numbers on the sign to see if he could get little Shirley in to the daycare?
Yeah.
We didn't see that in his video. It feels intentional. Why didn't he show up when the daycares were opening to see if kids were going in there? It kind of feels intentional. You know, that would be...
Fuck.
Either way, like, that's not really the point of this video. The point of this video is that mostly to put an apology to Caleb Hammer. But there are, like, a lot of different things I have an issue with. And obviously this... I look so fun. I look so funny here. I look so good. Makes me look like a fucking moron. Let's be real. I scrolled through this video. I didn't notice there's something in here at some point that just says Papa Gut's fat and dumb or something. Papa Gut is an idiot, and it's the same place. It's true. I am an idiot. I mean, what else can I say? I got nothing here. I'm fucking pathetic. So that's that part. That's embarrassing. Like, I got something so wrong in the crash out. But frankly, I'm not even trying to be a dick. I don't really, like, I care about those things. But the reason I really feel like I want to talk about this is because, I say some really nasty stuff about a friend of mine. Like, and I've been kind of thinking, like, why? Why would I do that?
I'm sorry. I don't want to keep repeating this, but I need something, like, addressing the, like, systemic claim that was made there. Like, that is the important part of all of this. That is what matters here to me personally. Like, I need to hear why he was making a more broad systemic claim about this Caleb guy, because it was saying, he was very clearly saying, like, this is a problem with Caleb Hammer. This is what Caleb Hammer does.
You know, Caleb is like a legitimate friend of mine. We've been friends for like a while, you know. And he reached out to me. He saw like a video of mine that he appreciated, and he reached out to me, and we've been chatting here and there ever since. And like, you know, he's come on and like talked to me for my platform, and I've gone on to his live platform when I disagreed with something. I mean, he's been nothing but like a nice guy. Dude, that's actually, thinking about it, I'm actually thinking it's really shitty. Like, what an asshole I am. I'm actually really upset about it. He's been nothing but a good guy, like, even when we disagree. You know, and last time we had a disagreement over, like, you know, oh, I felt like he was going a little too far right. Okay, so I made a video about it, and he watched it, and he's like, hey, you want to come on the show and talk about it? And it's like, you know, I allowed myself to fucking blow up. Like, how unreasonable. What kind of a person? Why would you even bother watching me as a content creator if I do that? And I've been trying to think, like, why? why did I do that? Like, why would I allow myself to be so fucking pathetic? I'm not 20 anymore. Back then, being emotional and shooting from the cuff is, almost like, oh yeah, you're 20, you're dumb. I'm 35. Why would I do that? So I've been thinking about it. Talking to my wife about it. It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to be aware of yourself to that degree of like, why exactly am I engaging in such shitty behavior? And I've a little soul searching. And so in general, like, I'm generally frustrated. And I think the frustration is valid, but the disproportionate expression of that frustration and anger is disgusting. But like, I'm frustrated with this general administration. I know there's a lot of people who wouldn't resonate with that message. They wouldn't be like, oh, that makes sense, especially people on Twitter. But for me, it's been very frustrating since he got elected. When he got elected when Trump specifically we're talking about, when he got elected the first time, I was like, okay, let's see how this goes. And it didn't seem to be super productive. We ended up voting him out in the midterms. And this time around, it's been like more frustrating. There's a lot of things that have been very frustrating. The most recent stuff, like the constant threat of our allies. Some unnecessary tariffs, for instance, with Canada. And I'm going to over-explain just so that you know where I'm coming from for people who don't get it. And I know the Canada thing was like last year, but there's been so many controversies. It's just rolling by. It all feels like a distraction for like the Epstein files that he promised to release, and he never really released them. And it seems like there's controversy after controversy every single time. It's hey, what's going on with that? All of a sudden, there's a new controversy. But him blaming Ukraine for starting the war. Him going after Greenland, him tariffing a bunch of countries like Canada, for instance, that, if you look at the numbers, they actually spend more on American goods per person, they're a smaller country, than we do on Canadian goods. And it's like, we're going after all these partners and these allies, and we're destroying those where, ICE is fucking crazy, violating people's due process. I was actually watching like a George W. Bush Sr., speech about illegal immigration, and I totally agree with what I guess the Republicans used to feel, which is like, hey, illegal immigration is a problem. We have to deal with it.
Oh, this is one of the reasons that like I totally was done with the Republican Party is over the immigration shit, dude. I said, like, when a lot of this happened, I was like, yo, we've always been the people who said, like, I was a bit farther right, like, before Trump. He was one of the things that kind of, like, made it easy for me to wake up to how fucked up some of the shit I believed was. But Republicans had always said, like, oh, we're okay with legal immigration. We're just against illegal immigration. And it had always been, like, the motto, right? It's like, oh, we don't mind legal immigration. Like, that's fine. As long as they come in the right way, like, we're good with it. But then all of a sudden when Trump came along, that changed. Like, the rhetoric around immigrants, Mexicans, like, I talked about the fact for a bunch of times that words, like, in the connotations that come with them can change drastically over time. And if you... when Trump first got elected in 2016, there was a period where... If you guys, some of y'all probably remember this, the term Mexican started to feel like a bad word. Like, it was like a thing where people would say Mexican and all of a sudden kind of feel gross. Like, wait, are we even allowed to say that anymore? Like, it felt bad because so much of MAGA, every time they said Mexican, they said it with so much, like, vigor. It was said in such a hateful way every time. Said those fucking Mexicans, like, it was always just seemed very hateful whenever they said shit. And so it really just kind of, I don't know, it's just like the way that like everybody talked about immigrants and immigration and shit, it changed so drastically to me. And that made it to where that was it. That's that. I'm done with these motherfuckers. And then there was also like a stat that kept getting brought up about like immigrants being a net negative for a fiscal net negative. That was a total fucking lie. And then there was just a bunch of fucking lies that were brought up consistently about immigrants that just made it pretty obvious where things were heading. Idiots and fools are fine with me as long as they are fair. Based. Let's fuck. Fools. Fools especially. There's supposed to be like wreckage around here, and I happened upon it like 3 times while I was doing something important, or I was like on a team, and Mantis is telling me to hurry my ass up. And so I'm trying to find where it is, because there's also mushrooms there, but I'm trying to do the mission. I thought it was in this fucking area. Was that spaceport? Am I in the wrong thing? Damn battlegrounds in 1 round. Reach the wreckage in the Formikai Hills. Oh shit, it's over here.
Let's go to that location.
I think. I don't see. Oh, well, okay, yeah, Formikai Outpost. Okay. Yep, another 1,000 meters away. Great. So great. I'm gonna fucking get killed by these people. I've only got 15 minutes left. Am I getting closer to the extract at least? Okay, that's not so bad. Okay. It's not gonna be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy. I keep seeing Raider flares popping up. People are fucking dying, so I'm definitely not happy about this. But it seems as though there's a bunch of people around who are just doing what we did the other day, which is just killing. They're just killing Hornets right now to get the XP, so...
But we have to deal with it with some, I guess, nuance and decorum, because these are still people who are coming here to do jobs, and we have a dependency onto them because they do jobs that Americans don't want to do, and we need to be delicate and not dehumanize them. But the Trump administration has been very much dehumanizing, illegal immigrants. They're people still. I can respect somebody trying to do their best to provide for their family, and that's frustrating. That's very frustrating for me, especially. And so just a lot of shit going on. There's been a lot of shit, the whole situation where Mark Kelly told different law enforcement agents that they don't have to listen to illegal orders, and the Trump administration threatening to take away his veteran status. Stuff like that's a violation of freedom of speech. That's an attempt to go after somebody's freedom of speech. A lot of things have been working me up, and I think it's valid that I'm frustrated. And I think that for the most part I've been expressing that frustration productively. Except this time, and that's how it works, isn't it? It's like, you got a little bit of an anger problem, a little bit, I guess, an understatement. I mean, I thought I had it under control. I guess I mostly did, but it's where you have like a valid thing to be upset about, and then you just let it explode, and you express it unproductively. And specifically in Caleb's case, because I really have been thinking about it, I've been seeing a couple of clips here and there of a few things, mostly his clips, like it's what he's putting out there, or a little bit of his coverage. And obviously I have audience members like, oh, Papa, what's going on, Caleb? Blah 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 blah. And I remember even saying the other day, I was like, yeah, I think I'll talk to him when I feel like it's more of a productive time. Just really putting it off and avoiding talking about it. What I really should have done was just like, oh, you know what, if I have a disagreement, or if I think I have a disagreement, just DM him. Or not DM, excuse me. Let me just react to something on my stream. That's what I do for a living. I can just react to it and be like, oh, hey, this is wrong. Hey, oh, this is wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the way that I look at his content. I don't know, because I didn't just do that. But I've been like avoiding it. And I think part of it's because he's a friend and I don't want to criticize him maybe in some instances, which is something that's like embarrassing to admit as well. Because
that's a normal thing for streamers. I've talked about this a ton of times. There's obviously like, there's a bias. And I will say that like when it comes to like reviewing people that I'm friends with, and friends of mine reviewing me and talking about me, there is definitely a level of decorum that is expected, and a way of doing it that is right. And I've gotten mad at friends for like reviewing me and talking about my shit in the wrong way, and like adding to the dog pile and shit like that, like even if unintentional. Like, wow, cannot believe that just happened. Holy shit. They're dumb as fuck. Roots. I've only seen these once. I found them in a bag. Never seen roots like that. That's crazy. Oh, is he coming back? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did you come back? Bro, you're ADD as fuck, dude. Just go the same fucking direction. Holy shit. Take your fucking Adderall, bitch. Sounded like somebody was running over here. Okay. Anyways, there's definitely like a... I think it's hard to explain to people, but like I think to an extent, just on a personal level, people can understand. If you have friends that are streaming or friends that do content, you review their content, you're likely to be a bit nicer in the way that you review their shit. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't criticize friends, or like it doesn't mean that you shouldn't call them out. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't like say they're doing something wrong if you think they're wrong. But it does mean like, yeah, you should do it in a certain way. And obviously, the way that he did it, I would not think that was one of his fucking friends. I would not think, yeah, that's somebody that he likes and wants to keep a relationship with.
You know? And I think part of it's like, okay, I think there can be a more productive moment, or maybe I want to have like a more perfect moment, but I'm not doing like my due diligence. I'm not even fully, I didn't even fully watch this coverage of certain things that I'm frustrated about. And I kind of just put it off. And instead of just like, okay, I'm going to watch this. Even if it's offline, let me watch this. Let me see what it is taking. I just didn't. You know, I avoided it for, you know, one reason or the other. You know, part of me, like, oh, I don't want to harass him because we already just talked live somewhat recently. Like I said, it was like maybe a month ago, but either way, for, you know, different reasons, I decided not to. And of course, you know, I guess I'm going to say something regardless of how I say it. So instead of a productive, like, oh, I'm going to watch this and do something, and he watches my content, so he may have watched it. I mean, there's a good chance he would have watched it and be like, oh, I see where you're coming from, even if we disagree. So that I just bottled it up, and then this was my moment of explosion. I'm in the middle of the street.
It says return the helmet to the memorial. What the fuck is the memorial? What does that even mean? Mantis, are you here? Oh, I have to carry it? Is there like a dead guy laying around or something? Like, what the fuck?
I'm seeing this Nick Shirley thing. Someone's like, oh, did you see what Caleb had to say about it? I turn it on. I see like very little bit and I fucking go off and just disgusting. Shameful. Especially because, again, it's a friend of mine. Like, I mean, what the hell's the matter with me? And then it's like, I just went off, man. Very unproductively, very unintelligently, very weak. I say some really nasty things. I just say some really nasty things, man.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Give me just 1 second.
The quest to complete the memorial in the Fornical Hills, you're going to come down here to the wreckage, directly above the K in wreckage here. If you search, you just basically place it on this stick.
Oh, I just saw that fucking stick. Okay.
Like, what a piece of shit. I'm just like, because I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to rewatch myself saying this stuff. It's fucking embarrassing. But I'm thinking, like, what did I say? And I'm like, little things. I was like, holy fuck, I said this. Damn. Like, what kind of a person says that? It's like a friend. It's like, holy fuck. It was like so black and white, you know, in that moment. Like, it was so intense and I felt so like justified, you know, but I wasn't at all. But I felt that way. I let myself get to a point where I felt justified in being a nasty person. And, you know, I just, like I said before, like, Caleb, I've already like talked to Caleb and like a little apology in private, but like, it's not, he hasn't seen the full video and now he might have, you know, and it's like, damn, like, even if we're friends from moving forward, like there's
gonna be a bit awkward.
You know, I mean, I definitely stress the relationship. Like, what a piece of fucking shit. You know, I'm a grown fucking man, and you know, Caleb even says like, "Oh, I appreciate your takes and the way that you talk about stuff." It's like, what the fuck? How did I do this though? This is crazy. this is like, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just fucking like, I don't know. As I'm recording it, I'm like, it's setting in more. You know, I've been kind of like mentally and emotionally putting it off. I've been thinking about it, but like now that I'm saying it out loud, it's like, oh Jesus, fuck, man. So more than anything else, you know, this is more of an apology to Caleb. And like I said, I apologize privately, but now everything's public, so like a public apology is obviously warranted. That's what I care about the most. Like again, like I had a meltdown, that wasn't good. I fucking got something wrong. That's fucking stupid. But I put stress in a friendship with somebody who's been like really nice to me, and who's like sat down with me and given me advice and yeah, dude, like what the fuck's wrong with me? What a piece of dog shit. So you know, I'm gonna upload this video on YouTube and Twitter, and I'm gonna say, hey, like Caleb, take a look, and because I'm gonna be honest, because I gotta say this now, I'm just like embarrassed of myself as well. Like I don't even know if I could talk to Caleb for a while for myself, because I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, what did I do? And you know, it's like, damn. And then imagine Caleb's like, yeah, man, like it was fucked up, but I, you know, it is what it is. You know, we're still friends. Like that's so shitty. Like I just, because that's probably somewhat around what he'll, you know. And it's like, fuck, like this guy's gonna be nice to me after I was such an abysmal piece of dog shit, such a rude, nasty fuck. God damn, you know, like I'm supposed to be better than that. Obviously, I'm not. Yeah. You know, I mean, all I can really say is, I'm sorry. It's fucked up, man. Like, holy shit, that's such a piece of shit. I'm sorry. At this point, I'm just kind of talking to talk to almost vent, but it's supposed to be a short and sweet as possible of a video. I think we're at like 15 minutes now, so, you know, I guess everyone watching that saw the crash out, you know, I'm ashamed of myself. Sorry to you guys, but again, more than anything else, sorry to Caleb and the crew, really. And if this is the end of the friendship, I totally understand. You know, what the fuck else am I gonna? What else am I gonna say? I fucked up. So, you know, I'm probably gonna isolate myself in general a little right now when I get frustrated and I do something. I like to isolate and just kind of be to myself. I'm obviously still gonna stream. It's my job. I mean, what do you do? And I might even finish this fucking Big Shirley video. I don't know if it'll be productive. I don't know if anybody will listen to me anymore. But hey, the show must go on. So. Thanks for listening to me rant, guys.
No problem, man. I think we're all heading to the extract. There's probably going to be some rats there, so we need to have each other's backs. The last one.
I'm with you guys. Yeah, they like to roll it out and then they see all three of us.
Yup.
From me real quick.
Alright, I'll go press the button.
Oh, there you go.
There's a leaper here.
Nate, let me throw it away.
I'm coming. Okay, let's go. Well played, guys. Well played. I thought they were really friends, to be honest, but I would not want to be this guy's friend after watching this. He will drop you in it if he thinks it will make some entertaining content. I may be being a bit harsh judging him off a bad clip. I think, well, so you understand that was his claim about Caleb, though, right? Like, you understand that was his claim about Caleb. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Now, I feel like he has kind of addressed it. Like, that is the thing that I was looking for. He has kind of addressed the thing that I wanted, was that there's a, because as I said, he has a, like, he's making a systemic claim. This is something that Caleb always does. He's doing this all the time. He's letting right-wingers get away with shit, and he's willing to, like, take it easy on people if it'll get him content, and if it'll get him views, if it'll get him clout, and like, that is his claim. So I feel like he has somewhat addressed that by saying, like, oh, I keep seeing clips from him. He's been a bit more pro-Trump recently, and it's been pissing me off. Things have been building, and over time, I've just gotten more and more heated, and I should have just, like, I should have just hit him up, or I should have just reviewed it and talked about it. Like, he did address it to an extent to where I think it's, I think he's good. In my book, but I think it is a bit more like of an issue for me, that I would have expected him to say, okay, look, this is just one thing that I freaked out about, that I happen to be wrong about, but there was, my overall claim was about, like, a pattern of behavior that I'm addressing. So I'm not just talking about the one thing. Me yelling and screaming is talking about him doing this all the time, and, you know, this is the shit that he does. And so I think I was hoping that was going to be his responses. Yes, I got that thing wrong. And, okay, I fucked up. Like, I was wrong about the address. But I'm still right about, like, the overall problem that I'm pointing out. And that is still my position. That's what I was hoping to hear from him. And not hearing that makes a lot of the crash out make a lot less sense to me. And so I'm yeah, just I don't know how to feel about it, but I think, like, he did address it, and I think he's overall just saying, like, he thinks the behavior overall was bad, and that this is a guy who was nice to him, blah blah blah. So yeah, it's like he was waiting for a chance to crash out at his run. I don't know if that's true, because I don't think I ever see him crash out like that. Like, that's a you know, you guys see me crash out fairly often. I will crash out a couple of times a week. Destiny crashes out a couple of times a week. You know, like, a lot of us crash out fairly consistently. I don't ever see Papa Gut really crash out, so I don't know. I don't think that it would make sense to say, oh, he was probably just waiting to crash out on this guy, when if that was the case, you would probably see him do it a lot more often. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just going off what he was saying. Yeah, I know, but I don't think he was waiting to crash out on him. I think that, like, okay, we talked about the, what's his name? The redhead kid earlier who was dating Stardust for a while. Beckett. I did over and over see small things that were kind of like red flags to me, that he was just kind of a coward. Like, it did happen numerous times. And I didn't ever think much of it, except for just like, oh, maybe he's just kind of a pushover. Maybe he's just a little, you know, a conflict avoidant or something like that. But then when there was one scenario where it was like, okay, this is kind of like tilting things a little bit too much. And so I called him out for it. It was when, like, Queeman and all of his friends flooded into Rezzy's chat, and Rezzy and Beckett were on stream, and they were talking about Wick going off on some guy and being unreasonable. And so Wick jumped on to talk to them about whether or not he was unreasonable for going off on that guy, and whether or not he should have banned him from the Discord and all this other shit, right? And then Queeman and all of his friends flood into the chat and start telling them to confront him on the Woo Bucks. And they keep pushing, call him out on the Woo Bucks, call him out for what he did, and he's been lying and blah, blah, blah. And so they did. They totally shifted the entire conversation and started going in on Wick for the Woo Bucks. And the way that they did it was like making accusations against Wick that they had no evidence for, that they had no reason to believe, that they had nothing like substantive to claim there. But they kept pushing it on him and kept asking him about it and kept like just grilling him on this thing. And it was fucking ruthless. It was embarrassing. It was sad to watch. Like, you guys don't even seem to believe the thing that you're grilling him on, as though he's lying. He has to admit this, but you're not even like, you don't even seem to be convinced of this thing that you're, this idea that you're pushing. And that, and then you see the chat and it's like, oh, okay, so like they're just doing this because Queeman and his minions are all flooding the chat, telling them to do it. He's just choosing to do this. And so I called him out for it. I called Rezi out for it, and I talked to them about it. And it definitely made me look at them differently. It definitely made me think, okay, this is some weird behavior shit. This is a bit odd. But so many other things came after that was like, okay, these motherfuckers are straight fucking cowards. Like, these are the most spineless fucks I've ever met in my life. Like, this is just so far overboard. And so I think, like, yeah, it's not that you're waiting for something. Sometimes there's just like a thing that happens that makes you say, damn, yeah, all of those other things, like, that's what I was looking at. That's what this is. Like, those weren't just like smaller things. This is all a bigger issue for this guy. So yeah, I don't know. I just really liked how this guy went off. Really, what is Google? How do I Google? And he was wrong all along, and then tried to hide the VOD with the quickness. Why not? Okay, the whole like try to hide the VOD thing. That's normal as fuck. Like, if you have a VOD up of yourself that you don't want people to see, I think it's fine to just take it down. Like, that's like, if I say things that I don't believe or I'm spreading misinformation, why the fuck would I want to leave that up? Like, normally I would want to take it down. Now, sometimes you can leave it up if you feel like you addressing it is like gonna get far and wide enough to where it'll undo the thing. But yeah, I don't think it's weird at all to like take it down. Like, that's like an odd thing to do. Like, sometimes you realize you're wrong about shit and you go and say, okay, I shouldn't have said that. Let me take it down so it's not something that I'm pushing on my channel anymore. Like, I think that's normal as hell. And then plus, yeah, like, even if you're embarrassed of something, like, why would you promote things that you're embarrassed of on your own channel? Like, why would you be like, oh, I'm gonna promote my own bullshit? Now, I'm an odd case, so like, yes, I keep all that shit up, and I continue with it anyways. I've got videos that people keep finding, from years ago that always come up every time I'm in some sort of drama, and they all find the clips and start passing them out everywhere, and people are always like, why don't you just take that shit down? Like that, because part of my history, part of my channel, part of my growth, part of my lore. It is what it is. I'm not gonna take it down, but I think that I'm like an odd case. I think that most people are gonna. I understand why most people would take shit down like that.
And again, I'm so sorry to Caleb and crew. I think the crew also deserves an apology. Because I said some just nasty things in general. Like, what a fucking asshole I am. Fuck me, man. All right. Well, God bless. Love you. Bye.
Sheesh. Yeah. That was odd. Somebody told me to review a Destiny debate, and I totally forgot about that. He was on like some other podcast or something. All right. Destiny debates Jackson Heberlin on Minnesota ICE shooting. How was that? I feel like we've overdone like the Minnesota ICE shooting shit, and I'm probably gonna have another panel on it soon. So I feel like I gotta. Maybe lay off it a bit. Yeah, I thought Destiny was just on like a podcast that somebody told me to watch, and now his apology was good enough, I thought, but it was that he ended stream and privated the vid in 3 seconds after realizing he was wrong, hoping Caleb would not see it. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And instead everybody saw it. I do understand the impulse to try and not have embarrassing things online. Yeah, I don't think it's weird. I think it's obviously kind of embarrassing that you try to take something down and then so that people don't see it, and it ends up like what do they call it? The Sandra Bullock effect or whatever. What is it? What's it called again? But anyways, it's like where you try to like hide something and it makes it even more popular. It makes it Streisand effect. Okay. So yeah, so you try to hide something and it makes it pop off even more. Oh, here it is.
Politics creeping.
So yeah, so that's the idea. And I think that was obviously part of this, and it's unfortunate, but yeah, I don't know that I have an issue with that. Like what? Okay, so there's different types of like friends, right? And I've talked about this a bunch. Like friends online, I would say these are like lots of times these are real friendships. I would say they're real. Like as far as like a bond that you can create with these people and a connection that you can have with them, because it's a consistent thing that a lot of content creators say. Like a lot of these people call each other friends online, who are like people that they know in Discord or other streamers that they know, and they're not their friends. Like these are just people they know online. It's like, no, they're friends. Like I'm friends with people online. I've had real friendships with people online, but they're different. They are different. There's different rules to it. There's different aspects. There's different scenarios. They're very different, right? If you found out that one of your friends was criticizing you about something, and they were talking to like a large group of people about this, that like you let's say you show up to like your friend does speeches, and you show up to their speech and you're sitting in an audience with hundreds of people, thousands of people, and your friend is up there talking about you and criticizing you and playing a video of you and being like, look at this, like, yeah, this is wild, why would he do this? This is it's really strange behavior, right guys? Right? Isn't this weird? Like that's a weird thing to do in real relationships, right? In IRL friendships. But online, yes, if I know other streamers, we're likely going to review each other's content. We're likely going to criticize each other, and we're going to do it in front of audiences and in front of a bunch of people, and we're not always likely going to message the other person every time we mention them and be like, hey, just so you know, I criticized you a lot. Like, we're probably not going to do that. Sometimes they're just going to have to happen upon it and see it if they want to, and if they don't, then whatever. So yeah, it is different. I understand what you're saying, Freddie, and it depends on, I guess, the type of friendship that they had and like how close they were. I think that would change the way that I think about it a lot. But
Short Stack Goblin tipped $5. I slept and came back and you're still here. W.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always kind of done that whenever I played like video games after stream. I will. I need to make that bigger. Fuck! It went away before I could do it. Can you send another donation so I can test the size? Can somebody send another donation real quick so I can fix the size of the screen. But yeah, wait, the fuck. Yeah, I don't, it's hard to explain like how these things in the it's hard to explain how the dynamics work around these sorts of things, but yeah, it's just it's different. It's odd.
Been so much. Every year there's a new boogeyman.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say that. Like, yeah, when I play video games, lots of times I'll like do the regular stream and then just play video games afterwards, and so I end up being on a lot longer because of that. But I've only been on almost 8 hours now, so yeah, we're just getting up to 8 hours. But my computer is lagging a bunch, and I don't know why. And oh, okay, I do know why. Fuck. These gamer websites have so much fucking shit on them. They have so many fucking ads and shit that it lags the fucking shit out of your computer. Holy moly. It is
the quest
rough.
to
like, you could have 20 fucking YouTube videos up, not going to be nearly what a gaming website has as far as ads. Sheesh.
2021, it was the masks. 2022, it was CRT. 2023, it was transphobia. 2024, it was, banning books.
And that kind of feels like a microcosm sometimes of our entire
You just summarized 4 years as Secretary of Education. And I remember sitting in her office and we're chatting. She goes, I think you're going to be just fine. We're having coffee in her office and she's like, if it was just, it's too bad you're with Biden. And then she commences to try to tear me apart in front of the cameras. And then, we've had conversations after that stuff. And she goes, I would never have support from my party if I ever agreed with you on anything. There was a state, I'm not even going to name it, because I'm honestly, there were kids suffering. There were kids not in school. They did not use the dollars because this person had a governor that had national ambitions.
Hey guys, good morning.
I need 8 hours of sleep a day and 10 hours at night. Nice. Based as fuck, dude. Based as fuck. I totally get that, dude. Totally in support of that. Based as fuck.
I am joined today by the 12th Secretary of Education, Dr. Cardona. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me. Call me Miguel, please.
Miguel.
Yeah.
I have my audience is like kind of anywhere from older millennial to like older.
I hope to God.
Consumer.
I hope to God he corrects him later and is like, sir, you just called me Miguel. Dr. Miguel. Dr. Miguel, thank you.
Yep. So education is a very hot topic among my audience. They're in that age of, some people are getting into their career a bit. They still have student loans. Some people are looking at school. They feel like it's unaffordable. Young people on the internet are very loud. They all have lots of opinions about education and stuff related to funding.
Some of them are having kids.
So the millennial people now.
Yeah, thinking schools,
Yeah. True, almost, yeah. I have a 14-year-old son, so we're almost getting there. Yeah. I guess my first question is, this is kind of like the broad thing that everybody talks about for education. I remember a quote a long time ago I heard, I don't know who said it, but it was like, if you were to take somebody from the 16th century and bring them into modern America or the modern world, the only thing they would recognize are the schools. Yeah. What if there was like one top-down thing, I guess, that you could change about education in America, if you could snap your fingers and do it, what do you think would be like the best change we could make?
Who the Secretary of Education is. There's I think I've talked about this a bunch in the past, and I've I've tried like finding like a way to reconcile this, and I really don't know if there is one. But there's a huge issue with the American education system where we are not allowed to have like a federal top-down curriculum. We're not allowed to do it. We can't do it. It's like it's in our constitution. You cannot do it. And so our Department of Education is very, very restricted on what it is that they can or can't do. They don't have a whole lot of abilities. They don't have a whole lot of power. And it's hard. It's hard to kind of think like, what is it that they could do to make things better? And it's just, I don't know what it is. It is a very, very hamstrung. We're a very hamstrung country. But when you read like the Constitution and what it says, you kind of think, okay, yeah, this makes sense. This is necessary. Like states' rights, freedom of speech, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, like, we're kind of fucked. Like, we're just kind of fucked because of this shit. And so it really, really complicates things. It really fucking complicates things. And I wish it wasn't the case. I wish that there was something we could do to like make things a bit more standard in our country, and it doesn't seem as though there is. It's kind of sad. It's one of the more frustrating things to me.
You know, you're right. Desks facing forward, you know, where the person in the front of the classroom is.
So if we demand PhD holders be called Dr. X, why just at the PhD level? Call me Master Goblin. Yeah, call me the pizza linguist. Call me linguist Tom. That reminds me of
brain scans controlled.
Good morning to the Glassman party. My name is Karina. How may I assist you?
Karina, first, it's Dr. Glassman, and second, how are you?
I'm good, and you, Dr. Glassman?
In Vegas for the weekend, getting away from the wife and kids, and of course all the surgeries. Since I'm here with the boys and we're looking for a little extra time, we saw Carrot Top tonight. We ordered a pizza and some soup. I was wondering if we could get a late checkout.
One moment, please. My name is Alyssa. How may I assist the Glassman party?
First, I want to let you know it's Dr. Glassman.
Dr. Glassman, I apologize.
No, please. I'm on break with my boys, getting away from the wife, the kids, cutting into people's shoulders. I'm a doctor. We got to get home tomorrow because I got an early call, knee deep inside this 13-year-old boy. Since I don't have to be home until the evening, maybe we could sleep in. Doctor needs his rest. Do you think we could check out around 5 p.m.?
Dr. Glassman, I do apologize. We cannot extend anything beyond our standard checkout time of 12 p.m.
Maybe this will change your mind. I'm putting a $20 bill on the phone.
So I was able to go ahead and secure a 12:30 p.m.
I appreciate that. Only in Vegas.
It goes on a lot longer. Like he keeps putting money on the phone. He keeps correcting them on his. No, it's Dr. Please, Dr. Glassman. They're like, I apologize, Dr. Glassman. No, please. Every time he fucking corrects them, he's like, it's Dr. Glassman. They're like, I'm so sorry, Dr. Glassman. Every time, no, please, no, please, thank you. Like it's so fucking funny because this is a thing that people do, and they will correct you, but then when you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, they're like no, hey, whoa, no, man, no big deal. Like, why did you correct me? I had a doctor's appointment that I went to recently. So there's a specific type of doctor. How many of you guys know what a panel doctor is? Have you guys ever heard of this? This is something I've never heard of. I've never heard of this shit. So I'm working on getting a visa to go to New Zealand. And in the process, they have to get medical information from you. So they tell you, hey, in order for you to come, after I filled out the information, they're processing my visa and everything. They say, hey, we need to get more information from you. We need your medical information. And so but it's like an automated email that they send you, like a no reply email. Actually, that's not even what they did. Sorry. They sent me an email that says your visa application has been updated. And so I go to the visa application where it shows the information, and it has like check boxes, like this part's been done, this part's been done, this part's been done. And then here it's in yellow and says in progress. And then next to it, it says more information requested. And then next to that is medical information. Okay. So I go and look up what medical information do I need to give them. And it says like, I need to give them my, like, medical history and my, like I have to get this, I have to get that. It says like, sometimes you have to get shots. Sometimes you have to get chest x-rays. Sometimes you have to get vaccines, and like, it just, it says like a bunch of shit like that. So I set up an appointment with my doctor, and I go in and I'm like, okay, so I'm trying to get a visa. It says that I have to like do these things, and sometimes I have to do X, Y, and Z. And she's like, I don't know. I have no idea. And I was like, well, I assume like I need like a physical or something like that at minimum, right? And she's like, I guess. She's like, I'm not sure. Let me talk to some people. So she goes and talks to some people. She comes back and she says, okay, so I'm scheduling you to go get a, I was like, it says something like I need to go to a panel doctor or something like that. And she's like, oh, you have to get a panel done. Okay. Yeah, if you have to get a panel done, I'll do that. So she's like, I'm scheduling you to go get a bunch of blood work, and they'll like do a blood work tests, and then they'll get all of your information back. And then she's like, and then I'll do a physical now, and then I will, like she did a couple of things, right? So I go pay $200 out of pocket for the fucking blood work, okay? So I go do that, and then after I do it, and then I get all of my medical history, I got a couple of shots, I got like all of my vaccine history and everything, and then sent it, or I didn't know where to send it. I like on the website where it shows your progress and everything, there's nowhere to upload it. So then I tried getting information on where to send it, and they kept giving me different places, different emails. So I finally get an email to where to send it, and I send it, and then they email me back and say, you can't send this to us. Your panel doctor has to send it to us. And I replied, and I was like, wait, a panel doctor? I didn't go to a panel doctor. I got a panel done. And they're like, no, you have to go to a panel doctor. I was like, what the fuck is a panel doctor? So I Google panel doctor. Comes up with a place on Google. I call them. They're like, no, we're not a panel doctor. We don't do panels. I was like, okay, fuck. So then I Google more. Try to find shit. Almost nothing comes up. Like nothing. It's nowhere to be found. So then I finally find something that is a panel doctor. So I was like, okay, cool. I called them. They say, no, we don't do New Zealand. You got to go to somebody who specifically does New Zealand. What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Specifically New Zealand. Okay, fine. So then I try finding somebody who could specifically do New Zealand. I can't find them. I can't find them on Google. I can't find them anywhere. There's literally websites for like where to find a panel doctor in Georgia, and nothing's there. There's nobody. There's no, like, all of the people that I called, they're like, oh, we don't do New Zealand. So finally I call, I think it's like the consulate or the embassy or some shit like that. I called them, and they're like, there's a part of the New Zealand immigration website that you can go to where it'll tell you what doctors you can go to. So I go to the website, I look it up. There's one doctor in all of Georgia that can do panels for New Zealand. One fucking doctor. So I scheduled an appointment with them. Took 2 weeks. I get there, costs like $400, and they literally just, I said, I was like, hey, I already got all this blood work done and everything. Can I like just give that to you? They're like, no, sorry, we specifically have to do it. Turns out they don't even do it. They sent it off to LabCorp, which is the same company that I got my blood work done with the first time. So literally same exact people fucking did it. I'm so pissed. I paid $400 to do the same thing twice. So fucking annoying. Anyways, the doctor, when I get there, he comes in, he's talking to me, he's like, okay, he gets a lot of information from me. Like, they have to actually do part of your like processing for the for the visa. Like they're not just like doctors who just get the information and send it to them. They literally do parts of the processing. They're the ones who gave me my NZETA ID number. Like they're the ones who like there's just so much shit. Like they are literally like part of the exact process that you go through for the visa. It is wild. So the doctor comes in and, he's asking like, okay, what do you do? What's your job? How much do you make? Like, blah, blah, blah. We're going over all this shit. And when I tell him I stream, he's like, oh, really? What kind of streams do you do? And I was like, I do like debates and stuff. He's like, oh, okay. What do you debate? And I'm like, politics, generally, politics stuff. And he's like, oh, okay. So what side do you land on? I was like, fuck. A liberal. Just a little left of center. He's like, oh, how the fuck did that happen? I was like, I was a conservative like growing up, and once Trump got elected, I was done with the conservative party. It's not my cup of tea. He's like, really? That's when you left? That's an interesting time. Why would you leave then? I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't want to talk to this guy about this shit. Like, if this is part of like my process, if this guy ends up not liking me and like fucking with my shit, this is gonna suck, dude. I don't want to answer these fucking questions, but he's such a nice guy and like is being super cool about it. And so yeah, like it just I'm like I was constitutional conservative, and I really care about the Constitution and the law. And I just felt like the way that Trump did some things, it was not what I thought we believed in. And so maybe I was a liberal the whole time and just ended up moving. And he's like, huh, okay. And he just like moves on and like is giving me weird fucking looks the rest of the fucking visit. And I was starting to like say shit to try to like make myself sound more moderate in like, like crap. Fuck, dude. I was so fucking pissed. Tom's never going to New Zealand. It was so fucking stressful. But then after a little bit, we're getting ready. We're getting done, and because I talk about like, he asked me what all medications I take and what doctors I go to. And when I told him that I took Adderall and Suboxone, he's like, I've never heard of those two being mixed. Like, that's wild. I was like, it's not actually. I know a number of people who take both of them, and that's what made me start to look into Adderall, is because I knew people who took both already. I was afraid that I couldn't take both. And he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's like my oh fuck, I forget exactly what she did. But I think he said my wife is an addiction counselor, and he's like he's like, this has been a really hard time for us, and the like Trump administration has been cracking down on like all of her research and the stuff that she was doing for her work, and they've literally just kind of made her entire job useless at this point. And she's like they've made out my job like impossible. And literally while we were sitting there, I thought back and I was like, oh shit, there were like 2 or 3 fucking like Mexicans in the lobby when I came in here. I'm so fucking stupid. This guy does immigration shit. He has to fucking hate Trump, dude. This guy is somebody who works with people who want to immigrate somewhere. He must fucking hate the Trump administration. So I was like immediately like, yeah, dude, they're like so anti-science and so anti like, now I'm like talking all the fucking shit about Trump, dude. And now he starts like piping up and he's getting very talkative, and he's getting like telling me about his wife and his family and like all of the problems with people who were coming in, and like the like restrictions that they're putting on all of the shit, and that they're like that they keep like making it harder for people to, oh man, it was so fucking good. But it was so stressful, dude. It was so hard dealing with this. And Yeah, I just remember the story because they I called him Doctor something at some point. He told me to just call him by his first name. So, yeah, I don't know. Long story for no reason, but that happened like a month ago now. And that was supposed to be, I thought, like the last part of the process. I've literally been waiting on the for the visa to get approved for about a month now, and it should have taken way less fucking time. Way less time. It should have been done already, and there's no reason for me to like not get approved outside of the fact that I have some small like medical issues and I have a record from a long time ago, but neither one of those things should matter at all. So we've been waiting a long time. What's Suboxone? Is this oxy replacement? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I needed to take pain medication for my kneecap after I got out of prison, and I the cops fucked it up. But I was a drug addict and, had been addicted to painkillers and heroin, and so I couldn't go back on painkillers after I got out, and so taking Suboxone was the best replacement possible. So that's where we're at.
Spitting out information, the pupils are regurgitating it. That hasn't changed much in many parts of our country. I think if there's one thing I could change top down is just make sure that there's a system for evolution of education. And I do think we have it. I don't think we utilize it much. I think it's really just engaging our students, the consumers of it, right? They know better where we're going. I think AI is a perfect example where we have people that don't understand it trying to put walls around it or implement it with their limited understanding of it, while the generation that's using it is far beyond the way the system is thinking about it. So that could be AI today. That could be, you name the topic over the years. I think it's too archaic in its design. Evolving it is what I would change, not a certain thing, because the thing will change.
Yeah.
The way it's designed, I think, is what needs work.
So before we get into, I guess, potential changes, can you kind of speak to the role that the federal government plays in education? Because there's a lot of different thoughts about what the federal government actually does. Let's back up and pretend the Department of Education still exists as it did when you were the secretary. Yeah.
Well, let me go back, right?
Sure.
So I want to share with you and the audience, I was a fourth grade teacher, right? So I did that. I was a school principal. I did that for 10 years. So I was able to see the role of education from different levels. I was a district leader for a little while. I was a commissioner of education in Connecticut for a little while. Then I went to... So my responses are based not only on my role as a secretary of education for President Biden for 4 years, but also my whole 27 years of being an educator. The federal role is really small. It's really small, and it's designed that way, and I want it to be that way, because when I was a teacher, I didn't care what Washington, D.C. was telling me to do. I cared what my local board was telling me, what the students needed. So it's a very small role. Federal government provides 9% of funding only. Not a lot, but important funding.
Just to clarify also, that used to be true. Do you know if that's still true post, I guess, abolishing of the Department of Education?
There's limits in funding that were moved in the last year. So,
Gotcha.
But overall, it's a very small pocket of funding, right? It's mostly a civil rights agency, right? So to protect the rights of students so that they can have access to public education across. It's an agency whose job is to administer.
That is the biggest complaint about the Department of Education, is that it is really just a civil rights agency. That is the majority of what they do now is just make sure that groups are not being protected classes are not being discriminated against, and that's about it. Their entire job is just to make sure that there's equality within the schools, within colleges, and that's really it. There's not much else that they're capable of.
The funding that Congress approves, right? So I'm showing that it's not this big thing that the federal government right now is saying it was. Oh, we got to give it back to the states. It was always the state's responsibility. I was a commissioner of education, and I could tell you that when I was commissioner, the federal government didn't tell me what to do, how to do things. That was never the case. And when I was secretary, despite having experience in different pockets of education, I knew it wasn't my job to tell them how to run, curriculum in classrooms in Florida, whatever. So I think that was just part of the whole shtick to try to make it seem like it's this behemoth. It's one of the smallest agencies at the federal level. So
just to hammer this point home, because I remember it was probably 10 years ago, there was the Common Core scare.
Right.
My understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is the federal government has basically zero input when it comes to curriculum for the states.
Right.
That it doesn't dictate this is how you teach, here's your curriculum for the day. There's a lot of people, and by that I mean like half the country seem to believe that the federal government was telling states and I'm saying this because one of the things that was so often repeated a few months ago was we're giving education back to the states. We're giving education back to the states to run it. But it was always that way, is my understanding.
It was. And I'll get to the Common Core, but the funny thing is, I don't think it's funny, but
so many things that
there is more federal requirements now. There's more policing of what you're doing, or you're going to pull your money back. Not only in K-12, but higher ed, right? So if anything, while we're saying we're giving it back to the states, we're mandating what you can and cannot do in the classrooms, or else we're going to pull your money. But going back to the Common Core, there was an effort there to standardize what kids knew across the country so that when we're comparing Alabama to Kentucky to Nebraska to Connecticut, we have a similar standard of what success looks like. And you saw the backlash there, right? And the intent there was to say, if we say a B in Arkansas is similar to a B in Oregon, there's some relative comparison. You could say, well, what's working, what's not working, right? Because as a former district leader and commissioner of education, I knew that a passing score in Connecticut might be something totally different in another state. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the intent, in my opinion, there.
Are there any standard requirements right now for tests like federally that students should be able to pass, or is all of that still left, like given the testing requirements for the states?
It has gotten to the point where you can make some comparisons. It's still not a perfect system. I think that's where like the SATs or the other tests like that come into.
It's not true. They withhold funding if you don't do particular things. They let them develop curriculum within guidelines. If the guidelines are not followed, then they don't get funded. Yes, they can't set the curriculum is the point. So like there's like some things that they set as far as like I think they like hitting scores or having like average test grades or having some sort of standardized testing or things like that. Like yes, they can set standards, but they cannot like give you a curriculum to meet that standard. They can't do that. They cannot give you a curriculum. They can't tell you what to teach. It is, as they said, just like the majority of their work is about like making sure that religion isn't taught in public schools, that colleges aren't discriminating based on race, that like there's not like this, it's that sort of shit. It's mostly just about protected classes and like free speech shit and stuff like that. That is the majority of their jobs.
To play, because if a score in an SAT doesn't matter what state you're in, right? So I think that's kind of what does that, and that's why I think there's a heavy reliance on those type of things when it comes to admission, because we don't have a score on a state test in one state means nothing in another.
Yeah. When you talk about scoring things and you talk about grades, I hear from every level, from teachers to parents to students, there's like this binary of teaching the subject versus teaching to the test.
Right.
Do you have an opinion on?
I have an opinion on everything in education.
Okay,
so
that's I think that's what a lot of people, I believe, if I remember correctly, I think a lot of people complained about the No Child Left Behind standard, that a lot of that made everything just about like tests and meeting the tests, and that instead of it being about the kid actually learning and understanding the thing, it was more about them just being able to remember when you're asked this question, you give this answer. Like that was it. You didn't have to have an actual understanding of the thing in order to pass. You just had to give the answer that was required for the class. And so that was, I think it was No Child Left Behind. It might have been something else that I'm thinking of, but yeah, I remember this being like a big complaint. And it might have had to do with some of the standards set by the government.
It's a loaded question. And again, most of my opinion comes from my experience in the classroom, being a school principal. I'm a big believer that we must assess where students are, or else we're playing games. Because I've seen cases where students have gotten A's on their report card and they're thrilled, and then when it comes to an assessment that measures their ability to understand state standards, they're below basic. I've seen that, and unfortunately, it happens disproportionately to students in underperforming communities, right? So I'm a big believer in high standards and making sure that our assessments are aligned with standards. But I've also seen the opposite, where we've become overly enamored with standardized tests to the point where we remove topics that are not going to be covered, or we reduce pedagogy and teaching to the way the students are going to see it on the test, which in my opinion disengages students. And then we wonder why kids don't want to go to school or they're not doing well. Yeah.
What do you think when it comes to like one of the big issues we have today is it seems like the scoring for American students for basic things.
Yeah.
I feel like I read an article a couple weeks ago related to like even being able to read at a competent level, like a high school level, that more and more of the population is sliding into not being able to do this.
Yeah.
What do you think? Where are the big failures today coming in from for education?
Well, it's multifaceted, right? But I do feel that we are not where we should be internationally on the international tests. I think, a close look at our assessment data over the years, for decades, it's not something that there should be a sense of urgency around addressing it. And then you add the pandemic that really disproportionately affected students who didn't have access, and it made gaps worse. We really need to have a sense of urgency around it. I think a lot of it has to do with, number one, and you're going to hear a common theme in this conversation. We pay teachers 24% less than people with similar degrees in other professions. When I walked in as secretary, there was shortages of educators across the country. People are just not interested in the profession, not to mention that they're being blamed. So I've had conversations with the Minister of Education of Finland. I've had conversations with the Minister of Education in Singapore, right? So these are the countries that we're aspiring to. There's no magic. They treat the profession like a profession. They're selective with who's in front of the classroom. They're compensated to the point where they don't have to bartend or drive Uber on the weekends. They're given professional learning opportunities, and schools are treated as the foundation for their country's growth. So to me, it's really investing in making sure that we're respecting the profession, that our schools have the tools that they need. And we've seen examples of that. New York Times reported while I was secretary that the gap between black students and non-black students in fourth grade closed more in 1 year. I think it was 22 to 23 than at any other point before 2009. There was an investment in addressing the disparities. So I do worry that we're just taking an approach like we want Finland results, but we don't put in Finland investments. I do think that's a bigger argument. So schools are the byproduct of us not valuing education in this country the way we should. And I think we're seeing that now with the dismantling of it, with the attacks on higher education, with vouchers where some students have access to education, other students are left with whatever's left over in the public schools. So I think we're going in the wrong direction in terms of that. But until we as a country can really recognize that if we don't have a strong foundation, you're not going to build skyscrapers.
Bars,
and what does that look like? I do think accountability is a part of it too. I'm not trying to say that funding is the only thing. We need to make sure that we're holding folks accountable for results. And I do think accountability is a big part of it, but I also think support has to be a part of it. And we like the accountability part, but in many places there's not enough support for our students.
When you bring up the accountability part, Are you pretty familiar with well, I'm sure you are, the No Child Left Behind and kind of the fallout from that?
Yeah.
My understanding is some of the critiques on that were initially people were saying, the high accountability of No Child Left Behind and funding schools or allocating money to places that produce better results was going to be more positive, but then other people were saying there was the lack of support there and it just had some communities fall further behind.
Yeah.
What, do you have, I guess what in an ideal world, let me back up a bit, I guess. Education is very frustrating to me because I feel like sometimes when I look at...
Bro, we're about to just back up all the way out the fucking door at this point. I feel like all we're doing is just backing up.
Education, it feels like it feels like police or criminal justice, right? Like if you ask a cop, how do you get people to do less crime? Well, by the time the cop is seeing them, it's almost already over. I was incredibly lucky growing up in that I got to go to a private school, and you can look at the differences between private school education and public school education. But as somebody that's been through private school, the teachers are more motivated and all of that sure. But man, if your parents are paying a little money to send you to a school, every student there is there to learn, and the parents are invested in their education, the students are invested in their education. They have to be. And sometimes it feels bad because when I look at the education system, if you get, I don't know if you've ever seen The Wire, one of those guys that watched The Wire, and it's my favorite show. Yeah, but by the time the student gets to class, it's like 80% of the battle can already be won or lost. So going back to the No Child Left Behind, what do you think are good types of accountability that can exist for schools that can push teachers and educators forward, and ones that don't just hamper their ability to deal with problem students? Yeah.
When that came through, I was starting as a school principal in 2003, and I'll give you a quick story. I was a school principal at a school that high performing school for the district. Right. We had a program for students who are learning English, a bilingual program in that school. And the way NCLB was written up, if you have more than 20 students, I think it was 20 or 40 students of a subgroup that doesn't make mastery, that whole school is in need of improvement. And then, the headlines would be failing school. Right. And I had students who were learning English who were being assessed in a language that they didn't even understand yet. So those students didn't hit mastery. And I remember a parent coming up to me saying, is our school a failing school because of those kids? and that stuck with me, man, because I was one of those kids when I was in elementary school. And that just is an example of what was inherently wrong with a system that's a one-size-fits-all. I'm a big believer in accountability as well. I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to stuff like that. Richard Elmore's work, The Principle of Reciprocity. For every ounce of support, I have to give you an ounce of accountability. Or Michael Fullen's work that says, support and accountability are important, but you don't lead with accountability. The wrong drivers. So for me,
fuck, the game started immediately this time, so I feel like that means I'm gonna get put in at 17 minutes. Or 15 minutes or some shit like that. It's probably 17. That's what I'm guessing. Let's see what it is. Last two times I guessed what time I was getting in, I was exactly on the fucking dot. I was at 5 seconds off on one. The other one was perfectly on the dot. So let's see. I think it's around 17 minutes. Oh shit. Okay. Beginning of the match. Let's go.
It's hold me accountable if there's support there to get me to where I need to go. And I think with NCLB, it led with accountability. It led with labeling. So it disincentivized working in urban schools where the students were struggling. Now, don't get me wrong, as a Latino, I loved some parts of it. I loved the fact that we're now disaggregating data based on race, economically disadvantaged students with disabilities. That to me was really important. Because what that did was say, look, we have a gap, an opportunity gap that we have to address. And while the school that I was working in, an amazing school, we had to be honest about saying there are some students that, given the same experience, are still underperforming. We have to address that. So race and place should never be determinants of success. I think the one-size-fits-all thing, I think the negative attention that it put or the labeling that it put on schools that were doing twice the work. You mentioned you went to a private school. You probably didn't have the level of poverty that many of our public schools face. You probably didn't have students that were experiencing some of the similar trauma that many of our schools and kids in our public schools face. And a public school teacher has to work twice as hard. And I would argue they're twice as motivated. It's easier to go to an independent school and work, getting paid and not deal with some of those issues. I got teachers that were feeding kids before it was a national program to feed kids. I got teachers that were serving as social workers, that were doing what they needed to do to make
My mom's a public school teacher. Like she's one of those teachers that like almost cares too much. Like she's very much about like the students, helping the students, making sure that they're all like taken care of, and I think it's been one of the like interesting things, especially when we're talking about you know, people who vote for MAGA and shit like that. My mom has not been happy with like a lot of the immigration shit with MAGA, and I would assume because she has a lot of Latino kids and a lot of kids that are either immigrants or their parents immigrated here, or you know, whatever. But like she has a lot of ESL kids and kids that just don't speak English at all, and she's had like a lot of experience with kids from other countries, and you know, cared about these kids a lot and had attachments to them. So
make sure that these kids were able to, you know what I mean? And that's why I'll always fight for public education to be the great equalizer, right? So NCLB, what it did was, unfortunately, it put a spotlight on, you know, one size doesn't fit all. And the backlash to it, I think, took away some of the things that I wish could have stayed, with higher standards, higher accountability. And then I would argue with accountability, it's good to have. We need to have it. But it needs to evolve too. We can't just base everything on one test. And what ended up happening through NCLB, in my opinion, is we reduced what we taught to what was going to be tested. And then there was a phenomenon that I'm going to introduce you to today. It's called bubble kids. Bubble kids. You ever hear of that?
No, but I did ITBS, and I know the I'm guessing
the Scantron stuff, right?
The filling out the
bubble kids actually there was a phenomenon where when you're measuring students and labeling a school and determining funding and determining which principals get hired and fired, you're basing it on a mastery, the number of students that hit mastery, right? So there were students that were way over the mastery level. They're fine. And then there were students that were way, way below the mastery level. And then there were students that were on the bubble. The kids that were close to mastery. A lot of our schools just focused on the kids that were at the bubble.
Oh, okay.
So all the support and attention went to these kids here. The kids that were high performing got ignored. The kids that were well below the mastery level weren't given the attention that they needed. They focused on the bubble kids. And when you have a system that does that, you're missing an opportunity to make sure every kid grows and every kid reaches their potential. So I saw that from the field. I saw that as a practitioner. And I felt like, you know, when we over-rely on one accountability measure, we're hurting the system in a way that hurts more kids. Kids at the top and kids that are really, really struggling.
Do you think it's possible to push education for, in my mind, I usually break out like K through 12, I think is a lot different, higher education.
Yeah, it is.
Is it possible to push K through 12 like substantially forward in a positive direction without all of us kind of coming together and recognizing maybe the need for like a little bit more federal oversight? I know that's a scary phrase.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, my thing was when I was secretary, I'm like, look, don't think I don't have opinions as a fourth grade teacher now, you know, walking into the Oval Office, giving the president advice on education as a school principal, right? As a first-gen college student myself, I had a lot of opinions on what we could do federally. But I also knew, would I want Betsy DeVos doing something like that? Would I want the person following me that maybe had a totally... That's not good for the field to have a yo-yo effect, right? We're seeing it now. So for me, it was about strengthening states and giving school districts the opportunity to leverage what works best, right? So we need to know what's working in Florida. We need to know what's working in Tennessee to lift that up and say, hey, this is working. Michigan, what they're doing for college and career pathways should be something that every state should know about, right? So I think what the federal role should be is to highlight what's working in different parts of the country, invest in those promising practices across the country, but not necessarily hold a stick and say, if you don't do it the way I say you do it, we're gonna take your money away. The students lose in that scenario.
A quick, I guess, political pit stop. Something that I didn't really consider before. I had a friend that worked at the Kennedy Space Center down in Houston, and I never considered the significance until talking to him about how weird it is sometimes that you have these cabinet-level secretaries that are in and out every 4 years.
Yeah.
And he was complaining that sometimes it's hard to get long-term investment or planning in a particular direction because you don't know if the next, cabinet leader is going to take you in a whole different direction. And sometimes it makes even private companies a little bit reluctant to invest because they're not sure where things are going.
Yeah. That's real. That's real. And I recognize that even while I was in the chair, right? That what I call the yo-yo effect.
Yeah.
Right? Look at higher ed right now. Like everything that they did to try to bring, make sure that their student body looks as beautifully diverse as our country is now being used to pull money away from them. Right? So I could see where there's a hesitation to jump on to things that the federal government is doing because it's not going to last long, which is why I think it's really important that we moving forward, we look at things that we can find some common ground on certain things in education. I've always felt education shouldn't be politicized for that reason. I know, it sounds hokey, but it really, we should rise above that, and they're all of our kids, right? I'm not Secretary of Education just for the Democrat kids, right? If anything, I think the harm that's happening now is hurting red communities more.
Sure.
So
I was going to ask on that. Do you have the feeling, especially, we get older, I'm 37 now, and I've been saying probably for the last 20 years, statements like this is the most important presidential election ever, and things have never been this bad. And, people always say this, and now being a little bit older, I try to look back and I was like, okay, well, what, there are some things where I recognize I'm saying this as an aging person, right? Like the 6-7 thing seems really dumb to me. And I'm thinking like, this is like the kids are just dumber than they've ever been. But then I think, well, when I was a kid, there were a million things that I thought were hilarious that my parents thought were stupid or didn't understand. So, I'm trying to like keep track of things. When I look at education, things like, I think even when I was a kid, things like vouchers and things like homeschooling were pretty politicized. But man, COVID really drove a wedge into everything. Do you feel like it's more, like everything feels like it's a political battleground these days? And when it's a political battleground, that there's no room, you can't even begin to talk about fixing anything because it feels like you don't even have people agreeing on what is real or what isn't real or what people are talking about. Yeah,
I'm an educator, not a politician. That's how I think, and what I've seen is the politics creep in so much. And I was campaigning last year, and I said, every year there's a new boogeyman. In 2020, when I got in, right? 2021, it was the masks. 2022, it was CRT. 2023, it was transphobia. 2024, it was, banning books. So there was a new boogeyman every year, and I would put money on it. This is part of the strategy to make people afraid of public education so the private voucher sounds better. Let's commercialize K-12 like we did higher ed. There's a profit to be made. So I think it's inherently built into the bigger picture to create disruption.
Is he saying that's what people say, or is he actually recommending that we commercialize it and make a profit off of it? Maybe I... The fuck is that?
There, by the red tower. Look, there.
Huh. Maybe I missed part of what he was saying.
So that the alternative sounds better than public education. I really do believe that's part of the strategy. It has people talking about transgender in bathrooms, which is not an issue. When I visited 50 states in 4 years, we needed to get kids to read. We had mental health crisis in our country. 1 in 3 high school girls considered suicide after the pandemic. That's the issues that people are talking about. That's not a red or blue issue, right? So we push for mental health supports. We push. So yet they politicize the things that create division. And I think that's by design. And sadly, what we end up doing is spending our bandwidth on responding versus talking about, no, we have a youth mental health crisis. No, we have students that are not we have students that are not learning AI at the pace that they should, because in China they're learning it much quicker. We have students that are going through what you said, 15th century style education, while we have careers that are going unfilled because our schools haven't evolved yet. You follow me? Mm-hmm. So I do think that's by design. I think that's part of the plan to really destabilize support for public education by making educators or making our schools look like they're doing bad things to our kids, and we got to protect our kids. You know, we're spending more time talking about that than how many kids die in our schools, or yeah.
One of my big complaints about really politics in general is that sometimes you get these issues that pop up that I would say are dumb issues, and even if you win the debate on the issue, I don't think people realize you've already lost. That if there's kind of like an old for like internet forums or Reddit or social media, there's this old adage sometimes of there are certain people you don't engage with. Yeah. You might see a post that says today my sports team did really well, and you want to go in and you want to post about how good their quarterback is, and there's a guy in there that just posted about how I think that the defensive coordinator is actually racist. He's a horrible, terrible human being. And you're like, oh, okay, well, you might write a big post and you might be right, and you've got, well, actually, this is not true, and blah, blah, blah. And you might even feel good after responding. But what you don't consider is that you came in there to post something positive. You got sidetracked by this guy who's just being an asshole. And then you've spent all this energy and time responding to him, and the positivity you wanted to contribute is not even there. And that kind of feels like a microcosm sometimes of our entire
You just summarized 4 years as Secretary of Education.
Yeah.
Do I go forward and say...
Well, that seems like all of politics. And it's all of like, I think it's a common thing with like being just any sort of like public figure. This is something that I ran into like in a number of the dramas that I would get into, is a lot of people would be like, bro, like even responding to these people is just giving them a fucking W. Like, you're right, they look fucking stupid every time, but you're just like, all they want is the fucking response and the like time from you. And for me is like I don't know, it's a really hard concept to like I don't know how to say it, to like not, I don't want to say to care about, but like, I don't know, when your whole thing online is like talking to people about random shit. Like somebody the other day when we got into an argument said like, well, you keep saying that like leftists are dumb and irrelevant, but you're responding to what it is they think and believe, so they're obviously important enough, for that, or for you to respond. What is that? I respond to fucking pedophiles, dude. Like I debate the fucking worst, dumbest fucking people in the world. I argue with fucking flat earthers. Like, what makes you think that just because I respond to somebody means that their opinions are the least bit important to me? Like, that is not the case at all. So I like, when the whole thing is just kind of responding to people and talking about stuff, like, it's hard for me to like hear the thought of, well, that doesn't matter, so why respond to it? Or like, you're not going to benefit from this, so why respond to it? To me, it's like, I don't care. Like, why do I care? They're wrong. So, like, you guys know the meme of a guy, he's sitting on the computer and his wife says, honey, come to bed, it's late. And he says, but I can't. There's people on the internet that are wrong. Like, that is definitely me. Like, for sure. Tell me, have you ever taken an autism test? Yeah, when I was younger. Why? Like, I have not. I think people on the internet have gotten like a really twisted idea of what autism is, because people use the word autism incorrectly on the internet so much that, like, people think autism is something drastically different than what it is in reality. But I don't know, because like, yeah, people will say like, Tom, you're autistic, but they don't ever mean like autism, like the fucking autism spectrum or anything like that. They always mean like, oh, you hyper focus on things a lot, or you know, you have an odd way of engaging with people, you know, or like shit like that. Like it never actually has anything to do with autism. It's to do with just them saying something's weird. Instead of saying weird, they say autistic. Trying to find the fucking battery over here. Fuck. I don't remember where this battery is. I think I went too far away.
Go to that location.
Yeah, I don't know what you think. I don't know what you mean when you say autism, because there's not. I don't have any like anything close to symptoms of autism.
You know, it's the great equalizer. This is what we're going to do. We're going to focus on this. We're going to, you know, rural America, 9 million students need attention, man. They're being ignored. Or do I respond to the CRT, you know, the things that are being thrown up? And I think that's a reality. My comms team would tell you in D.C., you know, Miguel, don't even respond to that. Don't waste your bandwidth on that. Really, Miguel, don't respond to that. If you get this question, pivot to that, because you got to talk about the proactive stuff you're doing, but that's not sexy. Mm-hmm. What's sexy is the division or the story of what happened in one community. And I think in a lot of ways, it's just really smart marketing to create distractions. And I mean, I don't have to get into the distractions that are being created at a national level today to distract from some of the things that people are really dealing with the economy, with, you know, there's more division. And so distractions is a strategy. And I think in education over the last 4 years, I told you, the boogeyman of the year, CRT, that's not happening in our classrooms. The homophobia that was made to feel so bad, you know, that.
Bro, this thing is never here. There's a fucking bastion here, and that is never over here. And now that I'm trying to look for this fucking battery, I don't know, not being able to understand that drama trolls feed on attention and are worthless is kind of autistic. But I didn't say that I don't understand that drama trolls do that. I understand that they do it. I'm saying I said I don't want to say I don't grasp the concept or whatever, like, because I understand it. It's more so that the idea of not responding is something that I failed to just like actually do, because even like when I talk about just not responding, I kind of sit there and think, but I kind of want to, like, I don't really care if this has some like greater utility to it or anything like that. I kind of don't really give a fuck. I kind of just want to argue with people, and so I think I'm just gonna argue with these people, and if they get off on it, it's, well, me too, bro. I want to fucking argue, so I want to, you know, if you look stupid in this and you're happy that you look stupid, based, because I'm gonna be happy that you look stupid as well. So like we both get what we want here. That's awesome. Like, that's how I feel. Like, other people are like, don't give them what they want. Like, why? They're giving me what I want. Like, it seems like a fucking fair trade-off. seems legit to me. Ah, fuck you. Why is he chasing me? Oh, there it is. That's the fucking battery. And of course, the fucking bastion is there now. I fucking hate this game. I showed a clip the other day of a guy who was like way up on a tower where like nobody can really get, but he just figured out a way to get there, and you're not even like supposed to be able to go up there. And but he went up there, and then they spawned a bastion right next to him. They spawned a fucking bastion right next to him, and I commented and said, it feels like sometimes the like people who at Embark, the people who make the game, it feels like sometimes they're like watching people play and purposefully just like spawning shit just to troll people so they can all sit there and laugh and like watch it happen. That's what it feels like sometimes. It really feels like they're purposefully doing shit like this just to like fuck with us. Like they're the attention trolls, dude. They're the ones who were trying to fuck with us just to get off on it. Didn't you lose 90% of your audience because of it? Because of engaging? No, that's not. No. No, not because I engaged with shit. No, not at all. That had nothing to do with, like, whether or not I engaged didn't matter. It was because if I hadn't engaged, it would have been worse for sure. If I had just literally ignored the whole thing, it for sure would have been much, much worse. But the bigger problem was like I had a mod who was a huge part of my community, who was somebody who like she wasn't just a mod, she was like my producer. She ran my Discord, she owned my Discord, and then when she left, she literally like just made up a bunch of shit about me and told everybody that I like let her on. She told people that we dated and that I like she just made up a ton of shit to make me sound like super manipulative and fucked up. And so yeah, it was not about whether or not I engaged. That was not the problem in the least.
Head home at the northern station.
Sorry, not a drama. It was fine. I like the people who are around today. It's like probably really hard for any of them to understand what happened during that time, because it was like 10 different things all at once. Like it literally was. It was 10 different things all at once with a bunch of people who were just like very salty about my success on the internet and decided to like cause a bunch of problems for me. And my mod decided to like fuel the fire at the worst time because I was talking to Mantis. She didn't like Mantis, and so yeah, she was really butt mad that I had a thing with Mantis. Oh shit! No, no. No, I can't fucking die. No, I can't fucking die. I don't know where the fuck to go. Oh, there it is. Holy shit. I couldn't see anything. Oh shit, that was so close. Holy moly, that was fucking close. Sheesh. Yeah, it's really hard to like explain what all went on around that period, because it was a million things all at once. So I don't blame you for like not understanding. But yeah, that like it was my head mod, you know, like if she's making a bunch of fucking like almost Me Too-esque accusations against me, it's not like I can just be like, oh, it's all right. No, I just won't respond. You know? Ah, fuck.
And it's not that we shouldn't have those conversations, but it shouldn't take up 90% of how we're using our time. As Secretary of Education, I had to focus on the things that were important to 50 million students across our country.
One of the things that's very difficult to communicate to people when it comes to like scientific research or political discussions in general is this concept of like effect size or magnitude, where, you know, somebody might want to spend 95% of the time talking about, God, like I roll my eyes when I see, you know, the president signing these executive orders and there's like 50 schoolgirls around him and he's like, I'm saving their education. I was like, oh my God, like give me a break. But then, you know, people will look at that and it's like, oh, so you don't think it's worth talking about? And it's like, I mean, like maybe for a microsecond or whatever. But like, I know that if this particular thing was an issue, I'm trying not to get ultra political.
Could have just called her a liar.
Like if all this trend.
But I don't know. Liberals are really sensitive. And I'm not familiar with the. So yeah, like I said, the problem was that she was a big part of my community. She was like friends with everybody. She was head mod, producer, like ran my fucking show. She was like an essential aspect to the entire show, and especially being like owning the Discord. That's where most people socialize, right? That's where most people talk. That's where most of them like engage with one another. That's where like most of the interactions happen. And so where she's the person who's running that, she has like probably the closest connection with all of the people within my community, all of the mods, all of the, you know, she was a big part of all of that. And then her and another streamer were kind of doing this together, who was also my friend. The other streamer is like one of my close friends as well. And so yeah, but this is somebody that I was like very close with. Like we were very close for years. And yeah, it was for like 3 years. It like I couldn't just be like, she's a liar, and then just moved on. Like it wasn't that easy. So especially as like my audience is already leaving just because she's saying shit. I couldn't just be like, yeah, I didn't lose people because I talked about it. I lost people because they thought that like the claims were credible, or there was also a large portion of people who didn't know who to believe and then felt like everything was just awkward now and left. And then there was a third group of people who felt as though like I was right, but things were different now. Like the dynamic was different, the community was different, the feeling was the vibe, like everything had changed, and it just wasn't the same thing that they initially came for, and so they disappeared over time as well. So there was a lot of different reasons for why people left, but none of it was like, oh, Tom talked about this. He responded.
And stuff in the bathroom was a huge issue. I know it would be a huge issue because every single time a bad event happens, you guys would be screaming about it from the rooftops, and you're not. And the fact that there's like, I think there was one case in, oh God, I think it was Virginia, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I was just at the state doing an event, but it was like one thing that happened, and nobody. It was like a student who identified as something else, and some incident came up. But other than that, it's like this is not. I don't know how we're spending 90% of the time talking about a thing when our reading scores are so low, when we're having so much trouble coordinating between states, like what education should look like. We're having conversations about what higher education should be, but we're barely talking about that, and instead we're talking about who the last swimmer was and what place they got, and it's like, Jesus.
And it's really important, and that's a good point, because I think that's what we click on. It was a lot of clickbait, and you know, when I was doing media in DC, I was very careful. Like, you know, I'd get on these big networks, and I knew I had 90 seconds, and they're gonna want to get to that clickbait, right? And I'm thinking to myself, how do I pivot to say, no, we're increasing access and affordability to college so more kids could have access? And I'm trying, how do I squeeze that in? It was more about how do I pivot and get to what I want to say. Ask me whatever you want to ask me, but I'm going to get to the things that matter to 50 million students, to make sure kids are having access to mental health supports, that they're eating in school. We had a lot of kids hungry in school. You know, that they have access to higher education, that Pell dollars are increasing so that they could go to college and you know, reach their dream, right? So, but that's not, you're not going to get me on one of those major networks for me to talk about how the Pell Grant went up $900 for every American that qualifies for it, because that closed gaps in access to higher education. That's never going to get a call.
Yeah.
Now, the incident in Virginia might get me, 90 seconds on a network. So how do I pivot that? It was like I was dancing. Yeah.
My brain has broken a lot over the past couple of years, but I think one of the worst
bringing
things
up a lot of bad
now because you bring up the because there are some things, especially now as a parent, where it's like, how are you at some board and you're arguing against school lunches? Like that's like a demonic position. Not to, we're free to have our opinions on things, but I remember watching do you know who Piers Morgan is? Are you familiar? I think it was him and a few other people on a panel, and they were talking about the ingeniousness of like RFK's plan to make school lunches more healthy or something.
Love it.
And they were talking about how, can you imagine how crazy it would be for Democrats to fight against something that would be so obviously good? And I'm just remembering all the pushback Michelle Obama got from all of these Republicans. You're not going to tell our kids what to eat if they want to eat pizza every day. And I was like, I'm glad you guys are on board with it finally, but like, Jesus.
Or they forget to mention that, one of the first things that they did was cut the funding to give meals to schools, to kids, that cut the programs, right? That left kids hungry, or summer programming that didn't get their funding for dollars.
Yeah, I had a video about this a while ago. That people who were doing the whole thing about like, oh, but you guys, I can't believe you guys are against poison, and like, but you guys are the ones who have been fighting against this shit for the longest time. Like, you guys are against taking poison out of foods? What is wrong with you? You liberals will fight against anything. You guys are the ones who have been doing this, dude. You guys did that. Not us. We're saying there is no poison. We're saying it's just a lie that there's poison. You guys said they can eat poison if they want. So, these are not, this is not the same thing. She didn't do thumbnails or anything like that. That was definitely, she never did any of that stuff. That was either Contrast or like Main Event or mostly me. But she did make some thumbnails here or there, but that wasn't like really part of her like job description at all. She was a producer. Like, she gave me the content for the day. So every single day when most days I worked for a long time, but she would, Tom, did you still have another job for most of it? Yeah, during the time when we were working together for the like 3.5 years of that, I had a full-time job, and so I was working anywhere from like 8 hours to sometimes even 16-20 hours a day for certain periods. And you can't micromanage Discord servers? Wait, is that a question? Wait, what? Did you put micro in there on accident? You're just saying, are you asking if I could have just managed my own Discord server? Or are you saying, what are you asking? I don't think I said anything about micromanaging. Sorry, didn't mean question mark. Did you ever bang them both? Both of the girls who said this shit? No. That's like the sad part, dude. It's like I got accused of being a fuckboy and I didn't even get to fuck anybody. It's insane. Yeah, I don't think that was kind of the whole thing. Like, some people felt like I manipulated her by leading her on, making her think that I was into her, and then use that to get her to do work for me, and then just strung her on. Problem is, you're talking about 3.5 fucking years. I strung her on for 3.5 fucking years, and you can't. There's not a single fucking message of me ever flirting, of me ever like saying anything romantic, of me ever being sexual, of me ever hitting on her. Nothing. Not a single one. 3.5 fucking years. And somehow she's able to be led on for 3.5 fucking years. That at some point, bro, like, you gotta, like, this can't be my fault. It's like, if that's the case, I don't know. I don't think that was the case. That you can see like a her pattern of behavior changed over time. You can watch it change in the last 3 months, just slowly kind of become a different person and do different things and say different things and act a different way. And the last couple of conversations we had was about that. It was about like, hey, you're getting fucking like obsessive. You keep asking me about my personal life. You keep asking me about shit that's like none of your business, and who I'm dating, who I'm talking to, who I'm texting, who I'm like, and it's getting like unhealthy. And so we gotta stop doing this. And then yeah, shit about me and Mantis came out, and she said that she was leaving over it. She was out. She's leaving. That's it. Because I didn't tell her about this. And so then I went and talked to her, and I was like, it's none of your fucking business. Like, I don't have to tell you about this. I don't know why you're freaking out. Like, there's no reason I would tell you about this. And after like an hour of talking to her, she's like, all right, like, I'm sorry. Like, I overreacted. I feel better about this. Like, that makes sense. And I was like, okay. But yeah, this is unhealthy though. Like, this has gone too far. This is way too far, and I'm not over it. So like, I don't think this works anymore. And so then she, we agreed that she was going to leave, and then she went and told everybody she quit because I was lying to her about being with Mantis. And I wasn't with Mantis, like we were just kind of talking at the time, but yeah, it was a whole thing. So, and then I had like a bunch of shit that I wanted to leak. A bunch of people started like saying that we were in a relationship. I didn't know where that was coming from. I just found out recently. She's the one who was telling people that we were dating for 2 years. And so I leaked a phone call at like one of our last phone calls where I'm telling her like, yo, you need to like stop like butting into my shit. Like, you need to stop like asking me about this stuff. You need to stop like doing all of this. This is getting unhealthy. And she would be like, yeah, but like, why are you talking to Mantis so much? And I'm like, I guess you hear what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm telling you, you got to stop doing this. You're literally turning around and doing it again. And I feel like we have this conversation like every 2 weeks now, out of nowhere. Like, you just start asking me about the same shit all the fucking time, and like, it has to stop. Like, we got to move on from this. It's gone too far. And yeah, but like, well, what about Mantis? I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, you can listen to the fucking phone call. It's bonkers. It's obvious you're listening to somebody who's just slowly kind of losing their mind. So, but like, it was also rough because she was like, again, a big part of the community, a respected part of the community. And so when she makes these claims, for me to turn around and be like, oh, that bitch, she's just fucking crazy, dude. Like, it was a bad look. Like, it just was. It was a really fucking bad look because a lot of people, like, obviously we liked each other. We were friends. We were close for a long time. We had worked together for a long time. She was a big part of like my channel popping off and doing really well and the success that we had here. And so, yeah, it was just a really fucking bad look when I'm turn around and be like, oh, her? Yeah, that bitch fucking crazy, dude. I don't believe a word she says. She's a fucking liar. Like, yeah, I've been friends with this person that I think's fucking crazy and a liar this whole time. Like, it was just, yeah, it was a really bad look, and it didn't play well with people who liked her and were kind of trying to figure out how they were supposed to feel about it. They were not happy with any of that, so understandably. Yeah, she was fun. Shame, the fun ones are always insane. Yeah, it's I mean, that was part of like the dynamic that was fun about this, is that she was a like radical feminist socialist. So we fought all the time. We argued all the time. You probably could have banged them both at the same time. Yeah, sure. Again, this is like kind of the point. So I was just never interested. So it was never a thing that I was interested or looking for in the least. But it is what it is. Also, the other one was a trans woman that not really my thing. Yeah, there was another person in all of this. There's like there's videos on this that you can find on my channel that are fucking hilarious. One of them's it's called like a, you know, exposed e-girl or some shit like that, but it's a girl who was like, again, close to my community, like she was a big part of my community. And when all of this happened, she just kind of like distanced herself, but still was like talking to me behind the scenes and was very friendly and like kind of playing both sides of this. But obviously the majority of like the orbiters had all left. They were all gone. They were all talking shit about me, and she was still big parts of their community. So she was playing both sides, and I would keep catching her like talking shit about me in these other communities. And then I would like approach her on it, and she'd be like, oh, you know, my bad. Like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, I get it from your perspective. Like, it looks bad. And so I'll try to, you know, take that into consideration. And then I'd catch her doing it again. And so one day I confront her on it about it on stream. She fucking, like, dude, she admits that she was lying, that she was wrong, that she shouldn't have done it, like all of the shit on the stream. And then immediately turns around and starts like accusing me of fucking like sexually harassing her. When I say immediately, I literally mean immediately. Like, I had a conversation with her, somebody else came on right after her, and I had a conversation with them. And while I was having a conversation with them, she's in the fucking Discord posting all of this shit saying that I sexually harassed her out of fucking nowhere, dude. Like, out of fucking nowhere. Like, pulled up some like old DMs from like 9 months earlier and just started making all these claims. Fucking insane, dude. And then she ended up making an entire documentary on me that was like 400 fucking pages, and like, oh my goodness, dude. It was the most unhinged shit I have ever seen in my life from somebody who just was mad that she got caught fucking lying, being two-faced. That's what it was called, two-faced e-girl. That's right. Two-faced e-girl gets exposed. That reminds me, I was saying before, I meant to do this a while ago and I totally forgot, but the Seven was one of the people who was kind of involved in this. She sent me a statement a while ago and asked me to read it, and I totally forgot to read it. So this is the statement. I will read exactly what it says. I guess I can pull it up, but I don't. I'm afraid I'm gonna like leak shit if I do. Yeah, I'll just pull this up. Yeah, that reminds. I meant to read this like a while ago. She asked me to, or sent it to me and said I could read it if I wanted to, and I totally forgot. So she sent me this. It says, Tom and I have totally resolved a lot of miscommunications and misconceptions we had about each other. We both escalated the conflict in different ways, but I don't think either of us approached it with bad intentions. It was a stressful, confusing time for both of us. So regrettable decisions were made that have been apologized for. It's as simple as that. No one could attack him on my behalf or bring that into other situations that have nothing to do with me. Our issues have been fully addressed and settled. I can't speak to anyone else's issues with Tom or tell them how to handle them personally, but I think everyone else should consider the amount of damage he's taken, remove content from the equation, and really think about when enough should be enough. I can't pretend to be any better. I got caught up in the public flogging of someone I felt had wronged me and people I cared about, but there has been a line, and I hope we can all reflect on where ours should be. I'd like to add that I've seen a creator involved in the backlash against Tom publicly sincerely say there was a planned op by people they're friends with and have no reason to lie about. I can't say whether that's true or not, but hearing that has made me regret having anything to do with it and the people involved, particularly considering how far it escalated it into Tom's real life. Number one, in a Twitter thread, I said Zonia proved Tom was manipulating her, which sounded like I was claiming proof of something Tom said about me in a call. That's not the case. I publicly explained my reasons for believing her, and they've never changed and never involved direct proof. What I'd be referring to in the post is an interpersonal issue between Zonia, Tom, and other people. I can't remember now what proof I meant, and it wasn't my business to speak on anyways, so disregard the whole comment. There was a Twitter post that she made that was that just said something at the end of like, and Zonia proved Tom lied about something. And I was like, what the fuck? I never did any of this. Like and I know for a fact that there's no way she could have proven that I lied. I know for a fact there's literally no way that could be the case. So where the fuck did that come from? So yeah, that's what she's talking about. This literally happened while Zonia was doing her like takedown stream. Number two, there's some confusion about my DMs with Tom. When I've talked about them, I've said things like he could have just apologized and left it at that, which has given some people the impression that he never apologized at all. There's also an impression that he came into my DMs aggressively, pressuring me to shut up about him. I leaked the full DMs to be transparent, so I didn't expect this misunderstanding. Tom did apologize. He didn't tell me what I could or couldn't say, and he wasn't aggressive. I still think my feelings about the conversation were valid, but not rehashing that here. After talking about things out, I don't think Tom was malicious or intended to make me feel that way. I understand if people still interpret... I need to shrink this a bit. There we go. Still, my feelings about the conversation were valid, but not worth hashing here. After talking things out, I don't think Tom was malicious or intended to make me feel that way. I understand if people still interpret the DMs the way that I originally did, but he's made it right with me now, so it really shouldn't matter anyways. 3, I had nothing to do with the document released on Tom, and I don't co-sign it. That's the one that I was just talking about a second ago, the like 400-page document. I did speak to the person who wrote it about my side of things, but the sections relating to me still weren't accurate, and if I'd been asked for approval, I'd have a lot of corrections. I'm not saying this to defend Tom. In fact, some of the inaccuracies were about why I was so upset with Tom, but it's not something I co-signed, and I can't speak to the rest of it. 4, the treatment of Mantis from the beginning of the situation and still today has been reprehensible. The game just crashed. Okay. Fuck. Reprehensible. It's been awful that we were shitting on Tom for clumsily trying to protect the privacy of a woman he cared about, and that none of us considered we were doing it at her expense. It doesn't matter how the leak happened. We were wrong to continue spreading that information, knowing that pictures were being spread around without her consent. Anyone who claims that wasn't happening is a liar. A lot of people owe her an apology and should be ashamed of themselves, including me. Tom and I have resolved a lot of the miscommunications, misconceptions we had about each other. We both... okay, so yeah, this is just starting from the beginning. Okay. I think that's everything. Yep, that's everything. So yeah, I appreciated her doing it. Like she didn't have to send me that. It's obviously an old thing that's been rehashed a million times and all that, but you think it was clout or what? Just ego? It was ego, for sure. Like, this isn't somebody who streamed. This isn't somebody who really cared all that much about clout. It was 100% ego. She got caught and didn't like it. And But when was this? When you were in high school? Bro, you would think. Bro, you would fucking think. No, these are a bunch of fucking grown adults acting like fucking children. And it was truly, like, if I actually explained the entire thing to you, you would, like, either disbelieve the, like, insanity of it, or you would like you would disbelieve, like, how that these people could actually care that much about the things that they cared about. Like, it was fucking wild. Like, the entire thing was fucking wild. It just, it is a brain breaker. It really is. I remember watching it, not much in terms of the details. Yeah, it was fucking insane. So some people were doing it for clout, 100%. Some people were doing it for clout. Some people were doing it literally because they, like they said, like she said, like, people wanted to just ruin my career. Like, that was the goal, that was the plan. And I did very different content back then. I've drastically kind of shifted purely towards politics. I've always done politics to an extent. Doing just politics now, or, like, you know, politics to 90% level, news and politics, stuff like that, is a bit of a different direction. But did you pay the trans? Did they do the producer job for free? The producer wasn't trans. I said the other person was trans. The producer was not a trans person. The streamer who, I said the two of them, so Sassafras was the producer. We call her Sassafras, and Zonia was the streamer who was trans. So yeah. Yeah, Zonia did, like, an entire takedown stream on me and Mantis, oddly, and then literally disappeared, never came back. Which is upsetting for me. I wanted accountability. I wanted, like, some response. I wanted some get back, or some resolution, or something. And yeah, no, she did a whole fucking stream that pretty much destroyed my career, and left a lot of unanswered questions for a lot of people, who then assumed the worst of every little thing that she left. And I see her in chat sometimes. Yeah, I've seen her around a couple of times this week. I just saw her in Wix earlier this week as well. But yeah, she literally just, like, deleted her channel and disappeared, never came back. It was, like, the most fucked up way she could have done it. Like the most fucked up way she could have done it. Because yes, there were so many other, like, narratives that came off of her streams, and the shit that she said, and the way that she said it, and so many people thought that, like, she said a lot of things that she didn't say, and that left a lot of people running with beliefs and narratives that were just so fucking incorrect. But yeah, I was never able to even, like, get her to correct any of those things, because yeah, she just never came back. So it's it is what it is.
You know, so again, it's really, it's not the sub.
When was that stuff? Tom Foolery show, the 7 stuff. All of that was at the same time. Like, the 7 stuff, the SAS stuff, the Zonia stuff, the Mantis stuff, the JCLK stuff, the Queen stuff, the Keffel stuff. Like, it was all literally at the same time. Like, February of 2024. Well, to be fair, she did say she was dying or something. Her cat had died. She was very depressed. She had a medical issue that could be terminal, and that she was considering not getting treatment for because she was like suicidal after her cat died. And she had literally had a seizure like 2 days before she did that big stream. And when we had conversations in calls, she was like, she was out of it. Like, she was out of it. She was talking slowly. She was kind of just foggy and lost. And it was, yeah, she was having a lot of medical issues at the time. Yeah, Food Shops basically said Zonia was on death's door. Like, that seemed to be the implication for a while, is that she had a lot of medical issues, and we had a lot of like conversations about like where her health was, and it was a constant problem for her. When was that sent? Maybe a month ago. Yeah, a month ago. It's the same chat message you just read a moment ago. The one from a month ago. Yeah. Yeah, she typed it up and sent me those screenshots. And so I just pulled up like the screenshots of what she sent me, and she said, like, you know, you can read this. When was it sent? A month ago. I read it just now for the first time. I should have read it back when she sent it to me. There was a lot going on at the time. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think we were in the middle of like something around that time. There was some big news that we were like covering daily, and so that's kind of where all the focus was. And so yeah, I just didn't get around to it at the time, but yeah, she sent it to me like mid-December. Props to her for finally owning up. Yeah, we like she said, we've had like a number of conversations behind the scenes, and she's been in chat a number of times over the last like 6 months, and she's that, like, for me, I've with all of these people, that has been like one of the most frustrating things is I've had so many fucking questions the entire time for all of these people who just refuse to fucking talk to me. And they'll all talk about me, and they'll like keep pushing shit, but they won't talk to me. And I like tried so hard to like get moderators, mediators, like people, you know, in between, like whatever I could do, off stream, on stream. I would rather do it off stream. I would rather just be able to talk to these people. But damn, dude, like, they just, none of it fucking made sense from my perspective. Like, just sitting here trying to look at it and wondering what the fuck was going on, which is why I made like what I if you guys were around a while ago, I was working on a documentary or a video essay called The Sassafesto, which was like a manifesto about sassafras, like in the whole blow up, just kind of like showing all of the shit and going through it and just being like, this is what actually happened. Like, this is these are all the DMs. This is not like the out of context DMs that you guys got, or the ones that were like blacked out random shit for no reason, or this is like the full DMs and the full context and the full phone call and the full days. Like I was doing that for a while. And I ended up just putting it away and just saying fuck it. Like it is what it is. But it was helpful for me to go through all of the like evidence and everything that happened and all of the shit so that I could actually see how all of this kind of played out. And then once I got like a full understanding of it, it made me want to talk to these people even more, because I could see like right where the things, like right where the misunderstandings kept happening and like dropping off, like right where like they got a bit of information and then they would jump to this conclusion instead of this one. But if they had just told me, they would have known what actually happened, but they didn't. And so they ended up forking off, and then they would fork off and get another little bit of information that didn't tell the full story. And so then they'd fork off again. It's like, holy shit. Like you can just watch it in real time as you're going, all the evidence just continue just like spreading in different directions. And it made a lot of sense to me. And so then, yes, I wanted to go and like be able to explain this to them. But the bigger problem for me is that like after like when they came out with a lot of their statements and I was like, that's not true. Like that is not true, X, Y, and Z. And I like explained it. I had the proof of this shit. And if they wanted it, if they ever asked for it, they could have gotten it. But instead, they knew that I was claiming they lied, that was not true. And I told like what actually happened. And they just didn't give a fuck. And to me, that is so hard to understand. It's so hard to understand people who would just go and like be misinformed on something and put that out there like as a statement of fact. And then when they find out that they were wrong, they're like, whatever. And then just move on. It's like, what? How can you do that? How can you sleep at night being that type of person? Like, what the fuck? It's fucked. It was all online. Shit like that, you really need to grab them by the ears and say, the shit ends now or next time. Yeah, that was the problem, is that like these were people that I still cared about. Like all of this happened immediately, right? These were people that I was very close with for fucking years, like three and a half years, people that I was very close to and talked to almost daily. And then all of a sudden, like they fucking hate my guts and they're talking a lot of shit about me and making up a lot of shit and pushing a lot of misinformation. And that's true for, I think for Zonia to an extent. Sassafras, not so much. Like she was purposely just misleading people and lying, but it's because, yeah, she was just salty. But yeah, there are so many parts where I could see where the misunderstanding was, and so I kept I had faith that they would eventually come around. That like, okay, right now they're just like confused and hurt, and I'll give them time to like, I'll give them time to like come to me and have this conversation. Instead of escalating things and leaking more information, because it was very personal information for these people, and I didn't want to do that. And a lot of it was going to be embarrassing for them, and so yeah, I just didn't want to do it to them. And so I thought, yeah, I'll just wait, and they'll come to me, and we'll address it, and we'll figure it out. And yeah, it never happened, and I was so fucking horribly wrong, dude. So fucking horribly wrong to have that much faith in humanity like that. It was wild. It's fucking wild. So yeah, for me, like I still cared about these people and I didn't want to hurt them and like make things worse. And yeah, I probably should have immediately just fucking dumped everything. And I don't think it would have changed much. I think for a lot of people, the biggest difference was just that like the vibes were different. The community changed. Everything was kind of off. And yeah. Trib, speaking of Trib, can you message me on Discord? I was trying to go through some of our old messages. Somebody asked me for screenshots of something, and I don't have them anymore. But I'm like fairly certain I sent them to you back when all of this happened, and I can't find our DMs now. And so, and I tried searching your name, it's not popping up for me. And so, if you could just send me a DM real quick, so I can look through and find the fucking screenshot that I sent you. I have a copy of them too. There's one specific thing. Screenshots? No, I never got any. No. I'm not asking you to send me a screenshot. I'm saying it's in our DMs. So I think I did. Like, you remember I messaged you a while ago and I was like, yo, this person's fucking doxing this person. Like, they're doxing them now. Like, what the fuck? We got to get them to stop, or like some shit. And I'm fairly certain I sent you screenshots, but knowing me, if it was doxing information, I probably immediately deleted it after I sent it to you. And so I'm not sure if it's still there, but yeah, somebody was asking for that screenshot, and yes, I remember that situation. You didn't send me a screenshot. Okay. Fuck.
Substance. It's a comms. There's a comms approach to this. To get people only have attention span for 10, 15 seconds. They're going to listen to the top lines. What's in the devil's in the details, right? But that's never really parsed out. But I hear you. Yeah, that's just kind of what it's like. And I'm going to be honest with you. I talked to people, colleagues from the Hill, Congress people from the Hill, off camera. I had these crazy 4 or 5 hour hearings where I was getting badgered. You've seen them. And
I saw the intro, the one representative of the Republican Fox, I think. Yeah.
So let me tell you, and Virginia Fox, Congresswoman Fox. So you know what? Quick story about her. I've never said this anywhere else.
Yeah.
So we met maybe a little bit before that, right? Mm-hmm. And it's really theater.
Oh no, it's the same. It really is.
It's theater.
Yeah.
We met before that. She was a former college president. She came from a poor community. We had more in common, than people would imagine. And I remember sitting in her office and we're chatting. She goes, I think you're going to be just fine. She made me a cup of coffee. We're having coffee in her office. And she's like, if it was just, it's too bad you're with Biden. It's too bad you have those people around you, because I think you would be a good one. And then she...
Okay, we got like, I think like maybe 17 hours left on this thing, and I'm in 5th place right now. I probably can't make it into 3rd. I don't think I can make it into 3rd, but I think as long as I'm in the top 5, I'm good. But the person right below me is only like 400 points below me, less than 400 points below me. So I need to do something to get myself up a little bit higher to make sure I stay in the top 5, because I'm about to go to bed and they can fuck me up once I'm while I'm asleep. So I need to get up a little bit higher. Yeah, Mantis is right here in 8th. I'm in 5th, and I think I get like a higher prize as long as I'm in the top 5 and a higher rank on the next one. So is that good logic?
Commences to try to tear me apart in front of the cameras. And then, we've had conversations after that stuff. And she goes, I would never have support from my party if I ever agreed with you on anything. Mm-hmm. College and career pathways is a purple issue. We need kids to have access to these high-skill, high-paying careers. We were working really hard in the Biden administration to open that up. And I'm still focusing on that. Post-secretary, one of my big focuses is making sure kids... I was a tech school graduate, so I know the value of, learning skills to go on to get career or college, right? So she agreed with that, but she would never co-sign something with me because how dare I work with the Biden administration? That's crazy.
Yeah,
we're hurting kids, and I think that's happening rampant. And I'm sure it goes both ways, but I can tell you, I did this on purpose, and maybe it was a little cynical of me.
Sure.
I hand wrote letters to her saying, hey, we agree on this. Could we work together on it? And the closest we came was when I think her husband someone tried to scam her husband on student loan debt stuff or, payment or something like that. He got a scam email. And she said, we got to go after those scammers. I'm like, you're right. Let's work together on it. And we were close, but her staff didn't let her co-sign something with me. But that's the toxicity that exists right now in people that are responsible for making decisions for our students. So anyway, those hearings were crazy. But
yeah, real quick, I'm kind of curious because I have a few friends that have been grilled in closed door and open door hearings. I've heard it both ways. I've heard some say that they hate closed door hearings because what happens is whatever you say closed door, that transcript or whatever deposition, whatever, that might never be public, and that some of the people, I won't say names like Jim Jordan, but like some of these people might take quotes selectively from these and then publicly you don't have the full context of anything. So like, I hate closed door hearings. And then if other people say, well, for an open door hearing, I'm being farmed for TikTok. You're here to ask me the craziest question ever. You're looking for a yes or no. You're going to reclaim your time. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time. I need you to answer this. Do you hate students? I'm reclaiming my time.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So you're saying you would let your daughter go into the locker room with... Yeah. It was all... and shout out to my team, Team 46, man. They were amazing. And my team would make sure that, Miguel, don't fall in the traps. Don't fall. So we had a system.
It's hard.
Those
conversations are really hard.
You want the inside baseball? You want the inside? Okay, so
sure,
I had 5-hour hearings, and I had maybe 45, 50 people that were going to come grill me. And I would have a coding system, 1, 2, and 3. 1, friendly fire. It's not going to be, not friendly fire, friendly, 2, it could go either way. 3, just be ready. You're going to have 5 minutes of hell. So when I got to those 3s, those people that were going to come after me, and I knew what their topics were, I knew what was important to them, and I knew that they were Twitter farming, right? So...
Didn't something happen with Nancy Mace recently? I don't know. One day ago, House Ethics Committee investigating allegations against Nancy Mace. Moves to bar violent criminals from government. Congresswoman Nancy Mace exoriates Patrick Bryant for fictitious ethics investigation. House Ethics Committee investigating Nancy Mace, who blames ex-fiance. She aged 10 years in a week. The panel in a statement Friday did not explain the reasons for its probe. That Office of Congressional Conduct and Independent Ethics Watchdog transmitted a referral late last year. The committee must announce its plans for the investigation by March. In response to a request for comment, the committee's plans. Spokesperson Mace provided a letter to the House Ethics Committee for the lawmaker's attorney in response to claims regarding her lodging expenses and reimbursement practices. Oh, okay.
Watch what I say. Make sure that my statement doesn't end. Don't pause after something that they could take and clip. But I would, and then I would get, I'm like, oh damn, they got me. They, I said this, but they didn't catch the second part of the sentence. That's what it was. So I would spend months preparing for these hearings, where they were just trying to get a clip.
Yeah.
And that's sad when, the Secretary of Education or any other department, that's what your preparation is for somebody who's Twitter farming and not trying to work collaboratively on an issue. But that it is what it is. Now, do you spend time going back and saying, no, this is what I said? Or do you take your bandwidth away from the issues that you really need to focus on, or just responding to that? And that's kind of where we are, man.
One of the funniest this one actually saddest things is that for like my life has been doing content creation. I've been like a YouTuber streamer for, 16, 17 years now. And as the political situation has changed in the United States, I was a professional gamer, and then I got into kind of like politics more around 2016, as so much of the world did. But I've noticed as I'm analyzing politics, I just try to think of more and more things as like a YouTuber, because it really is like influencer politics. And it's so funny because I look at these hearings or whatever.
Well, that's why, like, everything that they're talking about, I literally, like, I feel like I'm like, yeah, this is what I go through all the fucking time too. Like, you know, yeah, I was preparing for this thing forever, and then after, you know, months of getting ready for it and trying to make sure that, like, I was, like, ready for a real engagement, they just turned around and fucking clipped me out of context and ran with that instead of, like, you know, that's like, yeah, this all, this is all what we all fucking deal with all the fucking time. It is, it's obviously on a totally different level, but yeah, it's sad, as he said, it's sad that, like, that's what politics is now. Like, that's just what politics is. There's no... Yeah, there's no real engagement anywhere. It's all just clip farming and trying to get owns on each other.
And they're so similar to a lot of the political debates I do. And you mentioned, like, the whole, like, getting cut and clipped and everything. And one of my fans had the suggestion once of, like, when you do debates, you should go in, you know, like, with a giant clock, you know, like, on your chest, so that if anybody ever cuts something, you can see the time, like, skip around or whatever.
Funny.
And it's
no, look, I think, you know, you're saying something to me that what it triggers in my mind is, what if we flip the script? Instead of having our content be the way the system has it and trying to reach, you know, the younger generation, why don't we flip it and create content in the way that the younger generation consumes it? We have to look at things from the perspective of the consumer. And we're...
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that, like, it's so fucking hard to make something educational, like, dramatic in a way that that drama is. Like, it's really hard to take something that is, you know, just like facts and information and make it seem clip farmable, you know? Like, that's just he's like, oh, I just had this idea. It's like, oh, great. Like, you want to do the thing that literally everybody's been trying to do. That's actually honest. Like, this is what all of us have been fucking doing, so awesome. I hear somebody else over there.
We're not doing that well.
Yeah.
I don't feel... I think part of the issue, the reason why we lost the election is not because we...
Oh, shut the fuck up.
The majority of people don't agree with what we're trying to do, but just we didn't reach the consumers in a way that they're used to being reached. I think we did that wrong, and I think we need to learn from that. So I commend you. I commend folks like you. I have a 21-year-old at home and a 19-year-old at home. Mm-hmm. And I try to look at the world from their lens. And I remember, you know, especially during the election cycle, how ineffective I felt we were because the 19-year-old and 21-year-old at home were not hearing the messages that I was saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, I talk about this a lot. I think one of the big brutal things that the left kind of messed up on over the past couple of decades was...
We need to change that in politics. There's just not really a way to do it. Like, okay, so this is the problem, okay? When we look at what Republicans are doing, we sit there and we look at it and we say, okay, so they're always setting the narrative. They're always, like, making up some bullshit, and then we're having to respond to that shit. And so we need to do what it is that they're doing. We need to set the narrative. We need to be the ones making the accusations. The problem is that we don't want to make up some bullshit. We don't want to just make up shit about people. We don't want to be the people who are fucking lying all the time, because then we become the fucking Republicans. And so we're just kind of fucked. Like, we're just kind of fucked all the way around. There's not really a way for us to do what it is that they're doing without becoming them. Like, we just can't. And if we do what they're doing, like, obviously we're going to get more votes, we'll get more people on our side, and we'll get, like, you know, the rally together. But we end up being fucking, like, we end up getting, like, really stupid people on our side that are then going to advocate for really stupid policy, which is then going to make our party really fucking stupid, like the Republicans again. So the thing is that's happening right now is that instead we have a bunch of people on like TikTok and shit that are on the left that are, oh shit.
Hey man, just so you know, when I lose bodies, sometimes it puts me on PvP lobbies. So, good luck though.
Really? Shit. Fuck.
That's what's happened to me. Since I stopped looting bodies, I've never been on a PvP lobby in days.
Okay. Yeah, that.
Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, appreciate it.
This one was the assumption that we won the culture and it's done. So
sorry, but yeah, they the thing is that yes, like TikTokers are doing this shit now. Like they're putting out the dumb fucking bullshit that Republicans are putting out. Like people on the left that are on TikTok, they're saying that Donald Trump stole the election, that Elon Musk helped him pay for stealing the election, that you know, like they're the ones who are putting out the dumb shit. Like that, you know, that the shooter of Charlie Kirk was actually a groyper and that he's not on the left, and like yeah, they are doing all of the shit that we don't want people doing. So it's happening. It's just not happening at like the top, but it's definitely a thing that people are doing on the left now. And if people want that sort of messaging getting out, but they're like, oh, but I don't want to be the one to do it. I don't want to be a fucking lying piece of shit. Okay, well, it's happening. So just be happy. TikTok exists. I hate it, but you know, whatever. It's there. So
we don't even have to justify our positions. And the second was, well, right-wing points are just easier to sell than left-wing points because the right wing is simpler and the left wing is more complicated. And, you know, there are these people that, and I've gone through so many changes of mind where these people are all idiots to where, oh, these people are pretty sophisticated. They just get the wrong information to these people or whatever. And, you know, and I really look at them and I'm like, you know, these people are pretty smart. You know, when a guy comes up and they're like, I don't trust the mRNA vaccines because I prefer things like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine because of the problem. It's like, well, he's not an idiot. He's not stupid. Now, I think he's got a lot of incorrect information, but the capacity for remembering stuff is there. Like, they know it. And
that's one of the things that's actually amazing. If you ever listen to a debate about, like, what do you call it? Flat Earth. Holy shit. Like, those are, like, straight up, like, very highbrow, scientific fucking conversations, dude. Whoa, shit. There's a gun bag right here. Hey, you want a Berletta? They got a Berletta in here. This is like the only case in here that's not open yet. This one, everything else was opened. You got the other ones? Oh, you didn't get that one yet? I'll let you have that one. Yeah, anyways, it's it's wild, like listening to fucking conversations from these people sometime and realizing like, oh, this is fucking sophisticated shit, dude. Like, this is not simple shit. I don't understand anything they're fucking saying right now. Like, this is wild. So yeah, it is crazy because, yeah, you realize they're not stupid, but you also realize, like, their ability to hear information and understand it. Like, okay, sure, that's a skill. That's something that, like, a lot of people, a lot of, like, you know, dumb people aren't able to do. But there's still, like, a logical problem. Like, the logical thought process is broken. And I think that is where a lot of this stems from. I think that's where a lot of the issues start.
And the right has spent, my mom is Cuban. I grew up very conservative. Okay, I was a rider that we cried when Elian Gonzalez. Yeah, we cried when Elian Gonzalez. My mom. I read. I think you learned in kindergarten, first grade Spanish. My mom came over. She learned in school, and yeah. So we grew up crying when Elian Gonzalez went back and hated Clinton and everything else, and to just to see how people on the right have spent so long. Like honing the entertainment apparatus. Growing up and listening to people like Rush Limbaugh and Michael Savage and Glenn Beck, and these guys were funny, they were entertaining, they bullied callers, and then, you know, the stereotype for the left was the NPR voice, right? The boring, factual, whatever stuff. And it's funny because our most successful media figure, and he didn't really want that mantle, and we never recognized it, but it was really Jon Stewart for millennials, for like left-leaning political education. It shouldn't have been, but it was. And I think finally it's taken a while, but I think I look at people like Gavin Newsom. I look at people like, you talk about the pivot to the important topics. He's further left than me, but Mamdani is so good at that in speaking. And I think the left is finally starting to get there. But yeah, that messaging is so important. And then one more thing, because you mentioned like the clipping and everything else. There was a world where I'm sympathetic to people politicking. So somebody's on their side, they've got to bully you. You're on your side, you got to fight with them. And behind closed doors, you're more friendly than it seems. And that was, I could accept that world when there was a point to it. But it seems like now there's this like simulacrum of showmanship to where the clips are done. And that's it. It's just to make the attention on the clip. And that's it. There is no real policy goal anymore. No. There is no aim. It's like, going through the government with a sledgehammer, destroying as much as you can.
It's performative. Performative. It really is. And I remember having dinner with Senator Burr at the time, in North Carolina. He was like a ranking member of the Education Committee in the Senate. And this was early on, and we were talking about the important things that we agreed on. And I don't agree with a lot of his policies, right? But what he said was, look, there's extremes on both sides. How could we move the needle for education on the things that we know we could do? Like, you know, college career pathways, you know, mental health, or making sure students had access, right, to higher ed. Now, how to get there, we would disagree, but let's focus on those things. Let's not let it be a circus. He's no longer there. Even that side realized, you know, if you're not going to be part of this performative circus, you're not going to have a place. And you mentioned before a couple folks who are in politics. Well,
obviously, that's what happened to MTG recently, is that she kind of backed off with the performative circus shit, and that was not okay with the Republicans, so she had to get the boot. She had to be gone.
There's Mamdani or Governor Newsom. They're just talking in the language of the consumer, and we've lost sight of that. And I think part of it is we became too righteous, and we're fighting each other and not realizing we're getting swarmed, right? And I think what we have to do is really just kind of realize where we are, and we're missing an opportunity with our young generation. We're missing an opportunity with Latinos to talk about the values, right? And we saw that in the results. We got to wake up. or we're going to see more of this. And we got to be on offense, not defense. And in terms of education, one of the things I'm really trying to focus on.
Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. We got to be on offense and stop playing defense. It's like, how, dude? Like, that's not a fucking thing. That's not a fucking thing that we can just do. Like, we can't just be on offense. Like, we have to, like, yeah, it's just not a thing that we can just do. Everybody always tries to, like, make it sound so simple. Like, guys, why don't we stop responding and start making the accusations? Like, okay, like what? like what? What do you think? What would we say? Like, Trump has a fifth family? Not a second, not a third, but a fifth, because nobody cared about all the other ones. Like, what are we supposed to say, dude? What the fuck? What do we do when these people don't care about anything?
And now is, where is our common ground? What do we think? I say it's not a red or blue issue, it's a green issue, right? Economic mobility for our kids matters, man. We want our kids to be able to get out of high school and have options. I'm from Connecticut, and we have a submarine base over there. And, whether it's left or right in D.C., it doesn't matter. Defense contracts, we want our students to have those jobs. And we want them to be making the dollars, but our schools, are they aligned to give our students preparation for that? And what are we doing to make sure that our kids have access to that our higher education institutions are working with our industry partners to give students those opportunities to make higher education relevant and make it worthwhile. Make sure that the return on investment is there because the careers are there. And I think we have work to do there. That's not a blue or red issue. I say it's a green issue because it's economic stability not only for the students, but for the state. Which state doesn't want, microchip manufacturers knocking on their door saying, can I set up shop here? Because your school systems are feeding the employees that I need. That's the work that I'm trying to focus on. I was trying to do it in D.C. with limited success because I think red or blue, we can't work with Biden in the state because, then Trump's going to get mad at us. But right now, I think there's an appetite for this across the country. And I think, quite frankly, if you get a lot of Republican leaders in a closed door without a camera on, they're going to say, I'm just tired of this nonsense. I want to make sure that we can do what's right for our kids, regardless of where it comes from.
So again, from streamer world, one of the most frustrating things that I would deal with is, so your biggest fear, this might actually map onto maybe your life. Have you ever had the moment where you wake up and you've got like 30 text messages or emails and they're like, are you okay or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh God.
What happened?
Yeah. Oh no. What just got published? What just went live? And it was funny because the messages that actually bothered me the most were people who would shoot me a message on a DM or email or whatever, and they'd be like, hey man, I saw what's going on. Like, I just want you to know that, like, I support you privately or whatever. And I'm like, well, what does that do for me? If you're not gonna say anything publicly, why do I like? I mean, I guess the thought is nice, but it's like at the end of the day, if nobody's gonna say anything, well, that doesn't really help me much. That one of the I really want to I'm going to get back to what you just said before, but the thing you mentioned about there being obvious answers to things, like all of us should want to make more money, or have our children make more money, or have the careers aligned. I think some of the saddest stuff that I read, you're familiar with the super tragic drownings of a lot of the people down in Kerr County, a lot of children when that flood happened. I went back and I watched and then read through a lot of the transcripts of some of the hearings. I think it was Kerr County or whatever, when they were talking about I think it was the American Rescue Plan funds. Yeah. And they had millions and millions of dollars sitting in these accounts. And this is a lot of money that we're talking like small, like population, I think like 5,000 towns. Okay. So lots of money for these towns. And they didn't want to spend the money because they were worried that if they spent it, it would give Biden the right to come and steal their homes, or it would give the federal government the ability to like enforce DEI on their policing force or whatever. It stopped, and this was like some of the most no strings attached money. Like it was just sitting in a bank account to be spent on whatever they wanted it to be spent on. And one of the things that I worry about, and this gets into a very kind of like politically elite question, is like, do you ever wonder if maybe it would be good sometimes if less people were interested in this topic, because so many people have become interested in it who just don't have the interest of like the actual topic at mind, but more of it's just another battlefield for politics to happen on.
And that's why I was talking about like let's not politicize education. And that sounds Pollyannish, but no, you're absolutely right. That's an example. That's sad. If in fact there were dollars there that were attributed to Biden, we can't use Biden dollars or else it's going to make us look bad. Or
people don't understand with FEMA funds.
We're going to piss off the right. We're going to piss off. That's crazy. It's very similar to, you know, when we were distributing $190 billion in ARPA, right, rescue plan dollars for schools. The goal was academic recovery, mental health support, and getting your facilities to the point where you can reopen schools while the pandemic is there. A lot of people forget. It was not closed during the Biden administration. They were reopened during the Biden administration.
Oh my God, yeah.
46.
Bro. Fucking shit, dude. This has been like one of the wildest rewritings of history that I've like been constantly arguing back against. Like, dude, everything was shut down under Trump. This was what the fuck is happening? It was shut down under Trump. This was not shut down under Biden. The lockdowns were under Trump, dude. Like, what the fuck? It was all locked down under Trump. Why did this all get rewritten to where it was locked down under Biden? Why did this happen? How the fuck did this happen? Like, where did things turn to where everybody's like, oh, the Democrats locked everything down? Like, what? Where?
Percent of our schools were open full time when I became Secretary of Education on March 2nd, 2021. 46% of our schools were open full time.
If I had $1 for every time somebody talked about how Biden shut all the schools down.
By November, we had 97% of the schools open. Those ARPA dollars were distributed in March of 2021. There was a state, I'm not even going to name it because I'm honestly.
Yeah.
There was a state, you had a certain amount of time to start using those dollars. And it was like the last week. There were kids suffering. There were kids not in school. There were kids not getting the support that they needed. They did not use the dollars because this person had a governor that had national ambitions. And they didn't want to use those dollars. They were the last state to use it. And they did use it before the deadline. But it was because I was nudging, and my department was nudging, hey, there are kids in your state that need help right now. You're reading, there's kids that need use the dollars to help kids. They did, because the headline would have been bad, that there's money, sitting in coffers while kids are struggling and families are struggling. But that's the culture that this division is creating in our country. And we got to rise above that.
When you look at where you place kind of the responsibility for the political climate right now and how everything is so clipped and consumed and made for entertainment consumption, I guess, to the public, are you looking at kind of being upset with the public, the culture, kind of like the DC people, the mainstream media, alternative media? How do you factor all of this in your mind when you're like, this is like frustrating me?
Now this takes 0% of my education training or my degrees. So I'm just a person with an opinion here, right? Mm-hmm. I think it sells, right? It sells. Nobody was going to turn on a TV to hear about.
I don't. It's hard to like put blame on anybody because people are just watching what they want to watch, what's interesting, what they find to be like entertaining. And politics has just become entertainment. It has just become an entertainment thing. It's just a new avenue for us to entertain people with. But and then the content creator is just somebody who's they're just trying to give people what they're looking for. They're just meeting the market where they're at. But there is, I feel, more responsibility on the content creator to do the right thing. And that's obviously just not going to fucking happen. And so then I start to, like, lots of times you guys will hear me when I'm arguing with somebody and they'll come in and say something stupid. I'll be like, who told you that? Like, like before I respond to this, who told you that? Like, where did you get that information from? Because I want to, like, when I respond, I want to be like, okay, like, never listen to that person ever again. Like, they just fucking blatantly lied to you, okay? They just lied to you. They just totally made that shit up. Do not listen to a single thing they ever have to say ever again. Because, yeah, that's, that I feel like that's the only way that, like, you can actually start to, like, chip away at these sorts of people, is to make it to where they just don't watch those folks anymore. There's not really another way to do it. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I always try to do, is like point out, like, whoever the fuck told you this, don't listen to them ever again. It's not hard to put a portion of the blame squarely on the media, though. To an extent. I mean, again, like, it's just, I feel like there should be a difference in our heads. I feel like when we like talk about news, we should talk about, like, well, wait, was that journalism or was that entertainment? Like, we should really separate these things. And so a lot of times when I'm arguing with people and they're talking about, like, oh, CNN lied. And I'm like, CNN lied about what? And they're like, they lied about this. And then they'll, like, pull it up and it'll be like some pundit just giving their opinion on something. And it's like, okay, well, that's not really a lie. This is somebody who just gives their opinions. You can say you disagree with their opinion, but this isn't a lie. This is like a very subjective take that they're giving. And on top of that, like, this isn't somebody who's reporting the news. They're not, like, it's not journalism. This is somebody who's just, they're just giving opinions. That's it. That's all they do. So you shouldn't really be using this as, like, CNN lied. Like, we need something, like, a bit better than that if we're gonna say that CNN's lying, because you're saying they're giving you information that's wrong. So what is that information? What's the wrong information? Like, I need you to give me that. What the fuck is the information that was incorrect here? For sure, people should be able to see the difference, but actual journos are going extinct because the opinion side is easier and, I'm sure, more profitable. Well, not only that, but also the opinion side is using all of the journalists, right? So, like, when I put out news and I've got, like, 50 people watching, those 50 people, they're not going to get that news from that source anymore. They're not going to go read that article. They're not going to go watch that video from CNN. They're not gonna, like, they've already seen it. They already watched it get covered by me. And so all of us, we depend on the journalists to exist in order for us to have something to cover or to talk about or to debate. Like, we have to have that first, but it's, yeah, it's making it to where there's, like, a middleman with this shit.
About how the $190 billion went to feed kids, provide reading teachers for kids that were struggling, help incentivize people getting into the profession. Nobody's going to run a piece on 60 Minutes about how an increase in Pell Grant gave this child an opportunity to be a first-generation college student. That doesn't sell. So there's an aspect there. There are people whose political career thrives on division and creating fear-mongering. So there's the political element there. And I think, you know, and I say this respectfully, but DC, when you're in the bubble, you think your impact is greater than it really is, right? So you think people in rural, you know, Nebraska care what you think more than they really do. They're just trying to make ends meet. So there's this bubble there where it's almost self-absorbed, right? And their talking points, they think that the whole world is listening. It's really not. So it's that self-aggrandizing in DC. There's the media component where people are not going to tune in if it's not creating fear or division or clickbait. There's that. And then there's people whose career is defined by thriving off this turbulence that they create, right? It's like the person that wants to be a firefighter starting a fire so they could put out the fire and be the hero. There's a little bit of that as well. I don't know. And again, that's just my opinion. That took 0% of my what I went to school for, my experience. So I want to be very clear that that's just me speaking as a consumer of the media. Somebody
One a victim
observing.
to some extent as well.
Yeah,
right?
and then of one. That's it.
One thing that is kind of frustrating to me is there were indicators. So you keep bringing this thing up about it's not red or blue, it's green.
Yeah.
And one thing that's kind of frustrated me as the political conversations have changed so much is it seems like there were some things that were just like good indicators of everybody's successful to now people are willing to make compromises on what should be like universal indicators of success for some political agenda. So focusing this in, so conversation topic is very popular in my industry field or whatever, has to do with college. And there's this weird feeling sometimes of like this, do you know Mike Rowe?
Heard the name.
This Mike Rowe-esque idea of you have real jobs that are like construction and building things and doing stuff with your hands. And then you have like fake BS jobs, which is like being at a computer, being a nerd, being a loser. And even if these jobs pay significantly less, there's like more nobility in them. And I'll say on the other end, I absolutely do not think you should ever talk down to, besmirch, look down on, patronize, condescend to anybody that does blue collar work or working class stuff. We need these jobs and we need people to work them, and they're an essential part of this country functioning. But all the same, the idea that you would besmirch college as like leading to these fake jobs and we don't need our kids doing that. We need our kids going to trade school as a common one. It is very frustrating to me. What are your thoughts, I guess, on that kind of cultural divide?
Again, we're spending time responding to a narrative that's being created for us, and that's the part that really gets to me, because as a former teacher and educator, I see the value in both. Right, a lot of people don't know this, but when I was like 13 years old, I was in middle school. I had to think about high school. Right, I had an older cousin, and I come from a large Puerto Rican family, a lot of cousins. Right, my eldest cousin went to this trade school to learn how to become a plumber. And kind of like little ducks following their mother duck across the street, all the cousins went to the same school. So I went to a technical high school, Wilcox Tech, loved it, great experience. I was learning how to fix cars for 4 years. Then a teacher tapped me on the shoulder and said, Miguel, you should consider becoming a teacher. And that's how I got into the teaching profession. She saw something in me that I didn't see. And that's why I'll always fight for public schools. It was a trade school, but it was a public school. Teachers that really see potential in students. It's always been my goal to recognize that students need to have options when they graduate. Part of the work that I'm doing now, I'm really focusing on helping create pathways between K-12 and higher ed, and saying both and. I think what you're defining is an attack on higher education, whether that's cutting the research dollars, saying that they're all woke institutions, or saying that, you don't need that. The reality is college graduates make on average $1 million more over the course of their career than students with a high school degree. Just facts, right? And that, yes, we do need blue collar jobs, and we do see in advanced manufacturing and cybersecurity, and you see a lot more manufacturing jobs and trade jobs being needed as we're building made in America, making things in America. That's both sides of the aisle agree that that's where we're going. So there's a greater need now for those careers that could then lead to a 4-year degree, right? So the President Biden worked really hard for the infrastructure bill, bipartisan. Doesn't get a lot of credit for that, but bipartisan infrastructure bill. You see all the work that's happening across our country? There's signs that say project was paid for by, right? And I can tell you there was a cabinet meeting where I was sitting.
By what? Where were you going to finish that sentence?
By the infrastructure plan.
Oh, okay.
Right? Bipartisan.
Trump has put his name on a lot of those signs.
No, but listen to this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Bipartisan infrastructure plan. And the reality is, I can tell you, I know it in Connecticut. It may be the same across the country. Those signs say this was paid for by bipartisan infrastructure. The word bipartisan was really important to President Biden. When I was at the cabinet meeting when he was talking about it. And there was also a part there that said Joseph Biden, president. If you look at those signs, that part was cut out. But my point in saying that is that there are high-skill, high-paying careers right now that don't require a 4-year degree. And our schools are not really designed to help students have access to that. We don't have enough internships. We don't have enough of that. Micro-credential, skill development. But when you have a bridge project, you're going to need folks that are going to be running the cement, running the lines, laying down the foundation. You're also going to need architects. You're going to need engineers. So four-year degrees are also needed. I think there's a division that was created there that's unnecessary. Part of the work that I'm doing now with Cardona Solutions is closing those gaps and making sure that we're not putting a hierarchy, but saying they're all needed. Because you could have all the four-year degrees you want. If you don't have people that are, doing some of the blue-collar work, those degrees are not going to come into use because you're not going to have the labor that you need.
Oh, shit.
And as a tech school graduate, I understand the value of that. But I also don't like the fact that we put a fork in the road that doesn't need to be there. In Connecticut, the example that I give is we have schools that are training students how to weld. 18-year-old kids going to make $60,000, $70,000 when they get out of school. No college debt. They go back for a 2-year degree that the employer pays for to learn how to code. Now they're coding machines that weld. They're making well over $100,000 a year without any college debt. That's happening across our country. We need to do a better job connecting our K-12 and higher ed to get that done. Mm-hmm. That's the work that I'm doing with Cardona Solutions, and really, that's a purple issue, man. And those are the type of things that I think we need to be focusing on in education. That's just one example.
Yeah.
Access to higher education is another.
You mentioned this earlier, and you mentioned it a few times, this idea of, I think you said like options. And I'm a huge proponent. Unfortunately, I didn't finish college because I was working too much, but I'm a huge proponent of higher education, of college. That being said, I definitely recognize that when I was in school, I graduated in 2007, the message was like, you go to college or you're a loser.
Mm-hmm.
It is the only option for you.
Four-year
if you
college
don't
or
go to
bust.
college,
Yep.
exactly,
Yep.
yeah. And the most frustrating thing to me, I think like culturally, politically, socio-politically, whatever, is this concept of like the pendulum, where it's like, I think that they went too far over here, so I'm going to be that stupid on this side. Yeah. And the idea of like, we shouldn't push everybody to four-year institutions. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean they're bad. No. And it doesn't mean no one should go there. It doesn't mean everybody has to go to trade school. And even when it comes up in things, you bring up like different types of labor. You might need people with degrees. You might need people.
That is. Hold on. That is what Republicans did. Is that they went from like initially saying everybody doesn't have to go to. Everybody doesn't have to go to college. They should go to trade school. And then that turned into fuck college, just go to trade school. And then that turned into trade school is better than college. Like, and it just like it evolved so fucking rapidly. Because I remember when I was a kid, I remember when it started as, college isn't for everybody. Lots of people act like college is for everyone, but it's not. And then, fuck. Okay, yeah, I don't even think I want to be on this map anymore. I don't, they're doing some, like, event right now, and I don't know how to do the event. And I don't understand the fucking event, so I think maybe I should just go the fuck home. But yeah, it evolved so quickly. I remember when I was a kid and they started saying like, yeah, but college isn't for everyone. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. Like, not everybody should have to go to college. And then when I got older, I realized nobody was ever saying everybody has to go to college. Like, that was never a thing that I ever heard anybody ever say. But that's where the whole argument started, and then just somehow evolved from there, or devolved, really. Because yeah, it didn't make sense. Like, oh fuck, it was a lot farther than I expected. What's up, man? Yeah, it's just it was an odd thing that I just watched take off over time.
With that do blue collar work, and some people don't like the term blue collar or low skill or whatever. But even when it comes up for, say, immigration, people say, well, these people that are immigrating, these are low skill labor or whatever, you know. And I was like, okay, do you think we don't need that?
Yeah.
Do you think that we don't have a shortage of all types of labor in this country? Like, just because there is low skill labor, high skill labor, some requires more specialization, doesn't mean it's not needed. Like, all of it is, at the end of the day, we need all these workers. Yeah.
You know, I think it's Colin Cowherd. He's a sports podcaster.
Okay.
He has a show, whatever. I listened to a show once, like 7 years ago. He said something that really stuck with me. He said, people like to live in a black and white world. I live in gray. That hit me. There's a lot of gray. And we like to go extreme, but there's gray. And to your point, I think that mentality of college or bust went too far.
Sure.
Right? And I think the opposite could be true too. That higher education is a farce. No, it's not. So those are the two extremes. I live in the gray. I do believe there are some...
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard that. I don't think the college or bust ever really existed as much. I think, like, obviously in high school, they're there to, like, train you for higher education. Like, that's what they're there for, right? Like, they're there to prepare you for that. And I think that could be the message that's implied to some extent, is that, like, oh, well, you have no choice. Like, you just have to go to college because that's what you're here for. But I don't think where he says, like, oh, it went too far. Like, I don't know that it ever went too far, because I don't know that it ever existed. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have no... Maybe I'm totally wrong. I have no idea, but... You guys... Like, is this a thing that any of you guys ever experienced? Did any of you guys ever hear people saying, like, oh, you have to go to college or bust? Like, is this like a thing that you guys experienced, or do you think it was just implied with just lower level education in general? You were a lost cause. True. Yeah, they never thought I had to go to college. No, like they're like in school, like they tell you that you have to, like, choose a course. Either I forget what they were called, but it was like, one thing was like called something tech, and then the other one was like university, but they were different courses that you would take in high school to start, like, working towards your credits and whatever, like, type of college degree you wanted. And so then once you graduated from high school, you had to have, like, that type of course in order to get your shit. So honors AP course? No, it's like literally like everybody. Like when you get into high school, you choose, like, again, it's like something tech. Oh fuck, I didn't grab that. What the fuck was that? What the fuck did I just grab? I guess it was something that I did need, so alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's just like it's like prepping you. Attention all raiders, outer gates are open. Is that what that said? Yeah, it was just like when you get into high school, you have to choose one or the other. Like, you can't, like, not do it. So it's... Fuck. yeah, like the AP classes are just different. It's like those are like classes generally where you are just like, you know, you're at a higher level, and so you get to do like college courses before you're even in college, right? But that's not what this is. This is like when like all high schoolers have to be in either the like whatever tech or whatever university. It's kind of like deciding like, do I want to go to a technical college? Do I want to go to a university? Like, that's kind of the whole thing.
Programs, both in private institutions of higher ed and public institutions of higher ed, that need to evolve, where we're charging students $150,000 to get a degree in something where they're going to be making $35, $40 a year. That's crazy. That's not a good return on investment. During my time as Secretary of Education, I was going after those places. We were holding them accountable for these programs that are not worth the paper of the diploma that they get when they're done. So I think there has been a need for accountability in programming, transparency, our college scorecard. We work to make sure that they're transparent. Hey, parents, with some of the gainful employment work that we did over the last 4 years, hey, parents, this is how much the degree is going to cost, and this is how much debt you're going to end up in, typically, if you go to this school, and this is how much money your child is going to make
I don't know if
when
I
they
can get there in
graduate,
time.
and this is what their starting income is. I think all parents should get that information so that they can make good decisions. And there are some programs, both in for-profit institutions and in public institutions, that really have run their course and are not needed. You don't need a 4-year degree to do something, and you don't need kids to be in debt where they can't buy a home or they can't put their kids through college because of the college loans that they have. So I think both can be true, that there are some programs that are the return on investment is not good. But I think it's wild to think that we want to throw out the whole higher education system and that it's not needed. That's absolutely false.
I think some of the most frustrating things to me when I look at that issue too is that sometimes it feels more, you used this term bridging earlier, that sometimes it just feels like a bridging problem where there will be all the resources on this side and nobody even knows that they exist. And there are so many people that, you know, I'll see these complaints about, you know, I've got $60,000 of student loans.
I'm trying to save this motherfucker's life.
You're like twice the average of people that need to borrow. And I'd be like, you know, well, what's going on? And so many of these conversations start with, well, so I went to an out-of-state private school. And I was like, why? and so many, and not to, my audience hates me on these days because they're a little bit younger, so a lot of them have student loan debt. But it's like, there will be so many students where it's like, you have a,
Hey bro, you still
an
down?
electrical engineering degree.
Oh,
You didn't
no,
need to
he's
go
fucking dead.
to
Shit.
halfway across the country and acquire so much that you could have did an in-state school. And we're not even talking about, you know, 2 years at a community college or anything else. Just like an in-state school would have saved you 90% of the cost on this.
Let's talk about student debt a little bit. Like, you know, everybody, the headlines were, you know, debt relief. And you know, something I'm proud of is close to $190 billion in debt relief, right? And if you look at it, who are these people that got debt relief? Veterans, educators, nurses, you know, people with total and permanent disability got debt relief. People that were defrauded by these for-profit institutions that have really fancy commercials and nice flyers, but they don't educate for a lick, right? They're closed down, you know.
What up?
So,
Trump universe.
I'm sorry. I was waiting. You notice I paused, waiting for you to jump in there.
You're good. You got it.
So, for me, it was about making sure that the return on investment was there. So, you know, I agree with you, and part of my focus as secretary, I went to state colleges, right? I got I went to K-12 public school in Connecticut. I went to Central Connecticut State University. I always say I walked in with an imposter syndrome and I walked out with a future. And then I went to UConn for my grad work. And I'm a product of K-12 public education and state schools. And I was able to advise the President of the United States. And, you know, my story shouldn't be a counterexample. That's happening across the country, right? I do agree that we have to be more transparent with how much you're going to end up in debt. But I also think we got to fix the damn loan system. We tried to introduce SAVE. So a lot of people forget they just miss the fact that over 1 million people were going into default every year. That's crazy. We set out to fix the problem. We said we're going to do an income-driven repayment plan that doesn't require you to make decisions on, do I, grow a family? Do I buy a home? Do I get groceries? Or do I have to put $900 a month on this plan where I'm paying mostly interest? Mm-hmm. So we said we're going to fix the problem. We're also going to create transparency in colleges, hold them accountable, and we're going to make sure that if you choose public service, I said a little while ago, teachers make 24% less than people with similar degrees in other professions. If you choose public service, you work for 10 years in public service, you pay your loans for 10 years, your loans are forgiven. That was signed by a Republican president in bipartisan fashion. So we were working on fixing a broken system to make higher education more affordable, more accessible. Not saying don't do higher ed, but let's make sure that there's a better return on investment. Your generation, I feel bad. Like I have a young a nephew who's like 25 years old. He's an educator. His wife is an educator. They're buying their first home. They're going to be in debt for a minute. Why the hell are we making it harder for them to grow a family? We need to fix what's broken, while not saying higher education shouldn't be an option. But we have to make it more accessible, and we have to make it more affordable. Mm-hmm. That's the bottom line. And I think both sides of the aisle would agree on that. The problem is that they're not coming together to say, this is how we could do it in a way that's reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like infected every aspect of our lives, I guess, governmentally. Yeah. And that because so much has become part of I call it a constellation of beliefs, that if you are kind of like bought in at one segment of the political discourse, you get sucked into 50 million other points. So if for whatever reason, if you eat healthy, you might read the wrong set of tweets or YouTube videos, and now you're starting to watch RFK stuff, and now you don't trust like the public health system, and now you think that like DEI and trans is bad, and now you think colleges are poisoning students. And it's really frustrating because sometimes it feels like when I go to argue on any of these points, like if I try to argue to a person, your child would probably be better served in a four-year university. It would be really good for them. The thing that I have to fight against is I need you to convince me that the entire government is not set up to destroy my family's life when I know that they've been involved in 450 million horrible things, from fluoridating the water to shutting down schools for no reason to killing us with COVID and then to killing us with and it's like that's a lot to work through. Yeah.
So we've been algorithmically conditioned. Mm-hmm. I like metaphorical reasoning, right? So if you think about, everybody knows how you turn on a social media and there's an algorithm that puts in your face things that you're more likely to consume, right? Mm-hmm. And if you look at your For You page, it's going to be based on your history, right? And what you like. I think the same is true with media. I think the same is true with what we choose to pick up and read. It's just reinforcing an algorithm. Who you talk to, which podcast you listen to. That tells me all that I need to know about you from A to Z, which is crazy. Yeah. But that's where we are. I worked for President Biden. It was the honor of a lifetime. That means that...
Especially if it comes to, like, political podcasts. Like, when you can... if you learn about, like, what political podcasts people watch, you can know pretty much everything about this motherfucker, dude. Like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? There's like mines set up. Oh shit. I've never seen these before. One fucked me up just a little bit ago.
for a lot of the population in this country, whatever comes out of my mouth is bad. You know, so that's where we are right now. So I tell people when I was fortunate to serve as a resident fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School in their Institute of Politics, and I would tell the students there, I didn't care what, you know, Republican or Democrat, I'm like, you know, my generation kind of screwed it up for you, but I have more confidence in your generation that you could be better consumers than my generation is. And I really believe that moving forward, we have to find a way, not just to have a good message, but to communicate it in a way that cuts through that. How do we do that? You know, part of the question was for us as resident fellows in the beginning was, how do you make it so that you're not contributing to the partisanship that exists in this country?
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, when I was invited here, I'm like, man, this is probably a way for people to see me. You know, a long form podcast is more than 90 seconds that Jake Tapper's going to give me, or that, you know, MSNBC will give me, or even Brett will give me in Fox. They get to hear the nuance, which you miss in some of those other platforms. And when we get to that, that's where I think the labels will kind of go away. Because, you know what, Miguel said something that I disagree with. But I did agree with what he said over here, and I'm willing now to have a conversation because I'm not going to typecast him into the labels that walk into the room before he does.
Hopefully, yeah. One of the big challenges that I've had in trying to navigate the media environment that's kind of emerged or mutated over the past few years is this. There's a desire sometimes where there are certain things where it's like, this should be as apolitical as possible.
Well, there's also... To me, there's also the other problem of, like, a lot of people want to take politics out of everything and say that everything isn't political. There's, like, a lot of people, they just want to say, like, oh, that's not even a political issue. Like, that has nothing to do with politics. But a lot of it does. And then I feel like we end up with, like, an issue where people say, like, oh, well, we should all just, like, be willing to just look at the facts and just agree with, like, something that's good. And I don't think that's as true as people want it to be. I think that like the people's beliefs are like set up in a partisan fashion. I think that they're like axiomatic in a way that starts in a place and ends in a place, to where, like, when you get somebody to change their mind on one thing, a lot of times, oh, I'm on Proxat, it can totally fuck up their entire belief system. Like, everything that they think can be completely fucking gone. But yeah, so it's just, I think that lots of times, like, it's like a very, like, you know, that's why people make fun of, what do you call it? Enlightened centrism, right? Because they act like they figured out this, like, this middle ground to have, that there really isn't one. It's like the middle ground doesn't exist. It's not a thing. A long form podcast is not going to cut through the partisanship in America, in my honest opinion. Yeah, so when we talk about the partisanship, like, I think that the issue isn't with, like, what we think and, like, our values and, like, those things. The issue is with facts, what people think about what is true, what is real. When we're talking about what happened to Renee Good, this should be, like, pretty blatant across the board, pretty simple. We all agree, like, this is wrong. And yeah, it's because what is true is based on partisan beliefs now. It's based on, like, which side you aligned with, it has changed what is real. And that is like the partisanship that has become a big problem. It's not it's not the actual like political things or the things that ought to be political. But all right, I gotta head out. I'm gonna go to sleep. I will hopefully be back on later tonight. I think I might just try to schedule a panel though, so I may end up taking off to kind of work on that. But yeah, hopefully I'll be back on later. Outside of that, make sure you guys join the Discord, and make sure you leave a comment when the stream is over. That really helps push the stream in the algorithm to where more people find the stream and are able to hopefully be here on the next stream. Also, we just posted the panel as a video, so if you guys haven't seen it, make sure you check it out. There is well, I say we just posted it. It got posted earlier when right when I went live. The panel got published. So go check that out and give it a watch, give it a like, give it a comment, and I will be back on later. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.